The level 1 deity ice god was actually killed in an instant. Two beams of red and blue light exploded in the divine realm, and the blue figure crashed to the ground with a boom. Its deep blue hair stained with blood, and its exquisitely beautiful face as pale as paper. The red-haired man held a bloodied sword against his neck, his tone as cold as ice. It's time to end this. Why do you have to kill me? The ice god coughed up blood, confusion filling his eyes. Soul beast. The word Shura god struck the ice god's heart like a heavy hammer. Huh? The ice god laughed maniacally. What a divine realm. What strict law enforcement. Before he finished speaking, the blood sword pierced directly through his heart. From now on, there will be no ice god in the divine realm. The boom, the ice god's body exploded into fragments. Even his divine position shattered. Just as Shura god left, a streak of golden light suddenly appeared, spinning in place a few times before shooting down towards the world below the divine realm. Minutes later, the bell of the divine realm rang. The God King conference, which had not been held for a century, was activated. The god of destruction in a purple cloak slammed the table and roared. Shura, you've crossed the line. He is a reincarnated soul beast. Shura god stood up, a surge of killing intent radiating from him. Is the lesson from back then not enough? You. The god of destruction's dark purple divine rings exploded around him, and his pressure instantly crushed forward. Shura god sneered, his dark red demonic armor covering his entire body, his killing intent solidifying into substance. The two were at a standoff, about to fight. Enough. The god king of good and evil spoke, and together with the goddess of life, they easily dispersed the divine domains of the two. The god king of evil frowned tightly. Do you want to destroy the divine realm? No one noticed that the streak of golden light had already rushed into Douluo continent. That is the ice god really dead. What exactly is that golden light? Did Shura god kill the ice god just because he was a soul beast? More excitingly, among the shattered fragments of the ice god's divine position, it seems something was flashing. To.be continued. Although the ice god is a reincarnated soul beast, he is ultimately a level 1 deity. Shura's law enforcement is unjust, and killing a level 1 deity is indeed a crime. He is to be punished by sealing the Shura divine sword for 10 years, and under normal circumstances, he is not allowed to leave the Shura temple for 100 years. As soon as the god king of evil finished speaking, the god of destruction shot a fierce glare at Shura god, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But under the pressure of the two god kings, he could only leave with the goddess of life. No one noticed that deep within the divine realm, the origin of the golden dragon king was trembling. The future of the soul beasts is entrusted to you. 6 years later, at a street corner in Tindo City, 1 coin, 2 coins. The little beggar Ling Tian squatted in the corner, staring at the copper soul coins in the broken bowl, troubled. His stomach growled with hunger, but he was eyeing the pancake stall and swallowing hard 3 copper coins could buy a pancake or 6 steamed buns. Steamed buns are more cost-effective. He clenched the coins and walked towards the steamed bun stall. Ling Tian is here again. Uncle Wu handed him 2 steamed buns, secretly slipping him a plate of pickled vegetables. You're almost at the age to awaken your martial soul, right? Go give it a try. Maybe you can turn your life around. Ling Tian bit into the steamed bun and smiled, but inside he sighed. Being a transmigrator and ending up like this is quite something. Returning to the less than 10 square meter shabby house, a musty smell hit him. He hung the remaining steamed bun by the window, lay down on a mattress he found, and touched the white jade on his chest engraved with the 2 characters Ling Tian. It was with him when the old beggar found him. Ice god. He suddenly murmured, fragments of images flashing through his mind. Deep blue hair, a blood-red long sword. Where did these images come from? Suddenly, the white jade on his chest grew hot, and a cool voice rang in his mind. The divine core fragment has finally activated. Ling Tian sat up abruptly, the steamed bun in his hand, falling to the ground with a thud. There's something wrong with this jade? Could it be that he has some connection to the fallen ice god? Uncle Wu mentioned that the martial soul awakening ceremony would start tomorrow. What martial soul would he awaken? Would the white jade on his chest bring him surprises? More excitingly, the sound of hooves suddenly came from afar, as if the people from the martial soul hall had arrived. Ling Tian tightened his grip on the hot white jade, his heart racing. Tomorrow's awakening ceremony. Is he going to make a scene? Tomorrow is the day for martial soul awakening. Ling Tian looked at the sunset from the window and clenched his fist. This is his only chance to escape poverty. Early the next morning, he ran to the creek to wash up, changed into his cleanest clothes, and hung the jade pendant left by the old beggar around his neck. The pendant was engraved with the 2 characters Ling Tian and featured a swan carving, clearly valuable. Who cares who my biological parents are? Let's awaken the martial soul first. Upon arriving at the martial soul hall, Ling Tian was completely stunned. It's so big. He couldn't find a place at all. Fortunately, a kind female steward led him to the awakening hall. I am Lin Yun, a rank 32 Battle Soul Master, your guide. The man in white stood in the star array, Black Tiger, possess. The first little boy stepped forward, and suddenly a hoe appeared in his hand. Weapon Martial Soul, Ho. Innate Soul Power Level 0. Cannot become a Soul Master. Lin Yun shook his head point one by one. The children stepped up, and they either had farming tools or ordinary beast martial souls, all with innate soul power at 0. When it was Ling Tian's turn to step forward, his palms were sweating. Lin Yun handed him a blue crystal ball. Place your hand on it. The moment Ling Tian's hand touched the crystal ball, crack! The crystal ball suddenly shattered. Immediately, cold air burst forth from him, and the ground instantly froze over. A deep blue long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, the blade shimmering with icy brilliance, exactly like the sword of the ice god from his memories. Lin Yun's eyes nearly popped out. This. Weapon Martial Soul, long sword. Innate soul power. He couldn't finish because the crystal ball had frozen into an ice block and shattered completely. At this moment, footsteps echoed at the entrance of the hall. Big brother, it's so lively here. A little girl pulled a youth inside, who was none other than Qian Renshue, disguised as Xue Qinghe. Qian Rengshu's gaze fell on the sword in Ling Tian's hand, her pupils constricting sharply. This aura. So familiar. Ling Tian also noticed them, especially Qian Renshue, feeling like he had seen her somewhere. Lin Yun suddenly screamed, innate soul power. At least level 9. No, it might be level 10. The surrounding children exploded with excitement. Level 10 innate soul power? A genius is about to emerge from Tiando City. Ling Tian held the ice sword, suddenly feeling the jade pendant on his chest grow hot. Images flashed through his mind again. A red-haired man, a blood sword, the exploding divine body. What is the connection between this sword and the ice god's sword? Qian Renshue stared at Ling Tian and suddenly asked, "What's your name?" Ling Tian looked up, meeting her gaze. "My name is Ling Tian." Qian Renshue smiled, but a complex look flashed in her eyes. "Are you interested in coming to the Royal Academy?" Ling Tian was stunned. Had he just awakened his martial soul and caught the attention of the prince? Should he accept? What would this ice sword martial soul bring him? More excitingly, Lin Yun suddenly noticed that the ice on the ground hadn't melted. Instead, it was getting thicker. Could Ling Tian's martial soul be more than just an ordinary ice sword? Next up, soon as Lin Yun's voice fell, Ling Tian took a deep breath and stepped into the hexagram formation. The moment he was enveloped in golden light, he felt as if he were soaking in warm water, so comfortable that he wanted to squint his eyes. But the next second, a sudden crack echoed from within his body, as if some shackles had shattered. His right palm began to heat up, and a white swan phantom was coalescing. Swan martial soul? Ling Tian was a bit dazed, when suddenly a loud explosion echoed in his mind. An overwhelmingly domineering energy surged out, wildly attacking the swan martial soul. Crack! The swan phantom split apart. Ling Tian groaned in pain. His right hand felt like it was on fire, yet also like it was being pierced by ice. Lin Yun, watching from outside, was nearly in shock. The golden light suddenly turned blue, and the entire star formation began to exude a chill. The ground beneath Ling Tian's feet froze at a visible speed, and even the air was filled with snowflakes. What's happening? Lin Yun screamed in shock. The other children shrank back in fear. This was not a martial soul awakening. This was going to cause an ice disaster. At that moment, Ling Tian's right palm suddenly exploded with a burst of blue light. The original swan martial soul was completely shattered, replaced by a long sword that was entirely blue, its blade covered in ice crystals, exuding a chilling aura that made one shiver just by looking at it. Is this a weapon martial soul? Ice attribute? Lin Yun's heart raced. Suddenly remembering something, he grabbed the crystal ball and rushed over. Quick, put your hand on it. As soon as Ling Tian touched the crystal ball, boom! The crystal ball was instantly frozen into a lump of ice, followed by a crack, and it shattered. The entire hall fell silent. Lin Yun held the ice shards in his hand, stunned. The innate soul power can't be measured because the crystal ball shattered? Suddenly, a gasp came from the doorway. Qian Renshue stood there, staring intently at the ice sword in Ling Tian's hand. Her expression changed. This aura was too similar to the ice god who was killed by the Sure God All those years ago. Ling Tian himself was also confused. What was this martial soul that shattered the swan and turned into an ice sword, even freezing the testing ball? What kind of martial soul was this? Lin Yun suddenly reacted, grabbing Ling Tian's arm, his eyes shining brightly. "Come with me." "No, let's go meet the hall master." Your martial soul is definitely top tier. Ling Tian was pulled along, but his heart was pounding. Was this ice sword related to the jade pendant on his chest? Why did Qian Rengshu's gaze seem strange? What was even more thrilling was that he felt something moving inside the ice sword, as if it was calling him. What secret was hidden within this sword? The energies of the two were not even on the same level. The swan martial soul, which had no chance of counterattacking, let out a tragic wail before being blasted into energy. Fragments by the domineering energy, which absorbed it completely. The martial soul shattered. Ling Tian looked at his empty palm. Completely dazed, did the swan that had just coalesced vanish just like that? The next second, that domineering energy suddenly coalesced in his palm, transforming into an ice blue long sword. The moment he grasped the sword, Ling Tian's head buzzed, and his vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an icy expanse, facing a mass of enemies, with a young man in blue robes standing in the center, holding a sword. Today, we of the 100 clans will unite to bury you. The young man said nothing, raising his hand with a wave, and heavy snow fell. With each snowflake that touched the ground, a figure would fall, and the snow was instantly stained red with blood. Kid, wake up! Lin Yun's voice pulled Ling Tian back to reality. He held his dizzy head, just regaining his senses when Lin Yun pushed him in front of the crystal ball. Quick, try your soul power. As soon as Ling Tian's hand touched the crystal ball, swish! Blue light instantly filled the entire crystal ball, dazzling to the eye. Innate, full soul power. Lin Yun screamed, sending the hall's soul masters into a frenzy. Ling Tian himself was stunned. Being reborn as a beggar was one thing, but now awakening a sword that had transformed from a shattered swan, and it was even full innate soul power? He looked at the ice crystal song of frost sword in his hand and suddenly recalled the young man in blue robes from the illusion. Who was that? What was his connection to this sword? Outside, Qian Rengshu's face grew paler, and suddenly she turned to leave. Shueka tugged at her sleeve. Big sister, aren't you going to take a look? Let's go. Qian Rengshu's voice trembled slightly. This ice sword, this soul power, was definitely related to the ice god. If the Shura god found out, would he kill this child? Lin Yun was still excitedly rubbing his hands together. Ling Tian, right? Come with me to meet the Hall Master. No, they'll take you directly to Soul Master City. His Holiness the Pope would definitely want to see you. Ling Tian was pulled along, but his mind was in disarray. Could the young man in the illusion be his father god? What was Qian Renshua so afraid of? What was even more thrilling was that the jade pendant on his chest began to heat up again, resonating with the ice sword in his hand. What secrets were hidden within this ice sword? Full innate soul power. Is this for real? I've been here for so many years, and it's my first time seeing this. The discussions in the spirit hall erupted like a boiling pot, and Ling Tian's name spread throughout the entire hall in an instant. In the ice palace of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor suddenly opened her eyes, shock evident in her sky blue gaze. Schwer, do you feel that? It's the aura of Father God. The Ice Emperor with green hair and clothing rushed in, grabbing her hand, trembling with excitement. The Snow Emperor gently stroked her back, a look of longing flashing in her eyes. Just wait a little longer, he will return sooner or later. Inside the spirit hall of Heaven Do City, Lin Yun and a group of attendants surrounded Ling Tian, eagerly trying to win him over. Come to the spirit hall. We have unlimited resources. We'll find you the best soul rings. With your talent, you're bound to become a titled Douluo in the future. Ling Tian was getting a headache from the noise. Just as he was about to refuse, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Make way. Qian Renshua walked in, her gaze fixed on Ling Tian, scrutinizing. You are the one with full innate soul power? Ling Tian nodded, but he was puzzled. Why was this princess here again? Qian Renshua suddenly smiled, her tone unusually gentle. Would you like to come to the Royal Academy? Tuition is fully waived, and there's a monthly stipend. It's more free than in the spirit hall. Lin Yun panicked at this. Your Highness, we discovered this genius first. Oh, Qian Renshua raised an eyebrow. What the spirit hall can offer, the Royal Academy can too, and we can offer what you can't. Ling Tian watched the two compete for him, suddenly remembering the young man in blue robes from the illusion, and touched the jade pendant that was heating up on his chest. He suddenly looked up and said to Lin Yun, I won't join the spirit hall. Lin Yun was stunned. Why? We have the best resources. Ling Tian ignored him and turned to Qian Renshua. The Royal Academy. Is it really free? Qian Renshua nodded. Of course, but she was calculating something else in her heart. This child's ice sword martial soul was too suspicious. Keeping him under her watch was reassuring. Just as Ling Tian was about to agree, a voice suddenly called from outside. The Hall Master has arrived. A middle-aged man dressed in a red robe walked in, his gaze sharp, and it lit up as he swept over Ling Tian. Is it you? The one with a full innate soul power and a sword martial soul. Ling Tian's heart sank. Was the Hall Master of the Martial Soul Hall here? It would be difficult to leave now. How should he refuse? Would Qianrenxue help him? What was even more thrilling was that the jade pendant on his chest suddenly emitted a faint glow, and the ice crystal frost sword began to tremble slightly, as if it were warning him of something. Which side would Ling Tian ultimately choose? Thank you, Masters, for your invitation, but I currently have no plans to join any factions. He did not refuse the Spirit Hall outright, as he wanted to consider everyone's feelings. As for the reasons for not joining, he had thought it through carefully before making his decision. Although the conditions offered by the Spirit Hall were quite generous, just the thought of its future made his restless heart calm down. After all, no matter how much money one makes, one must have a life to enjoy it. First, there are the irreconcilable internal conflicts within the Spirit Hall. Due to the previous pope's secretive dealings with the Douluo, the relationship between the Grand Priest Douluo and the Pope Bibidong has always been one of intense rivalry. If it weren't for Qianrenxue and the Rakshasa god position, the two might have long settled their differences in a life-or-death confrontation. Although they are currently maintaining a superficial peace, the struggles behind the scenes have never ceased. In this situation, a talent with no background rashly entering the fray could easily become the new focal point of their competition, and one might suddenly meet an untimely end. Secondly, assuming he was lucky enough not to become a pawn and instead caught Bibidong's eye because of his outstanding talent, what difference would it make? He couldn't possibly become Bibidong's disciple. At best, he would end up like Yin and Xiaoyu, a member of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, who could be discarded at any moment. After all, looking at the original work, aside from Hulaina, Qianrenxue, and Yu Shaojiang, who else has Bibidong cared about? The waters of the Spirit Hall are too deep for someone like him to navigate. Finally, there is the issue of strength. If he joins the Spirit Hall, it would naturally be to leverage its resources to enhance his own power. However, in the later stages of power enhancement, it would primarily revolve around the protagonist group, including Tang San and their adventures at the Ice and Fire Inyang I and Sea God Island. Although he knows the exact location of the Ice and Fire Inyang I due to the plot advantage, with Douluo guarding it, can he really obtain it without the protagonist's halo? Even if he did manage to get it, he isn't as familiar with the effects of every herb as Tang San is. Even if he had divine herbs presented to him, he might not know which one is most suitable for him or how to use these divine items. Looking at it this way, it would be better to follow the original storyline and integrate into the protagonist group, leveraging the plot advantage to move forward. Perhaps he could even walk the path to becoming a god. After all, Tang San is a being who led the first generation of Shrek to godhood. However, at this moment, Ling Tian, who is fantasizing about a bright future, has yet to realize a law of life. It is full of variables, and plans can never keep up with changes. P.S. Brothers, starting a new book is not easy. It needs everyone's care to grow strong. I kindly ask you all to comment more, save it, and vote for recommendations. The author thanks you all here. Kneeling in gratitude. Q Chapter 7. Family? Seeking recommendations and collections. Lin Yun frowned slightly, still feeling a bit reluctant. Child, have you reconsidered? I have thought it through clearly. Before the others could say anything, Ling Tian cupped his hands and continued, if the masters have no other matters, I will take my leave. With the spirit awakening over, he did not plan to stay here any longer. Talp, talp, talp. Just as Ling Tian was about to turn and leave, a sudden sound of footsteps came from behind him. I have seen His Highness the Crown Prince. Lin Yun and the others' expressions changed slightly, and in response to Ling Tian's astonished gaze, they all spoke together, bowing respectfully to the person behind him. Here, their identities are merely servants of the Spirit Hall branch. Belonging to the mid-lower ranks of the Spirit Hall, it shouldn't be too much to bow to the heir of the Tiando Empire, right? No need for courtesy. A gentle voice came from behind Ling Tian. Your Highness, I have seen His Highness the Crown Prince. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed Lin Yun and the others in greeting. Qianrenxue merely glanced at Ling Tian before continuing. You all can leave now. I have some matters to discuss with this child alone. Although her tone remained gentle, there was no room for refusal. Yes, the others, though reluctant, had no choice but to bow and step back due to Qianrenxue's status. They felt a bit regretful that such a talented young man would ultimately not join the Spirit Hall. Shuel Ling Qianrenxue turned her head and continued. Before I come out, no one is allowed to enter. Understood. As everyone left the room, Ling Tian occasionally sneaked glances at the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe. At the same time, he was speculating about the identity of this prince. Was the Xue Qinghe in front of him the real one? Or was it Qianrenxue? Look up, let me see. After a moment of observation, Qianrenxue broke the silence first. TSK, innate full soul power. And a top-tier sword martial soul. Your talent is quite impressive. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. Ling Tian then cupped his hands and asked, Is it because of my talent that Your Highness has kept me here? That's right. Seeing Ling Tian's reaction, which was different from that of an ordinary child, Qianrenxue felt a hint of interest rising in her heart. You are quite clever. I came here specifically for you. Oh no. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's heart sank. It was indeed to recruit him. He didn't want to get involved in the struggle for imperial power. So, even though he didn't know the true identity of this prince, whether he was the real Xue Qinghe or Qianrenxue, he didn't want to tread into this murky water. However, many times, choices are not in his control. Whether it was Xue Qinghe or Qianrenxue, their current identities were both the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, and facing the recruitment of a prince, how could he, an ordinary commoner, have the power to refuse? I have seen His Highness the Crown Prince. Thinking of this, Ling Tian stopped hesitating, a look of excitement naturally appearing on his face. It is an honor for me to be favored by Your Highness and to serve you. Qianrenxue was momentarily stunned as she stared at Ling Tian for a few seconds. Then a slight smile appeared on her lips. You little brat are quite perceptive. Since that's the case, from today onwards, you are mine. Smart, clever, and aware of the situation. This was Qianrenxue's first impression of Ling Tian. If this little brat had chosen to refuse her invitation like he did with the Spirit Hall, she wouldn't have wasted her breath trying to persuade him. He simply wouldn't see the sunrise the next day. But fortunately, he was quite perceptive. What is your name? Ling Tian. Ling Tian? Is it the Ling for light and Tian for sky? Ling Tian. Qianrenxue repeated it a few times, then teased. Why does it sound so much like a girl's name? Seeing the little guy looking a bit speechless at her, Qianrenxue chuckled lightly, then walked in front of Ling Tian and reached out to pull him up. Get up. Ling Tian, let's go back to the palace. Yes. Clank. After walking just a few steps, Ling Tian's jade pendant accidentally fell out of his pocket. Wait, Ling Tian. You dropped something. As she spoke, Qianrenxue bent down to help him pick it up. But just as she was about to hand it back to Ling Tian, her pupils suddenly constricted as she caught sight of the swan pattern on the jade pendant. Thank you, Your Highness. After Ling Tian expressed his gratitude and put the pendant away, he didn't notice Qianrenxue's reaction. It is well known that the martial soul of the Tiando royal family is the swan. The swan holds a significant status in the Tiando Empire. Just like the white tiger in the Starry Empire, aside from the royal family, no one is allowed to use the swan emblem without permission. Moreover, a jade pendant carved with a swan is a symbol of royal identity, and every royal child receives an exclusive jade pendant at birth. Once Ling Tian placed the pendant back in his embrace, Qianrenxue feigned nonchalance and casually asked, This pendant of yours is quite exquisite. Is it a gift from your elders? It was given to me by my grandfather. He said that when he found me back then, this pendant was already with me. And the reason he named me Ling Tian was also because of this pendant, since his identity wasn't a secret, and because Qianrenxue could easily find out. Ling Tian had no reason to hide anything and briefly explained his background. I see. Qianrenxue nodded thoughtfully. Ling Tian paused for a moment, reminiscing about the old man, his tone gradually becoming sadder. A year ago, my grandfather passed away, and now I'm the only one left in the family. Grandfather, a person with a similar experience, Qianrenxue felt a pang of sympathy and then no longer pressed on the matter of the jade pendant. Living alone is very difficult. He gently patted Ling Tian's shoulder to comfort him, saying, Since there is no one left in your family, starting today, you will live in my palace. From now on, I will be your family. Family. Ling Tian suddenly froze in place. Family? What a strange word. Apart from the old man, it was the first time someone referred to him as family. But ever since the old man passed away, he had been alone again. He couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Even with the combined age of 2 lifetimes, he was still less than 20 years old. How much more mature could he be, even if he felt mature inside? Moreover, the word family held significant meaning for him, always being an insurmountable hurdle in his heart. At this moment, he was no longer focused on Qianrenxue's identity. Instead, he looked at her with a hint of hope in his eyes and asked with a tone of anticipation, Can I really consider you family? Of course. Qianrenxue nodded and gently replied, I don't mind having another brother. P.S. Brothers, it's not easy to launch a new book. It needs everyone's care to grow strong. Please leave comments, add it to your favorites, and vote for recommendations. The author thanks you all. Kneeling in gratitude. Q Chapter 8. seeking recommendations, seeking favorites. Looking at those bright and pure eyes, it was clear that they touched the softness and sensitivity hidden deep within Qian Renchue's heart. "Little brother Ling Tian," she said tenderly, rubbing his head, then leaned down to switch hands and embraced him, gently patting his back. "Brother? Qinghe brother? Here. Shui big brother? Yeah." After a moment, "Hoo. Ling Tian. Ling Tian? Ling Tian?" Z looking at Ling Tian, who had fallen asleep in her arms, Qian Renchue gently pinched his cheek. A trace of helpless smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. No matter how mature he is ultimately just a child. For some unknown reason, Qian Renchue did not wake Ling Tian, but gently carried him out of the great hall. "Creek, your highness, let's go back to the prince's mansion." "Yes." Looking at Ling Tian held in Qian Renchue's arms, Shui Ling was momentarily stunned. Although he was somewhat curious about what had happened inside earlier, he was well aware of his identity and kept silent, closely following behind. Evening, Prince's mansion. As soon as Qian Renchue returned to the mansion, she arranged for Ling Tian to stay in the palace on the right side of her sleeping quarters. She also instructed Shui Ling to notify all the servants and attendants in the prince's mansion that starting today, Ling Tian would be the younger brother of Shui Qinghe, second only to him in status within the prince's mansion, and that he could go anywhere in the mansion, and no one was to look down upon or neglect him. Lying on the bed, Ling Tian began to recall the events of the day. The mysterious man, the great hall in the ice and snow. Why did he want him to see these things? He also clearly remembered that the martial soul he initially awakened was a beast martial soul resembling a swan. Yet somewhere along the way, it had unexpectedly been replaced by the ice-blue longsword that had now appeared. Thinking of this, Ling Tian focused his thoughts and summoned his martial soul. Ice crystal melodious frost sword. The next moment, Ling Tian suddenly widened his eyes, staring blankly at the long sword that appeared in the white. How has my martial soul changed like this? He remembered that the ice mist singing frost sword was 3 feet long, entirely ice blue with intricate patterns carved on it. But at this moment, the long sword had turned pitch black, covered with countless blood-red cracks, exuding a faint killing intent. Swish! Ling Tian grasped the hilt of the sword, and the blade suddenly shone brightly. Immediately, the ice-blue sword, Bingji Yingshuang, reappeared in his hand, just like when he awakened his martial soul in the morning. As he released the hilt, the sword dimmed again, turning back into its dark form. What was going on? After a moment of exploration and experimentation, Ling Tian finally understood the rough reason. His martial soul would revert to its original form, Bingji Yingshuang, when he touched it, while the dark form, resembling a burning stick, would remain otherwise. He speculated that this situation could be due to 2 reasons. First, this martial soul originally had 2 forms. Second, the martial soul might be sealed or damaged, and the dark blade would gradually restore itself with his strength, allowing the martial soul to revert to its ice-blue form. To determine which scenario was the case, he would have to wait until he absorbed the first soul ring. If there were no changes to the martial soul, it would indicate the first reason. If the martial soul became stronger or the blade regained some of its form, that would point to the second reason. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber beneath the study of the prince's residence, Qian Renchue was sitting at the table, handling state affairs while awaiting someone's arrival. Suddenly, the candle on the table flickered, and in the next moment, a half-kneeling figure appeared in the corner of the study. She long pays respects to Her Highness the Saintess. How did the information investigation go? Qian Renchue continued handling the documents without raising her head. It is, as Your Highness predicted. This jade pendant indeed came from the royal family, according to the patterns and inscriptions you described. The owner of this jade pendant should be the eldest son of Prince Xuexing, Shui Ling Tian. Xuexing? Qian Renchue put down her brush and rubbed her slightly furrowed brow. How come I didn't know he had a son? Prince Xuexing indeed has 1 son. She long stepped forward, presenting a document from the spirit hall. As for that boy, it involves a secret from back then, all written in this document for Your Highness to review. With some curiosity, Qian Renchue opened the document, which recorded the past grievances between Xuexing and the spirit hall. The entire incident stemmed from a pursuit. Prince Xuexing intentionally sabotaged the spirit hall's plans, causing dissatisfaction among a group within the hall. In retaliation against the arrogant Prince Xuexing, they quickly assembled a team of soul masters led by a soul Douluo and infiltrated the prince's residence to forcibly abduct the infant heir, who is now Ling Tian. However, an unknown mysterious accident occurred among them, and the entire team of soul masters subsequently vanished, with a newborn child also lost to history. The Tiando royal family could only swallow this bitter pill to preserve their dignity. Ling Tian. After putting down the document, Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment, murmuring thoughtfully, I didn't expect he would be the son of Xu Eshing. Your Highness, Xu Eshing is your enemy. Shilong stepped forward, a hint of chilling, killing intent in his eyes. And this boy is also Xu Eshing's son. Leaving him alive will eventually make him our enemy. So, I suggest you eliminate him. Prince Xu Eshing, the most powerful prince of Tiando, had repeatedly sabotaged Qian Rinxue's plans. It could be said that he had clearly positioned himself on their opposing side. So, Shilong had no favorable impression of Ling Tian, even wanting to eliminate him quickly. Shi Elder, you are too impulsive. In the midst of Shilong's astonished gaze, Qian Rinxue spoke calmly. Why would you think that Ling Tian, whom I raised, would ultimately choose to join Xu Eshing rather than support me, the princess, under Ling Tian's persuasion? Huh. Shilong's eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned, his throat moving for a long time without a word. As for Ling Tian's identity, Qian Rinxue slowly walked up to him. Her pale purple eyes looked down at the snake spear Douluo, pausing for a moment before confidently and proudly continuing. I am confident that I can make him completely submit to me, whether she is Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire or Qian Rinxue of the Spear Hall. This loyalty will not change. As the proud daughter of heaven, the continent's #1 genius, Qian Rinxue was confident that Ling Tian would definitely pledge loyalty to her, not just because of her current identity. After all, with the abilities and strategies gained from years of infiltration, dealing with a 6-year-old child would be a piece of cake, right? Your Highness, this is a gamble. After a long silence, the snake spear Douluo finally came to his senses. Qian Rinxue's tone was filled with confidence. I will definitely win. He looked deeply at Qian Rinxue and then cupped his hands, saying, Since your Highness has made a choice, I will naturally respect your decision. Thank you for your trust, Elder Yu. Qian Rinxue paused briefly, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. I have now grasped more than half of the court. Elder, she will be responsible for notifying them that the plan on the Snow Knight side can commence. Understood. Swish. As soon as she finished speaking, the snake spear Douluo vanished from the study. The plan had begun. Qian Rinxue proudly raised her snow-white neck, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Since I have acknowledged you as my brother, Ling Tian, you are now mine. She then turned and returned to her desk, continuing to handle the documents as if nothing had happened. Pushing open the door, Ling Tian, dressed in a loose nightgown, comfortably stretched. He had been living in the prince's residence for over a month. Ling Tian has basically adapted to his current life and no longer feels awkward because of the attitude of the servants in the mansion like he did at the beginning. Will your Highness be returning to the mansion today? Ling Tian asked his maid, Xiao Chui, while changing clothes. On the third day since Ling Tian arrived at the crown prince's residence, he was unaware of what had happened in the palace. Since Qian Rinxue entered the palace that day, he had not seen her at all. At first, it was because his body was too weak, so Qian Rinxue planned to let him recuperate for a while to absorb the best age soul ring. However, she unexpectedly left for a whole month, which is why he still had not obtained his soul ring. Yesterday, the crown prince had returned to the residence. Xiao Chui helped Ling Tian tie up his hair, then stood respectfully beside him and said, If you wish to meet his Highness, I can go and notify him for you. Finally, she is back. Ling Tian sighed a couple of times, then turned and said, Xiao Chui, help me inform his Highness. Yes. Xiao Chui bowed and executed Ling Tian's command. Looking at the rising sun in the sky, Ling Tian excitedly clenched his fist. First spirit ring, here I come. Moments later, at the prince's residence in the study. Ling Tian, I've met his Highness the prince. No need for formalities. Qian Rinxue put down the book in her hands. Since Ling Tian entered the prince's residence, due to various reasons, this was their first official meeting. Ling Tian stopped about 2 meters away from Qian Rinxue. Your Highness, this time. Wait. Qian Rinxue interrupted Ling Tian, her tone becoming a bit unnatural. You are Ling Tian? Yes, that's right. Ling Tian looked at Qian Rinxue with a confused expression. What's going on? The person you brought back yourself, and after just a month, you don't recognize him? How have you changed? Qian Rinxue paused her words, sizing up Ling Tian from top to bottom. After a moment, her eyes shifted slightly, and she cleared her throat to suppress her emotions, while pointing to the seat opposite her, saying calmly, Ling Tian, come here, don't sit so far from me, sit directly opposite me. Yes. Although he was bewildered, he still sat opposite Qian Rinxue. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue thought to herself, how has he changed so much? Looking at the boy in front of her, who seemed like a completely different person. Even the proud Qianren was deeply captivated by him. No one would have expected that the pale, weak boy who had just entered the prince's residence, looking like a little chick, would turn into such a stunning figure after a month of recovery. With a cute, fair, and rosy face, big sparkling eyes blinking, and a slightly upturned nose, his long black hair simply tied back. Beneath his willow-like eyebrows were a pair of slender peach blossom eyes filled with emotion. Though his appearance was beautiful, it did not carry any femininity. His looks had not fully matured, but his brows and eyes already held spirit. When he looked at someone, he seemed calm. It stirred the hearts of those who met his gaze. "Your Highness? Prince, Your Highness?" Ahem. Finally coming back to her senses, Qianren cleared her throat to regain her composure. Then she raised her head to look at Ling Tian, a smile playing on her lips. "I didn't expect that my small and weak little brother Ling Tian from a month ago would undergo such a big change." "Ah!" Ling Tian chuckled twice and habitually touched the tip of his nose. He was also quite surprised by his current appearance. For many years, he had been worried about filling his stomach, and since he wore ragged clothes every day, he hadn't paid attention to his looks. He never expected that he could be so cute. To be honest, if he had discovered this talent earlier, he wouldn't have needed to scavenge every day to make a living. He could have just found a rich woman to support him, which would be much easier. With Ling Tian's looks, who knows how many little girls he would charm when he grows up. At first, Qianren just wanted to tease Ling Tian with this remark. But as she spoke, the tone changed, revealing a hint of sourness. "Ling Tian, Your Highness, why are you blushing?" Looking at the adorably embarrassed Ling Tian, Qianren couldn't suppress her inner impulse any longer and reached out her long, delicate hands to pinch his cheeks. So soft, just as she had guessed. They felt soft and chubby, very pleasant to pinch. Ling Tian stood there in confusion until he finally reacted with a shiver. "I was pinched on the face by a man." Although there was a 50% chance that this prince in front of him was Qianren, there was still a 50% chance that he was the real deal. Realizing this, Ling Tian immediately broke out in goosebumps. He quickly stretched out his delicate, soft little hand and used all his strength to push away those two sinful hands. "Your Highness!" Ling Tian's beautiful peach blossom eyes were now filled with displeasure as he glared at Qianren. Realizing his loss of composure, Qianren quickly withdrew his hands without leaving a trace and feigned calmness as he said, "Cough, cough. This palace saw something dirty on your face, yes. Something dirty. So I reached out to help wipe it off. Don't think too much about it." Hee. Ling Tian was still staring wide-eyed at Qianren, blinking not at all. "Wipe it? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Who believes in such nonsense?" Cough, cough. Qianren lightly coughed twice. She casually picked up a book to ease the awkwardness, while also blocking the small, reproachful eyes across from her. Chapter 10. Brother, please recommend and collect. Cough, cough. Qianren forcefully skipped over the awkward topic and asked, "Ling Tian, I heard from the people below that you've been looking for me during this time. Is there something you need?" "Your Highness, I need to hunt for a soul ring." Once it came to serious matters, Ling Tian no longer acted stubbornly and said seriously, "In this past month, my body has been recuperated enough. It's time to absorb my first soul ring." Qianren put down the book, tapped the table to think for a moment, and then raised her head to ask, "Where do you plan to hunt for the soul ring?" "Your Highness, please look. Within our Tiando Empire, there are 3 large soul beast gathering places: Starry Forest, Frozen Forest, and Sunset Forest." Ling Tian clearly did his homework for this soul ring. He took out a map he had prepared earlier and spread it on the table. "Since my martial soul has ice attributes, I plan to choose the location for the first soul ring in the Frozen Forest." "That's a good idea." Qianren slightly nodded, a hint of appreciation showing in her eyes. It seems the little guy didn't just idle away this month in the prince's residence. He actually learned something. "So when do you plan to set off? Do I even need to ask?" "The sooner the better." However, Ling Tian was just saying this in his heart. He obediently looked at Qianren, fully relying on her arrangements. Then it settled. Qianren suddenly remembered something. Her gaze shifted as she pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait a few days. After I finish handling state affairs, I will go with you." Ling Tian was taken aback for a moment. "Your Highness, are you going too?" Qianren gaze shifted slightly, revealing a hint of scrutiny. "What? Are you not welcoming?" "Of course I welcome you." Ling Tian realized that he had just misspoken and quickly tried to remedy the situation, saying, "But Your Highness has just returned to the residence, and I don't want to disturb your rest." "That's more like it." Qianren nodded slightly in satisfaction. Then she picked up her teacup, took a sip, and calmly explained, "Don't think too much about it. I've been feeling tired staying in the palace for a while, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to go out for a walk and clear my mind." Ah, Ling Tian was momentarily speechless. "Your Highness, what a delightful interest. Going to the frozen forest for a change of scenery? Such a unique choice. What more can I say? It truly shows that you are the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, as your places for relaxation are unlike those of ordinary people. By the way, Ling Tian." Meanwhile, after finishing the matters regarding the martial soul, Qian Rinxu changed the topic, a teasing smile appearing on her lips. "Did you not call me brother before? How come just a month apart and you're acting distant with me now?" Thinking of that day when he recognized Qian Rinxu as his brother, Ling Tian's expression became somewhat awkward. What was easy for others was not the same for him. The title of brother felt too foreign and even a little frightening to him, causing him concern. The psychological confusion made it difficult for him to voice it out, so he chose to avoid it. "Your Highness, I was just confused when my martial soul awakened, and what I said should be taken as a moment of jest. I did not take it as jest." Qian Rinxue's tone became serious, her light purple eyes flickering with a sincere gaze. "Ling Tian, from the moment I acknowledged you, your identity is that of my brother." But Ling Tian did not push away the warm hand on his head, but there was still a hint of confusion in his heart. However, Qian Rinxu did not urge him, merely waiting quietly for his choice. With a determined character and stunning appearance, along with experiences similar to his own childhood, Qian Rinxu seemed to see another version of herself in Ling Tian. Deeply touched, Qian Rinxu sincerely regarded Ling Tian as her younger brother. "Brother, hey." 3 days later, in front of the prince's mansion, dressed and ready, Ling Tian waited in the courtyard for Qian Rinxu. His little face was filled with excitement, clearly very interested in what was to come. "Top, top, top." As footsteps gradually approached, a gentle and familiar voice reached his ears. "I'm sorry for the delay. How long have you been waiting?" "Little brother Ling Tian. I just arrived." Ling Tian looked up at Qian Rinxu with anticipation. "Brother Prince, can we set off now?" Over the past few days of getting to know each other, Ling Tian had become accustomed to this form of address. After using it once, it felt natural to call him that again. "Give me your hand," Qian Rinxu said. As she spoke, she noticed the backpack Ling Tian was carrying and, with a thought, took off another storage ring she had prepared and handed it to him. "Brother Prince, this is a storage ring. It has 20 cubic meters of space." Qian Rinxu patiently taught Ling Tian, "Like this, in the future, if you need to carry something, just put it inside. No need to carry it on your back. Try it out." "Okay." Following Qian Rinxu's instructions, Ling Tian focused his consciousness into the storage ring. Inside was a square storage space, and the package he had placed there earlier was quietly lying in the corner. Then, according to Qian Rinxu's guidance, he enveloped his consciousness around the package, and in the next moment, a package indeed appeared on the ground. After a while, once Ling Tian had mastered the use of the storage ring, Qian Rinxu smiled and gently asked, "How is it?" "It's amazing." Looking at the ring on his index finger, Ling Tian's eyes were filled with wonder. "Do you like it?" "I do." With a smile on her lips, Qian Rinxu said, "Give this ring a name. It will be yours from now on. What do you think of Ice Crystal?" "Brother Prince, that's a beautiful name. We're ready to depart. Little Tian, you and I will share a carriage." Qian Rinxu tidied Ling Tian's messy bangs and then turned to Shuel Ling beside her, instructing, "I'm leaving the carriage for me and Ling Tian in your care. The remaining Shui guards will follow discreetly but maintain a certain distance." This was because they were taking Ling Tian to the frozen forest to obtain a soul ring. Although there weren't any powerful soul beasts there, it was quite far from Tiando City, so for safety's sake, in addition to the level 67 Soul Emperor Shuel Ling accompanying them, Qian Rinxu had also arranged a team of guards composed of Soul Kings and Soul Sects. "Understood." Everyone responded in unison. "Let's go." With a command, everyone immediately dispersed. The leader took out a purple stone and discussed his arrangements with Shuel Ling. This purple stone was their means of communication. In the event of an emergency, this team of soul masters could cover the 200 meters distance in no time. On the carriage, as it swayed along the broad official road, Ling Tian initially peeked out the curtain, curiously observing the scenery outside since he had never left Tiando City before. However, the monotonous environment outside soon made him yawn. He had been thinking about the soul ring all night, feeling a bit too excited to sleep, and the rocking of the carriage was quite hypnotic. Before long, he felt drowsy and unknowingly leaned against the carriage and fell asleep. Qian Rinxu, sitting on the other side and watching Ling Tian, noticed that he had fallen asleep. Seeing him leaning against the carriage, she couldn't help but smile lightly. However, thinking it might be dangerous for him to sleep like this and risk falling off the seat, she gently put down the book she was holding and carefully embraced Ling Tian in her arms. This way it's safe. Feeling the warmth and softness in her embrace, Qian Rinxue gradually closed her eyes as well. Xue Ling, who was driving the carriage in front, heard the faint sound of snoring from inside the carriage and slowed down the pace, trying to keep the carriage as steady as possible. A few hours later, they arrived at the frozen forest. Although the area of the frozen forest was not as large as the Starry Forest, it was still one of the few large soul beast forests within the Tiando Empire. However, unlike the diverse vegetation of the Sunset Forest and Starry Forest, the frozen forest was mostly covered with a single type of coniferous forest due to the harsh, frigid environment. The soul beasts living here were particularly cunning and ferocious due to the harsh conditions, making it difficult to find their traces without a powerful soul master accompanying them. Creak, creak. The carriage came to a smooth stop. Xue Ling turned her head and softly called out to the carriage, "Your Highness, we have arrived at the frozen forest." Qian Rinxue's voice came from inside the carriage. The little guy felt so comfortable to hold. She was a bit reluctant to let go so soon. After a moment, Qian Rinxue took Ling Tian's hand and got off the carriage, but she tightened her grip a little more. "Little Tian, the frozen forest is very dangerous. You must hold my hand tightly." "Okay." Ling Tian perked up and rubbed his sleepy eyes, responding slightly with his small hand to Qian Rinxue. After a moment, under Xue Ling's guidance, the three walked through the snow, searching for traces of soul beasts. "Your Highness, there is a snow wolf around 300 years old ahead." Since they were in a forest where soul beasts gathered, Xue Ling maintained her martial soul manifestation state, and with the enhancement from the fierce wind eagle martial soul, it was easy to spot the soul beast hiding under the snow mound. Xiao Tian, the snow wolf, is the most common type of soul beast here. They are cunning by nature and like to hide, striking their prey when they're the most relaxed. Actually, you could choose this aggressive soul beast for your first soul ring, but this snow wolf's age is insufficient. If it were another 100 years older, it could be considered. Qian Rinxue did not intend to let this soul beast serve as Ling Tian's first soul ring, as its age of just over 300 years was far from the optimal age. "But, brother, how can we tell the age of soul beast?" Ling Tian widened his eyes, curiously looking at Qian Rinxue, his bright eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Different soul beasts have different ways of being identified. For example, the ice snow wolf can be recognized by the silver patterns on its neck. With each additional pattern, its age increases by 100 years, while the age within 100 years can be determined by the length of the patterns. However, once you absorb your first soul ring and officially become a soul master, you can also roughly judge the age of a soul beast by sensing the soul power within its body. This was the method used by the snow guard earlier. So that's how it is. Ling Tian nodded seriously, clearly showing great interest in the knowledge that was not in the books. Thus, he and Qian Rinxue engaged in a serious discussion while gradually delving deeper into the frozen forest under Xue Ling's protection. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a fierce sound of battle came from ahead. Xue Ling put down the purple communication stone in her hand and reported, "Your Highness, it is the aftermath of a battle between 2,000-year-level spirit beasts. One of them is the ice snow storm bear, and the other should be the ice crystal bird. 1,000-year level?" Qian Rinxue initially wanted to bypass the combat area of the two spirit beasts, but upon seeing the look of anticipation in Ling Tian's eyes, she changed her mind and decided to take a look. Xue Ling nodded. Yes, as a powerful attack-type spirit emperor, she could still handle 2,000-year level spirit beasts. Meanwhile, the 2,000-year level spirit beasts were in a standoff. The ice snow storm bear was covered in various scratches, all left by the ice crystal bird, which had been taking advantage of its flying and speed. It concentrated its spirit power into its sharp claws and beak, easily tearing through the bear's defenses. In contrast, the large and clumsy ice snowstorm bear had no way to counter this and could only continuously restore its defensive surface, passively resisting the ice crystal bird's attacks. Although the ice crystal bird's attacks only caused superficial injuries, over time, it would eventually be exhausted to death. Roar! Finally, the ice snowstorm bear could no longer endure the harassment from the ice crystal bird. With a resounding roar, it suddenly lowered its forelegs, abandoning its defense, and then stomped its forepaws on the ground, causing frost and snow to swirl around it, obscuring the ice crystal bird's line of sight. Chapter 12. The True World of Spirit Masters. Seeking recommendations and collections. Boom! The next moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Taking advantage of the cover of the snow, the enormous ice snowstorm bear poured all its spirit power into its limbs and actually jumped into the air. A flying bear. At the same time, its two massive paws, infused with frost power, reached for the ice crystal bird's wings. Clang clang. The ice crystal bird momentarily lost focus. Realizing the bear's intentions, its eyes sharpened again, showing no sign of weakness. While swirling in midair and gathering energy, it spread its wings, launching sharp ice spikes mixed with the wind and snow, aiming at the ice snowstorm bear's forepaws. Poochie. Surprisingly, the first to be injured was the bear. The flesh and blood paw struggled to resist the sharp ice spikes, and two massive blood holes appeared in the center of the paw. However, the ice crystal bird was not in a much better state. Although the bear's paw was severely injured, it took advantage of the moment when the blood mist obscured the ice crystal bird's vision and seized one of its wings, continuously injecting frost power while holding on tightly. Flap, flap. The ice crystal bird flapped its wings desperately, trying to break free from the ice snowstorm bear's grip, but the erosion of the frost power, combined with the bear's heavy oppression, made it unable to stop its descent despite its efforts to escape. Woo! After letting out a painful wail, it plummeted straight down. Thud! The two spirit beasts fell to the ground simultaneously, kicking up nearby snow and creating a large pit in the ground. Clang clang. The ice crystal bird, pinned down by the ice snowstorm bear's paws, no longer had the same bravado it had before, its eyes now filled with fear. In contrast, although the ice snowstorm bear was also badly injured, fighting on the ground was its forte. It used its other two uninjured paws to step on the ice crystal bird's wings, and, with its blood-soaked paw clenched into a fist, aimed a heavy strike at the bird's small head. Woo! The ice crystal bird seemed to realize its fate, struggling and wailing in pain. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the ice crystal bird's voice was abruptly silenced. Its small head burst under the violent pressure of the bear's paw, sending a mixture of red and white splattering everywhere. Roar! The ice snowstorm bear stood on its enemy's bones, roaring in triumph. Meanwhile, not far from the fierce battle between the two spirit beasts, Ling Tian, who witnessed it all from behind a snow hill, felt his stomach churning violently. So disgusting. Even in his past life, he had never seen such a scene up close, where a head was smashed and brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. I wanted to wait until you obtained your first spirit ring before helping you adapt to these things. However, since it has come to this, I will teach you the most important lesson about the true world of spirit masters in advance. Qianren Xue said seriously, the profession of a spirit master is destined to be full of slaughter. Whether spirit masters or spirit beasts, any one of them could become your enemy, and you must get used to accepting such scenes. Ugh, Brother Tian, I understand what you mean. It's just that the first time, I'm a bit unaccustomed. Ling Tian understood the reasoning, but seeing this scene for the first time was still something he needed time to adapt to, especially since he was a child who had never even killed a chicken. His pale little face touched Qianren Xue's softer side. Eliminate that spirit beast. Without even glancing at the spirit beast again, she focused solely on Ling Tian, gently patting his back and using her spirit power to help alleviate his discomfort. Yes. Xue Ling dove out from the snow hill. Third spirit skill, Sanyu Blade. In midair, Xue Ling locked onto the ice snowstorm bear and swiftly swung her hand, the blade slicing through the bear's corpse, which fell in two halves. Swish! Then a gust of wind swept through, burying the giant bear's body in the deep pit. After doing all this, Xue Ling returned to Qianren Xue's side. After a while, huff, Ling Tian took several deep breaths, finally suppressing the feeling of nausea in his heart. Brother Crown Prince, let's continue on our journey. Let's return to the carriage and rest for a day. In your current state, even if we find a soul ring, you won't be able to absorb it. Plus, with the darkening sky, it's not a good time to look for soul beasts. We can talk about the soul ring tomorrow. All right then. Ling Tian curled his lips, but didn't try to show off. His condition was indeed not good, and there was no need to insist on obtaining the soul ring today, since there was no rush. Qianren Xue's purple eyes kept flickering as she turned seriously and said, "Come here, I'll carry you back." Huh. Ling Tian was taken aback and quickly shook his head and waved his hands to refuse, Brother Prince. "I can walk by myself. We are preparing to fly back. Then, can I go with Xue Ling?" Qianren Xue looked expressionlessly at Xue Ling. "What do you think? The subordinate speed is too fast. I can't take young Master Ling Tian. Come up." Without waiting for Ling Tian's suggestion, Qianren Xue domineeringly hugged him and then spread his white wings, returning to the carriage position with Xue Ling's support. The sky gradually darkened. After the three returned to the place where the carriage was parked, they set up a tent. since Xueling was responsible for the night watch. Qian Renshui and Ling Tian, two boys, had no problem resting in the same tent. Inside the tent, Ling Tian was wrapped in a thick quilt, yet still shivered from a cold. It was quite close to the frozen forest, and the icy chill constantly seeped into the tent. Watching Ling Tian huddle up and tremble, Qian Renshui, unable to find a suitable reason to hug this soft little creature, directly pulled him into her embrace. Still cold? Much better. Finally warmed up, Ling Tian nodded and did not struggle out of Qian Renshui's arms. Although it felt strange to be hugging a man, during such times, she couldn't worry too much about it. After all, she didn't want to feel that bone-chilling sensation again. Besides, there was still a 50% chance that he was a beautiful girl. Thus, with their own thoughts, the two embraced each other and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day morning, Qian Renshui groggily opened her eyes, feeling something warm lying on her chest. Looking down, she saw Ling Tian tightly hugging her like an octopus, his head resting on her chest, his hands wrapped around her waist, and his cute little face flushed, with long eyelashes fluttering as he was still asleep. He looked so peaceful. A smile crept onto Qian Renshui's lips as she gently poked his cheek with a slender finger. Then, she wrapped her arms around Ling Tian again. The soft feeling made her reluctant to let go, wishing she could hold this adorable little guy every night. P.S. This chapter is slightly sweet. Chapter 13. The Mutated Soul Ring. A woo. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl echoed across the snowy plains. Thud! A large ice spirit snow wolf, around 400 years old, was struck in the abdomen by a punch from Xueling. The intense pain from its crushed internal organs caused its pupils to dilate, and it lay on the snow, howling in agony, on the verge of death. However, Xueling controlled her strength skillfully, allowing the wolf to cling to life. Your Highness. After finishing this, Xueling retreated behind Qian Renshui. The remaining tasks of absorbing the soul ring and other related matters did not require her involvement. She just needed to do her job and quietly protect the safety of the two. Ling Tian, when absorbing the soul ring, you must clear your mind and not let the lingering resentment of the soul beast affect you. Understand? Qian Renshui seemed even more nervous than Ling Tian, repeatedly reminding him of the precautions. Don't worry, big brother. I know what to do. As he spoke, Ling Tian walked to the snow wolf, and with a thought, Bing Jian Shuang appeared in his hand. Swish! After yesterday's transformation, Ling Tian showed no hesitation, and with a swift, precise motion, Bing Jian Shuang sliced through the ice spirit snow wolf's throat. A final painful howl escaped the wolf's mouth, and its body twitched before quickly losing all vitality. Just as it took its last breath, a yellowish soul ring slowly emerged from its body, eventually floating above the corpse, emitting a faint yellow glow. Ling Tian adjusted his state with deep breaths. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, extending his right hand to use his soul power to successfully draw the soul ring onto himself. A howl filled with resentment instantly echoed in his mind. It was the remaining consciousness of the ice spirit snow wolf. Having anticipated this long ago, Ling Tian showed no signs of panic. With a thought, he condensed a sword of consciousness in his sea of knowledge and aimed it at the remnant spirit of the snow wolf, stabbing forward. The remnant spirit, being ultimately an unanchored entity, quickly couldn't withstand it and gradually diminished under Ling Tian's repeated attacks. According to the book's description, when the lingering resentment of the soul beast was completely shattered, the soul ring would be successfully absorbed and fully belong to Ling Tian. Outside, Qian Renshui's heart was tied to Ling Tian. Although she didn't show any obvious signs on the surface, her eyes would occasionally glance at him. When she saw him frown, her heart tightened. When he relaxed his brow, her heart eased, her emotions fluctuating with Ling Tian's state, constantly changing. Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed since Ling Tian began absorbing the soul ring. The earthy yellow soul ring in front of him was gradually dimming, looking as if it was about to be successfully absorbed. In the consciousness space boom, as the last trace of resentment was completely obliterated by Ling Tian, he felt a brand new power merge into his body. The soul ring absorption was successful. However, just as he was preparing to get up and report the good news to Qian Renshui, a series of crack sounds of shattering suddenly appeared in his mind. The soul ring, which should have been absorbed into his body and fused with his martial soul, suddenly shattered at the last moment, the simplest step, transforming into a mass of transparent soul power that was drawn into his martial soul, the ice crystal frost sword. What was happening? Just as Ling Tian was in a daze, the ice crystal frost sword flickered with points of blue light, and then a brand new ice blue soul ring appeared, replacing the original first soul ring's position. After all this was done, the ice crystal frost sword returned to calm. The soul ring was replaced. Ling Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering the reason for the change in the soul ring. This soul ring was definitely not provided by the ice spirit Snow Wolf. Its appearance should be closely related to his martial soul, the ice crystal frost sword. But why did such a change occur? What unknown secrets were hidden within this special martial soul? He had no clues at all. After thinking for a long time, Ling Tian still had no insights. When he recalled that Qian Rinxue and the others were still waiting outside for news of his soul ring absorption, he temporarily set aside his doubts and stopped his exploration of the soul ring. However, he felt a bit troubled about how to explain this blue soul ring later. Outside, Qian Rinxue had been waiting for nearly 3 hours. After such a long time, she couldn't help but worry even more about whether something unexpected had happened to Ling Tian. Just then, a clear voice broke the tension in her heart. "Brother, I succeeded. That's great. But why did it take so long to absorb the soul ring?" Ling Tian touched his nose and pretended to be shy as he said that he had actually finished absorbing it long ago, but forgot the time out of excitement. The changes in the soul ring were somewhat unbelievable, so he didn't intend to let others worry. "You." This response made Qian Rinxue both angry and amused. And in her annoyance, she rubbed Ling Tian's head vigorously. "Bad kid, always making people worry." Thinking of this, her strength increased a bit under her shy anger. "Elder brother, stop rubbing, my hair is all messed up." Ling Tian jumped back, covering his head to avoid Qian Rinxue's affection. His bright eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Qian Rinxue. After a moment, Qian Rinxue finally refocused her attention on the martial soul. "Ling Tian, what effect does your first soul skill have?" The ice spirit Snow Wolf is a highly aggressive soul beast, and combined with the sword martial soul, it should normally provide the soul master with a boosting soul skill. Let's see. Ling Tian had forgotten about the soul skill due to the changes with the soul ring. Ice crystal chanting frost. With a thought, the ice blue ice crystal chanting frost sword appeared in Ling Tian's hand. This was a method he thought of after discovering the changes in his martial soul, directly summoning the martial soul into his hand to cover up the issues with it. First soul skill, Ice Blade. As the ice blue soul ring appeared on the sword, Ling Tian automatically sensed the soul skill contained within it. Ice Blade. The soul power transformed by the ice crystal chanting frost sword condenses cold air, forming a layer of light blue thin film on the sword body, enhancing its attack power, with the extent of enhancement determined by the soul power. Ling Tian, this soul skill sounds pretty good. Qian Rinxue thought it was a very practical soul skill that could serve as a trump card in battles with soul masters. Just imagine if you suddenly had an explosive power several times greater than before in a fight, catching your opponent off guard and turning the tide of the battle or expanding your gains. However, the actual effect still needed to be tested. So, after Qian Rinxue had a brief understanding, Ling Tian prepared to test its power. But first, he needed to find a target. After searching for a moment, he locked onto a target in the coniferous forest ahead. These trees, which grow in extremely cold environments, are thicker and harder than ordinary trees due to the harsh external conditions, making them perfect for testing the soul skill. Swish! The blue sword light produced a sound of cutting through the air as Ling Tian swung the ice crystal chanting frost sword down with great force toward a nearby tree trunk. Crack, crack! A series of breaking sounds echoed. Without using the soul skill and relying solely on the martial soul itself, the sword wave cut through 6 tree trunks before the ice crystal chanting frost sword finally exhausted all its power. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Ling Tian began to channel his soul power. As he released his first soul skill, layers of light blue halo appeared on his body. After investing about 50% of his soul power, a gleam of excitement burst forth in Ling Tian's eyes. Almost simultaneously, he suddenly swung the ice crystal chanting frost sword, and a light blue sword light cut straight out. Boom! Crack, crack, crack! The breaking sounds were even more intense than before, as tree after tree fell. Boom, boom, boom! Moments later, the dust settled. The ground was littered with debris, and dozens of large trees were cut down at the waist. It was evident that, under the enhancement of the first soul skill, the effect of the ice crystal chanting frost sword had multiplied. This effect clearly exceeded Ling Tian's expectations. He didn't think that with the enhancement of his first soul skill, he could achieve this level. If he invested all his soul power, he might be able to fight against a great soul master. With this in mind, Ling Tian turned to Qian Rinxue. full of anticipation, and asked, "How was it, big brother?" However, at that moment, Qianrenchua's attention was not on the soul skill at all. She was staring intently at the soul ring accompanying Ling Tian, her tone serious and solemn as she asked, "What is going on with your soul ring?" This. Qianrenchua walked up to Ling Tian with an overwhelming presence, her purple eyes fixed on his. "Ling Tian, tell me the truth." Under the pressure from Qianrenchua, Ling Tian eventually revealed part of the truth. "At first, when I absorbed the soul ring, it was just like what was described in the book. But when I integrated the soul ring into my martial soul, I don't know why, its color changed like this." "The soul ring changed its color by itself?" Ling Tian nodded. "Have you felt any discomfort?" "No." What he said was indeed true, but he used a simpler way to explain the shattered soul ring. Soul ring changing color? This was the first time she had heard of it. Recalling all the books she had read about soul rings, none mentioned any colors other than the normal white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Thinking of this, Qianrenchua furrowed her brows. Her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Ling Tian. Since they were currently in the Soul Beast Forest, with no professional healer and no related books, Qianrenchua could only remind him, "Xiao Tian, if you feel any discomfort, you must not hide it. You have to tell me immediately." Ling Tian felt a warmth in his heart and obediently nodded. "Okay, come here, I'll hold you." Time was pressing, and in order to return to the mansion sooner, Qianrenchua swiftly picked up little Ling Tian and flew towards the direction of the carriage. They hurried along without stopping for several hours and finally returned to Tindo City just as dusk was falling. Outside the prince's residence, after closing the door, Qianrenchua lowered her voice and urgently asked, "Mr. Su, how is Ling Tian's health? Is there any hidden danger?" The Mr. Su that Qianrenchua referred to was Su Imo, an 83rd level soul Douluo and the chief imperial physician of the Tindo Empire, with a martial spirit of 7-star Silver Needle. "Your Highness, rest assured, this child only has a few minor issues due to irregular routines. But there are no significant problems aside from that." "Really no other issues?" Suimo clasped his hands together and replied seriously, "Your Highness can be assured. I guarantee it with my reputation." Qianrenchua naturally trusted Su Mo's medical skills. With this affirmation, she did not pursue the matter further. As for the child's minor issues, Suimo paused for a moment and took out 2 prescriptions from his storage space. "These are 2 prescriptions I prepared for your Highness to help nourish his body. He should recover in a month or so." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Concerned about Ling Tian's health, Qianrenchua carefully took the 2 prescriptions. "Xueling, please escort Mr. Su back to his residence." "Yes, Mr. Su, please." "Your Highness, I take my leave." Soon, the 2 of them disappeared around the corner of the courtyard. Looking at the prescriptions in his hand, Qianrenchua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was still unclear about the cause of Ling Tian's soul ring mutation, at least there were no apparent health issues. "Creek, I told you there is nothing wrong, but you didn't believe me, big brother." Ling Tian, who had been eavesdropping at the door, pushed it open and shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. "No problems." Just as Qianrenchua was speaking, she suddenly thought of something and turned her gaze to Ling Tian, saying with a face full of black lines, "So, you mean I was meddling in other people's affairs this time?" Big brother, I was wrong, don't pinch me." A moment later, "Can I not drink it?" Looking at the dark, bitter medicinal soup that Qianrenchua handed over, Ling Tian pinched his nose and cautiously inquired. "You cannot." Qianrenchua remained unmoved and scooped up a spoonful of the medicinal soup, blowing on it before bringing it to Ling Tian's mouth. "But I don't want to drink it." In a gentle tone, Qianrenchua coaxed Ling Tian, "Little Tian, these are all good things for nourishing your body. No amount of acting cute will work. You must drink it." I will be obedient." Qianrenchua brought the spoon back to Ling Tian's lips. "Little Tian, be good." However, under Qianrenchua's gentle persuasion, Ling Tian reluctantly took the first sip. How bitter! As he drank the entire bowl of soup, the intense bitterness filled his mouth, and Ling Tian felt like even his breath was filled with the bitterness of the medicine. "Open your mouth, little Tian." Prepared. Qianrenchua quickly unwrapped a piece of candy and fed it to Ling Tian. The sweetness of the candy finally alleviated the bitter taste. After Ling Tian had taken his medicine, Qianrenchua planned to take him out for a while to buy some nice clothes and stroll around the streets to relax, while also relieving the pressure accumulated from the icebound forest. Chapter 15. The sweet and sour feeling besides. How could her brother Qianrenchua still wear such plain clothes? Previously, she had been too busy to find time, but now that she had time, she naturally had to make it up to him. A moment later, in Tindo City, on the commercial street, This was the most prosperous commercial street in Tiando City, filled with various vendors offering everything from food, entertainment, to clothing. Qian Renxue held Ling Tian's hand as they strolled through the bustling streets. Unlike the previous time, when she accompanied Shui Ku to shop out of obligation. Being with Ling Tian made Qian Renxue feel comfortable, and she wanted to keep holding his hand and walking. Suddenly, Qian Renxue stopped and crouched down, softly saying to Ling Tian, "Little Tian, wait for me here for a moment, don't run around." Ling Tian nodded obediently. So good. Qian Renxue rubbed Ling Tian's head and stood up, walking toward the shop. A few minutes later, with her hands behind her back, Qian Renxue said with a hint of mysterious laughter, "Little Tian, guess what I brought back?" "I don't know." Ling Tian shook his head. He didn't follow Qian Renxue. So where could he guess to go? Bang 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 bang, Gandit Haton. Qian Renxue pulled out 2 sticks of candied hawthorn from behind and said with a smile, "How about it, Xiao Tian, do you like it?" Wow. Seeing the big, round, syrup-covered hawthorn, Xiao Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with little stars as he nodded repeatedly, saying, "I like it, I like it." His favorite food was candied hawthorn, but ever since he crossed over and became a little beggar, he couldn't even afford a meal, let alone candied hawthorn. At this moment, seeing such tempting candied hawthorn felt incredibly familiar. "Here, eat slowly and don't get on yourself." Qian Renxue reached out and handed the candied hawthorn to Ling Tian, smiling as she watched the little guy put the hawthorn into his mouth piece by piece. This little guy really did love this treat. As soon as they entered the commercial street, Qian Renxue noticed that Ling Tian's eyes were always glancing towards the stalls selling candied hawthorn. Whenever there was a stall selling it, he would definitely look in that direction. So she wanted to buy 2 sticks just now, and sure enough, the little guy was very fond of it. "Big brother Prince, why aren't you eating?" Ling Tian swallowed the last hawthorn with some regret, and when he raised his head, he found that the candied hawthorn in Qian Renxue's hand hadn't been touched at all. He hadn't had enough. He really wanted to eat another skewer. "Here." Qian Renxue also noticed Ling Tian's thoughts and chuckled as she handed over her own candied hawthorn. After all, she didn't really like these sweets anyway, so since Ling Tian hadn't had enough, she might as well give it to him. After all, who told her that she just liked to pamper him? Isn't the crown prince going to eat? Ling Tian took the candied hawthorn, swallowed, and looked up at Qian Renxue. "I like watching Xiao Tian eat," Qian Renxue said with a smile, gently ruffling his hair. "Go ahead and eat, and after you're done, Brother Taizi will take you to a nice place." Ling Tian looked at the candied hawthorn, then at Qian Renxue. After hesitating for a moment, he still tiptoed, suppressing his saliva, and held the candied hawthorn to Qian Renxue's lips, saying, "Brother Prince, you take a bite first." Watching the cute little Ling Tian, Qian Renxue shook her head and chuckled, pushing it back. "You eat it yourself, little Tian." However, Ling Tian pushed the candied hawthorn back again, his dark eyes seriously staring at her, clearly wanting Qian Renxue to take a bite. Qian Renxue was taken aback for a moment. "Little Tian?" Ling Tian stubbornly said. "Brother Crown Prince, you eat first." "Okay, I'll eat." Unable to refuse Ling Tian, Qian Renxue had no choice but to bite into a hawthorn. Crunch. The taste was somewhat unexpected. It wasn't the pure sweetness she had imagined, but rather a mix of sour and sweet flavors. Perhaps it was because of Ling Tian's influence, but she found it quite delicious. "Brother Crown Prince, let's eat together." Seeing the scene, Ling Tian happily smiled and then bit into another hawthorn, feeding it to Qian Renxue. "Good." Qian Renxue nodded with a smile, lowered her head, and took another bite. Just like that, the two of them quickly finished a candied hawthorn, taking turns to eat. Ling Tian gently squeezed Qian Renxue's soft palm, and under a puzzled gaze, he looked up and curiously asked, "Where's the interesting place that my brother the prince mentioned?" "You'll find out soon," Qian Renxue replied with a mysterious smile, still not revealing the destination to Ling Tian. There were quite a few people around, and after taking a few more steps, Qian Renxue stopped. It seemed there was some kind of performance ahead, blocking off half of the street and making the originally spacious area feel a bit crowded. Looking at the throng of people, Qian Renxue frowned slightly, preparing to change routes. "Brother the prince, there's a performance." However, when Ling Tian saw the performance, his eyes lit up, and he immediately looked up at Qian Renxue with wide eyes. Okay, I'll take you there," Qian Renxue said, wanting to refuse but unable to withstand Ling Tian's cute and pleading expression, so she nodded in agreement. Just as she nodded, Ling Tian excitedly pulled Qian Renxue into the crowd. But soon, Ling Tian faced a problem. The crowd was too dense, and he couldn't squeeze in. At just around 145 meters tall, he couldn't see anything unless he stood at the front. Feeling a bit frustrated, he thought to himself, after finally getting in, I ended up seeing nothing. Little Tian, can you see now? Just as Ling Tian was about to leave in disappointment, he suddenly felt a pair of arms around his waist, and the next moment, he could clearly see the performance in front of him. Brother the prince, you're so nice. The joy of regaining his view made Ling Tian's little face beam with a smile as he leaned against Qian Renshua's chest, happily watching the exciting performance inside. Although Qian Renshua, who was holding Ling Tian, wasn't watching the performance either, she also smiled happily. This little guy seemed to have some kind of magic that always lifted her spirits. It was truly wonderful. Today, the smiles shared with Ling Tian were probably more than she had had in an entire year. The key was that these smiles were genuine. Not the hypocritical ones she had to wear to win over those for resources, benefits, or the throne. After half an hour, the performance finally ended. But because there were so many people around, Qian Renshue continued to hold Ling Tian in her arms, worried he might get lost. Ling Tian had no doubts about the bustling crowd around them. He clung to Qian Renshue's neck and stayed nestled in her embrace as she led him to the fun place she had mentioned earlier. Chapter 16. Jinxiu Pavilion Seeking Recommendations. Seeking Collections. Moments later, in front of a beautifully decorated 3-story hexagonal pavilion, Qian Renshue finally came to a stop. Little Tian, we've arrived. Gently, Qian Renshue released Ling Tian while naturally holding his little hand. Jinxiu Pavilion? Ling Tian looked up and read the name of the attic from top to bottom. He had heard of this store name. Their clothing line was very famous throughout the Tiandou Empire, and many nobles and aristocrats would come here to customize their outfits. Ling Tian turned her head and asked, "Is Big Brother going to buy me clothes?" Qian Renshue nodded, gently rubbing little Ling Tian's head, and said with a soft smile, "After absorbing the first soul ring, you've grown quite a bit taller. Your old clothes definitely won't fit anymore. So it's just right that we get a few new outfits while we're out." Although Ling Tian's current clothes were decent, in Qian Renshue's eyes, they were far from sufficient. Her brother deserved the best. "Your Highness." Just as Qian Renshue was explaining to Ling Tian, a middle-aged woman with a dignified appearance approached. She first bowed and then lowered her head respectfully, saying, "The fabric you requested has been prepared." She was Li Mei, the head of the Jinxiu. Yesterday, Qian Renshue had sent someone to ask her to prepare the fabric for when she returned to order clothes today. Naturally, as the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, Li Mei placed great importance on this, so she had been waiting outside the hall early this morning for Qian Renshue's arrival. "Boss Li, please stand up and take us inside." Qian Renshue's gentle voice was warm and inviting, making people feel close to her. Yes, the Jinxiu was divided into 3 levels. The first level featured satin fabrics, which were smooth, shiny, and dense, suitable for ordinary middle-class customers. The second level had silk fabrics, which were firm and finely textured, designed for wealthy merchants or customers with a certain level of economic strength. The third level offered brocade fabrics, made of silk and woven with colorful threads, meant for customers of high status. There were no restrictions on the fabrics from the first 2 levels. Anyone with money could purchase them. However, not everyone could access the third level. The clothes here were specifically supplied for noble soul masters and aristocrats, serving as a symbol of status. Even wealthy merchants would not be sold these fabrics at the Jinxiu. As the heir of the Tiandou Empire, Qian Renshue was naturally allowed to enter the third level. Unlike the first 2 levels, where fabrics were displayed on both sides of the hall for selection, the third level was divided into individual private rooms, each dedicated to serving one customer. Throughout this journey, Ling Tian kept pondering a question: how are clothes made? Having never been exposed to the clothing-making process before, she was filled with curiosity about how a piece of fabric could be turned into a beautiful garment. "Your Highness, these are the fabrics we have prepared for you." Li Mei led Qian Renshue into the pre-prepared room number 1, then signaled to the attendants to bring out 5 batches of the finest brocade fabrics. "Your Highness, these fabrics are made from the finest silk of the Millennium Ice Snow Silkworm. Wearing them will keep you warm in winter and cool in summer. And since the main material comes from Millennium Soul Beast, they offer a certain level of defense, making it impossible for ordinary arrows to penetrate. They are also resistant to water and fire, which makes them the best-selling type of fabric recently." Qian Renshue nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Let's use this fabric and find a few styles suitable for this child." "Yes." A hint of surprise flashed in Li Mei's eyes. It was then that she noticed Ling Tian, who was accompanying the crown prince, and she couldn't help but be curious about the child's identity. A few minutes later, dozens of different types of clothes filled the room, all suitable for Ling Tian's age. Qian Renshue then took Ling Tian, who was dazed on the side, and said gently, "Little Tian, Go pick out a few clothes you like. Okay. Looking at the clothes that nearly filled the room, Ling Tian felt a sense of being dazzled for the first time. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue watched Ling Tian with great interest, curious about what kind of clothes Ling Tian would choose. White, red, purple, blue, orange. She was looking forward to Ling Tian's choice. However, very soon, Qian Renxue, with a black line on her forehead, expressed her helplessness. She admitted that Ling Tian's taste in clothing styles was on point, but the colors were all black, green, and gray, which made Ling Tian look ordinary. It completely failed to showcase Ling Tian's inherent charm. Although he could wear any outfit, it just felt inappropriate. Little Tian, why don't you try on that white one? Unable to bear it any longer, Qian Renxue decided to help Ling Tian choose. This one? Ling Tian held the clothes in front of her, then turned around to look at Qian Renxue. Not bad. Remember this style. Qian Renxue no longer trusted Ling Tian's taste. If she thought something looked good, she would turn to Li Mei beside her to take note. That blue one with patterns over there. Take it down for Xiao Tian to try on. Also not bad. Remember this style too. And let us try that light purple one. Not too good. Under the guidance of Qian Renxue, a seasoned expert, they finally decided on the color and style of the clothes after half an hour. A total of 20 sets of different clothes were ordered, including long robes, suits, and various other styles. Because Ling Tian had a fair complexion, she suited cool-toned clothing. Therefore, the main colors of these clothes were primarily white, light purple, light blue, sky blue, and magenta, with some pieces accented with warm colors. However, the main color scheme remained cool-toned, and the total number of colors did not exceed 3. Nevertheless, under Ling Tian's strong insistence and persistent persuasion, Qian Renxue still bought an additional gray-blue long robe and a pure black one. She couldn't understand why Ling Tian chose such dark clothing. It didn't showcase the unique cuteness of a child at all. Also, why did Xiao Tian dislike green? The world of children is truly complicated, and she couldn't comprehend it all. After measuring the sizes of the clothes and confirming the estimated completion time, Qian Renxue took Ling Tian and left the Jingxiagu. However, they did not return to the prince's mansion immediately. Instead, they sampled plenty of delicious food along the street before returning to the prince's mansion as the sky grew darker. Qian Renxue found that she could take more time to walk with Ling Tian. She was beginning to enjoy this feeling. Being with Ling Tian was very happy, and she would no longer think about those troublesome matters. Chapter 17. Choices and Seeking Recommendations for Apprenticeship. Please collect. 2 years later, during this time, Qian Renxue had researched many ancient texts but found no records or solutions regarding Ling Tian's soul ring mutation. However, since she had been inviting Su Mo monthly to check Ling Tian's health, and after repeatedly receiving good results, Qian Renxue gradually let go of her worries. In the evening, in the study of the prince's mansion, Qian Renxue and Ling Tian sat facing each other, with 2 letters placed on the table between them, one signed by the Tiando Royal Academy and the other by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The content of the letters was roughly the same, both wanting Qian Renxue to send Ling Tian to their institution for training. The sects and the royal family were not the same. Whether it was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Tiando Royal Academy, they were not independent of the Tiando royal family, but were intertwined with countless connections. For example, the head of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, also served as the prince's teacher. As for the Tiando Royal Academy, it was even more obvious from its name that it had ties to the Tiando royal family, as all 3 of its sole Douluo deans were appointed by the Tiando Empire. Therefore, although Ling Tian belonged to Qian Renxue, there was no conflict in joining either of these forces. It was precisely because of this reason that Qian Renxue agreed to their invitation, allowing Ling Tian to choose which faction to join. Ling Tian glanced at the 2 letters, where he saw the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Brother, I want to go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Is it because of the Sword Master? Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and said with a hint of emotion, That's true, little Tian. Your martial soul is a sword, and apart from Jian Dao Chenxian, who understands a sword path best on the entire continent, it's hard to find anyone else. Her grandfather, Qian Daolu, is the strongest in the world. However, if we only consider the sword path, her grandfather would definitely not be a match for Chenxian. Moreover, Ning Fengji had been hinting to her that the sword master intended to accept a personal disciple with Ling Tian's talent. If he goes to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he would likely become the sword master's disciple. It's a good choice. So let's choose the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. 3 days later, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian Renxue took Ling Tian to Ning Fengji and said gently with cupped hands, "Teacher, I'll leave little Tian in your care from now on. Rest assured, Qinghe, I will take care of him, brother." Ling Tian's eyes were slightly red, looking at Qian Renxue with a tinge of sadness. The 2 years and a half they spent together were the happiest times for Ling Tian, and now, with this sudden separation, a wave of sorrow enveloped them. "Xiao Tian, make sure to train well," Qian Renxue said, reaching out to rub Ling Tian's head. Then she half squatted down and hugged him close, whispering softly in his ear, "Brother promises you, I will come to the Qibao Glaze sect to see you when I have time." "Pinky swear?" "Pinky swear." Qian Renxue smiled lightly and hooked her pinky with Ling Tian's. "All right, I'm leaving now. You need to train well here by yourself." He repeated the same words as a few seconds ago. Deep down, Qian Renxue was also reluctant to part with Ling Tian. After spending half a year together, she had already grown accustomed to having the little guy in her life. After a moment, once Qian Renxue left, Ning Fengji took Ling Tian to the main hall of the Qibao Glaze sect. In the hall, Ning Fengji introduced Ling Tian's identity to the two titled Douluo in the sect, "Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, this is Ling Tian, and he is the disciple I found for you, Sword Uncle. He has innate, full soul power and a sword martial soul." Ling Tian respectfully saluted, having met two seniors. Chun Xian looked at Ling Tian up and down for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Do you want to take me as your master?" Jian Douluo was very straightforward. He had always followed his own sword path, being direct and unreserved. Ling Tian looked sincerely at Jian Douluo and said, "I came to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to be your disciple." "That's right." Chun Xian nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Ning Fengji and said, "Fengji, I have accepted this disciple." "Uncle Jian, you're too hasty." Ning Fengji helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, putting everything else aside, "You are also an elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Such a big decision as accepting a disciple should be prepared for, right? You can handle these matters." After saying this, Chun Xian grabbed Ling Tian's shoulder and stepped on the seven killing sword, leaving the main hall, leaving Gu Rong and Ning Fengji exchanging glances. Sigh. Ning Fengji had a helpless smile on his face, looking as if Uncle Jian was quite satisfied with Ling Tian. Gu Rong nodded in agreement and said, "Yeah, I've known that old rascal for over 10 years, and he rarely gets this eager." Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, on Jian Peak. This was the peak exclusively for Jian Douluo, and very few people besides Ning Fengji and others stepped into this place. "Ling Tian, this is my residence in the sect. You can find a courtyard nearby. I'll wait for you here in an hour." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Douluo's figure flashed, and he flew away on the seven killing sword. Flying with a sword, when will I be able to do that? Ling Tian stared wide-eyed, filled with envy as he watched Sword Douluo flying away on his sword. 1 hour later, Ling Tian and Sword Douluo sat on the ground. At first, Ling Tian felt a bit reserved when facing Sword Douluo, but as time went by, he gradually relaxed. "Ling Tian, what is the meaning of wielding a sword for you?" "I'm not sure." Ling Tian paused for a moment and shook his head. He had never considered this question before. "It's normal," Jian Douluo said with a light smile. "When I was your age, I was the same. You will eventually understand the meaning behind wielding your sword." "Then, Master, what is the reason for you to wield your sword?" Ling Tian asked. "To protect the sect," Jian Douluo replied, looking at his reflection in the seven killing sword. He suddenly recalled the past and self-mockingly said, "All I can do now is just this." "All right, Ling Tian, you don't need to think about this right now," Jian Douluo said, patting Ling Tian's shoulder and interrupting his deep thoughts. "Go back and have a good rest tonight. My lessons require your full concentration." By the time Ling Tian turned back to look, Jian Douluo had already left. It was truly impressive how fast a title Douluo could be. One moment he was right beside him, and the next he vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Days passed, and Ling Tian gradually adapted to Jian Douluo's teaching style. In addition to the essential soul power training every day, he also had to follow Chun Xian to learn Jian Douluo's understanding of the sword path, as well as their family S7 killing sword technique. Sometimes, he would also use the intent of the seven killing sword to temper Ling Tian's will. Besides regular training, Ling Tian had to soak in a medicinal bath prepared by Chun Xian once a week. According to him, this prescription was obtained from his experiences in the past and had significant effects on solidifying the foundation for soul masters below level 30. Chapter 18. Ling Tian, Junior Brother. Guess who I am? In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian had been training with Jian Douluo for 2 years. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Sword Peak. Ling Tian leaned against the cliff, gazing at the horizon in the distance. Thanks to the rapid development of individuals in the Douluo continent, he had transformed from a cute young boy into a handsome youth exuding a cold aura. His icy and aloof eyes seemed unfocused, with a deep calmness reflected in their depths. He wore a long indigo robe with embroidered edges and cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs, and a wide jade-patterned belt around his waist. His black hair was tied up, adorned with a small silver crown inlaid with jade. While his beauty was undeniably striking, the cold aura surrounding him meant that only those close to Ling Tian were unaffected. This change began when he acquired his second spirit ring. Unsurprisingly, when the second spirit ring was replaced by the one condensed from the ice crystal frost sword, a cold quality began to emerge from Ling Tian. Although Chan Xin was a title de law, he had no insights into this, attributing it to the uniqueness of the ice crystal frost sword. As time passed, although Ling Tian's original personality remained unchanged, that cold aura transformed him into the current distant and unapproachable figure. This also resulted in him not making many friends during his years at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sigh. Ling Tian sighed softly. It had been 2 years. A year ago, his soul power had already reached level 29, touching the threshold of a level 30 soul master, but for some reason, he had not been able to break through that thin membrane until now. His body seemed to be telling him that he was still missing something to achieve that breakthrough. Guess who I am? Just as Ling Tian was pondering how to break through to Soul Master, a sound like silver bells rang in his ears. And at the same time, a pair of soft and delicate little hands covered his eyes. Let me guess, is it Xiao Chui, Master Xiao Hong, Uncle Ning, or Grandpa Gu? Ling Tian's calm eyes flashed with a hint of amusement as he playfully mispronounced the name of the girl behind him. In fact, he didn't even have to think to know it was Ning Rongrong behind him. Among the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the only ones who could relate to him were Ning Rongrong, Sordaw, Bondalaw, Ning Fengji, and a few others. But the only girl who could joke around with him like this was Ning Rongrong. After all, the others wouldn't even dare to come close. No, did my voice really sound that masculine? The girl behind him glared at the back of Ling Tian's head, her eyes fierce, as if to say that if he got one more name wrong, he would pay for it. I'll give you one last chance. If you guess wrong again, I won't talk to you for a month, or rather a day. That's not it. Let me think again. Ling Tian pretended to think seriously for a moment, and then exclaimed with a look of realization, I guessed it. Such a sweet and cute voice must be Sister Rongrong. Master Brother Ling Tian got it right. Ning Rongrong, as usual, threw aside her previous annoyance as soon as she heard Ling Tian's praise. 2 years ago, when the young Ning Rongrong came to Jianfeng to find Grandpa Jian, she happened to see Ling Tian, who was still practicing at that time. As a beauty enthusiast, the young lady Ning immediately took a liking to this adorable little brother. Thus, they gradually became familiar with each other through their interactions. Moreover, since Ling Tian didn't have many friends at that time, Ning Rongrong, being a year older, naturally became his senior sister. After playing around for a while, Ling Tian looked at the lively little beauty in front of him and recalled the incident a while ago when she was grounded. With a hint of confusion, he asked, Sister Rongrong, why are you here at Sword Peak again? Aren't you afraid of Uncle Ning punishing you? Ning Rongrong placed her little hands on her hips, proudly lifting her head. I'm not afraid of him at all. Ling Tian deeply questioned Ning Rongrong's self-deceptive remarks, not forgetting that after Uncle Ning punished her last time, she came to me and cried all night. Ning Rongrong noticed Ling Tian's true thoughts and glared at him fiercely. Don't expose your sister's shortcomings. After all, she is the little witch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she has never done anything so embarrassing. Ning Rongrong extended a finger, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. And this time I didn't sneak out. My dad let me come over. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Ning? Ning Rongrong recalled the conversation they just had. He asked me to call you to the main hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, saying that Grandpa Jian seems to have a way to help you break through to Soul Sage. Senior Sister Rongrong, let's go quickly. As soon as he heard that his master seemed to have a way to break through to Soul Sage, Ling Tian had no intention of listening any longer. He immediately grabbed Ning Rongrong's arm, took out the ice crystal frost sword, and flew with Ning Rongrong towards the main hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In these 4 years, he not only improved his soul power, but also learned the sword flying technique he had long coveted, which the sword Douluo taught him as a gift when he broke through to Great Soul Master. Focused on quickly getting to the main hall, Ling Tian did not notice the blush that appeared on the face of the girl leaning against him. A few minutes later, at the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong made a face at Ling Tian, then jogged ahead and rushed to Ning Fengji. Daddy, I brought junior brother Ling Tian back. Greetings, Master, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Gu. Ning Fengji gently asked Xiao Tian. Rongrong should have told you the reason we came to find you, right? Ling Tian nodded and said, The sword Douluo said solemnly. I discussed with Feng Ji and the others and decided to take you out for some training to see if we can help you successfully break through to the Soul Master realm. Ling Tian asked with some confusion, Master, why didn't you let me go out for training before? Bon Douluo took the conversation. Xiao Tian, your soul power had increased too quickly before. Being stuck at level 29 for a year may not be a bad thing for you. Then the two explained to Ling Tian why they didn't let him go out for training a year ago. The speed at which Ling Tian's soul power is increasing is too fast. Generally, at his age, most people are still struggling around the Great Soul Master level, while he is already ready to break through to soul respect at any time. It is precisely because Ling Tian's soul power has increased too quickly that he struggles to keep up with the control over it, resulting in his mastery not reaching a normal level. So from another perspective, this year's accumulation is also a good thing for Ling Tian. Although his level hasn't increased, he has completely managed to convert his soul power of 29 into equivalent combat power. In terms of personal strength, he has improved several times compared to before. Moreover, even if Ling Tian's soul power hasn't progressed in a year, having a soul power of 29 at the age of 10 is still enough for him to lead his peers, which is also the reason why the sword Douluo dared to suppress him for a year. P.S. Seeking recommendations, collections, investments, and comments. Every day, looking at the empty tickets and comments makes me feel like I'm playing a single-player game. Please, dear readers who like this book, support a bit. Thank you. Chapter 19. Ice and Snow Great Soul Arena. After understanding the good intentions of the sword Douluo and others, Ling Tian agreed with their viewpoints, nodded, and continued to ask, Teacher, where are we going for this training? The extreme north. The sword Douluo said in a deep voice, the more dangerous the place, the more it can stimulate the potential within a person's body. If you want to break through, it's the same, and your martial soul attributes are very suitable for the environment there. Extreme north, teacher, when do we set off? Ling Tian's cold eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance, indicating his interest in the matter. Very good. Sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction. You go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the extreme north. Grandpa Jian, I want to go with junior brother Ling Tian too. Upon hearing that Ling Tian was leaving the sect for training, Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened, and she quickly expressed her desire to join. Nonsense. Before Chen Xian could speak, Ning Fengji began to reprimand Ning Rongrong. You girl only knows how to cause trouble every day. Look at your junior brother Ling Tian, who is 1 year younger than you and is already a level 29 Great Soul Master. You will stay in the sect properly this time. You can go out again only when you break through to Soul Sovereign. He said this on purpose. Ning Rongrong's talent could definitely be considered genius. Moreover, in his eyes, this daughter who broke through to Great Soul Master before the age of 12 had always been his pride, and he said this more to encourage Ning Rongrong. Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes, looking at Sword Douluo Chen Xian with anticipation. Rongrong, you cannot go. However, this time, Chen Xian did not agree as he usually did to any request from Ning Rongrong. The extreme north is too dangerous. This time, listen to your father and stay in the sect. Grandpa Gu. As soon as Ning Rongrong heard this, she immediately turned to look at Bon Douluo with a pitiful expression. Gu Rong quickly comforted the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, speaking gently. If Rongrong doesn't go, then she doesn't have to. If they leave, isn't Grandpa Bone here to keep you company? If I can't go, then I won't go. Seeing that even Bon Douluo, who usually spoiled her the most, did not agree this time, Ning Rongrong could only pout in anger and leave the main hall with an unhappy expression. Ning Fengji, as if nothing had happened, said gently, Ling Tian, you can go back and prepare. Fengji, what you said just now was too harsh. Once the children left the main hall, Bon Douluo immediately turned to complain to Ning Fengji. Not everyone is as monstrous as that kid. For Rongrong's age, reaching level 25 in soul power is already very good. Similarly, Sword Douluo, who was beside him, did not speak, but also showed some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Uncle Gu, Ning Fengji explained to the two why he acted that way just now. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sure enough, it was here. Looking at the girl under the tree, Ling Tian sighed. Still, as he walked forward, preparing to say a few comforting words. Ling Tian noticed that Ning Rongrong was holding a book, leaning against the tree and reading it with great interest. In a good mood? Ling Tian flashed a smile in his eyes. However, when he clearly saw the content of the book, his expression gradually became less natural. Heck, comfort? Forget it. ISNT this quite enjoyable. I can still write here to entertain myself. What more comfort do I need? Let her play by herself. I regard you as my senior sister, and you actually think. A month later, in Snow City. This is one of the 3 largest cities in the extreme northern region and the only city in the extreme north with a high-level Seoul arena. In the audience of the Seoul arena, a group of wealthy merchants waiting for the contestants to appear were discussing with great interest whether tonight's star contestant, Bing Ji, could achieve consecutive victories and win the purple gold soul medal. Old Wan, who are you betting on tonight? Do I even need to ask? Of course, it's the Sword Emperor Bing Ji. Who can compete with him at the Grand Soul Master level? Just don't regret it. What? Do you have some insider information? There really is no one who can compete with Bing Ji, but tonight he has to face a Soul Sovereign. Soul Sovereign? Yes. I heard he even requested this match himself, just as everyone was discussing in the top box of the Snow City Soul Arena. Knock, knock, knock. A servant lightly knocked on the door and respectfully said, Mr. Bing Ji, it's your turn to appear. MMM. A response quickly came from inside the room. Ling Tian calmly said to Chun Xian, Teacher, I'm going down first. The Sordo nodded and solemnly advised, be careful. Your opponent may have just advanced to the Soul Sovereign, but he still has one more soul skill than you. Don't worry, teacher, I will respond seriously. A few minutes later, with the conclusion of the battle on the first Soul Arena, the highly anticipated Purple Gold Soul battle was about to begin. On the Soul Arena, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo stood in the center. He cleared his throat and announced, Next, we will have the final match of our 14 Soul Arena's one-on-one battles. Responsible for this finale is the Grand Soul Master with a top-tier Sword Martial Soul, the Sword Emperor Bing Ji, facing the Beast Martial Soul, Earth-Splitting Bear S Soul Sovereign. Jiao Wudi. Will the Ice Emperor be able to defeat his opponents beyond his rank, or will Master Jiao Wudi end the Ice Emperor's winning streak? Let's wait and see. Now, let the 2 contestants enter. The Sword Emperor is coming out. The Sword Emperor is coming out. Go, Sword Emperor. So handsome. He truly deserves to be my husband. That little girl is just playing. He is obviously my husband. Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor. Ha! A bunch of madmen. Jiao Wudi, I'm betting my entire fortune on you. You must defeat that guy. Jiao Wudi, beat him up. You are a Soul Sovereign. It's quite rare to see a Soul Sovereign and a Grand Soul Master battle across ranks. Just for show. If he can't win against a 3-ringed opponent with 2 rings, he shouldn't be a Soul Master. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, as the doors on both sides of the Soul Arena opened, Ling Tian, wearing an ice blue long robe and a half-fox mask on his face, slowly walked out. At the same time, Ling Tian's opponent, the Soul Sovereign Jiao Wudi, also arrived on the Soul Arena. He stood at an astonishing height of around 2 meters, bare-chested, his body covered in bulging muscles like a puffed-up steam bun. His shoulders were broad, his chest well-developed, and the muscles on his chest and upper arms bulged out like a bodybuilder. His tiger-like eyes glinted with ferocity, and as he stepped onto the stage, he roared like a hellish demon. No need to ask, this was a strength-type battle soul master. Heh, you're the little brat who calls himself the Sword Emperor? Jiao Wudi looked down at Ling Tian from above, his eyes filled with contempt and brutality. Chapter 20. Ice Snow Mirror Image. What a purple gold soul medal. The cultivation of a soul sovereign is not something a Grand Soul Master can shake. Facing Jiao Wudi's provocation, Ling Tian merely glanced at him and did not respond. Jiao Wudi was thoroughly enraged by Ling Tian's attitude. His brutal gaze seemed as if it could crush him. Little brat, you will regret this. The referee on the Soul Arena felt the tense atmosphere between the two and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly announcing the start of the battle. I announce that the final match of the 14th Soul Arena, Grand Soul Master Bing Ji against Soul Sovereign Jiao Wudi, begins now. Immediately, the referee hurriedly ran off the stage. First soul skill, Earth Tremor. Just as the referee's voice fell, Jiao Wudi suddenly stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A silver-white giant bear appeared behind him, and 3 brownish-yellow soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Then, the first soul ring suddenly lit up, and the ground began to shake around Jiao Wudi, quickly spreading to affect the entire Soul Arena. Control type, soul skill? Ling Tian gripped the hilt of the Bing Jian Shuang sword, eager to see what actions Jiao Wudi would take next. Second soul skill, Earth-Shattering Bear Paw. Third soul skill, Powerful Stacking. The second and third soul rings lit up simultaneously, a rich earthy yellow light swirling in his palm. As long as you are affected by my first soul skill, you won't be able to evade the upcoming attack at all. Zhao Wudi saw that Ling Tian had not reacted until now and felt a surge of joy, raising his right palm to strike at Ling Tian's chest. Down you go. Bang. The bare paw landed solidly on Ling Tian's body, and seeing this scene, Zhao Wudi was ecstatic, immediately launching another palm strike to knock him down from the soul fighting platform and end the battle. However, at that moment, the Ling Tian in front of him suddenly shattered, and a cold voice came from behind him. Is this your strongest strike? Not good, this is a decoy. Zhao Wudi quickly realized that the Ling Tian in front of him was a clone. But just as he prepared to withdraw and deal with the real Ling Tian behind him, he found that his body was frozen in place by the shattered ice sculpture, unable to move for a short time. This was Ling Tian's second soul skill. It was still the ice snow mirror image granted by the Bing Jiyin Shuang sword. When the main body is attacked, it can instantaneously condense an ice sculpture identical to the main body in its original position, while the main body can appear in any position within 5 meters of the ice sculpture. At the same time, the ice shards formed from the shattered decoy can briefly affect the attacker's movements. First soul skill, Ice Blade. Ling Tian raised the Ice Frost Enin sword, and as the soul power gathered, the chill emanating from the sword intensified. It's over. As soon as the words fell, Ling Tian swung the sword. Boom! The ice blue sword wave surged forward, and the control Zhao Wudi had no ability to resist as he was heavily struck in the back by the sword wave. Zhao Wudi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and, pushed by the force of the sword wave, was thrown out of the arena. It's over. Ling Tian sheathed his sword and stood still. The battle was already over in the blink of an eye. It was not the fierce struggle one might imagine. Everyone only saw Ling Tian draw his sword, strike down, and then the soul, sovereign-level Zhao Wudi was sent flying off the stage. The referee gulped hard, snapping back to reality after swallowing a big mouthful. The Sword Emperor Bing Ji wins, with a record of 231 victories and 0 defeats. Once the referee finished announcing, Ling Tian put away his martial soul and left the soul fighting platform. Below the stage, a man jogged up to Ling Tian, who was about to return to his room, and respectfully handed him an exquisite small box containing the prestigious and identity-confirming purple gold soul fighting medal of the Grand Soul Arena. Ling Tian said nothing, nodded, and accepted the medal. This was what he deserved, so there was no need for any polite words. Our boss is very interested in you. May I invite you to have a chat with him? Not interested. After saying this, Ling Tian didn't care about the reaction of the man behind him, put away the purple gold soul medal, and returned to the room where Sword Douluo was. He wasn't afraid of anyone getting hot-headed and causing trouble for him. With Sword Douluo by his side for protection, anyone who had malicious thoughts about him would be asking for trouble. A moment later, in the room, Ling Tian took out the purple gold soul medal and said calmly, "Teacher, I got it." "Not bad." Sword Douluo nodded with satisfaction. The time he originally set was 6 months to obtain the purple gold soul medal. Unexpectedly, Ling Tian took only 4 months to advance from the Iron Soul medal to the current purple gold soul medal, which was 2 months earlier than he had estimated. Starting tomorrow, you won't have to participate in the soul fighting competitions anymore, Sword Douluo said gently. Take a good rest for a few days. A week later, we will officially enter the extreme north. The environment there is harsh and full of dangers. That will be your real training. The Great Soul Arena was just a stopover for Ling Tian. It was a place to transform the knowledge imparted by Sword Douluo over the years into his own skills through battle. The ultimate goal was to master this knowledge to face the even more severe dangers of the extreme north. As for Chan Xion's arrangements, Ling Tian had no objections. He indeed needed to rest for a while to adjust his state. Just like a tightly strung bow, if it remained tense all the time, it would eventually break. Proper relaxation and rest were also necessary. Chen Xian seemed to remember something and suddenly stood up to walk outside. "Teacher Ling Tian, what is this?" Chen Xian squinted his eyes, a trace of killing intent gathering in his gaze. "There are some annoying flies outside. Let me help you deal with them before entering the extreme north." His tone was very calm, as if it was really just a matter of going out to swat a few flies. Under his watch, someone actually dared to plot against his disciple. Did they really think his 7 kills sword couldn't cut through people? Today, he would kill a few to send a signal to those guys that anyone who touches his disciple, the Sword Douluo, Chan Xian, would die. This is his attitude as a Sword Douluo. No one can touch his disciple, not even with a mere thought. After so many years, he finally found a disciple that suited him best and he wouldn't allow any accidents to happen in between. A week later, at the border of the extreme north, the master and disciple stood on their respective martial souls, taking less than half an hour to travel from Ice Snow City to the boundary of the extreme north. One more step forward, and they would enter the infamous forbidden area of the human realm in the extreme north, a paradise for soul beasts. A place even titled Douluos wouldn't easily tread. Chapter 21. Captured by the Snow Empress. Xiao Tian. Just ahead is the extreme north. Chun Xen sheathed his 7-kill sword and said in a deep voice, "Once you enter the extreme north, everything will depend on you. Be cautious with any soul beast you encounter until you break through to Soul Sovereign. Unless you encounter life-threatening danger, I won't help you proactively. This is your own trial. Teacher, I will be careful." Ling Tian looked at Chun Xin with a determined expression, resolutely aiming to break through to the Soul Sovereign this time. At this moment, in the ice and snow temple of the extreme north, Father God, the moment Ling Tian stepped into the extreme north, the Snow Emperor, who was still in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes, her cold gaze filled with shock and joy. Then, her figure flickered and transformed into a silvery light, disappearing within the Grand Hall. 2 days later, at the outskirts of the extreme north. At this moment, Ling Tian raised the Ice Jixiang Frost Sword, facing off against a 1,000-year level Frost Snow Bear. Roar! With a loud, powerful roar, the Frost Snow Bear, having circled a few times, finally couldn't hold back and pounced forward with fierce momentum, its 4 claws digging into the ground. Clang! Ling Tian raised his right hand, holding the long sword in front of him to block the bear's claws. Whoosh! Immediately, he turned his body to the left, holding the sword with his right palm facing up, and his right arm rotated outward as the blade moved to the left, swiftly slicing through the ice frost bear's claws. The hurt snow bear had just wanted to retract its claws, but it was already too late. Ling Tian seized the opportunity to strike, thrusting his sword while pivoting on his wrist, creating a circular motion with the sword held upright on both sides of his arms. A decisive wrist cut opened a large hole in the chest of the giant bear. Then, with a tremor of the sword body, he completely severed its heart vein. Thud! As the massive bear's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, Ling Tian sheathed his martial soul and continued on his way. This was already the 3rd 1,000-year level soul beast to fall under his sword. In all 3 battles, without exception, Ling Tian did not use any soul skills. He relied solely on the basic sword techniques taught by the sword Douluo, employing the simplest moves: thrust, chop, lift, hang, point, wipe, support, frame, sweep, intercept, stab, push, transform, collapse, and cloud, to battle those 3,000-year soul beasts, honing his swordsmanship. Indeed, his sword skills were proficient, although his soul power was only at level 29. Ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts were no match for him. Floating in mid-air, Chun Xian watched as Ling Tian effortlessly dealt with the 3,000-year soul beasts, a hint of admiration appearing at the corner of his mouth, as expected of the disciple he valued. After consuming some food to restore a bit of energy, Ling Tian looked ahead and murmured softly, "We should be approaching the inner area, right? It's time to delve deeper." Ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts could no longer satisfy him, and the quality of the soul beasts in the outer area was generally low. He needed stronger opponents to break through to Soul Sage. So entering the inner area was a certainty. Ling Tian frowned slightly, feeling that the number of soul beasts seemed to be even fewer. After 2 days deep in the extreme north, Ling Tian noticed that encounters with 1,000-year level soul beasts had decreased significantly, even less than when he was at the outskirts. Just then, a cold wind swept towards Ling Tian. Who? Feeling that something was off, Ling Tian was startled and retreated several steps, tightly gripping the ice crystal frost sword in his hand. Xiao Tian, stand behind me. Chun Xian suddenly appeared in front of Ling Tian, slashing through the cold wind with a single sword strike. At this moment, he had already entered a combat state, with the 7-killing sword standing in front of him, his expression solemn and his gaze fixed intently ahead. He sensed an aura nearby that was not weaker than his own. Teacher, the situation has changed. We should leave here. Although they had not yet discovered the enemy, Chun Xian felt a sense of unease in his heart and decisively decided to take Ling Tian out of the extreme north to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Let him go. A cold voice pierced through layers of ice and snow, ringing in the sword Douluo's ears, carrying a strong warning. Who are you? Sword Douluo frowned and stepped forward, holding his sword and looking around. I am Chun Xian, elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. May I ask who you are? There was no response. Moments later, In Ling Tian's line of sight, a human woman dressed in white was gracefully walking towards them. With each step of her pure, white jade feet, a piece of ice formed below, lifting her up. Ling Tian suddenly reminded, "Teacher, look over there." Chen Xian frowned slightly. A human woman? In his impression, there was no title Douluo that matched the identity of a woman. Could she be some hidden, powerful being? Your Excellency, the Father God. The Snow Empress looked excitedly at the boy behind Chen Xian and then waved her hand. Ling Tian felt darkness before his eyes, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness and uncontrollably flew towards her. By the time Chen Xian noticed, the unconscious Ling Tian was already lying behind the Snow Empress. Ling Tian, the seven-killing sword appeared in response, sword energy swirling around, killing intent directed at the Snow Empress. However, because Ling Tian was still in the Snow Empress's hands, Chen Xian ultimately suppressed his anger and did not act rashly. What do you mean by this, Your Excellency? Human Soul Master, leave this place. At the same time, the Snow Empress looked at Chen Xian with cold eyes, a hint of disgust flashing in her gaze. She hated humans. It was those despicable humans that caused the extreme north to suffer that catastrophe back then. If it weren't for the Father God striking that sword, the extreme north might have long since ceased to exist. If it weren't for Ling Tian's sake, she would have already expelled Chen Xian from the territory. A human soul master? Chen Xian suddenly guessed the identity of this person. 100,000-year level soul beast king, and not just any 100,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given him the heart palpitations he just felt. Release my disciple, and we will leave this place immediately. After silently calculating his chances of victory in his heart, Chen Xian understood he was not the opponent and could only retreat. The Snow Empress frowned slightly, her expression displeased as she stared at Chen Xian. You want to take Ling Tian? What a joke. Suddenly, she slapped out a palm, the Snow Empress's third ultimate move. The great cold, no Snow Empress palm, enveloped in an endless icy momentum, crushing towards Chen Xian. Such a strong momentum, even as a peak title Douluo at level 96. Chen Xian felt his insignificance when facing the Snow Empress's palm. That palm seemed like a mountain, and he felt as fragile as a fly before it. 7th soul skill. 7 killing true body. 8th soul skill, moving mountains and filling seas. 9th soul skill, God and Demon 2 cuts. One powerful soul skill after another was released from the sword Douluo's hands. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. His entire mind focused on countering the Snow Empress's palm. The Snow Empress still held back. The Emperor's palm was only effective if it hit the enemy directly, and the palm she struck towards the sword Douluo was merely superficial. At most, it would only make him faint for a while. Meanwhile, after the strike, the Snow Empress no longer paid attention to Chen Xian, picked up the still unconscious Ling Tian, and disappeared into the blizzard. Chapter 22. You are me, but I am not you. A tear silently slid from the corner of the Snow Empress's eye. Father God, you have finally returned. Ice and Snow Divine Hall. Where's this? Ling Tian, waking up slowly, opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Father God. A warm embrace pulled him back to reality, and looking down, he saw the woman who had kidnapped him tightly holding him in her arms. Ling Tian sat dazed in place, opening his mouth, but not knowing what to say. What is going on? Just now, what did you call me? After a moment, I'll say it to you again. I really am not some Father God. Ling Tian looked at the Snow Empress with a helpless expression, earnestly explaining, I'm just a small soul master from Tiando City. This is my first time in the extreme north. How could I possibly be the Father God you speak of? After their previous conversation, he finally understood the whole story. It all started because the Snow Empress was convinced that he was the Father God, which led to a series of events that ultimately brought him back to her palace. The Snow Empress said seriously, Father God, I will not mistake your aura. But I really am not. Ling Tian thought for a moment and decided to use proof by contradiction to question the Snow Empress. All right, then tell me, apart from what you call aura, what other way do you have to prove that I am the Father God you know? Since he couldn't convince the Snow Empress, he would let her present evidence. After waiting for a while, Ling Tian continued, If there is no evidence, I hope you certainly have some. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the Snow Empress's eyes, and then she confidently asked, Your martial soul should be a sword, right? Its name is Bingji Yin Xuan. How do you know its name? Ling Tian asked. The Snow Empress chuckled lightly and said, This is the most important thing for you, Father God, so of course I know. It was through Bingji Yin Xuan that I sensed the location of the Father God. Ling Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and continued. Snow Empress, Although you guessed my martial soul correctly, I am still the Father God. The Snow Empress interrupted Ling Tian's words, speaking with confidence. Please follow me to a place, and once we arrive, you'll understand everything. Moments later, the Snow Empress led Ling Tian out of the Ice and Snow Divine Hall, stopping in front of another, even taller and grander hall. What is this? Ling Tian suddenly stood frozen in place as he looked at the magnificent hall. The scene from his martial soul awakening reappeared in his mind. He had seen this hall before. It was the one he had seen in the illusion during his martial soul awakening. Could it be that what the Snow Empress said is true? The belief in the spirit of heaven wavered, and for the first time, doubts arose about whether what the Snow Empress said was the truth. This is the Ice God Palace, your former residence. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress had already arrived at the front of the hall. With a flick of her wrist, a snowflake-shaped ice crystal appeared in her palm, and then she pressed the ice crystal into the groove on the nearby stone pillar. With a click, as the mechanism activated, the tightly closed door finally opened. Father God, here it comes. Ling Tian shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and followed the Snow Emperor inside. Father God, the answer is inside. I understand. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian reached out to push open the door and stepped boldly into the inner hall, while the Snow Emperor waited outside with eager eyes. Inner hall. As Ling Tian entered the grand hall, the door automatically closed behind him. Soon after, a beam of blue light began to flicker from the ceiling, guiding Ling Tian towards the throne at the deepest part of the room. It was asking him to sit there. Just as Ling Tian sat on the throne, the guiding blue light suddenly converged into a long sword, and before he could react, the radiance surged into his forehead. Consciousness space. Following the blue light, Ling Tian entered his consciousness space for the first time. He saw the blue light gather into a figure, who spoke with a tone of regret, lamenting that after preparing so many trump cards, he had unexpectedly ended up using this backup plan in the end. Ling Tian stared intently at the man in front of him. The Father God that the Snow Empress mentioned is you, right? So who exactly are you? The man seemed to find this question amusing. He murmured to himself for a while before answering Ling Tian's question. I am you, but the you now is not me. What do you mean by that? You will understand soon. These things can't be explained in just a few words. You should see for yourself. After saying this, the man suddenly appeared in front of Ling Tian. Immediately, he pressed 2 fingers against Ling Tian's forehead, and as his form began to fade, blue light continuously surged into Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian's forehead was covered in sweat as he cried out in pain. He felt as if something had been added to his brain, swelling uncomfortably as if it were about to explode. My task is finally complete. At the same time, as the blue light from the man flowed entirely into Ling Tian's body, a visage identical to Ling Tian's also emerged beneath the light. But he quickly could no longer maintain his form and completely dissipated. An hour later, hissing, Ling Tian finally opened his eyes. The confusion that had been in his gaze moments before vanished, replaced by a clarity of understanding. So that's how it is. He understood everything. The person in the consciousness space was right. He was indeed a part of his own memories. As for the Father God mentioned by the Snow Empress, it was indeed him, or rather, it was his past self from hundreds of thousands of years ago, who became a god by reincarnating as a soul beast and created the position of the Ice God, the first and last Ice God, Ling Tian. Back then, he had crossed over into the world of Douluo continent as a soul beast. Knowing the plot, he decisively chose to transform and rebuild himself to escape the identity of a soul beast, ultimately succeeding in achieving the divine realm. Before ascending, he left behind this memory in his original palace. After all, even in the divine realm, one could not be completely carefree. And given his special identity as a soul beast reincarnate, this decision was also a way to leave himself a backup plan. In case of an unexpected fall, he could quickly grow stronger by relying on these memories upon being reborn, reclaiming the divine position. The memory that Ling Tian had just absorbed was all the memories he had left before ascending, while the memories from that point until his fall were completely blank. After all, at that time, he was in the divine realm and, due to his identity, could not descend to the lower realm, thus could not leave any memories behind. However, this does not mean that the memories of his fall could never be restored. The fact that he remembered the Douluo continent when he reincarnated indicates that the memories of his fall were likely severed. Otherwise, how could he still remember things from Earth in his past life? Therefore, as his cultivation improves in the future, he should be able to recall those memories. Chapter 23. Ling Tian and the Ice God in the Ice God Palace. Ling Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Previously, during the fusion with this memory, the most worrying scenario, his own memories being overwhelmed by the vast memories of ice god Ling Tian, causing him to become Ling Tian, did not occur. His consciousness remained distinctly Ling Tian, not ice god Ling Tian, although a segment of memory had appeared in his mind. The primary memories still belonged to this life of Ling Tian. The memories of the ice god from his previous life felt to him like a lengthy novel he had already read. Although there were many experiences and exciting content, he only remembered some key parts, with 99 of the trivial experiences occupying just a corner of his mind. The remaining bits were mostly about rare treasures and cultivation experiences on how to quickly improve one's cultivation, which would not affect Ling Tian in this life, nor would they turn him into the former ice god, Ling Tian or Ling Tian. Moments later, with a loud bang, the main gate of the inner hall was opened from the inside. Looking at the Snow Empress standing at the door with eager eyes, Ling Tian's memories of her gradually surfaced in his mind. Back when he was training in the extreme northern region, he discovered this being the purest ice attribute entity formed from the essence of heaven and earth, the Snow Empress, right in the core area of the extreme north. He then took her under his wing, caring for her as if she were his own daughter. Ultimately, he trained her step by step to become the sovereign spirit beast of the extreme north, which allowed him to ascend to the divine realm with peace of mind. Father God, whom Ling Tian still felt a bit awkward, but he accepted the title after all, as he was indeed the father god of the Snow Empress in his previous life. I miss you so much, Ling Tian. The Snow Empress suddenly threw herself into Ling Tian's arms. You've worked hard. Ling Tian awkwardly embraced the Snow Empress, listening to her faint cries, and instinctively patted her back gently. However, due to the height difference between the two, it looked more like Ling Tian was being held in the Snow Empress's arms. Noticing this, Ling Tian's expression became somewhat unnatural. After a moment, inside the main hall of the Ice God Palace, the Snow Empress began to introduce the changes in the extreme north since his fall. Without the protection of a deity, the situation in the extreme north had deteriorated rapidly over the years. Since Ling Tian was the ice god, his fall had the greatest impact on the extreme north, particularly because the soul beasts no longer had a god's care, leading to predictable consequences for their tribulations. As a result, with the fall of the 10,000-year level soul beasts, the strength of the extreme north had gradually diminished. This had aroused the greed of humans and sea soul beasts. As the ruler of the extreme north, the Snow Empress naturally had to fulfill her responsibilities as the strongest, fighting against the nearby sea soul beasts to protect the extreme north. Fortunately, the Father God had finally returned. At this point, the Snow Empress looked at Ling Tian beside her, a relaxed smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. As long as you restore your divine position, all the difficulties in the extreme north will be easily resolved. That little snow. Ling Tian hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. Can you not always call me Father God in the future? As expected, upon hearing this, the smile on the Snow Empress's face quickly faded, and her once bright eyes dimmed. In a low tone, she said, Does Father God not want little snow anymore? Despite being the ruler of soul beasts in the extreme north now, in front of the long-lost Father God, she would always be a child who never grows up. Shwe shwe, please calm down and listen to me. Ling Tian took a deep breath and said seriously, I don't hate you. It's just that I'm really not used to the title Father God. You have to understand that standing in front of you is Ling Tian, a 10-year-old child, not the ice god of the past. Is it appropriate for a soul beast that has lived for 700,000 years to call a 10-year-old child Father God? Of course, this is something Ling Tian only dares to think in his heart. After all, age is a common issue for women, and if I say this out loud, it won't just be a matter of title anymore. Do you understand what I mean? So, does Father God just want to change the title? Yes, that's exactly it. But I don't want to change. Father God is Father God. Change it. No change. The two began a long discussion about the title. In the end, Snow Emperor and Ling Tian decided to make a compromise. When there were no outsiders present, Snow Emperor could continue to call him Father God. Otherwise, the title had to change. Moreover, Snow Emperor added a condition that Ling Tian should also maintain his own title. By the way, Schwer, my teacher. As he was speaking, there was a subtle fluctuation of soul power within Ling Tian, a sign of a breakthrough in soul power. Ling Tian's eyes flashed with joy. He didn't expect that the soul power problem that had troubled him for a year would break through at this moment. Thinking of this, he quickly collected his thoughts, sat down, and focused on guiding the soul power to break through. Boom! Moments later, as Ling Tian opened his eyes, a wave of soul power surrounded him. successfully breaking through to the rank of Soul Master at level 30. What type of soul ring does the Father God need to break through to Soul Master? As the ruler of the extreme north, it will be quite simple for the Snow Emperor to find a few dying thousand-year-old soul beasts to offer as Ling Tian's third soul ring. Any thousand-year level soul beast would suffice. Ling Tian waved his hand to stop the Snow Emperor, calmly explaining, "My soul ring is the Ice Crystal Frost Sword, which was autonomously condensed by absorbing the power of a thousand-year soul beast. So as long as the time is sufficient, it can be done. Leave it to me, Father God." The Snow Emperor flashed and went outside to search for a soul beast. At this moment, Ling Tian, through understanding the memories of the Ice God, had basically grasped the uniqueness of his martial soul. The Ice Crystal Frost Sword is the vessel of the Ice God's divine position. If it were the perfect Ice Crystal Frost Sword as a martial soul, it wouldn't need the power of a soul beast at all. It could condense a soul ring immediately upon breaking through. However, now the Ice Crystal Frost Sword had suffered severe damage earlier, so it could only absorb the power of the original soul ring and use that to autonomously condense the soul skill that best suited him, which is why the soul ring had turned into its current ice blue color. P.S. Let me clarify some doubts. First of all, the issue of memory is actually something the Ice God did intentionally, although reincarnation and recultivation mean the essence of the soul is still him. It has formed a completely new personality. If all of his memories from tens of thousands of years were to flood into Ling Tian's mind, that personality would no longer exist. But the Ice God did not want that. He has his own pride and persistence, so he chose to dilute his memories, leaving only those related to improving cultivation. The new self has a new life, and his memories are just meant to pave the way for the growth of the new self, nourishing himself to become himself. In other words, the Ice God's memories are merely an observer to Ling Tian, not an experiencer, so he would not change as a person because of these memories. He remains the Ling Tian he once was, unchanged. He would still call the Sword Douluo teacher, still refer to Qian Renshue as Prince Brother, and still call Ning Rongrong Senior Sister Rongrong. This is what I want to express, and I hope all the readers can understand, so that later no one will say things like the male lead has the Ice God's memories, but is still so immature and trying to act young. Chapter 24. Incarnation Reflection. After understanding Ling Tian's request, the Snow Emperor quickly returned with a 300-year-old extreme cold thrush, which was nearing its limit. The extreme cold thrush was also very cooperative, directly offering its soul ring as a sacrifice to Ling Tian. Because it was a voluntary sacrifice, this time the absorption of the soul ring did not require dispelling resentment, and it took less than half an hour for the third ice blue soul ring to successfully condense. Looking at this brand new soul ring, a hint of joy emerged in Ling Tian's cold eyes. It wasn't easy. After a year, he had finally become a soul elder. By the way, Snow Emperor you. As soon as Ling Tian opened his mouth and hadn't finished speaking, a burst of red light suddenly flew out from the depths of the temple. This light seemed to be carrying something and flew directly in front of Ling Tian without any pause. Immediately, the light enveloped him, completely wrapping him up in a short while. Father God, the Snow Empress was initially a bit flustered, but just as she was about to take action, she heard Ling Tian's voice from inside. "I'm fine, this is a soul bone." Soul bone. The Snow Empress finally relaxed after her heart was set at ease and quietly exited the palace. The absorption of the soul bone would take at least a day or two, and she needed to give Ling Tian a quiet environment without outside disturbance. Meanwhile, inside the light cocoon, the Ice Crystal Frost Sword was standing in front of Ling Tian, continuously delivering energy to the originally red soul bone. As time passed, a new soul bone, vastly different from the previous one, ultimately took shape. After completing this, the Ice Crystal Sword silently retreated back into the martial soul space. It was a trunk soul bone that was entirely ice blue, adorned with golden and silver patterns. However, due to the reconstruction by the Ice Crystal Frost, Ling Tian could no longer tell what type of soul beast this soul bone originated from. At this moment, it quietly floated in midair. Ling Tian reached out and held the soul bone in his palm, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The soul bone came from the Ice God Palace, and it was naturally clear who had left this piece of soul bone. Ling Tian pressed the soul bone against his chest, sitting cross-legged, focusing on his martial soul, and channeling the energy from both his chest into the soul bone, attempting to communicate with the energy within the soul bone. This was the method of soul bone absorption mentioned in the book. To Ling Tian's surprise, although it was his first time absorbing a soul bone, The process went exceptionally smoothly. It felt as if the soul bone was originally a part of him, with none of the pain and discomfort described in the book. On the contrary, it was somewhat pleasant. However, even so, it took a considerable amount of time for Ling Tian to fully integrate the soul bone into his body. During the process of absorbing the soul bone, nourished by the rich ice attribute soul power, his body was undergoing changes without him even realizing it. The blue light sphere in the center of the hall had already disappeared. Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and the soul power within him surged outward, marking that this piece of soul bone had been completely refined by him. It was finally complete. With the refining of the soul bone, Ling Tian's soul power rose once again. Absorbing the soul ring had already elevated him by 2 levels, and refining the soul bone increased it by another 2 levels. In less than 2 days, Ling Tian's soul power had reached level 34. However, at this moment, Ling Tian's focus was entirely on the soul skills. The 3rd soul ring granted him 1 soul skill, and combined with the 2 soul skills associated with the soul bone, he now had 3 new soul skills to familiarize himself with quickly. 3rd soul skill, Ice Frost Sword Flash, along with the 2 new soul skills from the soul bone, Snow Avatar and Extreme Cold Ice Armor. Ice Frost Sword Flash. It ignores space and distance within a 50-meter range. Soul Masters can consume a small amount of soul power to instantly arrive. But each instance of teleportation doubles the soul power consumed from the last, meaning the more times it is used, the faster the soul power drains. The Soul Bone Skill. Extreme Cold Ice Armor. This is a defensive type soul skill. It consumes 10% of a user's soul power to form armor on the body surface, increasing defense by 100% and providing a slight boost to attack power, but it reduces the Soul Master's speed by 30%. Lastly, the Soul Bone Skill. Snow Avatar is the most surprising soul skill to him. As the name suggests, it can summon a controllable avatar that has no physical form. It seems like just an auxiliary type soul skill without much to pay attention to. But let us not forget Ling Tian's 2nd soul skill, Ice Mirror, which leaves behind an ice crystal mirror. When he saw this soul skill, he started to think about whether the combination of these 2 soul skills could create a truly controllable clone. He felt there was a high chance of success. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Without the courage to try, one will never know the outcome. With a thought, the Ice Frost Singing Sword emerged. Ice Mirror. Snow Avatar. Following that, the 2nd soul ring lit up, and Ling Tian summoned a mirror clone. He then communicated with the soul bone and summoned the Snow Avatar, gradually merging the avatar into the clone under his control. Boom! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and the ice mirror exploded. The first experiment failed. It was likely due to not controlling the speed properly. Let's try again. After identifying the reason for his failure, Ling Tian attempted to merge them once more. Boom! Soul power control error. Try again. Boom! The merging distance was too short. Try again. Boom! The method was wrong. Try again. Again. Although he was continually failing, Ling Tian was filled with fighting spirit because his failures were not in vain. Each failure eliminated one incorrect method, laying a solid foundation for his eventual success. Moreover, with the abundant soul power in the Ice God Palace, Ling Tian could continue trying over and over again. Bang, bang, bang. With each attempt, the interval between the collapse of the mirror clone grew longer, and finally, after an unknown number of attempts, the mirror and avatar successfully merged together. His clone succeeded. It succeeded. In Ling Tian's joyful gaze, the clone began to move under his control. After testing, Ling Tian gained a preliminary understanding of the clone. First, the clone's strength was at the Great Soul Master stage, 1 level lower than his main body, and it could not use soul skills, only physical combat. Secondly, the original abilities of the mirror were retained. When the clone exploded, the ice shards formed could also be controlled. Lastly, regarding the duration, through the previous experiments, it was determined that at this stage, a clone could last a maximum of 10 minutes. If it entered combat mode, the consumption of soul power increased, resulting in an even shorter duration. It was a good soul skill. Although it had significant limitations, overall, it was still a very useful soul skill, and Ling Tian was quite satisfied with it. Chapter 25. Zhu Zhuqing being pursued 2 days later, in front of the Ice God Palace. The Snow Empress looked at Ling Tian with some reluctance. Father God, can you really not stay in the extreme north any longer? Ling Tian shook his head and said seriously, the Tiando Empire still has my family, friends, and teachers. I can't stay here forever. It has been a week since he was taken to the core area of the extreme north by the Snow Emperor. If he doesn't go back soon, he might have to set up a spiritual position, right? Will the Father God come back? He will come back. Ling Tian's cold eyes revealed a hint of gentleness. When my soul power breaks through to the level of a 40th rank soul master, I should come back for a visit. We will see each other again then. Trunk soul bones, head soul bones, limb soul bones, and external soul bones. There are a total of 7 soul bones, and if I'm not mistaken, there should be 6 more hidden in the Ice God Palace. It can't be that I only prepared 1 soul bone in my previous life, right? By the way, when I return, don't tell those few guys I defeated about my news just yet. They weren't trustworthy before, and if they know I have reincarnated with weak powers, they might have some ulterior motives. Xuya understands. The Snow Empress nodded, her cold eyes flashing with a strong killing intent. They better not entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, even if it leads to a drastic decline in strength in the extreme north, she will personally deal with those guys. It's all just speculation. Don't think too much about it for now. The Snow Empress restrained her emotions and softly said, "Let me escort you out of here." "Okay, thank you." Ling Tian nodded, then took hold of the arm. The land of the extreme north is vast. From the core circle here to the outskirts, even without resting, it would take at least a week to walk with one's own strength, and that's assuming one doesn't take a wrong turn. However, for the Snow Empress, it would take less than half an hour. So, unless one is a fool, it's clear what choice to make. An hour later, Ice and Snow City. "I'll leave it to your shop owner." Ling Tian walked into a trading company and placed the token of the true disciple of the 7 treasure, glazed tile, sect in front of the front desk. "Please wait a moment." The assistant picked up the token and hurriedly ran upstairs without wasting a second. From Ling Tian's attire and demeanor, it was clear at a glance that the young man was of extraordinary status. The vendors who often interacted with different customers had a keen eye for such things. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man quickly approached Ling Tian and presented the token with both hands, saying, "Is this your token?" "Yes." Ling Tian nodded calmly and retrieved the token. The middle-aged man, seeing that the identity confirmation was accurate, became even more respectful. "I am Xu Hong, a disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect stationed outside Ice Snow City. I greet you, senior brother of the True Transmission. May I ask what instructions you have?" "Send it back to the sect." Ling Tian took out a letter marked with his name from his storage ring and emphasized, "This letter must be sent back to the sect as quickly as possible. With the speed of the sword Douluo, it should have already reached the sect in a week. However, even at his fastest, it would still take him another week to return to the sect. Given the vast information network of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, sending a letter back should be faster than his own speed. So he decided to send a letter back first to let Shen Xian and the others know he was safe. The disciple understands." Zhu Hong nodded seriously and took the envelope. After giving these instructions, Ling Tian did not linger and turned to leave the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect shop. 5 days later, near the border of the Tiando Empire, Ling Tian stood on the ice crystal frost sword, comparing his position with the map against the forest below. In this direction, as long as he crossed this forest and walked for another 2 hours, he should be able to reach the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Bang! Just as he adjusted his direction to fly out of the forest ridge, intense sounds of fighting suddenly echoed from not far ahead. At the same time, on a hillside not far from here, a group of black-clad men was weaving through the dense forest. Among these black-clad individuals, someone had a martial spirit of a bow and was shooting towards the front. A girl with long black hair was dodging behind a large tree in the dense forest. Judging by her haggard appearance, she had probably been chased by the group of black-clad men for some time. The girl was beautiful, but her face had an icy coldness that kept people at a distance. Her black, tight-fitting outfit accentuated her curvy figure perfectly. She moved lightly, like a nimble cat. This girl was not of simple identity. Her name was Zhu Zhuqing. Her father was the renowned duke of the underworld in the Starry Empire, making him one of the most powerful figures in the empire. More importantly, the queen of the Starry Empire came from this family. As for why she appeared here, the reason was simple. She wanted to find her cowardly fiancé, the timid 3rd prince of the Starry Empire, Dai Mubai, who had left her alone in hell. The reason he had abandoned his royal identity and left home was due to the brutal competition for the throne in the Starry Empire, where the rule was, the victor lives and the loser dies. The Starry Empire has never had a prince, as princes either become the new emperor or die at the hands of a new emperor. The current heir to the throne was between the 1st prince, Davis, and the 2nd prince, Dai Mubai. The competition for the throne should have been evenly matched with supporters on both sides. But the 1st Prince Davis was a full 8 years older than Dai Mubai, leading to the latter being far inferior in both soul power level and personal prestige. Thus, a disheartened Dai Mubai abandoned Zhu Zhuqing and left the Starluo Empire. He fled to the territory of the Tiando Empire, to a place called Shrek Academy. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing did not have much feeling for Dai Mubai in her heart, but her identity as his fiancé, he had bound her fate to his. If he lived, she lived. If he died, she died. Therefore, she could only go find Dai Mubai, as it was her destiny, even if he had abandoned her. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flew straight towards Zhu Zhuqing. Thud! The arrow grazed Zhu Zhuqing's right leg, and although she was not hit, she lost her balance and stumbled to the ground. Second miss. What do you think you're running to? Just as she got up to run again, she found herself surrounded by the group of black-clad men. Put down your weapons. Who gave you the courage to point them at our second miss? The leading black-clad man signaled his subordinates to lower their weapons. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. But he pretended to be kind and said, "Miss, please kindly return. How can you not appreciate our good intentions?" Zhu Zhuqing did not respond to him. She was thinking about Zhu Zhuqing, the miss they referred to. Chapter 26. On back, Zhu Zhuqing looked around. She was already surrounded. Both paths, forward and backward, were blocked by them. There was no way to escape. Even if she could fly, she would still be unable to escape. Was she really going to die here? But she had not yet seen that coward. She had not yet confronted him about why he had abandoned her, why he had left her alone in that hell. Second miss, goodbye. As he spoke, the black-clad man grinned wickedly and summoned his martial spirit, drawing his bow and aiming directly at Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai, I hate you. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing looked at the approaching blade with despair, closed her eyes, and a single crystal tear rolled down her haggard cheek. She hated him. If he hadn't fled, how could she be in such a situation today? Meanwhile, Ling Tian, who had just arrived in midair, happened to witness this scene. He had not intended to intervene, but upon seeing the girl's desperate gaze, he felt a stir of emotion. Ultimately, he sighed helplessly, then took out the half-mask he had previously used in the Soul Arena and put on his face to avoid revealing his identity. Following that, he focused his mind, and the Ice Crystal Frost sword unleashed a beam of sword light. Clang! The arrow formed by condensed soul power was severed by Ling Tian, who, the first soul skill, Eagle Eye, allowed him to see every movement within 30 meters. As the earthy yellow soul ring lit up, the black-clad leader's eyes sharpened, scanning the surroundings in an attempt to locate the source of the attack. To the east, chase after them. With his command, the other black-clad men moved in response. However, the leading black-clad man remained in place, observing Ling Tian's movements while fully unleashing his soul power, readying his bow for a fatal strike. Where'd he go? Ling Tian suddenly disappeared from his sight. Just as he felt puzzled, he suddenly sensed a chill. At this moment, Ling Tian stood behind him, and with APU chi sound, the Ice Crystal Frost sword pierced through his heart without any obstruction. Ah, Captain, a feigned attack. The other black-clothed men immediately reacted and turned to kill Ling Tian. At the same time, hearing that scream, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes in confusion. She just happened to see a white-clothed young man with a cold appearance and an air of aloofness slashing down the captain with a sword, which gave the originally hopeless Zhu Zhuqing a glimmer of hope for survival. However, thinking that there were still more than 20 soul masters here, she couldn't help but doubt whether this young man really had the ability to save her. But the scene that followed completely overturned Zhu Zhuqing's perception of a young man. Pu Chi. But Ling Tian did not give them a chance to counterattack, using his third soul skill, Ice Crystal Sword Flash. Each time he appeared among the crowd, the Ice Crystal Frost Sword would take away an enemy. The blue light kept flashing, and the number of fallen enemies kept increasing. Thud, thud. Run, quick, run. His speed is too fast. Retreat, retreat, hurry, and retreat. As one body after another fell, those black-clothed men were completely terrified, fleeing in disarray, no longer having the courage to fight Ling Tian. But the question is, can they escape? The effective range of the third soul skill is 50 meters. Would Ling Tian give these people a chance to run out of 50 meters? He was very clear about the principle of cutting the grass and removing the roots. The last one, Ling Tian unleashed a wave of sword energy, cutting down the last black-clad man in half. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's mouth was agape, her originally cold expression now filled with shock and disbelief. He is so strong. He single-handedly dealt with all the pursuers. While Zhu Zhuqing was lost in thought, Ling Tian had already walked up to her and said coldly, I've dealt with the people chasing you. You should be safer now. Coming back to her senses, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly red as she secretly glanced at Ling Tian and softly said, "Teach, thank you." A figure in white, a young man, with a cold demeanor and a half-mask covering his fox-like face. This was Zhu Zhuqing's first impression of Ling Tian. But why was he wearing a mask? Looking at the fair skin visible on the lower half of his face, he shouldn't be too ugly under the mask, right? Just as Zhu Zhuqing was lost in her thoughts, Ling Tian had already turned to leave. "Please wait." Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing quickly stood up to stop him. "Wait, what is your name?" Then she thought of something and, with her face slightly flushed, hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong, you saved me, and I will definitely repay you in the future." Ling Tian simply waved his hand, a small effort. "Hey, wait a moment, you haven't." Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish speaking, Ling Tian had already taken off on his sword. He didn't want to get too deeply involved with this dangerous girl. His act of helping her this time was merely a response to seeing her predicament, a heartfelt action that stemmed from his inner feelings. 2 days later, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, after being defeated by the Snow Emperor, Chen Xian had been frantically searching for Ling Tian in the extreme northern region. However, at that time, Ling Tian was in the core area of the extreme north, and how could Chen Xian possibly find him? Thus, he had not found any clues, and, eventually left with no choice, had to return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Due to his inner guilt and remorse towards Ling Tian, he placed all the responsibility on himself. It wasn't until 3 days ago, when he received a letter from Ling Tian, that he finally let go of the guilt that had been weighing on him for a week. However, ever since that day, he had been appearing at the sect's entrance every day, waiting for Ling Tian's figure. Today was no exception. Dressed in white, Chen Xian quietly waited for his disciple. At the same time, Ling Tian was quickly approaching the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's mountain gate, standing on the ice crystal frost sword. Soon, the outline of a magnificent 7-story pagoda gradually appeared in his sight. As time passed, the outline of the pagoda became clearer. Chen Xian, who had been gazing into the distance, spotted Ling Tian immediately with his title Douluo's keen eyesight. He then moved without hesitation, stepping on the 7-killing sword as he soared across the sky. "Master?" Upon seeing the familiar figure of Chen Xian before him, Ling Tian suddenly understood something. His eyes turned slightly red, and a touch of emotion flashed in his gaze. "I'm back." His master had been waiting at the mountain gate for him to return to the sect. Otherwise, no matter how fast he was or how sharp his eyesight, he couldn't have arrived this quickly. Chen Xian's brows tightened as he asked in a low voice, "Xiao Tian, what else with your hair?" Ling Tian glanced at the hair, strands resting on his shoulder, and with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, said, "There was a bit of an accident. Wait until the sect comes to discuss the details." "All right, let's return to the sect. Follow me back." Chen Xian nodded calmly on the surface, but his right hand trembled slightly as he patted Ling Tian's shoulder. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." Until this moment, seeing Ling Tian safe and sound, the tension in Sword Douluo's heart was finally put to rest. Chapter 27. Xiao Tian, did you dye your hair? All right, let's return to the sect. Follow me back. Chen Xian nodded calmly on the surface, but his right hand trembled slightly as he patted Ling Tian's shoulder. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." Until this moment, seeing Ling Tian safe and sound, the tension in Sword Douluo's heart was finally put to rest. A moment later, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect's main hall, Ling Tian cupped his hands and spoke softly to Chen Xian, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji in turn. "Teacher, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Gu, I'm sorry to have worried you during this time. Now that Xiao Tian is back, I can finally rest assured. If something really happened to Ling Tian, Ning Fengji wouldn't know how to explain it to Xue Qinghe." "Xiao Tian," before Jian Shu said, "Wait, what happened to your hair?" Just as Ning Fengji was about to ask what had happened during Ling Tian's disappearance, he was distracted by Ling Tian's long sky blue hair. This was also a question Chen Xian wanted to ask. He remembered it was black half a month ago. How did it suddenly change color? Did he dye his hair on the way back to the sect? However, to be fair, the blue color is indeed more in line with Ling Tian's ethereal and cool demeanor compared to the original black hair. There was a bit of an accident in the extreme north. Turning his head, Ling Tian glanced at the blue long hair draped over his shoulders. Seeing Chen Xian's worried expression, he softly explained, "At that moment, I just blacked out and knew nothing. When I woke up again, I found myself in a cave, and both the teacher and that woman were nowhere to be found. After recovering for a while in the cave, I left to see if I could find the teacher or escape the extreme north. I don't know if it's because of my previous training, but in the cave, My level finally broke through to Soul Master. While looking for a way out, I hunted a 2,000-year-old ice crystal scorpion. Just when I finished absorbing the spirit ring and was about to continue on my way, I unexpectedly discovered a soul bone from the torso. After absorbing it, I found that my head had changed to what it is now. Ling Tian skipped over the matters of the Snow Emperor and the Ice God. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School treated him well, this situation was too complex, and he couldn't let anyone know for the time being. So he fabricated a story that was half true and half false. Xiao Tian, you are too reckless. Jiandong suddenly spoke up, his tone serious as he reprimanded him. To absorb a soul ring alone in the extreme north, what would you do if you encountered a soul beast attack? Teacher, Xiao Tian, your master is right. Living is the most important thing. With me and Chun Xin here, we can help you hunt for any soul ring you want. Remember, you must not be so reckless in the future. Ning Fengji, Chun Xin, and Gu Rong all had stir expressions, scolding Ling Tian for being too rash and discussing the consequences of failure, etc. They truly regarded Ling Tian as their own child. No matter how good a soul ring or soul bone was, it was not as important as his safe return. Teacher, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Gu, I promise I won't do it again next time. Ling Tian also understood this point, so he's been actively admitting his mistakes and promising that he would never make them again. After a long half-hour of admonishment, the few of them finally approached the end. Ling Tian quickly took over the conversation, introducing his new soul skill to divert their attention. Teacher, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Gu are all optimistic about me. Chun Xin and the others looked at the mysteriously smiling Ling Tian with curious eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Teacher. Immediately after, a familiar voice came from behind Chun Xin. Turning around, he saw Ling Tian, who had summoned the extreme cold ice armor, standing right behind him. Teleportation and armor, quite interesting. Chun Xin extended a finger and gently tapped on the ice armor. Crack! Crack! A few seconds later, fine cracks appeared on the ice armor. Although the armor was breaking, Chun Xin still nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It can actually withstand soul power at the soul sect level. Teacher, that's not all. As he spoke, another Ling Tian appeared in front of Chun Xin. But this one was made of ice sculpture. This isn't your original. Before he could finish, Chun Xin saw the ice sculpture start throwing punches, moving quickly and agilely. Aside from being made of ice, it was no different from a normal person. How about that? Bang! Ling Tian let the ice sculpture explode between Chun Xin and Gu Rong, demonstrating its final ability. After absorbing the soul bone and soul ring, my second soul skill can now move freely. Not bad, these soul skills are quite practical. Chun Xin and the other two nodded in agreement. Ling Tian's 3 soul skills are indeed impressive, and when combined with the original soul skills, there are no weaknesses in attack, defense, or agility. After a moment of further advising Ling Tian, the 3 of them let him go back to rest. After being out in the wind and rain for more than half a month, it was only right for him to rest properly for a while. Watching Ling Tian's departing figure, Ning Fengji squinted and chuckled. This kid Xiao Tian is quite lucky. An accident turned out to be his opportunity. You've taken on a good disciple. Gu Rong turned to look at Chun Xin beside him and sighed. With this kid's current strength, there probably won't be anyone in his generation within the sect who can match him. My disciple should naturally be the strongest, Chun Xin said with a sense of entitlement. But the smile in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Gu Rong glared at Chun Xin. Hey, you old rascal. You can't take a compliment without acting like this. Chun Xin turned his head and shot him a glance. What? Do you want to fight me? Gu Rong defiantly glared back. Fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Let's go. Let's go. Just then, Ning Fengji called to the 2 who were about to come to blows, a glint in his eyes as he softly suggested. What do you think about pairing Rong Rong and Xiao Tian together? Rong Rong and Xiao Tian? The previously tense Chun Xin and Gu Rong suddenly stopped, exchanging surprised glances before turning to look at Ning Fengji. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, what do you think? I think it's good. Among the younger generation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, no one's talent can compare to Xiao Tian. If Rong Rong really likes him, Xiao Tian is indeed the best choice. I have no objections, but I just don't know what Rong Rong and Xiao Tian think about it. Feelings need to be cultivated. As he spoke, Ning Fengji revealed a meaningful smile. Chapter 28. She is now. 3 days later, at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Xiao Tian, Uncle has something he needs your help with. In the study, Ning Fengji said to Ling Tian, who had just arrived with a troubled expression. Rong Rong sneaked out of the sect last night. Although there are sect disciples secretly protecting her, with Rong's personality, those disciples simply cannot bring her back. Ling Tian tentatively asked, "So, Uncle Ning, do you want me to bring Sister Rong back?" "That's right." Ning Fengji's face showed a hint of helplessness. "You're the only one among the younger generation of the sect who can talk to Rong, so I can only entrust this matter to you. Leave it to me, Uncle Ning." Ling Tian readily agreed. He also wanted to meet the destined child of the Douluo world, Tang San, as well as the members of the protagonist group around him. "Then I'll leave it to you," Ning Fengji said softly, reminding him that a few days ago, the sect's disciples replied, saying that Rong had joined an academy in Soto City, and, if possible, it would be best to bring her back to the sect. "I understand, Uncle Ning. If there are no other arrangements, I will go back and prepare." Thank you, Xiao Tian. As he watched Ling Tian's back, a hint of deep meaning flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. The only thing he could do was to try to bring the two together, hoping that these two kids would really end up together in the end. "Should I return to the prince's mansion?" Ling Tian paused when passing through Tiando City. "I remember the last time we met was 3 months ago. Shouldn't I take this opportunity to go back and see them? Rong's side shouldn't be in a hurry, right?" Ling Tian thought to himself, then turned and walked into the gate of Tiando City. Inside the prince's mansion, "Your Highness, Ling Tian has returned." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue, who was handling official documents, suddenly stood up with a look of surprise in her eyes. Without any hesitation, she threw down the half-finished memorial and turned to run outside the hall. Memorials were nothing compared to her Ling Tian. In the courtyard, Ling Tian walked out, dressed in blue. His skin was as white as jade, his handsome and exquisite features sharp and defined, his blue hair flowing, his clothes fluttering, and a gentle smile on his lips, exuding an elegant demeanor, like a fallen immortal. "Brother," a familiar call awakened Qian Rinxue. This person was her younger brother, Ling Tian. "Little Tian." She quickly ran to Ling Tian's side and tightly hugged him. After a moment, just like 4 years ago, Qian Rinxue held Ling Tian's hand and sighed. "You've grown taller and more handsome, but why has your hair turned blue?" "It happened due to an accident while absorbing a soul bone, and my hair changed to this color." "It's fine, blue looks quite good." Qian Rinxue chuckled as she ruffled Ling Tian's hair. Kids really change every day. It had only been 3 months since they last met, and Ling Tian had at least grown 20 centimeters taller. Fortunately, his attitude towards her hadn't changed. He remained as close as he was in childhood. "Little Tian, you shouldn't be cultivating at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. How did you find the time to come back to the prince's mansion?" "Let's not talk about that for now." Ling Tian blinked with a hint of pride as he looked at Qian Rinxue. "Big brother, guess what level my soul power is now?" You definitely can't guess. "I'm already a soul master at level 34. Before Qian Rinxue could respond, Ling Tian couldn't help but say it himself. Qian Rinxue looked at Ling Tian with some surprise. Level 34. He knew that Ling Tian's soul power had been stuck at level 29 for a year, but he didn't expect that in just 3 months, he would break through 5 levels in a row. A 10-year-old soul master. Perhaps even the golden generation of the spirit hall that woman was nurturing couldn't compare. "Xiao Tian, your soul power." Suddenly, Qian Rinxue thought of something, his expression changing as he tightly grasped Ling Tian's arm, urgently asking, "Did you use some forbidden method to break through to Soul Master?" "Big brother, what are you thinking?" Ling Tian glanced at Qian Rinxue, then explained the matters of the soul bones and soul rings once again. "I see." Qian Rinxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but still earnestly reminded Xiao Tian, "You must remember that taking shortcuts in enhancing your soul power is absolutely not allowed. Otherwise, you will pay the price sooner or later." "Elder brother Prince, I won't do that." Ling Tian was very satisfied with the speed of his soul power improvement. How could he possibly cut off his future for immediate benefits? As long as you understand." Qian Rinxue pinched Ling Tian's cheek, restored her previous smile, and asked gently, "So, Xiao Tian, how long do you plan to stay this time?" "I'm leaving soon." Ling Tian sighed with some regret, resting his hands on the table and tilting his head back, saying, "I came back this time just to see you, and soon I have to go to Soto City." "So soon?" "Yes. Senior sister Rong ran away from a sect, and Uncle Ning asked me to bring her back as soon as possible." "Then little Tian, wait here for a moment. I'll go get something for you." Qian Rinxue suddenly remembered something, patted Ling Tian's soft blue hair, and then walked into the room. A moment later, Qian Rinxue handed a light brown box to Ling Tian. "Brother Prince, what is this?" "Open it and see." Creak. As he opened the wooden box, inside was a beautifully crafted blue ring with an ice phoenix swirling around it. Ling Tian looked at Qian Ruxue in confusion. A ring? She had already given herself a storage ring before, which she was currently wearing. What did this ring mean? Qian Ruxue noticed Ling Tian's confusion and gently explained, the previous storage ring had too small a space, only 20 cubic meters, while this phone ring has 5 times that space. This ring was bought at an auction. At that time, Qian Ruxue was invited to participate in a large auction. And the third to last item was this pair of rings. That's right, it's a pair. One is the phone ring carved with an ice phoenix, and the other is the Huang ring carved with an ice. Moreover, the storage spaces of these two rings are interconnected. The first time she saw this ring, she decisively bid on it, planning to give one to Ling Tian and keep one for herself. However, due to the recent critical moment of the plan concerning the Snow Knight, Qian Ruxue, as the executor of the Dou Empire's annexation plan, couldn't spare the time to give the phone ring to Ling Tian. 5 times? 20 cubic meters times 5 is 100 cubic meters. That's quite a large space. Isn't it? Xiao Tian, let me help you put it on. As she spoke, Qian Ruxue grasped Ling Tian's right hand, took out the ice blue phone ring, and placed it on Ling Tian's middle finger. With the ring on, that little guy would be hers. Remembering the Huang ring placed in her study, a satisfied smile appeared on Qian Ruxue's lips. Chapter 29 Qian Ruxue and Ling Tian brother Taizi. What's wrong, Xiao Tian? Nothing, it's nothing. Ling Tian initially wanted to say that the ring was worn incorrectly, but after a moment's thought, he realized that the concept might not exist in Douluo continent as it does on Earth, which is why Xue Qinghe wore the ring on his middle finger. So he didn't care about such trivial matters. Moments later, in the study of the prince's mansion, Xiao Tian thought to himself that he shouldn't have let Ling Tian go to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The Heaven Dou Royal Academy would have been much better, and he could have seen the little guy every day. The thought that the little guy had already grown into a young man brought a hint of regret to Qian Ruxue's beautiful eyes. She regretted her decision to send Ling Tian to 7-treasure glazed tile school. If she had kept him by her side, she could have seen the little guy every day and wouldn't have missed out on his 4 years of growth. Nor would she have to rush through a brief meeting today. No, she needed to find a reason to bring Xiao Tian back. Qian Ruxue whispered to herself, secretly making a decision. In a few days, she would go to find Ning Fengji and ask to bring her little guy back. He had already been away for 4 years, and it was enough. What was it like for her to stay at 7-treasure glazed tile school all the time? The little guy had grown up and wasn't as cute as before, but he was still pretty good looking now, quite handsome. Qian Ruxue thought about how he had quietly transformed into a cool and striking young man, impossible to ignore, and her pretty face flushed with a hint of crimson. What is it? When she saw the snake-speared Douluo emerge from the shadows, Qian Ruxue had already regained her composure. Your Highness, she long said with a bow, someone from the Hall of the Pope has come and wishes to see you. The Hall of the Pope? Qian Ruxue was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her calm demeanor. Let him in. Yes. Shi Long slowly retreated. A few minutes later, Yuguan, I've seen your Highness. I didn't expect that you would actually send your trusted aide over. Qian Ruxue had already regained her own voice, which was as clear and ethereal as a babbling brook or an orchid in a secluded valley, more beautiful than any melody of time. His Holiness the Pope knows that your plan has reached a crucial step and has specifically sent his subordinate to assist you, said the chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan respectfully, with both hands clasped in front of him. Oomph. Qian Ruxue snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, I see it's her way of trying to take credit. Yuguan was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Take credit? Did I express my meaning incorrectly? How could I possibly compete for credit with Qian Ruxue? Plus, listening to the tone of the saintess, something felt off. Aren't they supposed to be mother and daughter? Could it be that this is a unique mother-daughter relationship in the Spear Hall? However, even though he couldn't figure it out, Yuguan continued to speak well of her. Your Highness thinks too much. His Holiness is still very concerned about you and keeps a close eye on your situation. Enough. A hint of disgust flashed in Qian Ruxue's eyes. If there's nothing else, then hurry up and disappear. Elder Shi, see him off. His Holiness heard that you have been paying special attention to a young boy around your age in recent years and specifically sent a subordinate to ask about your specific thoughts, while also checking whether this boy would affect your plans. As Yuguan saw Qian Ruxue's demeanor that suggested she would chase people away at the slightest disagreement, he quickly laid out the details of this mission. How does she know this? Qian Ruxue's eyes trembled slightly, but quickly regained calm. That's right. She is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The influence of the Spirit Hall spreads across the entire continent, so naturally, there are spies in Heaven Dou City. The sudden appearance of a child beside her was not a secret. She could find out about it with a little investigation. What else did she want you to convey to me? His Holiness also said to remind you not to forget your mission. Yuguan looked at Qianren Xue and continued. Do not let certain people delay the great cause of the Spirit Hall, or else. Qianren Xue suppressed her anger, or else what? The Holy One will personally intervene to help you deal with the obstacle. Yuguan quickly finished and stepped aside, as he could clearly sense Qianren Xue's fury. Crash! A delicate teacup was crushed in Qianren Xue's grip. She dares to personally resolve it? That vicious woman Bibi Dong is using Ling Tian's life to threaten her. Qianren Xue's heart was filled with rage. She wished she could kill her way back to the Spirit Hall right now and question that woman about why she would interfere in her affairs. I'm just a messenger. Please don't be angry with me. Yuguan thought to himself that if he had known the relationship between the Pope and her daughter was like this, he would not have taken this job. Wouldn't it be better to stay comfortably in the Spirit Hall like the old ghost? She can't have it, so I can't have it either. The originally calm eyes were now filled with anger as she stared at Yuguan, saying word by word, Yuguan, you go back and tell her. It's a warning. No one can touch Xiao Tian. If anyone dares to harm a hair on him, I will definitely not rest until we are dead. Understood. Although he promised with cupped hands, Yuguan was secretly mocking in his heart. Hee, this is something you should say yourself. I can at most relay the meaning. He was just a servant. He couldn't afford to offend either the Pope or the Saintess. After delivering Bibi Dong's orders, he didn't want to stay in front of Qianren Xue for another second. He had seen through it. Qianren Xue had a temper just like Bibi Dong. From now on, he absolutely would not participate in anything related to Qianren Xue. Your Highness, Elder Shi, you can leave too. I want to be alone for a while. Yes. Shi Long sighed and then left the room. Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue murmured softly, a tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Qianren Xue hated her and resented her. She did not understand why Bibi Dong had always loathed her since childhood. If it weren't for her grandfather, Qian Douluo, she might have been left in the snow to freeze to death long ago. She took away her mother's and father's love. Although her grandfather treated her well, it could never replace her parents. It was precisely for this reason that she gradually developed a personality that prioritized interests above all else, willing to go to any lengths to achieve her goals. When she initially took Ling Tian away, it was more due to his potential. However, as time passed, Ling Tian unknowingly changed her attitude, gradually shifting her focus from his potential to him as a person. Until now, Ling Tian had already occupied an important place in her heart. For Qianren Xue, Ling Tian's presence was like a ray of light in her life, illuminating her originally calm and dark world and causing ripples in her otherwise undisturbed life. Therefore, Qianren Xue absolutely could not tolerate Bibi Dong laying hands on Ling Tian. This was her only bottom line now. Chapter 30, Soto Great Soul Arena. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections. 2 days later, Drive Wo, a luxurious and elegant carriage, came to a smooth stop outside the city gate of Soto City. Young Master Ling Tian, we've arrived in Soto City. A calm voice came from inside the carriage. Then Ling Tian opened the carriage curtain and stepped out. You've worked hard. It's my duty as a subordinate. Shuling bowed and then respectfully said, if you have no other arrangements, I will return to the residence to report to His Highness. Go back then. Ling Tian nodded and then added, remember to send my regards to Prince Brother. Xueling cupped her hands in response, yes. She then drove the carriage in the opposite direction from where they came. Sigh, Xueling said with a sorrowful sigh while driving the carriage. How could a six-ringed soul emperor, known for his agility in attack, who had some fame in Tiando City, end up in such a situation? Reduced to being a carriage driver? Although his status in the prince's residence hadn't changed, it still felt somewhat strange. It seemed that ever since that incident in the frozen forest, he had been tied to this carriage driving. Meanwhile, at this moment, Ling Tian has entered Soto City. In a shop under the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, a young disciple dressed in white sect robes bowed and said, Inner Sect Disciple Ningyu. I have met senior brother Ling Tian. Ling Tian asked, where is senior sister Rongrong now? Ningyu stood beside Ling Tian, lowered his head, and said in a calm tone, after the young sect master arrived in Soto City, he joined a soul master academy called Shrek. At this time, the young sect master should still be in the academy. Shrek Academy. Ling Tian's cold eyes slightly turned. Just as he thought, Ning Rongrong still went to Shrek Academy. So he could also see Tang San. Besides that, there was something even more important regarding Ning Rongrong. In the first few years after he joined the Sword Douluo's sect, he had not made any friends due to his cold aura. However, Ning Rongrong didn't mind the chill that surrounded him and became his only friend, adding some joy to his otherwise dull life. Because of this, He sincerely regarded Ning Rongrong as his senior sister. Therefore, he could not allow the original Ning Rongrong to be bullied or isolated. If possible, he would take Ning Rongrong back to the sect. With the memories of the Ice God, he was confident that Ning Rongrong's future achievements would not be inferior to those in the original story. Seeing Ling Tian remain silent for a long time, Ningyu hesitated for a moment before deciding to ask, "Senior brother, if we set off now, I will arrange everything immediately." Ling Tian shook his head and calmly said, "Just tell me the direction." The general direction is to a small village south of Tiando City. After thinking for a moment, Ningyu succinctly replied, "As long as you go south, you will reach that village. Shrek Academy is located inside the village. You can go back to the sect. I'll take care of the rest." After getting the general location, Ling Tian didn't linger and left the Seven Treasures glazed tile school shop. Recalling his earlier conversation with Ling Tian, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with curiosity as he murmured softly, "But senior brother Ling Tian doesn't seem as cold and aloof as the rumors in the sect suggest. He's not hard to approach. That incident should not have happened yet." Ling Tian felt that Ning Rongrong had only just arrived at Shrek for a few days, and the plot should not have developed to that point yet. Moreover, it was already getting dark, and it would be difficult to discern the defenses outside the city at night. So he decided to rest in Soto City for the night before setting out again. As soon as he stepped outside, Ling Tian saw a small stall selling candied hawthorns at the street corner. He realized it had been a while since he had eaten one, so he walked straight over. "Boss, I'll have a candied hawthorn." "All right, I'll get that for you, sir." Crunch. Taking a bite, it still had the same taste, and Ling Tian was satisfied and took another bite. He then started to stroll along the streets of Soto City while eating the candied hawthorn, also looking for a place to stay. However, on the way to find an inn, Ling Tian's mouth didn't stop. He basically bought and tried anything that looked delicious, never leaving his hands empty. A few minutes later, Ling Tian arrived in front of an inn with a modest decor. "I'll stay here for the night." Having eaten enough, Ling Tian did not want to walk any further, and he had a good first impression of this inn. "I'd like to book a room, single." Ling Tian opened his palm and placed a silver coin on the counter. "Good sir," the hotel front desk staff said with a signature smile, quickly proceeding with the payment, registration, and key retrieval processes. "Your room is on the second floor, the third room on the left. Here is your room key and your change." Ling Tian's mind moved, and he retrieved the key and soul coin back into the ring. Just as he was about to head upstairs to rest, he noticed a peculiar building not far away. It stood nearly 100 meters tall, immense and imposing, appearing extremely profound in the night. Moreover, the large building was brightly lit, looking exceptionally lively. Ling Tian retracted his gaze and pointed to the tall building not far away, asking, "What is that place for?" "That's the Soto Great Spirit Arena," the front desk staff explained enthusiastically. "Many powerful spirit masters battle inside. If you're interested, I recommend you go take a look." The Spirit Arena? Thinking back to the last time he participated in a spirit battle a month ago in the Ice and Snow City, Ling Tian felt a bit restless since he hadn't fought for a while. Plus, having just advanced to Spirit Sage, he wanted to see how strong he really was. "I'll go and fight a match first." Ling Tian quickly made up his mind and headed towards the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As the second largest economic city in the Heavendo Empire, the Spirit Arena here, although also a Great Spirit Arena, is overall more magnificent and larger in scale compared to the Ice and Snow City. It looks to be at least equivalent to the area of 2 to 3 Ice and Snow Great Spirit Arenas. I hope to encounter a good opponent. Ling Tian felt a sense of anticipation. Unlike the sparsely populated Ice Snow City, this place was located in the heart of the Heavendo Empire, and the number and quality of soul masters in the Soul Arena were generally much higher. Therefore, the possibility of encountering powerful soul masters was greater. As he got closer, the full view of the Soto Great Soul Arena unfolded before Ling Tian. The Soto Great Soul Arena was oval in shape, standing at a height of 120 meters, and was divided into one main arena and 24 sub-arenas, with an overwhelming number of powerful soul masters present. The internal area could accommodate up to 60,000 spectators simultaneously, including 100 VIP boxes. This place was not only a venue for soul masters to spar and communicate, but also a stage for various factions to showcase their strength. Looking at the towering structure before him, Ling Tian felt he had underestimated the Soto Great Soul Arena. Chapter 31. Sword Emperor? It's him. Please recommend. Please bookmark. Although the sky outside had already darkened, the Soto Great Soul Arena was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. with many spectators and soul masters streaming in through the main entrance. Upon entering the arena, the first thing that caught his eye was a massive stone tablet, engraved with a dense array of names. Ling Tian had seen a similar stone tablet in the Ice Snow Great Soul Arena, and knew that the names on it were those of the deceased in the soul battles. One-on-one soul battles. After approaching the staff responsible for registration, Ling Tian spoke in a calm tone. At the same time, he took out the purple gold soul badge he had obtained in Ice Snow City. The badge served as proof of identity for soul masters and certification for participating in soul battles. Only registered soul masters were qualified to compete here. Purple gold badge. The staff member, who had initially maintained a professional demeanor, exclaimed in surprise and then spoke enthusiastically, "Sir, may I ask what level of soul master you wish to battle?" After confirming the badge was valid, her eyes eagerly fixed on Ling Tian. She had seen soul masters with purple gold badges before, but this was the first time she had encountered such a young holder of a purple gold soul badge in her many years working at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Soul master of rank 40 or above. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tian decided to test his strength against the soul sect first. After all, he had fought against many soul sect members when he saved Zhu Zhuqing before, so he felt somewhat confident about it. All right, your battle will be arranged for the third match. Once the staff finished matching suitable opponents, Ling Tian put away the purple gold medal and walked to the resting area provided for the soul masters participating in the Soto Great Soul Arena. The area was quite large with many soul masters, but it was very quiet. Upon seeing the suddenly entered young face, the soul masters showed some surprise, but they didn't mock him and instead quietly focused on their preparations. At the same time, while Ling Tian was registering and waiting to enter, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked into the Soto Great Soul Arena, followed by 4 masked young men and women. "Xiao-san, over there is the registration area. You, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing need to register for an Iron Soul Medal for the first time. Let's go register now." Tang Sin nodded to Dai Mubai, then pulled Xiao Wu to register for the Soul Medal. "Zhu Qing, do you need?" Dai Mubai's words were not finished when Zhu Zhuqing directly brushed past him and walked towards the registration area, leaving him and Ma Hongjun standing awkwardly in place. Ma Hongjun winked at Dai Mubai and said, "Boss Dai, you can't let this happen. Get lost. Go register your name." Dai Mubai irritably shook off Ma Hongjun's arm and walked to the other side to register, looking quite displeased. At this moment, in a one-on-one battle arena, a middle-aged man dressed in a tailcoat stood in the center. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Next, we will have the third match of our one-on-one battles at the 14 Soul Arena. They are..." He paused here, igniting the atmosphere in the entire venue. The purple gold soul master, Sword Emperor Bingji, who has won 231 matches without a single defeat, against the veteran soul sect powerhouse, Pajun, who has won 205 matches. Please give a warm round of applause for both competitors. Oh my gosh, it's Pajun. This guy's almost a soul king. Does anyone know who this Bingji is? Why is he called Sword Emperor? Hiss, I think I've heard that name before. Challenging at a higher level. It's been a while since I've seen this. I hope it doesn't end too quickly. The atmosphere in the venue was completely ignited, and the audience began to eagerly discuss even before the soul masters entered. After a moment, Ling Tian habitually walked out wearing that half-face fox mask. Standing opposite him was a soul master in his 30s, slightly weaker in stature, who was observing Ling Tian with a deep and shadowy gaze. Clearly a person with a complex and dark mind. At the same time, sitting in the audience, Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, curled her lips while linking arms with Tang San. Sword Emperor? This person really has guts, daring to challenge the soul sect as a soul master. Tang San quietly said while staring at Ling Tian on the fighting stage. Since he is called the Sword Emperor, he should have some exceptional abilities. Sword Emperor? That's him. Zhu Zhuqing, who was also sitting nearby, suddenly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on the familiar figure below. Her originally cold eyes were now filled with surprise. It's him. Although he's wearing a blue outfit now, I still recognize the mask and the martial soul. How'd he end up here? After Ling Tian left that day and successfully shook off his pursuers, Zhu Zhuqing had arrived at Shrek Academy. But she had always wanted to know, who was the boy that saved her that day? She thought she would never encounter him again after that day. Yet here, he was in the fighting arena. Zhuqing, what's wrong? Xiao Wu noticed that Zhu Zhuqing's state was a bit off and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing more and returned to her previous cold demeanor. However, at this moment, her eyes were fixed tightly on the boy on the arena. This time, she had to find out the boy's name. Meanwhile, the middle-aged referee had already walked to the side of the fighting stage. seeing that the two had assumed their stances. He confirmed briefly and immediately shouted, "The battle begins." The breaking army took the initiative to attack first. 4 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, flashed on the spear. He leaped forward, and as the white and yellow soul rings flickered, he thrust the breaking army spear forward. The spear tip piercing towards Ling Tian's face like a silver dragon. Ling Tian held the Bingji Yin Shuang sword in a reverse grip, just in time to block the thrust. The first soul skill, continuous thrust. Following that, a gleam of light flashed in Pejun's eyes, and the tip of the spear glinted with brightness as a series of heavy thrusts pressed down, forcing Ling Tian to retreat and create distance. Meanwhile, Pejun advanced step by step, and, as the third soul ring lit up, his attacks became even more ferocious. "It's over. That kid has fallen into Pejun's rhythm." Sigh. Pejun's 3 moves are unbeatable against these newly arrived soul masters on the soul arena. Some of the old spectators who often watched Pejun fight now looked at Ling Tian, who had been pushed to the edge, with a hint of regret in their eyes. This was Pejun's common tactic. First suppress the opponent with thrusts, then use high-intensity attacks to continuously compress the opponent's space, and finally deliver a finishing blow to knock the enemy off the stage. In the eyes of these spectators, Ling Tian, as a soul sovereign, surely couldn't withstand the final killing move. Is he going to lose? Impossible. That guy can take on so many soul masters alone. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing fixed her gaze on the arena without blinking, her small hands clenched into fists, silently supporting the boy in her heart. Chapter 32. She can also be set in motion, seeking recommendations, seeking collections. Meanwhile, on the arena, get down. Just as those old spectators had predicted, seeing Ling Tian pushed to the edge, he suddenly took half a step back, and as the third yellow soul ring lit up, he fiercely slashed forward with a deadly strike, sending a powerful crescent spear wave toward Ling Tian. Boom! The spear wave slammed heavily against the protective shield, causing ripples to surge. However, as the dust settled, "Where's he?" Pejun suddenly furrowed his brow. Thinking he had already won, he looked forward, only to find that Ling Tian was nowhere to be seen below the arena. His opponent wasn't pushed out. Looking at the empty space below the arena, he seemed to realize something. "Ice Blade?" Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind him, and before he could turn around, his back was cut by a sword, leaving a deep, narrow wound that could be seen down to the bone, while the cold, piercing soul power from the sword surged into his body, eroding his soul power. Then, Ling Tian flashed back in front of him. The sword wave that had been charged up was slashing toward Pejun. The situation for Pejun, who originally had victory in his grasp, took a sharp turn. In just a second, a moment of carelessness caused the battle to reverse. Reluctant to lose to a child, Pejun fixed his gaze on Ling Tian. "Poyun!" With a roar, Pejun shouted, and as the last purple soul ring lit up, his entire body suddenly expanded, radiating a powerful aura. The surge in strength and soul power gave Pejun a bit more confidence. He then swung his spear forward with all his might, the momentum and power even greater than before. Boom! The spear mark clashed with the sword wave, locking in a stalemate. All the spectators' eyes were drawn to the two, speculating on who would ultimately win. But before these spectators could reach a conclusion, Ling Tian swung his sword again, unleashing a similar sword wave. The two sword waves overlapped, directly shattering the spear mark and heavily striking the spear shaft, pushing him directly off the arena and crashing against the protective energy shield, using his own methods against him. "You want to push me out? Then I'll use your most common tactic to push Pejun off the soul arena the same way. It's over." Ling Tian felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought this would be a strong opponent, perhaps someone who could master marksmanship or the essence of shooting. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be just a crafty guy. Judging by his skilled moves, it seemed that his victories were achieved using such tactics. With this thought, Ling Tian turned to the referee and coldly asked, "Can you announce it now?" Gulp. The referee made a swallowing motion, then quickly went on stage to announce, Sword Emperor Bingji wins, with a record of 232 victories, maintaining the winning streak. Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor. After a brief silence, the Soto Great Arena erupted in cheers. 232 wins, no losses. This achievement was dazzling and worthy of their applause. However, Zhu Zhuqing in the audience did not join in the excitement. Her gaze was searching for Ling Tian. The boy who had just been on stage had completely vanished after the referee announced the end, leaving no trace. Was she going to miss him again? Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, her cold face filled with bitterness and reluctance. Zhu Qing? What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Your match is about to start. Your opponent is Xiao San, and they are calling your number. Thank you, Xiao Wu, I know. I will go now. Zhu Qing took one last look at the audience and disappointingly walked off the stage. What is up with Zhu Qing? Watching Zhu Qing's back, Xiao Wu felt a bit strange, but couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd. Exciting. At that moment, Ling Tian, now dressed in a purple robe, sat in the audience, eagerly watching the match between two soul emperors below. Both were power-type soul emperors. One had the martial soul of an earth-shattering bear, while the other had the martial soul of a snow mountain giant ape. These two power-type soul emperors had muscles bulging like steel, their massive figures causing the arena to shake with every collision and confrontation. This kind of intense combat was indeed exhilarating to watch. No wonder the stands were nearly full. However, he was just watching. He had no interest in the muscular brutes. An hour later, in front of the Soto Great Arena, it was time to go back to sleep. Ling Tian stretched comfortably, preparing to return to the inn for a good sleep. Watching battles between strength-type soul masters was indeed exhilarating, but it was also very time-consuming. Their strengths were comparable, and the qualities of their martial souls were similar. So only when their soul power was nearly exhausted could a victor be determined. Just then, Ling Tian faintly heard what seemed to be a commotion ahead, and the voices sounded somewhat familiar. Ning Rongrong, don't provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Others might fear your seven-treasure glazed tile school, but I Dai Mubai do not. If you anger me, be careful that I will have my way with you first and then kill you. A cold light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes as he spoke coldly. Just angered by Zhu Qing, he was in a rage, his eyes red and filled with murderous intent. It was clear he was not joking at this moment. Ning Rongrong smiled mischievously and said, "Oh, I'm so scared." Then she deliberately puffed out her chest and challenged. "Come on, let me see how you can deal with me." Having completely liberated her nature, the little witch of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had never been afraid of anything since she was little. How could she be afraid of Dai Mubai's threats? Dai Mubai could no longer contain his anger. The white tiger does not show its power, and you really think I'm a sick cat? Suddenly, a powerful aura surged within him, and Dai Mubai's soul power erupted, charging towards the unprepared Ning Rongrong. Just as she was about to be knocked away, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of her to block the attack. It was Ling Tian. He immediately extended a palm, and an overwhelming surge of soul power sent Dai Mubai flying out. Mubai, Tang San, and the others quickly rushed to help Dai Mubai up. Junior brother Ling Tian. Ning Rongrong's eyes showed a hint of surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. Sister Rongrong, we can catch up later. Ling Tian turned his head, a hint of warmth in his stern gaze as he signaled Ning Rongrong to go ahead and leave the matter to him. Can she move? Although the statement was a question, Ling Tian's voice was calm and unwavering. However, when he turned his head, his originally gentle eyes became as cold as ice, fixedly staring at Dai Mubai, so cold that it felt devoid of any warmth. Chapter 33. Arrogant Dai Mubai seeks recommendations and collections. Dai Mubai scrambled up from the ground, his eyes filled with rage. Who are you? Seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ling Tian. Ling Tian held the ice crystal singing frost sword in his right hand. The tip of the sword slightly tilted towards Dai Mubai, and three blue soul rings on the sword's body lit up one after another. At this moment, Ling Tian's face was filled with a cold chill. He never expected that such a thing would happen tonight. Ling Tian felt a bit fortunate. Luckily, he came to the Soul Arena tonight and happened to catch this incident, preventing Ning Rongrong from being bullied by this group like in the original story. That proud little princess still hadn't lost her original pride. Shun Ling Tian, right? I'm in a bad mood right now, and you just happened to jump out. Dai Mubai, who had stood up again, looked at the solitary Ling Tian and then at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others beside him, feeling a bit more confident to regain his previous arrogant demeanor. Mubai, wait a minute. Tang San suddenly walked in front of Dai Mubai and raised his hand to stop him. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on the ice crystal frost sword, recognizing it as the martial spirit of the person from the Soul Arena earlier. Xiao San, what are you doing? Dai Mubai frowned, his angry eyes filled with confusion as he stared at Tang San. Did Tang San want to stand up for this kid? Remembering the countless hidden weapons Tang San had used against Zhao Wujin a few days ago, Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly, feeling some apprehension. If I'm not mistaken, this person seems to be the one with the purple gold soul from the Soul Arena, Tang San explained gravely, turning his head. Ice crystal. The announcer's introduction from the Soul Arena echoed in Dai Mubai's ears again. Total of 322 matches, undefeated, purple gold soul medal, and the 39th level soul grandmaster, who was easily defeated before him. Dai Mubai's eyes flickered uncertainly. Having been tested in the Soto Great Soul Arena for so long, he naturally understood the concept of over 300 consecutive victories and the purple gold soul medal. Xiao San, don't interfere. However, at this moment, Dai Mubai felt trapped. Dai Mubai, was a 37th level battle spirit master. In Soto City, he had always acted with strength and flamboyance. How could he swallow this anger? So he pushed away Tang San's arm that was blocking him, and his dual pupils were once again filled with killing intent, as he said coldly. So what if it's the purple gold soul medal? It might just be good luck. His tone sounded very assertive, but there was a hint of uncertainty, more like he was trying to bolster his own courage. Mubai. Tang San wanted to say something, but ultimately stepped back behind him. Forget it. He and Dai Mubai were just ordinary friends who had known each other for a few days. Since he insisted on taking action, there was nothing he could do. At worst, he would step in to help him when he was about to be unable to hold on. After all, they were classmates from the same academy, and it was best not to let the situation escalate uncontrollably. White Tiger Possession. A strong pale white light surrounded Dai Mubai. The next moment, he stretched both arms to the sides, puffed out his chest, and his bones cracked as his muscles suddenly bulged, stretching his clothes. Every muscle under the fabric became extremely noticeable, and even the air around him seemed to become restless. His golden hair instantly turned black and white, with white dominating. But several strands of black hair were particularly prominent, for faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming a character for King. His hands changed the most, growing to twice their previous size, covered in white fur across the palms. As his fingers moved, sharp claws akin to short daggers continuously extended and retracted from his palms, each claw like a knife blade, 8 inches long, glimmering with a cold light. Dai Mubai's upper body slowly leaned forward, and his 4 eyes turned into a deep blue, giving the impression of a killing machine. First soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Mubai took the initiative to launch an attack. With a tiger's roar, a milky white energy ball erupted from his mouth. Just as the energy ball was about to hit, Ling Tian simply raised his hand and swung his sword, easily splitting the energy ball in half. Although Dai Mubai was furious, he was not foolish. The White Tiger's fierce light wave was merely a probing attack, meant to divert Ling Tian's attention while buying time for him to unleash his other 2 soul skills. Second soul skill, White Tiger's body shield. An instant later, a milky white light circle surrounded Dai Mubai, and without any pause, he continued. Third soul skill, White Tiger's diamond transformation. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, lit up beneath his feet. His evil eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a torrent of soul power surged out, blasting the surrounding earth and stones into powder. Then, Dai Mubai's already significantly altered body underwent a second transformation. His muscles surged, and his clothes could no longer withstand the pressure, exploding into shreds that hung on him. The White Tiger's body shield and White Tiger's diamond transformation were both enhancement skills that could boost Dai Mubai's attributes, which is why he released both at the same time. This was also Dai Mubai's strongest state. Kid, let me show you my true strength. With a loud shout, Dai Mubai stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and then like a cannonball, his claws, glowing with a ghostly blue light, reached out to grab Ling Tian. Clang! Ling Tian sidestepped, raising his long sword in front of him. ZZ. 10 long, sharp claws fiercely gripped the sword, creating sparks amidst the intense clash. Immediately after, Dai Mubai's right foot, surrounded by a milky white light, launched a fierce attack towards Ling Tian's lower body. Extreme cold ice armor. A layer of armor forged from ice and snow suddenly appeared on Ling Tian, completely blocking Dai Mubai's attack. So hard, Dai Mubai felt as if his attack had struck an iron plate. Not only did it fail to injure Ling Tian, but also caused him unbearable pain. One more time, just as Dai Mubai was preparing to create distance and launch another attack, Ling Tian flipped his wrist, and the ice crystal frost sword rotated inward, deflecting Dai Mubai's claws while simultaneously stabbing towards his defenseless heart. Clang! The long sword was blocked by a layer of milky white light shield. You think your attack can break my protective barrier? A cold smile flashed across Dai Mubai's lips as he kicked out, creating distance and effortlessly resolving the crisis. Break! Seeing this, Ling Tian's eyes showed no fluctuation, merely uttering a word indifferently. Chapter 34. Do you think I dare not kill you? Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking investments. At the same time, He raised his long sword high, and the first blue soul ring lit up. With a whoosh, a fierce sword wave slashed towards Dai Mubai. Crack! What? Dai Mubai, who had intended to launch another attack, froze in place, stunned. The fierce sword wave rushed straight toward his chest, tearing through his clothes and leaving several deep and shallow sword wounds, while the force of the attack sent him flying. Boom! The powerful impact caused Dai Mubai to fly across the street, landing heavily several meters away. Xiao San, watching from the side, covered her mouth with her small hand, her face filled with disbelief. At that moment, Tang San also looked shocked. Both were Soul Emperors, and Dai Mubai's soul power was even several levels higher. Even if he wasn't Ling Tian's opponent, he shouldn't have been sent flying by a single sword strike, right? Dai Mubai, in a disheveled state, struggled to get up. His upper body was covered in various sword wounds, blood staining his chest red, and his white hair was also dyed crimson. He no longer displayed his previous indomitable attitude. Roar! Looking at his current disheveled self, Dai Mubai let out an angry tiger roar. Although these injuries were just superficial, for someone who valued face as much as he did, it was unbearable. Kid, you've completely enraged me. He tore off the bandages on his body, his eyes red with fury as he stared fiercely at Ling Tian. At this moment, reason was completely overwhelmed by anger. He was determined to take down the one who had embarrassed him so thoroughly, no matter the cost. In the next moment, his blood surged with soul power. His tiger paws grew larger, with sharp blades emerging, now shining bright silver. Most notably, his entire body was enveloped in a powerful golden light, as if he had been gilded. Then, Dai Mubai leaped from his spot, charging towards Ling Tian at a speed twice as fast as before. His blood-red eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, exuding the dominance of a king among beasts. His movements were simple, without any frills, with the attachment of soul power. The momentum of this strike reached its peak under the influence of power and speed. Slash! Facing Dai Mubai's ferocious pounce, Ling Tian calmly uttered a word, and the ice crystal frost sword unleashed a sword light. In the next moment, the sword light struck directly against Dai Mubai's tiger paw. Instantly, the silver-white sharp claws on Dai Mubai's paw were severed, the cut smooth as a mirror. Dai Mubai couldn't help but let out a miserable scream, a wave of intense pain engulfing his heart as he looked at his palm in horror. The once solid and formidable claws that came with his martial spirit had been so easily severed. That was the claw that came with his martial spirit. Boom! Before he could react, a faint voice reached his ears. Third soul skill, Ice Crystal Sword Flash. Ling Tian instantly teleported to his side, followed by a heavy kick to his waist. With a loud thud, Dai Mubai's body uncontrollably flew to the right. First soul skill, Ice Blade. At the same time, Ling Tian showed no intention of stopping, raising his hand to unleash another powerful sword wave aimed at Dai Mubai. Boom! The latter had no chance to react and was directly struck by the sword wave, rolling on the ground. Bang bang! Dai Mubai crashed heavily to the ground, debris and dust enveloping his figure. Meanwhile, Tang San, who wanted to take the opportunity to save him, never expected that in the blink of an eye. The Dai Mubai he once revered had already fallen, his life uncertain, and he didn't even have the chance to intervene. At that moment, Ling Tian was already walking towards Dai Mubai's fallen position with his sword in one hand. Moments later, as the dust settled, everyone present finally saw the scene inside. At this moment, Dai Mubai had been beaten out of his martial soul possession state, his upper body a bloody mess, accompanied by a long sword wound. As for his clothing, he was only covered by a pair of shorts that were nearly torn to shreds. Ling Tian's ice jingle frost sword was pointed directly at his heart. Ling Tian, very well. I, Dai Mubai, will remember this grudge. Just wait, one day, I will wash away this humiliation. Dai Mubai glared at Ling Tian and shouted fiercely. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Ling Tian. Despite his defeat, he showed no sign of a loser. He seemed to never believe that anyone dared to kill him. Ling Tian did not answer him, but instead thrust the tip of the sword into his lower abdomen. The pain suddenly filled Dai Mubai's brain, causing him to scream in agony. Ling Tian drew his long sword and said coldly, "How dare you bully her? Are you going to kill me too? Others may fear your 7-treasure glazed tile school, but I do not." Yet, despite this, the weak and disheveled Dai Mubai still spoke fearlessly. "Do you know my identity? So what if you bully me? You, a mere disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, wouldn't dare to touch me even if you had 10 times the courage. So what if you're stronger than me? So what if you're a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I am a prince of the Douluo Empire, and if you dare to kill me, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School won't be able to protect you. This was the reason he remained unafraid even when knocked to the ground. His identity as a prince of the Douluo Empire made him feel superior since childhood, looking down on everyone. You say you're not afraid of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but on what grounds? Ling Tian suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Bang! Before Dai Mubai could respond, he punched him in the stomach. Hiss, what about your identity? Ling Tian's 5 fingers slowly contracted as he looked at Dai Mubai, whose face was gradually turning pale and was struggling to breathe. At the same time, he continued with a cold voice. You, a fallen prince who abandoned his fiancée, and fled in disgrace. Why should you not fear the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? What gives you the courage to threaten our little princess, who is cherished by the entire sect? Is it because of the Douluo Empire behind you? But why do you think the Douluo Empire would take action against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which has a dual Douluo and a soul sage? For a discarded prince like you, can your status be compared to that of Sister Rongrong? Do you still think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian suddenly released his grip and threw Dai Mubai aside, as if he were trash. Following that, Ling Tian's figure flashed, and the ice mist frost sword hovered above Dai Mubai's heart, releasing a powerful surge of soul power. There was no doubt that if this sword came down, Dai Mubai's heart would be instantly pierced. P.S. Dear readers, please cast your votes to support the author. The results after half a month of writing are too dismal. Not to mention recommendation votes. Even the number of comments and collections is pitifully low. Every day feels like I'm writing alone, and I've lost the motivation to keep typing. I sincerely hope that everyone can vote more, so I'll have more motivation to write, and 3 updates a day won't be a dream. Unlike now, where I feel exhausted just writing a chapter, seeing the meager recommendation votes and collections. For today, I'll only update once to sort out my thoughts and adjust my mindset, so my bad mood doesn't affect this book. Sorry. 3. Chapter 35. Leave you with a lesson. Who are you? Who exactly are you? And how do you know my identity? I'm a prince. You can't kill me. I can't die. Under the dual threat of Ling Tian's words and actions, at this moment, Dai Mubai finally panicked. He wanted to live. He didn't want to die. Otherwise, he could have stayed in the Douluo Empire. Why would he flee to the Douluo Empire? He covered the bloody mark on his neck with one hand and shouted in a panic, I didn't intend to fight with Ning Rongrong. I just want to teach her a lesson. Please don't kill me. I am a prince. If you kill me, it will provoke a war between the 2 countries. My father won't let you go, and you will die too. So you can't kill me. You can't kill me. He tried to use his identity to threaten Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian didn't care about his identity at all. He was not someone who could be compared to Dai Mubai. As the brother of Qian Rinxue, the crown princess of the Heaven Do Empire, and the only disciple of the Sword Law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, just based on these 2 identities, what would it matter if he killed Dai Mubai? The Douluo Empire didn't have only him as a prince. As for provoking a war, did you think the Spirit Hall was idle? With him suppressing the Douluo Empire, how could they easily take action, especially for a prince who had basically been abandoned and was destined to fail? But now is not the time to kill him. Ling Tian turned his head to suppress the killing intent on him and said as calmly as possible, Sister Rongrong, come here. Ling Tian, junior brother. Ning Rongrong, who had witnessed the entire process from the side, was already a bit scared when she saw Dai Mubai, covered in blood and in a sorry state. She bit her lip, her fingers trembling slightly as she tightly clutched her skirt. But in the end, she still jogged to Ling Tian's side, because Ning Rongrong knew that junior brother Ling Tian was teaching Dai Mubai a lesson for her sake, standing up for her. Then Ling Tian retracted his sword slightly, looking down at Dai Mubai with cold eyes, and told him to apologize. Dai Mubai's blood-red eyes fixed firmly on Ning Rongrong. The already frightened Ning Rongrong stepped back in fear, hiding behind Ling Tian. Bang! Ling Tian kicked Dai Mubai in the chest. The ice crystal frost sword pressed against his throat, and said in a cold tone without a hint of warmth, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. To still dare to act this way in front of him, Dai Mubai truly was too arrogant to recognize the situation. I'll give you 3 counts. Apologize. 3, 2. Ling Tian did not give Dai Mubai any time to think and directly started the countdown. Don't kill me. I apologize. Dai Mubai looked at the long sword being raised high again. His heart trembled as he quickly suppressed the resentment deep inside him, glancing at Ning Rongrong. not daring to act recklessly. Ning Rongrong, I was wrong. I promise I will never provoke you again. At this moment, Dai Mubai lowered his proud head. Resentment and anger filled his eyes, while he bit down hard on his teeth. At this moment, Dai Mubai's heart was almost on the verge of exploding with rage. As a prince of the Starry Empire, he had always felt a sense of superiority. Now, being humiliated like this, and having to apologize to a little girl, he clung to the last shred of reason to stay awake. He knew he couldn't die. He had to return to the Starry Empire and compete with Davis for that position. Because only by staying alive could he have the opportunity in the future to take revenge on the person who bullied him. Ling Tian, junior brother, let him go. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, unable to bear it. I'm not hurt, and I don't want to see you kill someone. Although Ning Rongrong sounded fierce, in reality, she was just putting on a show. She didn't dare to really kill someone. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her personality was proud and eccentric, but she wasn't inherently bad. Now, seeing the extremely miserable Dai Mubai, her heart softened immediately, and the previous anger had long dissipated. Deep down, she didn't want to see Ling Tian kill someone in the street, and since she wasn't hurt this time, giving Dai Mubai a lesson was enough. Sister, don't worry, I want to kill him. Ling Tian then turned his head, his tone cold as he said, but I want to leave him with a lesson. The little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not someone that just anyone can have ideas about. As he spoke, Ling Tian glanced at Oscar. He originally liked the pairing of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, but now, without having gone through those adventures, Oscar's feelings for Ning Rongrong were more about lust rather than the deep promises and mutual affection that came later in the story. Especially Oscar's actions of watching the show on the sidelines made Ling Tian feel even more disgusted. As for Oscar, who was being glanced at, he shrank his neck like a turtle. No matter how beautiful she was, one still needed to have a life to pursue her. Moreover, even their strongest Dai Mubai was no match for her. As a mere food-type soul master, he didn't dare to provoke her. If he got beaten up, there would really be nowhere to complain. Thinking of this, he took a few steps back. As for Tang San, he had no intention of intervening from the beginning. The reason was simple. The relationship wasn't deep enough. He had only known Dai Mubai for a few days, and it wasn't worth offending Ling Tian to save him. Besides, he didn't think Ling Tian's actions were wrong. In his view, Dai Mubai's current predicament was all self-inflicted. If he hadn't insisted on venting his anger on Ning Rongrong earlier, he wouldn't have been treated this way by the furious Ling Tian. After all, he couldn't bring himself to vent his anger on a little girl. As for Xiao Wu, if Tang Sin hadn't stopped her earlier, she would have rushed over to help Ning Rongrong. Moreover, due to the previous incident with the twins, Xiao had always held a grudge against Dai Mubai. Now seeing him being beaten, she was more than happy and certainly wouldn't come to his rescue. Xiao Wu suddenly leaned close to Tang San's ear and whispered, "Third brother, what would you do if I were bullied by someone? As long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone bully you." Tang San's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke. Why are you so serious? I was just joking, Xiao Wu said, her heart warming as her flushed face leaned against Tang San's shoulder. I'm serious. Xiao Wu was Tang San's reverse scale. Whoever dared to touch Xiao Wu would not end up much better than Dai Mubai. Ice Blade. At the same time, Ling Tian raised the ice crystal frost sword above his head, cold ice and snow continuously falling on the long sword as power kept accumulating. The sword body was already covered with ice blue cold ice. Slash. The terrifying power cut through the air and heavily slashed towards Dai Mubai's position. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Crack, crack. The miserable cries abruptly stopped. It wasn't that Dai Mubai had passed out, but that he was sealed and couldn't make a sound. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and Dai Mubai was now covered in cold ice, with a deep wound visible to the bone left right at the center of his chest. However, due to the ice's sealing, blood had not yet seeped out of the wound. Ling Tian turned his head to look at Ning Rongrong and said, Senior Sister Rongrong, let's go. Oh, junior brother, wait for me. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly chased after Ling Tian's back, leaving behind a scene of chaos and Dai Mubai frozen in place. Big brother Dai. Once the two had walked far away, Oscar, who had been hiding behind, finally poked his head out and instinctively wanted to pull Dai Mubai out. Just then, Tang Sin suddenly spoke up. Little AO, I advise you not to move Mubai. WY? Oscar paused, looking at Tang San in confusion. Tang San took a couple of steps forward and said calmly, that sword wound is very deep. If you rashly break the ice layer, even though Dai Mubai's body is strong, he might bleed to death. Then what should we do now? We can't just leave Big Brother Dai here, right? Oscar was uncertain and cast a pleading look at Ling Tian. Go find the dean. You should know the dean is here now, and with his strength, he should have a way. Xiao Wu and I will stay here to watch over Mubai and prevent any accidents. Okay. I'll go right now. Oscar nodded and hurried towards the places they often visited, hoping to find Flender. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of Soto City, Ning Rongrong pulled on Ling Tian's sleeve and asked, Junior brother, we didn't kill anyone with that sword just now, did you? Her lively eyes were filled with unease. Ling Tian said calmly, don't worry, he'll be fine. At most, he will just be lying in bed for a week. He had already held back some of his strength with that sword, and on top of that, he froze Dai Mubai at the end. So he won't be in any life-threatening danger. That's good to hear, Ning Rongrong said, finally feeling relieved as she patted her chest. By the way, junior brother Ling Tian, how come you also came to Swoto City? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong thought of something, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes as she stammered. It couldn't be that my father sent you here, right? It was indeed Uncle Ning who asked me to come. Just as Ling Tian was about to repeat Ning Fengji's words, Ning Rongrong suddenly interrupted. Ling Tian, this is your first time in Soto City, right? Uh-huh. Ling Tian nodded. Ning Rongrong took Ling Tian's arm and said mysteriously, come on, senior sister will take you to an interesting place. Wait a minute, I have something to say later. Before Ling Tian could say anything else, Ning Rongrong excitedly pulled his arm and ran towards the night market. A few minutes later, in front of the night market, looking at the brightly lit stalls, Ning Rongrong patted her ordinary chest and waved her hand grandly, saying, Ling Tian, what do you want to eat? Today, senior sister is treating. Are you trying to buy me with these things? Ling Tian turned his head to glance at Ning Rongrong and said calmly. Ning Rongrong, feeling guilty, turned her head away, her fair fingers drawing circles in front of her chest as she quietly defended. What do you mean by buying? Don't say that. How can the relationship between senior sister and junior brother be called buying? So are you going to eat or not? Of course I'm going to eat. Senior sister, go buy me 2 servings of candied hawthorn over there and also some roasted chestnuts and walnut pastries. And Ning Rongrong glared at Ling Tian. Ling Tian. What is it? Ling Tian asked, pretending to be confused. Thinking about how she would need something from Ling Tian later, Ning Rongrong instantly changed her expression and asked gently, oh, it's nothing. Is there anything else you want to eat? Senior sister will buy it for you. Let's stick to these for now. We can decide on more after we finish eating. All right then. Is that all for now? Before turning around, Ning Rongrong shot an angry glare at Ling Tian and silently thought, all right, little Ling Tian, I will remember this. Don't let me find an opportunity, or I will make you pay me back with interest. Moments later, Ning Rongrong softly asked, Ling Tian, have you finished eating? Ling Tian put down the walnut pastry, wiped his mouth, and calmly asked, if senior sister has something to say, just say it. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes turned, and she quietly discussed, hee. Ling Tian, hasn't senior sister been good to you in the sect before? So can you stay a little longer this time? Senior sister, you don't want to go back to the sect yet? Before Ning Rongrong could finish, Ling Tian had already guessed her intention. Hee. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, junior brother. Ning Rongrong cheerfully hugged Ling Tian's arm, blinked her bright eyes, and pitifully acted coy. Good junior brother. Considering how good senior sister has been to you in the sect, please help senior sister this time. Let us stay at Shrek Academy a little longer, okay? Besides, senior sister ran an entire street to buy you food. Ling Tian sighed helplessly, looking at the walnut pastry in his hand. He clearly knew Ning Rongrong's intentions. Yet he couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food. Sister, have you thought this through? After swallowing the last piece of walnut pastry, Ling Tian brushed off the crumbs from his hands and turned to ask seriously, I just injured Dai Mubai heavily. Do those teachers and students from Shrek Academy still dare to keep you here? Dai Mubai got beaten up, so what? It's not a big deal. Besides, he was the one who wanted to make a move on me first. It's already good that I didn't go looking for them. Ning Rongrong said nonchalantly with her hands on her hips. And I can stay wherever I want. As long as I don't leave, no one can force me to go. Not even Flander. Finally out to have some fun, she didn't want to return to the sect until she had enough fun, and besides, she hadn't disturbed her interaction with Ling Tian yet. So, when are you planning to return to the sect? Maybe 3, 4, 5, or 6 months. Ning Rongrong said, counting on her fingers with a puzzled expression. Ling Tian brushed away Ning Rongrong's small hand, helplessly saying, at the latest in 3 months. You must return to the sect with me, or personally explain it to Uncle Ning. P.S. Please, dear viewers, support me with some votes. Chapter 37. Teacher. I found you. seeking recommendations, collections, and investments. 3 months, that's fine. Then I'll leave it to you, junior brother Ling Tian. Ning Rongrong's small face was filled with joy, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes, and at the same time, she wrapped her arm around Ling Tian, leaning on his shoulder. What do you mean by asking me for help? Ling Tian said with a black line on his forehead. Do you want me to stay here with you for 3 more months? 3 months, staying here? Of course. Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes, and her expression changed to a pitiful look as she gazed at Ling Tian. Are you really going to leave me here all alone? You saw today's situation. I'm just a support-type soul master, and it's very dangerous. Dangerous? Ling Tian shot her an annoyed glare. When you sneaked out of the sect, and anger died moved by, didn't you think about the danger? Now you're scared of it. In the end, Ling Tian helplessly nodded and agreed to Ning Rongrong's request because her fearless nature was indeed very dangerous. Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around Ling Tian's arm and tilted her head, asking curiously, Junior brother, what are we doing now? Do you want to sleep on the street? Ling Tian pushed Ning Rongrong's head away with a look of disdain and said helplessly, Of course I don't want that. If you don't want it, then hurry up and let's go. After a moment, Ning Rongrong stood at the door of the room, fidgeting and blushing as she said, Junior brother Ling Tian, isn't this a bit too fast? We're still too young. Although she really liked junior brother Ling Tian, she wasn't mentally prepared for that step yet. What are you talking about? What fast? Hurry up and go inside to sleep? Ling Tian looked at Ning Rongrong in confusion. Huh? Junior brother Ling Tian, aren't you going to? Ning Rongrong's face turned as red as if it were about to drip blood. Realizing she was thinking too far and wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide. I understand now. You should hurry back to rest too. Bang! In the midst of her words, Ning Rongrong, like a startled little rabbit, opened and closed the door in one go, before Ling Tian could react. She was already back inside the room, totally bewildered. Ling Tian looked bewildered at the trembling door, but still advised, I'm in the room next door. Just call me if there's anything. Okay, good night. Good night. Meanwhile, inside the room, Ning Rongrong, who had buried herself in the blanket, finally lifted her head. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and thinking about what she had just said made her little face turn even redder. However, she couldn't help but complain about Ling Tian. What blockhead? Ning Rongrong stomped her feet in anger. She had hinted so clearly with her words just now. Yet that big blockhead Ling Tian didn't understand a word. What idiot blockhead, hum. A moment later, late at night, Ling Tian did not return his room, but instead walked out again. Teacher, are you not coming out yet? The surroundings were silent, and no one appeared. However, Ling Tian still spoke calmly. Teacher, if you don't come out soon, I really will go back. As he said this, Ling Tian was about to turn around and head back to the inn. Little sly one, how did you discover me? Just as he was about to turn, a familiar voice reached Ling Tian's ears, and at the same time, Chun Xen, dressed in white, appeared before him. Ling Tian clasped his hands and said, Teacher, how did you discover my tracks? The sword Douluo looked at Ling Tian with some curiosity, as he was a titled Douluo, and even if he revealed a hint of his aura, it shouldn't be detectable by a soul master, because I sense the 7-killing sword intent. Ling Tian has been honing under the 7-killing sword of the sword-fighting Douluo for a long time, so he is naturally very familiar with the intent of the 7-killing sword. When senior sister Rongrong was pushed out by that guy, I sensed your sword intent. Ling Tian shrugged, and a hint of a smile flashed in his cold eyes. I see. Chun Xin suddenly realized and immediately understood the reason. Ling Tian recalled what he had promised Ning Rongrong earlier, and said calmly, Teacher, senior sister Rongrong wants to continue staying at Shrek Academy. She still wants to stay here? Chun Xin frowned slightly, and his expression clearly became a bit displeased. Ling Tian nodded, and then suddenly changed the topic to ask another question. Teacher, what do you think of Shrek Academy? The sword law, objectively evaluated, in terms of teachers, it can be considered one of the few high-level soul master academies in the Tiando Empire, but in terms of other supporting facilities, it falls short. The combination of the two can only be regarded as a mediocre academy, but provides limited help to talented students. Throughout the journey, he had basically understood the situation of Shrek Academy, which was an unremarkable academy with admission requirements even more stringent than those of the Tiando Royal Academy. The entry criteria were not exceeding 12 years of age, and soul power must reach at least level 20, along with 4 additional assessments. Just based on these requirements, it was difficult for anyone with innate soul power below level 7 to succeed. The students filtered through these layers of selection were already rare geniuses. Regardless of which academy they joined, they would receive focused training. In other words, Even if they did not join Shrek, their future achievements would not be affected. However, Shrek Academy might even hinder these students' talents. Because aside from the teachers having higher soul power levels than those at typical high-level Soul Master Academies, other aspects such as the teaching environment, resources, facilities, and venues were inferior to a proper high-level Soul Master Academy. The hardware facilities were completely inadequate, which naturally affected the students of the academy. If the students who joined Shrek Academy in previous years had instead joined the Tiendo Royal Academy, their soul power would definitely have improved further. In other words, they were using the banner of recruiting monsters to attract elite talented soul masters who had no understanding of Soul Master Academies. This is why Chun Xin felt that Shrek Academy had limited growth potential for high-level soul masters. The teacher is right, but before reaching the soul sect level, the educational methods of this academy are still commendable, so it's fine for senior sister Rongrong to stay here for 3 months. Ling Tian ultimately brought the topic back to the initial purpose, asking the sword-fighting Douluo to agree to let Ning Rongrong stay at Shrek Academy for 3 months. I had already promised Sister Rongrong before that I would give her 3 more months. 3 months? After 3 months, I will take Sister back to the sect. Ling Tian said seriously, Teacher, you can rest assured that with me here, Senior Sister Rongrong will not encounter any danger. Since he promised Ning Rongrong for 3 months, he naturally had to fulfill the agreement. P.S. Please, dear readers, throw some recommendation votes to support me. Please, the new book's performance is too poor, and I can't even get a recommendation position. Chapter 38. How Qian Douluo seeks recommendations, seeks collections, seeks investments. Well, with you around, that girl Rongrong should also be safe from grievances. Chun Xin was silent for a moment, thinking of Ning Fengji's previous instructions, and finally agreed. However, he felt that he should meet Flender. Ling Tian and Rongrong, the 2 juniors he cares about the most, will stay at Shrek Academy for a while. So he naturally wants to have a friendly chat with the Academy's dean. Coupled with Rongrong's previous situation, it's just the right time for a good talk. After a moment, just as Chun Xin was about to set off to have a friendly exchange with Flender, he suddenly paused, thought of something, turned his head, and asked in a deep voice, Xiao Tian, how many levels away are you from the Soul Sect now? I'm at level 35, just 5 levels short. The sword Douluo pondered for a moment, then with a mysterious smile said, just 5 levels, Xiao Tian. When you break through, don't rush to absorb the spirit ring. I will prepare a surprise for you. Ling Tian hesitated for a moment and asked softly, Teacher, did you see it? You mean that 100,000-year-soul beast, right? Chun Xin immediately understood Ling Tian's implication and directly pointed out the meaning behind his words. Ling Tian nodded and asked softly, the surprise you mentioned earlier, isn't it referring to that 100,000-year-soul beast? That's right, it seems Xiao Tian is interested. Jian Douluo said with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. No, it's not. Ling Tian shook his head and said calmly, Teacher, I just don't want you to take action against that 100,000-year-soul beast. Chun Xion's eyes flickered with interest as he lightly asked, What? Does Xiao Tian have no interest in the 100,000-year soul ring? Teacher, did you notice the boy next to that soul beast earlier? What is wrong with that boy? Ling Tian said softly, his surname is Tang, the Tang from Tang Hao. If I'm not mistaken, he should be Tang Hao's son. You mean the child is Tang Hao's son? Jian Douluo looked at Ling Tian in surprise, not expecting that Shrek Academy was indeed hiding talents. 100,000-year soul beast. The prince of the Star Luo Empire, and the second young lady of the Duke of Hell's Mansion, along with Tang Hao's son. Chun Xin did not doubt the authenticity of Ling Tian's words, because he did not inquire about the source of this information. Everyone has their own secrets. And since Ling Tian was not willing to share for now, he would not press him. TSK, this academy is quite extraordinary. Yes, and the relationship between that 100,000-year soul beast and Tang Hao's son should be significant. Ling Tian revealed his unique 3 soul rings and said seriously, You are aware of my soul ring situation. The 100,000-year soul ring is not important to me, so I don't want to risk offending a title de law by taking action against that soul beast. The 100,000-year soul ring offered limited help to Ling Tian, and although he felt indifferent towards Tang San, he also didn't want to create enemies for no reason. I see, Xiao Tian. You should go back first. I will handle this matter properly. Chun Xin suddenly understood something and squinted at the nearby forest. A moment later, whoosh. Since you've invited me here, why not come out and have a chat? The sword Douluo's figure appeared in the forest, and a strong, resonant voice echoed through the deep woods, causing the trees to shake and shed their leaves. Junior Tang Hao, I greet you, Senior Chun Xin. A moment later, a heavy voice emerged from the forest. followed by a middle-aged man cloaked in black robes stepping out. Seeing the disheveled and unkempt Tang Hao, Chen Xian couldn't help but frown. You are Tang Hao? How did you end up like this? Wu Huan Temple? Mama, Tang Hao number not that. The sword Douluo was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. He never expected that the once young and remarkable title Douluo would now be in such a disheveled state. Senior Chen Xian, I have come this time regarding that child matter. As a fellow titled Douluo, Tang Hao held great respect for Chen Xian, as he was far inferior to Chen Xian in both strength and age. Does that child know that it is a soul beast? I don't know. After a moment, Tang Hao bowed his hands to Chen Xian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Chen Xian. Just taking what we need. The sword Douluo said as he put away the Hao Ian sect token Tang Hao had used for exchange, his voice deep, since Hao Ian Douluo is here. Then I will also entrust the safety of my 2 children to you. Rest assured, Senior Chen Xian. Hao Ian Douluo bowed his hands and bid farewell to the sword Douluo. Meanwhile, inside Shrek Academy, after Flinder had treated Dai Mubai's injuries, he stepped out of the room with a gloomy expression and asked Tang San and Oscar, how did Mubai get injured? Dean, after you separated from Ma Hongjun and us, Mubai had a bit of a quarrel with Ning Rongrong. Just when Mubai was about to make a move on Ning Rongrong, that boy known as the Sword Emperor from the Soto Great Soul Arena suddenly intervened. According to Ning Rongrong, that boy is a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang San clearly explained the main reasons for the incident. Flinder rubbed his head and said in a low tone, all right, Xiao San, Oscar, you 2 should go back and rest. Yes, Dean. The 2 replied in unison before turning back to their dormitory. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A hint of apprehension and powerlessness flashed in Flinder's eyes. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was a colossal entity that a small soul sage like him could not shake, especially since Dai Mubai had actively provoked them. This beating was destined to be for nothing. Ah, Dai Mubai, always finding trouble for me. Flinder sighed, taking out his little treasury, calculating how much it would cost to restore Dai Mubai to his former self. Flinder, come out. A powerful voice suddenly reached Flinder's ears, recalling his previous encounter with Hao Ian Douluo, making him tense up. Who is it? With this question in mind, Flinder cautiously set off. A moment later, outside Shrek Academy, in the dark thicket, the same place where Tang Hao had beaten Zhao Wujia. May I ask you are Clang? Before Flinder could finish, a sharp long sword suddenly appeared in front of the person, followed by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings blooming from the sword, emanating a powerful pressure. This is the 7 killing sword. Flinder's heart trembled, and he quickly bowed, saying, I have seen you, Your Excellency, Sword Douluo. Chen Xian did not speak, merely snorted coldly while locking his pressure onto Flinder. Your Excellency, Sword Douluo, I am not aware of your purpose for visiting Shrek Academy. Feeling the pressure from Sword Douluo, Flinder's body slightly bent, cold sweat streaming down his face. Sword Douluo's icy gaze scrutinized Flinder. Is this how your Shrek Academy treats Rongrong? I don't understand what your Excellency means. Don't understand? I have always acted strictly according to the wishes of your sect's leader. If these matters have caused discomfort to your sect, I hope your Excellency can forgive me. Flinder secretly lamented in his heart, biting his teeth and taking out Ning Fengji's letter from his ring. This was his last resort, but he didn't know if Sword Douluo would acknowledge it. Soto Great Soul Arena. That was an accident. Flinder's heart sank. He knew he had to bring up this matter. At that time, I had other matters to attend to, so I was not by their side. Otherwise, this incident would definitely not have happened. Can an accident cover it up? Sword Douluo's eyes revealed a cold glint. If my disciple had not been there, what would have happened? I believe Dean Flinder should be able to imagine. Flinder was momentarily speechless. What could he say? After so many years, he still knew Dai Mubai's temperament very well. This kid was always reckless and aggressive, and it was not impossible for him to make a move on Ning Rongrong in a fit of rage. Without giving Flinder a chance to explain, Sword Douluo continued coldly. As the academy head, you show no concern for the safety of your students. Is this how your Shrek Academy educates its students? Dean Flinder, I need a reasonable explanation. This matter, I was wrong. Flinder sighed softly, then deeply bowed to Sword Douluo on behalf of Shrek Academy. I apologize to your Excellency, Sword Douluo, and your sect for disappointing the expectations of sect leader Ning and your Excellency. He understood Sword Douluo's intention to seek an explanation for Ning Rongrong, and this matter was indeed wrong on Shrek Academy's part. So, as the academy head, he had to make a statement. Sword Douluo pondered for a moment before saying solemnly, Rongrong and Ling Tian will stay at your Shrek Academy for about 3 months. I hope you do not disappoint me and Fengji this time. Thank you for your trust, Your Excellency. Flinder was about to say something when suddenly a sword ray struck him down. Immediately after, he heard Sword Douluo's voice, I hope you can really do it. Cough, cough. Thank you for your mercy, Your Excellency. Flander wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said bitterly. The Sword Douluo indeed held back with that strike. With his strength as a titled Douluo, if he had truly struck, he would have had to lie in bed for at least half a month. Although the gift he received looked terrifying, it was actually just a superficial injury that would heal in a day or two of rest. The next day, early morning, Shrek Academy. In the square, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing had gathered together, waiting for Flander to arrive. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai was still lying in bed, unable to move, and it was conservatively estimated that he would need at least another week to recover. What? Ma Hongjun, who had just returned from the brothel that morning, was shocked. Dai Lauda was injured. Keep your voice down. Oscar shot Ma Hongjun a glare, and seeing that the teacher had not yet arrived, he continued speaking in a low voice. You don't know how ruthless that guy from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was last night. You know how strong Dai Lauda is, right? But even so, that guy took him down without a chance to fight back. You have no idea what happened yesterday. That guy defeated Dai Lauda with just one strike. Oscar's face flushed as he spoke, gesturing as if he had delivered that strike himself. Dai Mubai was injured, although Zhu Zhuqing was some distance away from the two. The square was small, and with her martial soul enhancement, she overheard their conversation. That guy actually got injured. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was very shocked. Don't be fooled by his usual arrogance and lecherousness. His strength was not weak. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the purple gold fighting spirit medal. As Oscar explained, Zhu Zhuqing gradually understood the basic events that transpired and realized that the person who injured Dai Mubai and saved her was actually the same person. How could it be him? A hint of astonishment flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she couldn't believe such a coincidence could exist in the world. So what now? On the other side, Ma Hongjun waved his fists and said indignantly, he injured Dai Lauda and just gets away with it? What else can we do? Dai Lauda is the strongest among us. If he isn't a match for him, who would dare to stop him? Oscar's face was a mixture of frustration and resignation. Isn't there still? On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing walked over to Xiao Wu and quietly asked Xiao Wu, is what Oscar and the others said true? Dai Mubai was indeed defeated by that guy. Xiao Wu nodded. No, that's not it. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand, her gaze urgent as she looked at Xiao Wu. I want to ask, is the person who attacked really the same person who had the purple gold medal at the Fighting Spear Arena last night? Yes, Zhuqing. How did you? Quiet. A voice carrying pressure emerged, and immediately Flander appeared before everyone with a dark expression. Dean, Oscar and Ma Hongjun immediately stopped their idle chatter and stood at attention, waiting for Flander to speak. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also ceased their conversation at Tang San's reminder. Regarding yesterday's incident, let's put it to rest. You're not allowed to mention it again in the academy. Flander scanned everyone, his tone icy. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. And Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, go tidy up a few dorm rooms nearby before training. A new student might be moving in a few days. Oscar was taken aback. New student? Oscar, do you have a problem? Flander shot him a glance. No, none. All right. Flander rubbed his slightly aching left shoulder and began to arrange today's training tasks. Start training. Oscar, lead a long run around the village for an hour. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Then, led by Oscar, they began their morning training. It was Xiao Wu's turn. She remembered Ning Rongrong and curiously asked, Dean, will Rongrong come back? She will. Huh. Chapter 40. The one who saved me that day was you. Seeking recommendations, collections, and investments. Is there any problem? No, no. Xiao Wu made a face at Flander's back and quickly pulled Zhu Zhuqing to run ahead. I hope that kid doesn't cause any more trouble when he comes to the academy. Flander sighed, squinting his eyes and muttering. In Soto City, Chun Xian gently reminded the two. Xiao Tian, you're steady. I leave Rongrong to you. Teacher, don't worry. Ling Tian nodded. Chun Xian turned to Ning Rongrong and continued. Rongrong, you must follow Ling Tian's arrangements here. If I find out anything goes wrong, don't blame me for bringing you back to the sect. I understand. Ning Rongrong nodded, her beautiful eyes looking at Chun Xian with exasperation. Grandpa Jian, you've told me this several times already. All right. Grandpa is leaving now. Grandpa is leaving. Chun Xian smiled helplessly and then turned to leave on his sword, disappearing from their sight shortly after. Ling Tian, why is Grandpa Jian here? As soon as Chun Xian left, Ning Rongrong's expression fell. pouting and looking unhappy. The teacher has been following us. Ah, ning grong grong, climate, covering her fluset ticks. Does that mean Grandpa Jian saw what happened yesterday? How embarrassing. Recalling the awkward scene at the hotel entrance last night. The little girl turned beet red and couldn't say a word. However, Ling Tian clearly had a different focus than Ning Rongrong. Reflecting on Chun Xian's actions last night, he speculated in his heart, if I'm not mistaken, the teacher probably went to Shrek Academy last night. After all, Tang Hao had beaten Zhao Wujin for Tang San that night, and now Ning Rongrong is facing unfair treatment as Shrek, with Sword Douluo's affection for her. He likely want to have a good talk with Flander. Ling Tian turned his head and said to his senior sister, let's go back to Shrek Academy. The Sword Douluo has already discussed everything with Flandra. At this time, we don't have to worry about anyone causing trouble. Okay. Ning Rongrong noted subconsciously. But her mind was still thinking about what happened last night. Meanwhile, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun were jogging around Shrek Academy. Hey, Xiao Ao, look, isn't that Rongrong? Ma Hongjun turned around and just happened to see the two people heading towards the academy gate. Who was that guy? Xiao, huh? Xiao Ao, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop running? It's him. He's the one who injured Dai Lauda and Xiao San. No, wait. He shouldn't have. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed shakily at Ling Tian. Is it really him? Ma Hongjun's heart trembled, and he instinctively shrank his head. Although he had called out loudly just now, he really didn't want to run into Ling Tian. After all, even Dai Lauda and Tang San had been completely defeated by this guy. As an ordinary soul master, he didn't want to go up and get beaten, even though he hadn't offended Ling Tian. Fatty, how about we take a detour? Yeah, do you want to get beaten? Wait, why would he hit me? Ma Hongjun suddenly came to his senses and stopped, looking at Oscar in confusion. I haven't offended Ning Rongrong, nor have I offended that guy. What is there to avoid? You can't just come up and hit someone, right? Ma Hongjun realized and grabbed Oscar by the neck, pretending to be fierce, and said, you little AO, try to trick me again. No, Fatty Ma, Gujungu, it's a misunderstanding. Just then, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar were playfully tussling, Xiao Wu suddenly walked up to Zhu Zhuqing and quietly pointed at Ling Tian, not far away, saying, Zhuqing, look, it's him. Is it him? Zhu Zhuqing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, extending her right hand to cover the upper half of Ling Tian's face. The mouth shape, height, and clothing are all the same. It's him. Zhu Zhuqing recognized that the person who saved her at that time was Ling Tian. She took a deep breath and walked towards Ling Tian and Ning Rongrong without hesitation. Hey, Zhuqing, where are you going? Zhuqing, don't go over there, Dai Lauda. Oscar and Ma Hongjun thought Zhu Zhuqing was going to take revenge for Dai Mubai, and hurriedly tried to stop her. Ning Rongrong, who was about to find Flandra, turned around and said, huh? Zhuqing? So she is Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Tian turned his head at the sound and paused for a moment, quickly recognizing that the person was the girl he had saved a while ago. However, he soon withdrew his gaze and no longer focused on this extraordinary girl. Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong quickly approached, wanted to chat with Zhu Zhuqing for a moment, but Zhu Zhuqing went straight towards Ling Tian. The one who saved me that day was you, right? Zhu Zhuqing slightly nodded to Ning Rongrong and then fixed her cold gaze tightly on Ling Tian. Huh? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes kept shifting between the two, as if her junior brother Ling Tian and Zhuqing had a story together. So she really came to find him? Ling Tian looked at the girl in front of him with a bit of a headache. If he had known she was Zhu Zhuqing, he definitely wouldn't have intervened at that time. After all, as a member of the main character group, even if he hadn't appeared, she would have been able to escape this crisis. No, I recognized your martial soul, and Oscar mentioned that the person at the Soul Arena yesterday was you. Just as Ling Tian was about to refute, Zhu Zhuqing's next words immediately cut off his argument. Ling Tian was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and calmly asked, it's me. Is there a problem? Forget it. If she recognizes me, then so be it. Zhu Zhuqing's cold face rarely showed a hint of a smile, and she continued to ask, what is your name? Ling Tian, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ling Tian replied calmly. Ling Tian, my name is Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you for saving me that day. If I have the chance, I will repay you. If I survive, Zhu Zhuqing wanted to say something more, but her eyes dimmed as she thought of her identity. Her future was destined to be dark. Love was merely a luxury for her. Zhu Zhuqing deeply bowed to Ling Tian and sincerely said, thank you. After saying that, she turned and left. This was what she had always wanted to say, to find out his name and express her gratitude sincerely. Chapter 41, A Poor Soul Seeking Recommendations, Collections, and Investments. Since you hate Dai Mubai for abandoning you, why did you come here? Looking at her frail back, Ling Tian suddenly spoke. Do I have any other choice? Zhu Zhuqing's clear eyes gradually dimmed as she continued to walk away slowly. She knew that coming to Shrek Academy represented a compromise. But did she have any other options besides seeking Dai Mubai's help? Her parents were indifferent, and her older sister wanted to kill her at every turn. Although Dai Mubai was a playboy, due to the cruel rules of the Starluo royal family, as Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, he was the only person she could trust. This was why Zhu Zhuqing traveled thousands of miles to Shrek Academy. To survive, she could only rely on Dai Mubai. Besides this nominal fiancé, she had no one else to depend on. Ling Tian fell into silence. Besides accepting Dai Mubai, she really had no other choice. No wonder Fu Fuqin, who initially despised Dai Mubai in the original story, ended up with him. In the end, reality made her let go of her pride. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure, Ning Rongrong, who had already understood the general reason, blinked and curiously asked, Junior brother, does Zhuqing have some difficulties? A poor soul bound by her identity. Ling Tian shook his head and sighed softly. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and with a curious expression, she asked the poor soul, is it because of Dai Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing was the second miss of the Zhu family in the Starluo Empire, and had been engaged to Dai Mubai since childhood. Ling Tian changed the subject with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, saying that Dai Mubai, unable to withstand the pressure of the internal struggle for the throne in the Starluo Empire, chose to escape, leaving Zhu Zhuqing behind alone in the Starluo Empire. Huh, is Dai Mubai still a man? Ning Rongrong said with a look of contempt, her mouth agape. Ling Tian sighed and remarked that Zhu Zhuqing was a pitiful person. If possible, he actually wanted to help Zhu Zhuqing. Unfortunately, the Starluo Empire was still a massive entity for him right now, and he and Zhu Zhuqing were only acquaintances. It was impossible for him to go against the entire Starluo Empire for a stranger. Dai Mubai is really a scumbag. You should have stabbed him a few more times yesterday, junior brother. Ning Rongrong expressed her strong indignation towards Dai Mubai's actions while sympathizing with Zhu Zhuqing's background. Halfway through her sentence, Ning Rongrong suddenly turned her head. Junior brother, do you not believe it? I believe, senior sister is right. Ling Tian responded perfunctorily with a nod. Just as the two were discussing Zhu Zhuqing, a surprised Xiao Wu bounced over to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you're back? At first, I didn't believe what the dean said. Of course, I had to come back. How could I leave such an interesting place? Ning Rongrong affectionately linked arms with Xiao Wu and glanced at Ling Tian, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. Senior sister Rongrong. Oh, Xiao Wu, let's talk later. I need to go find the dean with my junior brother. Ning Rongrong finally remembered the important matter and, reluctantly saying goodbye to Xiao Wu, led Ling Tian towards the dean's office of Shrek Academy. Moments later, at the Shrek Academy office, Ling Tian and Ning Rongrong were sitting opposite a middle-aged man. The man was about 50 years old, with a strong build. He had a very distinctive face, with a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a bit of a hooked nose. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal square glasses, giving him a very cunning appearance. This man was Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy. After Ning Rongrong and Ling Tian took their seats, Flender gently inquired, May I ask what identity, mister? Ling Tian and Rongrong are entering our Shrek Academy with this time. Senior sister Rongrong is still participating in various training programs at Shrek Academy, just like before. Ling Tian glanced at Ning Rongrong and continued, As for me, I'm just responsible for ensuring senior sister Rongrong's safety. Just prepare a place for me to stay. And there's no need for the dean to be so polite. You can just call me Ling Tian. Also, this is the temporary accommodation fee for this period. Saying this, Ling Tian took out a money pouch from the Phoenix ring and placed it in front of Flandra. This is too much. Although Flandra said he felt embarrassed, his body honestly picked up the thick money pouch, with his eyes filled with undisguised joy. He shook it a few times, listening to the sound of coins clinking, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Watching Flandra accept the money pouch, Ling Tian continued, Then I'll trouble the dean during this time. Not a trouble at all. Not a trouble at all. Under the threat of the sword doll and the boost from this bag of gold soul coins, Flandra had also reconsidered Dai Mubai's situation. A glint of brilliance flashed in Flandra's eyes as he casually asked, Brother Ling Tian, you look young. May I ask how old you are to satisfy this old man's curiosity? 11. Flandra stared directly at Ling Tian, his eyes sparkling with surprise. An 11-year-old soul master of level 35 with a purple gold battle spirit medal, No wonder even the sword Douluo was moved by him. At this age, even the Hao Ian Douluo was not as good as this child. It seems that in less than 20 years, the title of the continent's youngest title Douluo will change hands again. Are you interested? Flandre shook his head helplessly. The thought of recruiting him was completely dispelled. How could a disciple of a titled Douluo look at their small academy? I'll trouble you, Dean Flandre. Ling Tian nodded, then turned to Ning Rongrong beside him and said, Senior Sister Rongrong, you should go back to cultivate now. Upon hearing that she had to cultivate, Ning Rongrong's expression changed, and she said somewhat unhappily, Huh? Junior brother, Senior sister, before coming here, you promised me and the master that you would cultivate well here. If you don't take it seriously, then the conditions I promised you won't count. Ling Tian didn't give Ning Rongrong a chance to argue and directly laid out the previously agreed-upon conditions. He had promised Chen Xin to keep an eye on Ning Rongrong, so he naturally had to urge her cultivation. Training is training. Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction, gave Ling Tian a big eye roll before leaving Flandre's office with an unhappy face. Ling Tian felt quite helpless about this. Why was his senior sister always so childish? Chapter 42. Not worse than anyone. Flandre said somewhat awkwardly, Brother Ling Tian, we don't have many rooms in our academy. Currently, there are only a few vacant rooms. Please see if you're satisfied with them. It's quite good. I'll take this one. Ling Tian has never had any special requirements for his living space. As long as it provides a place to rest and shelter from the wind and rain, it is sufficient. Nighttime, girls' dormitory. The three who couldn't sleep were discussing Ling Tian. In the quilt, Xiaowu poked her head out, curiosity written all over her face, and asked, Rong, how old is your junior this year? He looks like he should be about our age, right? Ling Tian is 11 this year, 1 year younger than us. Xiaowu was a bit surprised and exclaimed, what? 1 year younger than us, yet his soul power has reached Soul Zone. How did he cultivate? His soul power has always been progressing quickly. Ning Rongrong sighed, pinching the corner of the quilt. When I first met him, my soul power was still 1 level higher than his. But now I've been pulled down a whole major realm. Just as the two were discussing passionately, a cool voice joined in. Rong. What kind of person is Ling Tian? Zhu Qing? Xiaowu turned her head, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Usually, when the two of them chatted, Zhu Qing kept silent and never took the initiative to join their discussions. Ning Rongrong looked deeply at Zhu Qing and said, although Junior Ling Tian seems cold and indifferent, he actually has a very cheerful personality. His icy appearance is just a bit intimidating. If you spend some time with him, you'll find he's actually quite interesting. Oh, remembering Zhu Qing's unusual behavior earlier in the morning, Xiaowu playfully teased, Zhu Qing, why are you so interested in Rongrong's junior? You wouldn't have a crush on him, would you? No, he saved me a few days ago. Zhu Qing's voice was as calm and cool as usual, but a hint of crimson quietly appeared on her face as she turned away from the two. He saved you? Yes. Zhu Qing returned to her previous cool demeanor and continued, I encountered some danger on my way to Shrek Academy, and Ling Tian happened to save me. Is that it? No other stories happened? Xiaowu tilted her head, secretly thinking, no way. In stories, at this point, shouldn't the female lead be offering herself? Before Xiaowu could continue her gossip, Ning Rongrong suddenly asked with some reluctance, Zhu Qing, do you really want to marry him? I have no choice. Zhu Qing lowered her head, her gaze gradually dimming. But that guy is just scum. Ning Rongrong realized she had spoken impulsively and quickly apologized to Zhu Qing. I'm sorry, Zhu Qing, I didn't mean it. I just wanted it's okay. Zhu Qing gently shook her head. She knew Ning Rongrong wasn't intentional, and her previous remarks were more for her own grievances. Moreover, she wasn't wrong. Dai Mubai was indeed scum. He left his fiancée alone in the Starry Empire while he indulged in pleasures in Soto City, living comfortably with a different woman every day, never worrying about how difficult life was for her, a young girl. She really didn't want to marry him, but the cold rules of the Starry Empire were not something she alone could change, unless the empire suddenly perished. A bitter smile appeared on Zhu Qing's lips. She was really a bit fanciful. How could the Starry Empire, with its thousands of years of foundation, suddenly be destroyed overnight? Marrying Dai Mubai was her fate, one she couldn't escape from. Facing the cryptic conversation between the two, Xiaowu looked confused and asked, Zhu Qing, Rong, what are you two talking about? Nothing. Xiaowu, you should go to sleep. Okay. Hey, you two good night. Xiaowu lay on her pillow, looking hopelessly at the beam. Morning. Yawn. Xiaowu, didn't you sleep well last night? Seeing Xiaowu, who was yawning and had heavy dark circles under her eyes, Tang Xin couldn't help but ask with concern. Yeah. Xiao Wu weakly nodded, shooting a resentful glance at the two beside her. It's all their fault. They only said half of it, making me think about it all night and unable to sleep. Xiao Wu. However, as the parties involved, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing clearly didn't know that the culprit was actually themselves. And they also looked at her with concern. At Shrek Academy, on the other side. A moment later, a familiar figure appeared beside Ling Tian. Flender paused for a moment, and his expression suddenly became a bit strange. Your soul power has broken through again? Yeah. Ling Tian raised his head and said with a light breeze, and my soul power has reached a bottleneck, so I naturally broke through after just a casual practice this morning. Breaking through to Soul Master is that simple? Then why hasn't Dai Mubai broken through to Soul Sect yet? Flander couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ling Tian turned his head and said, Dean Flanders, I'm planning to go to the Soul Arena. Although I don't particularly like being observed and commented on while fighting there, it is undeniable that, apart from real combat in the wild, battles in the Soul Arena are the safest and most effective way to test one's strength. Therefore, since my soul power has just broken through, the best choice to adapt to my combat power is to go to the Soul Arena. Flanders' eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Do you need me to send a teacher to assist you? Ling Tian's identity is extraordinary. I can't let anything happen to him here. It's unnecessary. Ling Tian shook his head and said lightly, Senior sister Ning Rongrong has been entrusted to Dean Flander these days. She is at the Fighting Soul Arena, not in the Soul Beast Forest. You can rest assured about Ning Rongrong's safety. Flander confidently assured, with me and Zhao Wujie here. She won't be in any danger. 3 days later, at the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena, the next and final battle is the highly anticipated Ice Sword Emperor. Will the Sword Emperor maintain his winning streak and successfully claim the Sapphire Medal, or will he meet defeat and end his winning streak? Now, let's welcome the Sword Emperor, Bing Qi, and his opponent, the level 41 Soul Master, Bloodthirsty Sword King, Xiao Li. Both have strong attack-type martial souls. It will be a battle between an emperor and a king. I believe these two will bring us an exciting and evenly matched fighting soul. Who will emerge victorious in this suspenseful battle? Will it be the undefeated Sword Emperor Bing Ji, or the bloodthirsty Sword King Xiao Li? Chapter 43, Breaking Mountain Style. Seeking recommendations, collections, and investments. Please stay tuned. As this announcement echoed, the entire Fighting Soul arena erupted in excitement. The host's hoarse shouts and passionate emotions successfully stirred the atmosphere of the arena, igniting enthusiasm among the audience. Bing Ji, Xiao Li, Sword Emperor, Bing Ji, Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor, Xiao Li, go Sword King, defeat Bing Ji and show him who truly deserves to wield a sword. Amidst the rising tide of cheers, Ling Tian, wearing his mask, slowly walked into the Fighting Soul arena. Originally, Ling Tian planned to participate in a few matches to adapt to his soul power. However, halfway through, he realized he was only 9 victories away from the Sapphire Medal. So he temporarily changed his mind and decided to fight a few more matches here to claim the Sapphire Medal. Thus, he stayed in Soto City for 3 days. Ling Tian walked onto the stage, surveying the surroundings. His cold eyes revealed a hint of surprise, feeling that there were quite a few more people today. Light poured down from the surrounding lights, illuminating the entire soul fighting arena, as if it were daytime. Sword Emperor Bing Jing, Bing Jing, Bing Jing. At the same time, on the other side of the soul fighting platform, a young man in his 20s stepped out. He had a well-proportioned figure and handsome features, with long hair tied into a braid behind him, giving off a somewhat ancient vibe. Xiao Li, it's Sword King Xiao Li. Go Xiao Li. As the two soul fighting contestants appeared, cheers of support rose and fell from both sides. Bing Jing, I watch your battles. Xiao Li's eyes glinted red as he spoke in a low tone. Although your strength is decent, our soul power differs by a great realm. If you want to fight me, be prepared to be carried out. Even though this is the challenge area, when I draw my sword, blood will be shed. Then let us give it a try. Ling Tian's tone remained calm, but a hint of battle intent flickered in his ice blue eyes. The soul duel began. With the referee's command, the two almost simultaneously vanished from their spots. Bang! In the next moment, the bloodthirsty sword collided with the ice crystal sword. The ice blue and blood red lights eroding each other. Clang! The crisp sounds of clashing blades rang out one after another as Ling Tian and Xiao Li continuously changed their wrist movements. The long swords in their hands striking again and again. The pure swordsmanship clashed, with various exquisite techniques such as thrusts and feints being executed by both of them. In the VIP box of the stands, the Lord of Soto City, Chu He, turned his head and asked with interest, Wang Guanshi, who do you think will win between Ice Crystal and Xiao Li? I believe it should be Xiao Li, replied Wang Lin, the manager of the Soto Great Soul Arena, with a cupped fist and a smile. Although Ice Crystal has maintained a winning streak and defeated several soul ancestors, Xiao Li is a disciple of the Wind Sword sect, and his martial soul is also a top-tier sword martial soul. But I think Ice Crystal has a greater chance of winning, Chuhi said, a hint of meaning flashing in his eyes as he looked at Ling Tian. While the two were conversing, the situation in the arena also changed. Clang! A blood light suddenly illuminated the bloodthirsty sword, and then the blood light converged into a sharp blood arrow that swiftly pierced towards Ling Tian's brow. Clang! Ling Tian took a half-step back, holding the ice crystal sword horizontally in front of him. Seeing the scene, Xiao Li's lips curled into a cold smile as he swung his sword, unleashing a strike with his first soul skill, Bloodthirsty Slash. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty sword in Xiao Li's hand erupted with dazzling light, transforming into a long rainbow that carried powerful sword energy and sharpness, slashing towards Ling Tian. Rip! However, at that moment the first soul skill, Ice Blade, was activated. A sharp sword light, containing unparalleled momentum and power, tore through the heavens and earth, colliding violently with the bloodlight. Boom! With a loud sound, the two sword lights simultaneously vanished. Again, Xiao Li gritted his teeth and shouted, fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Dance. Stab, stab. He gritted his teeth as his muscles surged violently, radiating a powerful aura, his crimson eyes flickering with a strange red light. In the next moment, Xiao Li suddenly disappeared from his original position. Fust. Incredibly fust. The ground seemed unable to withstand the force of his step, cracking into countless fissures. Buzz. As the space vibrated with a hum, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared. By the time the spectators on the stands reacted, the bloodthirsty sword, shrouded in a layer of bloodlight, was already pressed against Ling Tian's heart, about to pierce down. Is he going to lose? Is Ice Crystal's winning streak going to be ended by Xiao Li? Will the Snow Sword Emperor ultimately be defeated by the bloodthirsty Sword King? Just as everyone lamented Ling Tian's impending defeat, the bloodthirsty sword pierced straight into his chest without any hesitation. Crack! However, it was not the sound of piercing flesh as imagined, but a crisp sound. Yes, crisp, like the sound of a mirror shattering. Is this fake? At this moment, Xiao Li finally realized something was wrong. His blood-red eyes regained some clarity, and he discovered that in front of him, there was only a shattered ice sculpture, with no trace of Ling Tian. Thud! Suddenly, a wave of danger surged in Xiao Li's heart. Not good. But just as he prepared to withdraw, the ice sculpture on the verge of shattering actually moved, and the broken ice blocks restrained Xiao Li's arms, making it impossible for him to escape in time. At the same time, a cold voice came from behind. Now it's my turn. Bang! The ice sculpture shattered violently, completely trapping Xiao Li in place. Mountain-breaking style, Ling Tian did not use any soul skills, but chose to infuse his soul power into the ice crystal sword, employing a sword technique that he had just perfected not long ago. This insight was gained in the extreme northern region. At that time, the Snow Emperor personally used the Emperor's sword from the Snow Emperor's 3 absolutes to cleave a towering snow mountain before him, from which he comprehended a realm of sword intent that was different from the 7-kill sword. As time passed, he finally grasped this sword intent, transforming the sword intent from the Emperor's sword into his own unique sword. In the next moment, what was this? A towering snow mountain seemed to appear before Xiao Li. Before he could react, a sword light, stronger than before, cleaved through the snow mountain, and the relentless sword intent firmly locked onto it. No, I will not lose. How could I end here? Bloodthirsty Slash. At this moment, Xiao Li's eyes turned blood-red, and the bloodthirsty sword unleashed streaks of bloodlight. However, in the face of this mountain-splitting sword intent, the bloodlight had no effect and was instantly shredded to pieces by the fierce sword light. Crash! Moreover, this fierce sword light continued unabated, slashing towards Xiao Li. Chapter 44. Luxurious Ling Tian seeks recommendations, collections, and investments. Xiao Li had never expected that his attack would be directly broken by Ling Tian's sword, so he did not have time to dodge. The sharp sword light, in the blink of an eye, pierced into his body, and, as the brilliant sword light faded, Xiao Li was already struck off the arena by the sword intent. Bang! Xiao Li heavily fell onto the protective barrier, staining the soul arena with blood. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded. Xiao Li, who had claimed he would make Ling Tian stain the arena with blood, ended up being the one who was bloodied by Ling Tian. Gulp! The referee rubbed his eyes and hurried over, raising Ling Tian's hand, trembling as he announced, "I declare the winner of this match is Ice Crystal Sword Emperor, with a total of 323 victories and 0 defeats. Sword Emperor, Sapphire Metal, Sword Emperor Ice Crystal. This is the 9th Soul Sect defeated by the Sword Emperor, right? Truly worthy of the title. I really want to see the elegance beneath his mask." Amidst the audience's increasingly enthusiastic cheers, Ling Tian had already left the Soul Arena. A responsible person from the Soto Great Soul Arena quickly approached Ling Tian, respectfully handing over the medal, saying, "Mr. Ice Crystal, this is your Sapphire Medal." "Thank you." Ling Tian nodded and stored the medal in his ring. "Mr. Ice Crystal." Wang Lin, who had come down from the VIP area, called out to Ling Tian. He then invited him sincerely with a warm smile. "May I ask if you would be interested in becoming a contracted Soul Master for our Soto Great Soul Arena? There are usually not many tasks. You would only need to act when someone violates the rules of our arena. And since you now hold a Sapphire Medal, we will prepare a generous reward for you." Ling Tian shook his head and said, "I'm not interested." "Mr. Bingji, wouldn't you consider it after hearing our reward?" Wang Lin still felt a bit unwilling and pressed on. "No need. Then I'm very sorry to have disturbed you, Mr. Bingji." Ling Tian ignored the person and stepped away from the Soto Great Soul Arena. Moments later, in the top VIP box of the Soto Great Soul Arena, Wang Lin smiled bitterly, saying with some helplessness, "City Lord, you guessed correctly. He indeed rejected our invitation. Bingji is not someone that our small Soto city can retain." Sitting on the sofa, Chu He's eyes flashed with deep meaning. Wang Lin's mind stirred, and he asked, could he have another identity? Is there a powerful figure behind Bingji? Chu He picked up his teacup and took a sip, sighing as he said, "It is said that the forces in Ice Snow City that had ill intentions were completely uprooted in one night by a mysterious powerhouse. And even Soul Saints and Soul Douluos could not stop his advance. One night." Wang Lin's expression was shocked, almost pulling at his own beard. "So?" Chu He suddenly stood up, giving Wang Lin a meaningful look, and continued, "You'd better not have any ill thoughts about Bingji. Otherwise, even I, as the City Lord, might not be able to protect you." "See, City Lord, what do you mean? I don't understand." Wang Lin's expression changed dramatically, but he still feigned calmness in his response. "As long as you understand in your heart." Chu He shook his head indifferently and then strode out. "Crack, Old Fourth. Bring them back to me." Meanwhile, on the streets of Soto City, "I want all the candied hawthorns up there. All of them." Ling Tian took out a gold soul coin, raised his head, and asked, "Is there a problem?" No, this is all yours." The vendor's eyes lit up, and he quickly handed over the candied hawthorn on a stick. "This young master is indeed generous. 1 silver soul coin is worth what he would spend on candied hawthorn for half a year. The rest is for your stall." Ling Tian, now dressed in a light blue long robe, reached out and plucked the candied hawthorn, then waved his right hand in front of him. The phoenix ring on his finger emitted a blue light, and he collected the remaining candied hawthorns along with the stick. Thank you." Seeing the few extra copper soul coins in front of him, the vendor quickly nodded and bowed in gratitude. Just as Ling Tian was enjoying the candied hawthorn and preparing to leave the city, he spotted a familiar figure at the city gate. Sister Romrom, dressed in a light blue long dress. Her tall figure and beautiful appearance made her stand out like a white swan. "Today I must." Before Ning Rongrong could finish, a cool voice drifted in her ears. "Sister, shouldn't you be at the academy at this time?" "Master, junior brother, what are you doing here?" Seeing Ning Rongrong's evasive expression, Ling Tian sighed helplessly. "So, you've sneaked out from Shrek Academy again." "Well, you can't say it like that." Ning Rongrong turned her head away shyly, her fair fingers poking at her chest. "Let's go." Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. Ning Rongrong, aware of her own shortcomings, said nothing and awkwardly followed behind Ling Tian. A week later, facing the rising sun, Ling Tian closed his eyes to feel the warm rays of light shining on his fair face. His originally cold features appeared warm and clear at this moment. Suddenly, Ling Tian opened his eyes, and a chilling aura rushed towards him. Immediately, he swung the long sword in his hand, and within 3 feet around him, crystalline snowflakes suddenly appeared, while exquisite sword techniques were displayed from his hand. Although his figure darted back and forth among the dense snowflakes, he skillfully avoided them while wielding his sword, and by the time he sheathed his sword, not a single snowflake had touched his clothes. Junior brother Ling Tian, so strong. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise at this moment. She never expected Ling Tian's swordsmanship to reach such a level without using soul power. There were probably not many soul masters who could achieve what her junior brother did. Ling Tian suddenly paused, tilting the ice crystal frost sword down with one hand, then swiftly lifting it upwards. A flash of icy blue sword light streaked across, vanishing into the distant horizon. As the last sword strike was executed, Ling Tian sheathed his sword and stood silently, contemplating the insights he had just gained. After a moment, Ling Tian came back to his senses, furrowing his brow and asking in a deep voice, "Sister, aren't you supposed to be training at this time?" He had been practicing his swordsmanship and hadn't noticed Ning Rongrong beside him. I'm too tired from training. I don't want to train every day." Ning Rongrong explained softly, her fair fingers continuously circling as she lowered her head. Chapter 45. The cabbage I raised seeks recommendations, collections, and investments. Sigh. Ling Tian sighed, walked to Ning Rongrong's side, and said calmly, "Senior sister, this is already the 5th time you've skipped training this week. Is it really that many?" Ning Rongrong's face flushed, avoiding Ling Tian's calm gaze. "This is the record given to me by Flender. 5 days ago, you overslept in the dormitory and missed the morning assembly. 4 days ago, during the morning training, you went to Soto City to have fun." Ling Tian put down the record file in his hand and asked in a deep voice, "Do you still want me to list them out for another 2 days?" "No, that's not necessary." Ning Rongrong raised her head to glance at Ling Tian, then quickly lowered it and weakly said, "I just feel that the training at Shrek Academy. Do you think their training is useless?" Senior sister Rongrong. Although Shrek Academy is not comparable to our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I have also seen their training, and it is still very helpful for your growth now. Ling Tian observed the training at Shrek Academy a few days ago. Although the training methods were quite conventional, they were still very helpful for the Great Soul Masters, as there are many novel ways to train specifically for them. Moreover, if Ning Rongrong trained seriously here, her soul power improvement should be comparable to that at the sect. Of course, this doesn't mean that Shrek can be compared to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The main reason is Ning Rongrong's status as the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The soul masters responsible for teaching her in the sect, as well as the disciples studying alongside her, have their reservations. In contrast, most of the teachers and students here at Flender side are unaware of Ning Rongrong's true identity. They treat her normally, so the results are naturally better. Senior sister Rongrong, have you thought carefully about why you are staying at Shrek Academy? Why do you insist on staying at Shrek Academy? Ling Tian's tone became serious as he said, "If you only want to find a place where Uncle Ning can't reach and have fun for 3 months, then you don't need to stay at Shrek Academy. I will explain to Uncle Ning and let you enjoy yourself." I'm not. Then why are you staying at Shrek Academy?" Ning Rongrong was momentarily speechless, falling into deep thought. Why do I want to stay at Shrek Academy? For fun? No. To distance myself from the sect? Not that either. Because it's interesting? Even less so. Why must I stay here? For the first time, Ning Rongrong felt lost. However, at that moment, a cold voice appeared in her mind. "Ning Rongrong, did you hear that? Ask yourself, how do you compare to any of them? Here, you are already the weakest existence. What qualifications do you have to be proud? I dare say, as long as you leave me, in 20 years, each of their achievements will far surpass yours." Every word from Flender at that time pierced her heart like a sword, completely shattering her most proud feelings. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongju and Oscar. She couldn't compare to any of these 6 people. Her proud talent crumbled before them. It was at that moment that she decided to stay at Shrek. Not for any other reason, but simply to prove herself. To prove that Ning Rongrong was not inferior to any of them. "Junior brother, I understand now." Ning Rongrong suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining with the confidence she once had. "I will train seriously. I want to prove to Flender that the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not inferior to anyone here." As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong set off towards the training ground. "Then I'll wait to see the changes in my senior sister." Ling Tian's clear and cold eyes flashed with a hint of relief. All the effort he had just put into persuading Ning Rongrong was not in vain. As she finally listened to him, with a thought, Ling Tian took out of candied hawthorn from his storage space. Crack! The spatial ring is indeed a great thing. As he tasted the candied hawthorn, which had not changed in color or flavor, a satisfied smile appeared on Ling Tian's lips. Suddenly, a leaf fell. Just as Ling Tian bit into a hawthorn, he noticed something and softly spoke to the empty space. "Dean Flender, are you satisfied now?" "Ha! The old man can't bear to see Ning Rongrong waste her talent." Dean Flender suddenly appeared in front of Ling Tian, a sly glint in his eyes. "Hee hee, old fox. Ling Tian curled his lips and swallowed the last hawthorn. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, the bamboo skewer was stuck into a nearby tree trunk, which already had several bamboo skewers inserted by Ling Tian. Ling Tian clapped his hands and stood up, turning his head to look at Flander, and said lightly, "Dean Flander, I want to see my senior sister's progress next. You can rest assured. As long as Ning Rongrong trains seriously, she will definitely make progress." Flander confidently assured, seemingly full of faith in his teaching abilities. After this, Ning Rongrong kept her promise and began to train earnestly, no longer thinking about slacking off. Although she didn't break through her soul power in a short time, at least she was no longer treating training with a playful attitude. Meanwhile, in the Heavendo City, at the prince's mansion, Xiao Tian, although the letter only described some of Ling Tian's daily, trivial matters, Qian Rinchue's eyes were still filled with joy. The sapphire medal. As expected of my Xiao Tian. Candied hawthorn? The little guy's taste hasn't changed at all. Looking at the various things mentioned in the letter, Qian Rinchue's smile deepened. Ning Rongrong. It wasn't until Qian Rinchue saw the repeated mentions of Ning Rongrong in the letter that the smile on her face gradually faded, revealing a hint of vigilance in her eyes. It seemed she needed to act quickly to bring the little guy back from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian Rinchue put down the letter in her hand, her light golden eyes fixed on the phoenix ring on her finger, and a genuine smile appeared on her lips. Although she felt that Ning Rongrong posed no threat, a sense of crisis still arose in her heart. Ling Tian was her cabbage that she had worked hard to raise. How could she let others take him away without even making a move? Although it seemed that Ning Rongrong had not yet started to undermine her, Qian Rinchue had decided to eliminate the possibility of this matter fundamentally. The little guy belonged to her and would always belong to her. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside the door, followed by a figure kneeling outside the room, respectfully saying, "Your Highness, someone from the palace has come to deliver a decree. Please enter the palace as soon as possible." Qian Rinchue collected her thoughts, put away the letter, and said lightly, "Prepare the carriage." Chapter 46 Departure. Seeking recommendations, collections, and investments. A month later, since the last conversation, Ning Rongrong had completely changed her previous attitude and began to train earnestly. Ling Tian no longer needed to divide his attention to her. Aside from daily cultivation, he occasionally went to the soul fighting arena to hone his soul skills. The name of Sword Emperor Bing Ji resonated throughout Soto City, and many soul sects specifically came to Soto City just to battle with Ling Tian. As for the Shrek 7 monsters, Ling Tian had no intention of forming deep ties with them. At Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had already healed from his injuries and returned to the team half a month ago, perhaps due to Flander's warning or because of Ling Tian's deterrence. Dai Mubai had surprisingly become much more honest and did not seek revenge or provoke Ning Rongrong. However, his demeanor had turned considerably more gloomy, and his strange aura made people uncomfortable. Because of Ling Tian, Dai Mubai no longer tried to mend his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing as in the original story, and even blamed her for his injuries, leading to an even worse relationship than before. However, this suited Zhu Zhuqing's intentions just fine. In the morning, at the Shrek Academy Square, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai had already finished breakfast and gathered in the square waiting for Oscar. Dai Mubai suddenly spoke. "Fatty, was it enjoyable last night?" Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up, and he lewdly chimed in, "Boss Dai, you are too generous. Don't forget your brothers when there are good things in the future." Of course, Dai Mubai smiled proudly, but when he saw Zhu Zhuqing's cold expression, as if unaffected, he returned to his previous gloom, especially when he glanced at Ning Rongrong. He gritted his teeth, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. But he quickly returned to his normal demeanor, and no one noticed his abnormality. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. After about a quarter of an hour, Flander slowly walked in. He scanned the crowd and frowned as he looked at Tang San. "Where's Oscar? Is he still sleeping?" The timeline for Oscar's soul power breakthrough has been pushed back by a month for the sake of the plot. I hope everyone can understand and not nitpick here. Tang San hurriedly said he was still cultivating when I left this morning. Perhaps he fell into a meditative state and couldn't wake up on time. Sleeping in again after just a month of school? Tang San, go call him. Yes. Just as Tang San was about to return to the dormitory, he saw Oscar rushing over from the dormitory direction. However, his face did not show any panic from being late, but rather was filled with excitement. "Oscar, are you going for a run again?" Flander glared at him. Oscar hurriedly shook his head. "No, Dean, please let me explain. I've broken through. I'm now level 30. What? Flander's eyes clearly lit up. Good, good, good. Oscar, you didn't let me down. You are the second student to reach level 30. I congratulate you on behalf of the Academy. At this moment, even Dai Mubai's expression was no longer gloomy as he walked over to Oscar and patted him on the shoulder. Little Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 a bit slower than I did, as a food system soul master, you're the most outstanding genius I have ever seen. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong all stepped forward to express their congratulations. All right, since Oscar has broken through to level 30, you all will take a half day off today. Tomorrow, teacher Zhao Wujin will take you to the Starry Forest to help Oscar hunt for his third spirit ring. Flander surveyed everyone and then said seriously, this is not just Oscar's matter. It is also your training. Before encountering a 1,000-year soul beast, teacher Zhao will not easily intervene. Everything depends on you. All right, disperse. On the other side, Ling Tian, who had just returned from the Soto Great Soul Arena, was brought to Flander's office. After understanding the situation, Ling Tian decided to go to the Starry Forest with them. There were two reasons. The first was for Ning Rongrong's safety. Due to Xiao Wu's relationship, they would inevitably encounter the Titan Giant Ape's attack, and now that Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong had an irreconcilable hatred, it was uncertain whether he would have ulterior motives during that time. The second reason was for training. The battle between soul beasts and soul masters is different. After training for so long in the Soto Great Soul Arena, it was time to enter the Soul Beast Forest for a real test of his cultivation results. When do we leave? Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. All students will gather on the playground. I'll be there. After confirming the time and place, Ling Tian went to find Ning Rongrong, repeatedly reminding her to pay attention to her safety and to be careful of Dai Mubai, before finally returning to his room at ease. The next morning, after breakfast, the Shrek Academy group had already gathered on the playground. Zhao Wujin, this time going to the Starry Forest, besides ensuring the safety of our precious students, you must also pay attention to Ling Tian's safety. Flinder seriously admonished Zhao Wujia. Ling Tian is a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Sword Douluo. If anything happens to him, not to mention you, our Shrek Academy won't be safe either. Don't worry, Boss Flinder, I have it under control. Zhao Wujia confidently patted his chest and said with a smile, we're just hunting soul beasts on the outskirts of the Starry Forest. With my soul sage strength, protecting them is more than enough. Flinder rolled his eyes at Zhao Wujia. Don't be careless. Make sure nothing goes wrong. He then turned to Ling Tian, reminding him not to take risks and to seek Zhao Wujia's help if any problems arise. He would assist in resolving any issues. Soon, the group from Shrek Academy set off. Although there were only 9 people in total, they split into 2 teams. Since Ling Tian was not a student of Shrek Academy, he was in the same team as Zhao Wujia. The other students, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, formed the second team. As this was an exercise for the students, Ling Tian and Zhao Wujia did not interfere with their arrangements. Although Dai Mubai harbored resentment towards Ning Rongrong, he knew it wasn't the time to act on emotions and reasonably arrange the team according to the original plot. With the enhancement from Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the Shrek Academy group, despite feeling somewhat fatigued from the long journey, maintained their physical strength and soul power within a stable range. Chapter 47. Hawthorne is appetizing. Seeking recommendations, collections, and investments. The Starry Forest is located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small part bordering it. Soto City is also in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, not far from the Starry Forest, only less than 500 kilometers away. Therefore, it is naturally the best choice for Shrek Academy students to obtain soul rings. With the double enhancement from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, it took only 1 day, and by nightfall, the group from Shrek Academy had traveled over 400 kilometers and was very close to the Starry Forest. Seeing that they wouldn't reach their destination today, Zhao Wujia issued a rest order, as they had just arrived at a small town, and continuing forward without supplies would be uncertain. Entering the small town, although it was over 100 kilometers away from the Starry Forest, it was the nearest city. Since the Starry Forest is home to wild soul beasts, cities too close to the forest are often disturbed by them, so they're usually built a bit farther away. Due to its unique geographical position, the town was quite developed in terms of scale and prosperity. Aside from lacking city walls, it was not much different from a small city, with various shops lining both sides of the street. However, most of them specialized in selling weapons, armor, detoxification and recovery potions, and even clothing that featured multiple pockets suitable for Soul Master's adventures. At this moment, Zhao Wujia pointed to a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead and said, let's stay here. We'll disperse now and rest for the night, setting off tomorrow morning. You will cover your own accommodation and meal expenses. After booking the rooms, Ning Rongrong bounced over to Ling Tian's side, saying, "Junior brother, I want to eat too." Ling Tian had a thought and took out a candied hawthorn stick from his storage ring. He had stocked up on many candied hawthorn sticks in Soto City, so he didn't mind giving one to Ning Rongrong. Hee hee. Ning Rongrong smiled as she took the candied hawthorn stick. She wasn't sure if it was because she hadn't had it in a long time or because it was handed to her by Ling Tian. But she found this candied hawthorn stick particularly sweet and fragrant. Ning Rongrong pulled Ling Tian and said, "Junior brother, shall we go over there and take a look?" Ling Tian rubbed his belly and said, "I'm a bit hungry." Ling Tian, Ning Rongrong, and the junior brother, let us just have a meal. Ning Rongrong sighed helplessly and ultimately gave up on the idea of going out for a stroll. On the other side, Dai Mubai and the others had already entered the restaurant. It was a two-story small building, with a simple dining area on the first floor and accommodations on the second floor. Let us eat first. After a whole day of sausages, just seeing them makes me nauseous. Ma Hongjun expressed his thoughts and received unanimous approval from everyone. Should we call Rongrong and the others? Someone suddenly suggested, and everyone turned to look at Dai Mubai, making the atmosphere awkward immediately. Ling Tian and Dai Mubai. Who was the fool that suggested they eat together? Can't you see Dai Mubai's face is already dark? With a grudge between them, how could they possibly sit down for a meal together? Rongrong just told me not to wait for her. At a critical moment, it was still Xiao Wu who stepped up and salvaged this nearly broken meal. Tang Sun also spoke up at the right time, breaking the awkwardness as he looked at Dai Mubai. Let us hurry up and order. By the way, Mubai, should we invite teacher Zhao to join us for dinner? Dai Mubai's expression returned to normal as he said, "No need. Even though the teacher wouldn't pay for us if he came out, he also wouldn't accept any benefits from us. This is a rule set by Dean Flander." The fatty laughed and said, "Isn't that great? Everything is clear, and I love this straightforward feeling of the academy." Soon the atmosphere returned to the cheerful state it was in at the beginning. Not far away, Ling Tian and Ning Rongrong were sitting at another table in the restaurant. Ning Rongrong put down the menu and saw Ling Tian take out another candied hawthorn stick. She couldn't help but remind him, "Junior brother, it's time to eat. Why are you still snacking? Hawthorn is good for stimulating the appetite." Ling Tian swallowed the last hawthorn and, under Ning Rongrong's helpless gaze, took out a new candied hawthorn. Crunch, crunch, he started eating again. Ning Rongrong looked at Ling Tian with a speechless expression, thinking, even if hawthorn is appetizing, you can't keep eating it, right? "Dear guest, your dishes are here." A vendor approached with a tray, placing several plates of delicious-looking food in front of the two. These dishes were all ordered by Ning Rongrong. As the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had tasted countless delicacies, so the quality of her orders was naturally high. At the same time, just as Ling Tian and Ning Rongrong began to eat, a group of 8 people appeared at the entrance, all dressed in matching attire. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was quite handsome, with slicked-back hair and a moon-white Soul Master robe that was very exquisite, embroidered with silver threads and patterns that shimmered as he moved. Following the middle-aged man were 6 young men and 1 woman, all around 20 years old, wearing similar moon-white Soul Master robes. However, unlike the middle-aged man, they did not have the embroidered silver threads. But both he and the 7 young people had a blue circular mark on their left shoulders, with the same color characters embroidered inside. Songhui, representing that this group of Soul Masters came from Songhui Academy. Seeing this group, the shop owner immediately greeted them with a smile, bowing and showing utmost respect, as they relied on Soul Masters for their livelihood. Soul Masters were not only a noble profession, but also a wealthy one, so the owner naturally did not dare to be careless. Ning Rongrong cast a curious glance. Songhui Academy? It was an ordinary advanced Soul Master Academy. Ling Tian glanced at them and then shifted his focus back to the table. These people were not as important as eating. After hearing Ling Tian's introduction, Ning Rongrong also lost interest and turned her gaze away. However, on the other side, wow, that girl is really pretty. Dai Mubai and the others must be from Songhui Academy, right? Ma Hongjuan's eyes were glued to the only girl in the Songhui Academy group, his gaze wandering shamelessly over her chest, thighs, and hips while he made lewd remarks. Dai Mubai curled his lip. It's just a small Songhui Academy. He was already in a bad mood, and with Zhao Waoqi backing him up, he felt no hesitation in provoking them. Chapter 48. Arrogant Dai Mubai, whether it was the fatty or Dai Mubai, neither lowered their voices intentionally. Soul Masters had better hearing than ordinary people, and despite the noise in the restaurant, the middle-aged man from the 8 noticed and frowned. When he saw that the table of Shrek Academy was just a bunch of kids, his expression turned even more unpleasant. Oscar, sitting next to Tang San, chuckled softly. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Tang San looked at him in confusion. What good show? Oscar whispered. This is also part of our cultivation. Dean Flanders said that a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. As they say, not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity. Moreover, provoking soul master academies is the safest. It's just a fight at most. Tang San couldn't help but laugh. Our dean's quotes together could form a monster collection of quotes. Judging by their age, Sanghui Academy should be an advanced soul master academy. Soon, under the instruction of the Sanghui Academy teacher, a young man stood up from his seat and walked towards Tang San's table, heading straight for Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Tang San saw it, of course, but he didn't even glance at the other party. At this moment, the waiter happened to serve their first dish. The young man from Sanghui Academy suddenly quickened his pace, and, amidst the waiter's surprised exclamation, collided with the waiter, sending the dish flying toward Dai Mubai's head. Don't waste food, Tang San said lightly, his left hand shooting out like lightning to steady the waiter, while his right hand reached out to catch the plate. Using the control technique to ensure not a single dish was spilled, gently placing the plate on the table. Simultaneously, he pulled the waiter aside. The Sanghui Academy young man was momentarily stunned. Due to the waiter blocking his view, he did not see Tang San's actions clearly. However, a sly smile quickly appeared on his face. I'm so sorry, he said, but continued moving forward, seemingly intending to pass by Dai Mubai. Yet, one of his feet stealthily swept across, directly kicking the leg of the chair under Dai Mubai. That was just an ordinary wooden chair. Once the leg was kicked out, Dai Mubai would naturally not be able to sit steadily. Moreover, the young man's movement was very discreet. If one wasn't paying special attention, they would not notice his action at all. Just as the young man kicked out, Dai Mubai moved. Did a tiger have a good temper? The answer was certainly no. Just now, when Ling Tian and Ning Rongrong were mentioned, Dai Mubai was already filled with rage. He had held back because they were classmates. But now that someone had taken the initiative to approach him, how could he let this opportunity slip? With a loud thud, the young man from Sanghui Academy felt as if he had kicked an iron plate. His entire calf went numb from the impact, and immediately afterward, Dai Mubai's palm came down. The young man's face changed drastically as he raised both hands to block Dai Mubai's strike. But to his shock, his hands were completely shaken off by the soul power attached to Dai Mubai's palm, and that slap landed solidly on his chest. Though the young man was tall, he was sent flying backward by Dai Mubai's strike. His body arched like a weightless scarecrow, crashing through 2 tables and flying towards the group from Sanghui Academy. The middle-aged man from Sanghui Academy hurriedly stood up, raising both hands to catch the young man's shoulders, bringing him down. The young man's face turned pale, and with a wow, he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking much weaker. I'm really sorry, I lost control. Dai Mubai stood upright, using the previous movement to stretch his waist, revealing his evil gaze, his face filled with disdain and arrogance. You, the young man, now supported, pointed at Dai Mubai. Clearly, it was Dai Mubai and the others who provoked them first. How dare they act like Sanghui Academy was an easy target. At the same time, the sounds of the fight attracted the attention of others. The restaurant erupted in chaos, and diners near the tables of Shrek Academy and Sanghui Academy hurriedly moved aside to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. However, most people did not leave immediately. Instead, they excitedly watched the unfolding scene. After all, watching Soul Masters duel usually required going to the Grand Soul Arena, which was quite expensive, and being able to see it for free was thrilling for ordinary people with martial souls. Moreover, Soul Masters frequently appear in this place. Ning Rongrong put down her chopsticks. Surprised, Junior brother, are Dai Mubai and the others going to fight? It seems so. Ling Tian glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and responded faintly. Although he couldn't stand Dai Mubai's arrogant demeanor, he wouldn't take action to get involved in this matter. In the world of Douluo continent, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, there is no right or wrong. The one with the bigger fist speaks the truth, and strength is the only thing that matters. Ning Rongrong was somewhat tempted. Junior brother, do you think we should? No. Ling Tian rejected Ning Rongrong's proposal without a second thought. Well, with her interest dismissed, Ning Rongrong could only watch the performance of the Shrek group with disappointment. Meanwhile, the group from Sanghui Academy could no longer hold back, as the remaining 6 members stood up in unison, glaring angrily at the table of Shrek Academy. They wanted to rush over, but were stopped by a middle-aged man. You kids, which academy are you from? Song Dao, you're not even worthy. As he spoke, Dai Mubai provocatively glanced at the people from Tsanghue Academy and then returned to his seat. Beside him, Ma Hongjun acted as if nothing had happened, quickly starting to eat. He commented while chewing, the taste is acceptable, just a bit undercooked. Let us make do with it. Upon hearing this, the teachers from Tsanghue Academy were completely enraged by the arrogant attitude of Shrek Academy. What a bunch of arrogant kids. Teach them a good lesson. The students from Tsanghue Academy had been waiting for this command, and at the order, except for the lone girl, the other 5 immediately charged towards Shrek Academy's table. At this moment, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai moved at the same time. The 5 youths were momentarily stunned, looking at each other, but quickly reacted, reminding one another to release their martial souls. In an instant, various colors of light erupted. The 5 young men had the same colors for their soul rings. 1 white and 1 yellow, representing a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. Naturally, they were all second-ring great soul masters, including 2 weapon soul fighters and 3 beast soul fighters. The 2 weapon souls were a spear and a trident, while the 3 beast souls were a deer, a sheep, and a horse. Judging by the martial souls themselves, they weren't particularly powerful. Seeing the martial souls released by the opponents, the disdain in Dai Mubai's sinister eyes intensified. Is this what the so-called Advanced Soul Master Academy's disciples are like? And they even have a 10-year soul ring? Brothers, let them see our soul rings. The oldest among the Shrek Academy students, the evil-eye white tiger, was never one to reason. Even after being taught a lesson by Ling Tian, he remained unchanged. Unless you proved your strength to earn his recognition, Dai Mubai's arrogant demeanor would not change. White tiger, possession. A strong pale light suddenly erupted from him. Dai Mubai extended his arms to the sides, puffed out his chest, and his bones cracked as his muscles bulged, stretching his clothes. His eyes turned into deep blue, and a cold, killing intent filled the air, exuding a strong sense of intimidation. Under his feet, 3 shining rings rose, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings revolved, a surging soul power formed a wave of pressure that rushed towards them. Perhaps due to the martial soul's compatibility, the 3 beast soul fighters from the opposing side trembled and took a few steps back as Dai Mubai completed his martial soul possession. In front of Tiger, how could a deer, sheep, and horse not be afraid? Especially the purple soul ring representing 1,000 years, which greatly shocked the 5 students from Tsanghue Academy. At the same time that Dai Mubai released his martial soul, Tang San and Ma Hongjun also unleashed their powers. Phoenix possession. A purplish-red light surged from the fat man, his short hair suddenly lengthening and gathering at the center, transforming into a mohawk style. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath him, and long feathers extended from his exposed, muscular arms. His hands transformed into claw shapes. Hot air currents spiraled around his body, and despite being shorter than the students from Tsanghue Academy, the moment the purple flames erupted from within him, his aura drastically changed. Combined with Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul, overwhelming the opponents and making them feel suffocated. Martial soul possession. White tiger shockwave. With a loud boom, several people were instantly sent flying. Ma Hongjun didn't sit idle either, immediately using Phoenix Fire Line, and in an instant, one of the tables in the restaurant was burned to ashes. As they fought, Dai Mubai glanced to the side and happened to see Ling Tian and Ning Rongrong. His expression suddenly froze, a strange glint flashing in his eyes, and then he kicked sideways, sending one of Tsanghue Academy's students flying, crashing directly onto Ling Tian's dining table. With a crash, the table was instantly overturned, spilling food everywhere. If Ling Tian hadn't reacted quickly, forming a soul power defense shield in front of himself and Ning Rongrong, he would have been drenched in soup. Ling Tian had originally not intended to participate, but now things were different. Junior brother? It was intentional. Ling Tian frowned and looked at Dai Mubai. Just now, he suddenly sensed a wave of malice coming from Dai Mubai's direction, and right after that, his table was flipped over by them. Ling Tian couldn't believe there was no connection between the two. Sister Rongrong, wait here for a moment. Ling Tian waved his hand to disperse the soul power barrier in front of himself, and Ning Rongrong slowly stood up and looked towards Dai Mubai's position, a cold chill appearing in his eyes. The trouble had come to him. Smash the table? Since you like courting death so much, I'll play with you. Ling Tian summoned the ice crystal sword and slowly walked towards Dai Mubai. At the same time, under the relentless bombardment of Dai Mubai and the other soul skills, the 5 students from Tsanghue Academy opposite had completely lost their energy. They understood all too well the huge gap in strength that a difference of a soul ring could create. Not to mention that this person's third soul ring was at the 1,000-year level, which was something they could not contend with. What made the students of Tsanghui Academy feel extremely unbalanced was that these young boys in front of them looked much younger, yet their displayed strength was already above them. Stop! The teacher from Tsanghui Academy could no longer hold back and stepped forward, waving his hand to his students. You all step back. This teacher was already middle-aged, and upon seeing Dai Mubai unleash his true strength, he had considered many possibilities in his heart. Not to mention that his students were no match for the opponent. Even if they could defeat him, he would let them fight anymore. Some troubles were not worth provoking. I am Yi Jiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. May I ask which sect you belong to? As Yi Jiqiu approached the three of them, he did not use his martial soul to withstand the pressure in front of Ling Tian's released soul power. Dai Mubai felt a chill in his heart. He was certain that this middle-aged man's soul power was far above his own. We are from Shrek Academy. Before Dai Mubai could speak, the fatty said proudly, while glaring at the only female student from Tsanghui Academy with a lewd look. Disgusting. The female student quickly hid behind Yi Jiqiu, scolding in disgust. Yi Jiqiu was taken aback, a thoughtful expression flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he was not very familiar with the name Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? I don't think I've heard of it. Dai Mubai snorted coldly. That's your ignorance. Although he was shocked by the opponent's strength, he couldn't just back down. In front of so many diners, Tsanghui Academy would lose face. And even if the students were not capable, he had to give Tsanghui Academy some face back. Our Tsanghui Academy did not provoke you. Why do you treat us this way? Yi Jiqiu said coldly. No reason? I just find you all displeasing, and besides, our academy's principle is that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. So what? Do you mean to say you won't let us cause trouble? Dai Mubai replied coldly. His arrogant demeanor indeed made people want to hit him. Dai Mubai had made his attitude clear. I am here to cause trouble. What can you do about it? Chapter 50. Dai Mubai on the ground. Very well. Since you said so, don't blame us for being impolite when you've bullied us. Thinking of this, Yi Jiqiu no longer hesitated. A flash of light appeared in his eyes as he released his martial soul. A circle of black ripples emanated from Yi Jiqiu's body, forcefully suppressing the momentum of Dai Mubai and Fatty. His limbs shrank by 1/3, but a huge back armor had already bulged out. Black light flickered all over his body, and 5 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, swirling above Yi Jiqiu's body. The 5 soul rings consisted of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. This director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy was actually a soul king-level expert above level 50. Although Yi Jiqiu's soul ring configuration was not very strong for his level, the presence of his soul power at over 50 level was enough to suppress Shrek Academy's side. The entire restaurant erupted in exclamations. After all, soul kings were rare soul masters on the continent, with considerable strength, and could hold titles like Viscount or even Earl in some kingdoms. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai's expression changed. He did not expect to provoke a soul king. Dai Mubai took a few steps back, his gaze turning to Tang San beside him. After exchanging glances, Tang San understood his meaning and nodded, placing his palm on the 24 bridge Minjiwai at his waist. If the opponent made any move, Tang San would strike. Yi Jiqiu was not Zhao Wujin, and Tang San would hold nothing back this time. At the same time, Yi Jiqiu, unaware of Tang San and the others' plans, spoke confidently. You little kids don't understand. Don't speak recklessly in the future. Call your academy's teacher out. Fatty yelled, with you? Old tortoise, you still want to see our teacher? We can handle you ourselves. You dead fatty, dare you? One of the students from Tsanghui Academy jumped out, pointing at Ma Hongjun and shouting angrily. Everyone, please. Don't fight in my small shop. It's a small business. The shop owner, with trembling legs, bravely stepped forward to persuade them with a pained expression. He didn't want to provoke these soul masters, but the shop was his means of survival. If he didn't step up, it would be destroyed. Yi Jiqiu possessed the Xin Gui martial soul, and the most taboo thing in his life was being called a tortoise. He originally just wanted to scare the few young boys in front of him. After all, he didn't want to take on the blame for bullying the weak, and he was unaware of the strength of the academy behind these kids. But when Fatty touched his taboo, Yi Jiqiu became furious, smiling through anger. All right, I'll educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let's go outside. With that, he turned and walked outside. The sight of his black tortoise shell swaying behind him looked somewhat comical, but the soul power he released was quite substantial. At that moment, Tang San and the others also became serious. Although Yi Jiqiu's soul ring configuration was poor, his soul king cultivation was undeniable, and among them, the strongest soul power was merely at the soul sovereign level. Defeating Yi Jiqiu would not be easy. However, they still wanted to give it a try. With Zhao Wujin backing them, Dai Mubai and the others were not worried about encountering danger. Dai Mubai whispered to Tang San, "Be careful later. I will block the attacks from the weapons in front, but I'm afraid I won't last long, so your attack must be quick." Tang San replied, "We may not necessarily lose. His soul power is stronger than ours, but his martial soul has defects." At this moment, the other few had already gathered around and happened to hear Tang San's words. Following that, Tang San informed everyone of the conclusions he had just analyzed and began to arrange the tactical guidelines according to his thoughts. Just as both sides were about to step out of the shop, Ling Tian stepped in front of them. He had been quietly eating before, and without provoking anyone. He had his table flipped, and this matter would not be settled so easily. At that moment, a student from Tsanghui Academy suddenly jumped out, pointing at Ling Tian and angrily shouting, "Kid, who the hell are you? Get out of the way and don't block our teacher's path." Ling Tian coldly glanced at the person. Before the words fell, a powerful momentum surged out. With a loud thud, it directly sent the student from Tsanghui Academy flying. What? This scene made Yi Zhiqiu's eyes tremble slightly, his face full of shock. This kid looked no more than 12 or 13 years old. It possessed such powerful soul power. He believed he could not achieve such a feat of sending someone flying with soul power from a distance. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Yi Zhiqiu, cautious like his martial soul, wanted to clarify Ling Tian's identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ling Tian, while speaking, locked his gaze on Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's heart trembled, quickly suppressing his emotions. "Ling Tian, what do you want?" "I say, Dai Mubai, are you doing this on purpose?" Ling Tian pointed at the shattered dining table in front of Ning Rongrong, his ice blue eyes coldly staring at Dai Mubai, revealing a hint of piercing chill. "What do you mean by that?" Dai Mubai argued. The scene was chaotic and noisy at that time. Before Dai Mubai could explain, the ice crystal sword slashed out two sword lights. One shot towards the previously foul-mouthed youth from Tsanghui Academy, while the other sword light aimed at Dai Mubai's position. Bang! Everyone get back. Yi Zhiqiu stepped forward, pulling the dazed student behind him, while using his dark soul power to conjure a turtle shell shield in front of him, retreating several steps to block the impact of the sword light. "Ling Tianyu." Dai Mubai's heart sank, completely unprepared for Ling Tian's decisiveness. Having fully experienced the power of this sword before, Dai Mubai could not care about his dignity at this moment and quickly rolled to the right to evade the sword light. Bang! With a muffled sound, Dai Mubai was still a step too slow in dodging, heavily slammed against the wall by the sword light. The ice crystal sword flashed. Ling Tian flashed in front of Dai Mubai, lifting his right leg with one hand and slamming him heavily onto a table piled high with dishes. Bang, bang, bang. Each time, Dai Mubai hit the ground face first. The broken table, the scattered plates. Dai Mubai's suit was covered in grease, its original color unrecognizable, and the golden long hair was splattered with soup, looking like a drenched crab, utterly disheveled. After doing all this, Ling Tian wiped his hands and returned to his previous position. Chapter 51. The Price of Provocation. Mubai. Boss Dai. Oscar and Ma Hongjun quickly rushed over to help the flustered Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, Tang Sen looked at Ling Tian with confusion. In a month, at Shrek Academy. Although Tang Sen hadn't had much interaction with Ling Tian, he didn't believe Ling Tian would act without reason. There had been so many opportunities in the academy before. Why wait until now? "Kid, shut up. Teacher? Without my orders, don't provoke him." Yi Zhiqiu dismissed the tortoise shell shield in front of him and turned his head, warning all the students from Tsanghui Academy behind him with an exceptionally serious tone. Although Ling Tian hadn't revealed his identity from a sword aura and soul power just now, Yi Zhiqiu could already determine that he was definitely a disciple of a major sect, someone he couldn't afford to offend. He had already endured Ling Tian's sword strike and didn't want to stir up further trouble. Hey, not truly shocked by Ling Tian's strength, Ma Hongjun was the first to stand up and speak for Dai Mubai, saying, "Boss Dai didn't do it on purpose. Isn't what you're doing too overbearing?" He acted all righteous, completely forgetting his previous arrogant demeanor. Even though Boss Dai had previously faced the incessant chatter of Ma Hongjun, Ling Tian's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of annoyance flashing in his cold eyes. Fatty. Before Oscar, who hadn't yet realized that the atmosphere was off, could say anything, a sword aura, faster than a value card, suddenly magnified in Ma Hongjun's eyes. Yet he seemed frozen in place, unable to move no matter how Oscar tried to drag him. Bang! The sword aura suddenly changed direction in front of Ma Hongjun, leaving a deep sword mark on the wall after a muffled sound. The next sword strike wouldn't miss. Ling Tian coldly left the sentence before turning back to Ning Rongrong. Fatty, fatty. Ma Hongjun, still feeling a lingering fear, felt his throat tighten as he recalled the sword strike that seemed to have struck him. He couldn't help but shiver, and the flames of his martial soul had dimmed without him noticing. If that sword had hit him, Ma Hongjun instinctively looked up at Ling Tian, and the moment their eyes met, he immediately turned away, unable to hold his gaze. Cough cough at the same time, Dai Mubai finally regained consciousness. Remembering the humiliation Ling Tian had inflicted on him, Dai Mubai felt a surge of anger within him, but since he was no match for Ling Tian, he could only glare at him with eyes full of hatred. Ling Tian, just wait. I will definitely. Dai Mubai silently recited in his heart, but the fiery rage aggravated the wound in his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Dai boss. The members of Shrek looked at Dai Mubai with concern. At this moment, the 6 members of Shrek had various expressions as they looked at Ling Tian and Ning Rongrong, filled with apprehension, confusion, anger, and more. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. It's getting late. Everyone go back and rest. A tall figure appeared in front of them. Zhao Wuji had arrived. Oscar pointed at Dai Mubai. Teacher Zhao, Dai boss, take Mubai back first. I'll come over later, Zhao Wuji said, frowning at Dai Mubai's injuries. He then cast a deep glance at Ling Tian and waved his hand, commanding all the Shrek students to return to the hotel. Junior brother, sister, you go back first. I have some private matters with teacher Zhao. But, seeing Ning Rongrong still standing there, her beautiful eyes filled with worry, Ling Tian turned his head and softly reassured her, sister, don't worry. With the teacher and the sect, Zhao Wuji won't dare to do anything to me. Then junior brother, you must be careful. Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and calmed down, following Xiao Wu and the others upstairs. A moment later, outside the hotel. Has teacher Zhao been watching from above all this time? Ling Tian glanced at Zhao Wuji's position and said confidently, you must have seen the little tricks that Dai Mubai was playing, right? Zhao Wuji frowned and candidly replied, that kid Mubai is wrong for provoking trouble, but your actions this time are a bit too harsh. I held back, Ling Tian said. Ling Tian's eyes were half closed as he said, if it weren't for Shrek Academy and your face, teacher Zhao, I would have aimed my sword directly at his head or heart. But since he dared to provoke me, he should be prepared to pay the price. Teacher Zhao, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Without waiting for Zhao Wuji's response, Ling Tian turned and returned to the hotel, sighing as he watched Ling Tian's retreating figure. Zhao Wuji finally lowered his arms helplessly. Teacher Zhao, what about Dai? Zhao Wuji shook his head and sighed, Mubai, you need to withdraw from this Starry Forest trip early. However, a hint of unwillingness flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Although your injury didn't reach the bone, you still need to rest for a while. Zhao Wuji didn't give Dai Mubai a chance to argue. After simply stopping the bleeding, he turned to Oscar and instructed, Little Ao, I'm taking Mubai back to the academy now. We should be back by tomorrow noon. Tell the others that no one is allowed to leave without my permission until I return. Understood? Yes. Okay, take care of Mubai for a bit. I'll help you resolve some troubles first. Soon, Zhao Wuji took Yi Zhiqiu outside and engaged in a deep friendly exchange with him. Just like the previous Hao Yan Douluo, it felt great to beat someone without using a martial soul. From Yi Zhiqiu, Zhao Wuji found the joy he had experienced as Hao Yan Douluo. Finally, after getting Yi Zhiqiu's assurance, Zhao Wuji confidently took Dai Mubai back to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in Ling Tian's room, as expected, he sent him back. Seeing Zhao Wuji take Dai Mubai away, Ling Tian's eyes revealed a satisfied expression. With a thought, he took out a candied hawthorn from the phoenix ring. Such a good thing certainly deserved a candied hawthorn to celebrate. Ling Tian is intentional. In fact, even if Dai Mubai didn't proactively cause trouble today, he would find a time to take him down before entering the Starry Forest. The Starry Forest is fraught with danger. Ling Tian would never allow Dai Mubai, a soul master who harbors hostility towards him and Ning Rongrong, to enter with him. He is currently like a bomb that could explode at any moment, and the Starry Forest is fraught with danger. At that time, he might develop unnecessary thoughts. Chapter 52. Mysterious Power Requesting Recommendations, Requesting Collections, Requesting Investments. There was no conversation throughout the night. When dawn broke, Oscar conveyed Zhao Wuji's request to everyone in the academy. So at this moment, everyone, including Ling Tian, was having breakfast at the dining table. Since Zhao Wuji was not present, everyone had plenty of time. Junior brother. Listening to everyone's discussion, Ning Rongrong suddenly thought of something. She tugged at Ling Tian's sleeve and quietly asked, "Did you intentionally injure Dai Mubai yesterday?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment and hurriedly asked with concern. "Then, did teacher Zhao look for you last night? He won't take action against me." Ling Tian shook his head and said lightly, "Yesterday. It was Dai Mubai who took the initiative to provoke us. I didn't use any harsh methods, which is already giving him face." "That's good." Ning Rongrong sighed in relief. For her, as long as Ling Tian didn't suffer any loss, it was fine. Time quickly passed to noon. They were ready to set off. As everyone waited eagerly, they finally heard a loud voice. The Shrek members looked up and saw Zhao Wujia standing at the door. After a night and a morning, he had finally come back. "Yes." Oscar, Tang San, and the others responded in unison. After leaving the small town, everyone quickened their pace. They were very close to the Starry Forest, and with everyone moving at full speed, they could enter the forest in at most half an hour. Among the group, the most excited was Oscar, who was about to obtain his third spirit ring. He was eager to know what kind of enhancement effect his third spirit ring would bring. The Starry Forest is located directly south of the Heavendo Empire, spanning across two major empires. Due to the abundance of spirit beasts here, it is also the least clearly defined border between the two countries. From the map, most of the Starry Forest lies within the territory of the Douluo Empire, although the Heavendo Empire has never acknowledged this fact. As one of the three major habitats for wild spirit beasts, this place is naturally where spirit masters most hope to come, as each visit signifies that they are about to advance. No one can say how many years the Starry Forest has existed in the Douluo continent, but once inside the forest, its dense canopy that blocks out the sun is enough to tell people of its ancient existence. Moments later, the group arrived at the entrance of the Starry Forest. The tall trees were at least over 20 meters high, and this was just the outermost area. The dense forest had no visible paths, with shadows cast by the trees, making it impossible to see the true scenery within. Upon reaching the forest's edge, the air became much more comfortable, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. The refreshing scent mixed with the moist aroma of the earth constantly stimulated everyone's sense of smell. "Stop." Zhao Wujia paused, his expression serious, as he scanned the group. "Listen carefully. The Starry Forest is not a place where the country raises magical beasts. The magical beasts inside are extremely dangerous, and you may face attacks from beasts that are 1,000 or even 10,000 years old at any moment. Therefore, once we enter the forest, none of you are allowed to be more than 20 meters away from my body. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you two need to stay close to me. Without my orders, no one is allowed to attack spirit beasts recklessly. Do you understand?" Ning Rongrong and Oscar nodded, their expressions solemn as they replied, "Understood." Immediately after, Oscar began to chant a spell softly, concentrating his spirit power in his palms. And sausages and cured sausages began to appear continuously. He handed each person a sausage and a cured sausage, saying, "My sausages can maintain their vitality in the air for 12 hours, so if you eat them within 12 hours, they will be effective." The sausage has healing properties and also alleviates hunger, while the main purpose of the cured sausage is to detoxify. Everyone carefully took them and stored them away. They understood that Oscar was afraid he wouldn't have time to give them the sausages in case of crisis, so he had given them some in advance. Ling Tian did not refuse Oscar's soul power sausages. Although his incantation sounded awkward, it was undeniable that the quality of these sausages was excellent and had a significant effect on the recovery of soul power for soul masters. Due to the continuous release of soul power, Oscar's face looked somewhat pale, but fortunately, his beard covered it up, making it less noticeable. The sausages he conjured worked well for others, but for himself, they only had 1/3 of the effect, which basically balanced out the consumption of soul power. Therefore, after using his soul power, he could only recover it through meditation. Of course, the sausage's ability to stave off hunger was also useful to him. Zhao Wujia looked around at the 7 boys, saw that they were all ready, and waved his hand, signaling to set off. This time, Zhao Wujia chose to let Ling, Tian, and Tang Sen take the lead, while he personally brought up the rear, and everyone took their first step into the Starry Forest. Once they entered the Starry Forest, the most excited one was undoubtedly Xiao Wu. She seemed to feel that this was not a dangerous place at all, more like returning home, bouncing around and unable to contain her joy. The terrain inside the Starry Forest was very complex, and there were no paths in the forest, so naturally, the task of clearing the way fell to Ling Tian. Ling Tian summoned the ice-clear sword, swinging it up and down to cut through the thorns in front of him. This posed no difficulty for him at all. All the thorny vines blocking the path were severed, and it did not affect the group's speed at all. Tang Sen closely followed behind Ling Tian, vigilantly observing the surroundings to prevent any sudden incidents. Thus, the group advanced steadily towards the Starry Forest. After a moment, Ling Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks. It seemed he sensed something as he raised his head to gaze into the distance, his expression suddenly becoming frozen, filled with confusion and bewilderment. It seemed as if something was guiding him. Tang San, who was closely following Ling Tian, noticed his unusual behavior and asked, Ling Tian, is there something wrong? It's nothing. Ling Tian waved his hand, offering no further explanation. He then refocused his gaze and continued heading towards the Starry Forest, while Tang San did not press further and continued to follow him, remaining alert to their surroundings. Since the two had only paused for a brief moment, the rest of the team did not notice the small incident ahead. What was that just now? As they moved forward, Ling Tian furrowed his brow, recalling the peculiar reaction he had just experienced. Just moments ago, he felt an incredibly mysterious sensation, as if something was tugging at his heart, urging him to approach a certain location. He also sensed that something seemed to be missing within him. However, just as he was about to probe further, that sensation was suddenly cut off, as if it had never existed, and he could no longer feel that mysterious force pulling him. Chapter 53. Is it her? Seeking recommendations, collections, and investment. Was an illusion or something else? Ling Tian, feeling completely at a loss, shook his head and decided not to dwell on those thoughts. The Starry Forest was fraught with dangers, and this was not the time to be distracted. However, Ling Tian did not notice that. At the moment he was lost in thought, a trace of golden dragon-like energy separated from him and drifted deep into the Starry Forest. The Starry Forest was incredibly dense. The phrase, blocking the sky and covering the sun, was not an exaggeration when describing it. It was not easy to see sunlight within the forest. During their journey, they encountered over 100 small groups of spirit beasts ranging from 10 to 100 years old. To avoid conflicts and waste time, the group changed direction and passed by them from the side. A group of spirit beasts around 100 years old posed no threat to them, so there was no need to resort to violence. They continued forward for about an hour, and it was now noon. In this hour, they had encountered quite a few spirit beasts, most of which were 10 and 100-year-olds, with only a few over 100 years old. They mostly avoided direct conflict with the spirit beasts, and occasionally, some foolish ones approached and met their end, which Ling Tian dealt with swiftly and decisively. All right, everyone, let's take a break for a while. Zhao Wujia's voice allowed the tense group to relax. Zero and Tang Sin cleared a circle of thorns around them, creating a nearly 100-square-meter open space. The group sat against the trees to rest temporarily. Oscar naturally contributed his sausages, but at this moment, everyone had no appetite to savor what was delicious or not. They ate Oscar's sausages and drank their water, taking a moment to recuperate. Zhao Wujia ordered a 1-hour break. They were still on the outskirts of the Starry Forest, where high-level spirit beasts were not common, and it was relatively safe. Their goal was to help Oscar hunt a suitable 1,000-year spirit beast, which required them to venture deeper into the forest. The further in they went, the more dangerous it became, and the time to rest would become more precious. Therefore, it was essential to adjust to their best condition in a relatively safe area. Nighttime. The stars twinkled in the night sky as Ling Tian lay on the grass, hands behind his head, gazing up at the beautiful night sky. Ning Rongrong had unknowingly come to Ling Tian's side. Seeing him lying on the grass, she imitated him and laid down beside him. Junior brother, I'm tired, and find a place to lie down. Before he could finish, Ning Rongrong suddenly grabbed Ling Tian's arm and gently rested her little head on it, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. Senior sister. You can't lean against the tree. Ning Rongrong blinked and turned her head with a smile, saying, just for a little while. Thank you, junior brother, just for a little while. Ling Tian helplessly glared at Ning Rongrong, but in the end, he did not push her away. This girl was indeed exhausted. Although Oscar's sausages could restore soul power, they could not compensate for physical exhaustion. Junior brother. Junior brother, you are as dazzling as the bright moon in the sky. When I first saw you on the Sword Peak, I was drawn to you. Ning Rongrong looked at the twinkling stars in the sky and spoke softly, but back then in the sect, I always thought of us as just senior brother and sister. And I was only a little interested in you until the Soto Great Soul Arena, where I realized that this interest was actually love. At this point, Ning Rongrong turned her head away, a blush rising on her delicate face, not daring to look at Ling Tian, her heart racing like a little deer. I've hinted so clearly. Does junior brother understand? Little witch is indeed little witch. After acknowledging her feelings, she directly took advantage of the moonlight to lay bare her emotions. Junior brother? However, after waiting for a long time, She received no response. Until an impatient Ning Rongrong turned her head and happened to see Ling Tian had already fallen asleep, emitting faint snores from his nose. Oof, stinky junior brother. This shy Ning Rongrong turned her head away, and the originally romantic atmosphere was disrupted. At the same time, her heart relaxed, but soon after, a wave of disappointment followed. Had Ling Tian really fallen asleep? Or was he pretending to be asleep, not wanting to answer a question? Lost in thought, she also felt tired and slowly closed her eyes to sleep. At that moment, Ling Tian, who had been asleep beside her, suddenly opened his eyes, his cold gaze now looking at Ning Rongrong with a complex expression. Ling Tian was pretending to be asleep. In his eyes, Ning Rongrong had always been just his senior sister, and there were no extra feelings beyond that. With a sigh, Ling Tian made up his mind. After this adventure in the Starry Forest, he had to leave here. Ning Rongrong was a good girl, but he had no feelings for her. For some unknown reason, a vague figure had appeared in his heart. Although he didn't know who this person was, they occupied all of Ling Tian's thoughts, leaving him unable to entertain any other feelings. Could it be him? At the same time, another completely different figure appeared in Ling Tian's mind. Could it be? How is that possible? Looking at the ring on his right hand, Ling Tian revealed at the corner of his mouth, then shook his head to expel these unrealistic thoughts from his mind. It shouldn't be, right? He had never seen her, so how could it be her? On the other side, Xiao was also leaning against Tang San, but since entering the Starry Forest, her emotions seemed a bit off. No matter how Tang San asked, Xiao always insisted she was fine. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she was alone, leaning against a tree trunk to cultivate, with no intention of communicating with anyone. However, her gaze occasionally flickered towards Ling Tian. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who was lightly asleep against his arm, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes gradually dimmed, not knowing what she was thinking. In the depths of the lake of life in the Starry Forest, a faint golden thread entered a strange space deep within the lake of life, and a silver-white figure suddenly opened its eyes. Is he the hope for the revival of soul beasts? After a moment of silence, the silver figure's voice rang out again. Ditian, Master. A black figure appeared, kneeling on one knee. It was a dignified, middle-aged man with golden eyes that exuded an indescribable authority. His long black hair also had a streak of golden strands. He was none other than the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, the beast god Ditian. With Ditian present and calling him master, the identity of the silver-white figure was naturally self-evident. He was the current ruler of soul beasts, the dragon god's half-embodiment. The Silver Dragon King. Chapter 54. The silver-white figure said softly, "He has returned." He, Ditian se form, bowsed, and his golden eyes showed a hint of confusion. The figure did not explain further, only waved a hand to inject a stream of light into Ditian's body, saying, "My power will guide you to the specific location. Find that person who can resonate, and bring him here." Resonate? Ditian's heart trembled as he suddenly recalled something, and a storm surged within him, leaving him momentarily stunned. The only one he knew who could resonate with the master's energy was the Golden Dragon King, the other half of the dragon god's embodiment. But in his memory, the Golden Dragon King had been suppressed by those despicable people in the divine realm ever since the dragon god fell. How could he be in the Starry Forest? This news shocked Ditian, who had once been a member of the Dragon God's Guard and had personally experienced that battle. Ditian, the silver figure, called heavily, clearly dissatisfied with Ditian's days and delay in executing his task. Ditian immediately came to his senses, clasped his hands in salute, and retreated, his body turning into a cloud of black smoke and disappearing from space. "The ice god is your choice?" An ethereal voice echoed in the space, and the silver-white figure turned around to reveal his deep purple eyes. Just as everyone was resting for about half an hour, suddenly, Ling Tian sprang up, and at the same time, Tang San and Zhao Wujia cast their gazes in the same direction. Zhao Wujia shouted loudly, "Everyone get up. Something is approaching." Almost simultaneously, Ling Tian immediately stood up, shielding Ning Rongrong behind him, and moved closer to Zhao Wujia's position along with the others, at this moment summoning their respective martial souls, including Zhao Wujia. "Zhu Zhuqing, take a look at what it is," Zhao Wujia ordered in a deep voice. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing this, did not say a word, quietly leaping up, her claws extending as she swiftly climbed up a nearby large tree to look in the direction of the sound. Cats have excellent vision, even at night. And it was still midday now. It seems to be a flying snake, but it isn't flying very high, only about 3 meters off the ground. It had a fleshy crown on its head, which looked larger than its head and was blood red. Its tail was quite special, shaped like a fan. Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this, and he quickly said, "Good heavens, that's a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. This soul beast is quite rare, and the fleshy crown on its head has many wonderful effects. Oscar, you're in luck. But I wonder how many years old this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is. Zhu Qing, keep an eye on its direction, and report to me immediately if there's any change." Although Zhao Wujia wasn't very familiar with this soul beast, he still knew it was very suitable for Oscar. Meanwhile, upon hearing the type of soul beast, Ling Tian's cold eyes rarely showed a hint of surprise. They had already spent a whole morning, yet they still encountered a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the same one from the original story. "Junior brother, does that soul beast have anything special?" Ning Rongrong seemed to have forgotten the earlier awkwardness, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of curiosity, as Zhao Laoshe seemed quite pleased. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake itself is non-venomous and is a rare, powerful non-venomous snake. Although its attack methods are quite singular, it is incredibly fast, and the nutrients stored in its coxcomb can grant it a burst of speed in times of crisis. Ling Tian paused for a moment and continued. If he absorbs this soul ring, then his next martial soul will likely provide him with speed-related soul skills, whether it's assisting in speed enhancement or adding speed to oneself. Both are good options. Ning Rongrong blinked her beautiful eyes. Speed-type soul skills? That sounds pretty good. While Ling Tian was talking with Ning Rongrong, Tang Sen had already arranged tactics with Zhao Wujia. Using the blue-silver grass to create a cage, they successfully captured the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "We've got it." Everyone cheered excitedly at the same time. Oscar couldn't contain his joy upon seeing Zhao Wujia holding the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. After all, he was just 13 or 14 years old, and his face was filled with excitement and thrill. Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, her head lowered, her big eyes filled with reluctance. "Do we really have to hunt the soul beast?" Tang San sighed lightly and said, "Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. If this snake is stronger than us, do you think it would spare the food that is right in front of it?" Xiao Wu didn't say anything further, but she continued to lower her head, her face still a bit pale. Zhao Wujia pulled out a short blade from his waist and handed it to Oscar. "Time is short, let's get to it. Pierce it right under its crest, and you can penetrate its brain. This soul ring will be yours." Oscar excitedly took the short blade. At this moment, the 1,000-year soul beast before him was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. His third soul skill was about to be acquired, and he was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly, just as Oscar was about to stab with the blade. Suddenly, a hoarse shout rang out, "Stop!" Following that, two figures leaped out from the direction the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had come from, appearing in front of everyone. One was an old woman and the other a young girl, with 6 soul rings and a snake-headed staff, along with the accompanying girl. Their identities were already quite clear. Snake Granny Tianxiang and her granddaughter Mangaran. "They are here." A glimmer of contemplation flashed in Ling Tianyan's eyes. It really was them. Clearly, it was already a morning later than the original plot, yet they could still encounter the inertia of the storyline, or perhaps it was the will of the world, or some kind of correction. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Tianxiang also began their negotiations. Ling Tian did not participate, so, in the end, the issue of the Soul Ring's ownership was still decided by the battle between Tang San and Meng following the original plot. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was also won by Tang San. In the end, Oscar was able to absorb his third soul ring, which, just like in the original, was a mushroom sausage that allowed him to fly for a minute at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. At the same time, Tang San coincidentally broke through to the Soul Master level. He intended to quickly take everyone back to avoid Zhao Wujia from Meng Shu, but seeing the situation, they could only continue to stay in the Starry Great Forest to help Tang San find a suitable soul ring. Chapter 55, Titan Giant Ape. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking investment. However, as the sky darkened, it was not suitable to look for soul beasts. Therefore, Zhao Wujia decided to rest in the forest for one night and continue the search for soul beasts tomorrow morning. However, Zhao Wujia did not allow everyone to rest in place, because he feared that Long Gong would show up and come back with the Snake Lady. Although the likelihood of this was small, precautions had to be taken. That night, he led the 7 Shrek Academy students to walk about 10 miles in another direction. And after covering all traces, they finally settled down. Fortunately, no strangers appeared, and they had a peaceful night. After a night of rest, everyone's energy was restored to its best state. The next morning, they began the process of searching for soul beasts again, but this time, it was Tang San who obtained the soul beast, not Oscar. Tang San was different from Oscar. He He had a clear target for the soul beast he needed to hunt for his third soul ring, which were some common thousand-year soul beasts. Logically, it should be easier for him than Oscar, but for some unknown reason, the group searched all morning without finding a suitable soul beast for Tang San to absorb. Although they encountered a few thousand-year soul beasts in between, they were not compatible with Tang San. However, they were not wasted and were all used by Ling Tian to hone his soul skills. Time passed quickly, and 2 days went by quietly. Although food supplies were not an issue for the group, living in a forest filled with dangers every day still kept everyone highly tense and made them feel more fatigued. During this time, Ling Tian also sensed a pulse several times, but this feeling disappeared quickly each time, and until now, he had not found a specific location. Meanwhile, Tang San's soul ring also remained unaccounted for. Soon, the sky darkened again, and the group had to rest in place once more, since they could not light a fire in the Starry Great Forest. Although most soul beasts feared flames, there were a small number of soul beasts that were extremely fond of fire, and, among this small group, most were deadly existences. Therefore, they could only set up camp while the sky had not completely darkened. Without needing Zhao Wujie to direct them, the boys took the initiative to set up temporary tents, while the girls were responsible for gathering some food. The tents were not big enough for everyone to lie down and sleep, but was no problem for each person to sit and cultivate. For them, maintaining the best combat state at all times was much more important than sleeping. As the teacher, Zhao Wujie naturally took on the task of keeping watch. As night deepened outside the camp, after calming down Tang San, Zhao Wujie was pondering which direction to go tomorrow to find a soul beast for Tang San. After 2 days without any gains, he thought about whether it was necessary to delve deeper into the forest tomorrow to see if he could find a suitable soul beast. Just then, Zhao Wujie suddenly sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. Following a low growl, he directly summoned his martial soul, and the great strength diamond bear instantly possessed him. Even so, he still stared ahead as if facing a great enemy. Everyone, gather around me. Quickly, with Zhao Wujie's low roar, his deep voice reached everyone's ears. Ling Tian's expression became serious upon hearing this. The Titan giant ape is coming? Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? At the same time, Ma Hongjun, with his belly sticking out, quickly approached Zhao Wujie and asked in confusion. However, Zhao Wujie did not answer his question. Instead, he looked at Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and the others and said, "Everyone, stand behind me. If anything happens later, don't worry about me. Just leave here immediately and get out of the Starry Forest first." Finally, Zhao Wujie turned his gaze to Ling Tian and said earnestly, "Ling Tian, you are the strongest soul master here apart from me. If I'm not around, please do your best to protect them for the sake of Shrek Academy. I beg you." Upon hearing this, the others' expressions tightened. It seemed like they were facing danger. Although they didn't know exactly what was happening, they could sense the seriousness of the situation from Zhao Wujie's tone. Just as everyone was still confused, 2 tall trees ahead suddenly began to part slowly, and a massive figure silently walked out from there. Upon seeing this giant, everyone's breath seemed to stop, and they finally understood what Zhao Wujie was worried about. It was an existence as large as a mountain, its dark fur shimmering faintly under the dim starlight. Although it was on all fours, the height of its shoulders definitely exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, it would probably be over 15 meters tall. From the outside, it resembled both a monkey and a gorilla. Apart from its lantern-sized eyes gleaming with a crystal-like glow, its entire body was pitch black. In the night, if it weren't for its movement, one could hardly see its body. This giant's body was incredibly robust, so much so that it was almost unbelievable. Not only was it massive, but every part of its body was covered with muscles more terrifying than granite, bulging like small hills. Yet, such a colossal creature moved without making any sound, not even the sound of breathing. Oscar trembled as he said, "What is that?" The Titan giant ape, one of the overlords of the Starry Forest. Ling Tian looked at the Titan great ape with a serious expression, his right hand instinctively tightening around the ice crystal sword. This Titan great ape was incredibly strong. Feeling the aura emanating from the Titan great ape, Ling Tian couldn't help but grip the ice crystal sword tighter. The dense fluctuations of soul power were far beyond Zhao Wujie's level, and compared to his teacher, it wasn't much different. Although he had known that he would encounter a Titan great ape on this journey, when he truly faced it, Ling Tian still felt that he had underestimated its terror. It was actually the Titan great ape. Ning Rongrong recalled the introduction about the Titan great ape and looked at Ling Tian in panic. Although he didn't speak, he stepped forward to shield her. Not just her, But the emotions of others were not much better. The appearance of the Titan great ape in any soul beast forest was undoubtedly a dominant presence. No soul beast dared to offend it, as the result would certainly be death. Even a 1,000-year-old Titan great ape could contend with other 10,000-year soul beasts. They possessed unparalleled strength and speed, with almost no flaws in attack or defense. Most frighteningly, they could also unleash skills similar to soul techniques. No one knew the true abilities of the Titan great ape, as those who had seen these skills were already dead. Chapter 56. Ling Tian's Tactics. Seeking recommendations, collections, and investments. Although it was also a 10,000-year soul beast, the strength was undoubtedly different. This was a matter of inherent attributes. Among all soul beasts, the Titan great ape was clearly one of the few that stood at the top of the pyramid, and the terror it brought was almost a nightmare for all soul masters. Countless soul masters had coveted the Titan great ape's power, hoping to kill it for their own soul rings, but those who had such thoughts and attempted to realize them had all vanished from this world. Among known soul masters, it seemed that only one person had ever hunted a Titan great ape, and that was only that one person. The Titan great ape was not only powerful, but also possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. In the forest, it was the absolute king. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's body was trembling uncontrollably. He could never have imagined that this king of the forest, which should exist only in the core area of the Stardew Great Forest, would appear here. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to leave immediately, Zhao Wujia said in a deep voice. He knew that the Titan great ape could understand human speech, especially this remarkably strong Titan great ape, which had clearly surpassed 10,000 years of cultivation. He really couldn't think of anyone among soul beasts who could be stronger than the one before him. The Titan great ape ignored Zhao Wujia's words. It simply made a simple move that made everyone's hearts leap to their throats as it took a step forward. Although it was just a step, its massive body had already closed the distance to Shrek Academy's group. Zhao Wujia's mind was racing, and the most frequent thought was just 3 words: what to do? Yes, what should be done at this moment? Although Zhao Wujia was confident in his strength, he knew very well that the terror of the Titan great ape was absolutely beyond that of the legendary couple, the dragon and serpent. He would rather face a tidal Douluo than confront such a king of soul beasts. Everyone knew that the rampant killing of soul beasts by soul masters filled all soul beasts with hatred toward humans. And this king of soul beasts would clearly be no exception. In front of it, Zhao Wujia knew that even his own safety was in question, let alone protecting others. However, at this moment, how could he possibly retreat? Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujia said solemnly, "I'll hold it off. You all immediately eat Oscar's mushroom sausage and leave here. I'm afraid I can't hold on for long. You must move quickly." After saying this, Zhao Wujia took a deep breath, and the 7 soul rings on him radiated brilliantly as he charged toward the Titan great ape. The first, second, third, and fourth soul rings shone simultaneously. Facing such a formidable opponent, the unmoved king directly unleashed 4 of his 7 soul skills. The brilliance of the 4 shining soul rings was dazzling. The unmoved king's protective body shield enveloped him, and gravitational control centered around Zhao Wujia, fully activated, attempting to limit the Titan great ape's movements. At the same time, he swung his hands, unleashing the powerful golden king palm, releasing a burst of strong energy fluctuations. Zhao Wujia leaped from a towering tree, swinging his arms without holding back his soul power, charging straight at the Titan great ape. At this moment, he had made a decision. No matter what, he had to protect the children behind him, even if it meant dying here. 7 treasures have a name. The first is strength. 7 treasures have a name. The second is speed. 2 beams of light that ignored level enhancements fell on Zhao Wujia, causing his displayed strength to approach that of an 80-level soul, Douluo, which was the tyrannical aspect of the world's #1 support-type martial soul. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda. At the same time, the other members of Shrek Academy were also using their soul skills, attempting to provide long-range support to help Zhao Wujia share the pressure. Tang San controlled strands of blue silvergrass to break through the soil, his eyes releasing a faint purple glow as he observed the Titan great ape for weaknesses, while a jade-colored hand gripped several dragon beer needles. Ma Hongjun also simultaneously unleashed 2 soul skills, enhancing the attack characteristics of the Phoenix Fire line with the Fire Phoenix, spewing a line of fire toward the Titan great ape. However, to the high attack and high defense Titan great ape, the attacks from Ma Hongjun and Tang San felt like mere tickles. They not only failed to hinder its movement, but also provoked its ferocity. Boom! The Titan great ape stomped its right foot hard, and the ground instantly cracked open with several wide fissures. Taking advantage of Zhao Wujia's unsteady stance, it seized the opportunity and slammed its dark hand down, sending Zhao Wujia flying. It then scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. When it spotted Xiao Wu, a barely perceptible glimmer of joy appeared in its crimson eyes, and it charged toward the direction of the group. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps made the ground tremble continuously, and everyone's mood grew increasingly grave. Ling Tian's expression was serious at this moment as he commanded in a deep voice. Use long-range soul skills to continue restraining it. Waiting for teacher Zhao Wujia support. Rong, you are responsible for assisting. Right now, no one is restraining the Titan giant ape, and it's easy to get targeted if we run around. Although Ling Tian knew the purpose of the Titan giant ape's visit, he couldn't guarantee whether it would strike hard, as humans are no different from soul beasts in its eyes. Therefore, the best approach now is to restrain it and wait for Zhao Wujia's support to find an opportunity to leave. Extreme Cold Ice Blade, Blue Silver Grass Entangle, Phoenix Ray, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, first, Strength, second, Speed. Ning Rongrong and Oscar assisted from the side, while Ling Tian, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San, who all had long-range attack capabilities, used their soul skills to hit the Titan giant ape, trying to delay its advance. Ling Tian first raised his hand and unleashed several sword lights, then utilized the properties of his ice attribute soul power to freeze the moisture in the air in an attempt to slow down the Titan giant ape's movements. He also understood that it was unrealistic to control the entire Titan giant ape with his soul power, so he concentrated his power in one place, trying to seal one of its feet to make it lose balance. Meanwhile, Tang San assisted Ling Tian with Blue Silvergrass, while his purple extreme magic eyes continuously searched for an opportunity to stab its eye socket with the dragon beard needle in his hand. As for Ma Hongjun, he kept spewing fire, using intense flames to obstruct the Titan giant ape's line of sight, creating conditions for the two to successfully carry out their actions. Without long-range abilities, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were arranged next to Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Their task was to protect Oscar and Ning Rongrong, ensuring that they could release their soul skills without being disturbed by other soul beasts. Chapter 57. The Unsolvable Powerful Politeness 3 Requests Tang San. It's up to me now. With a thought, Tang San summoned countless blue silvergrass that broke through the ground, continuously wrapping around the Titan giant ape's foot. At the same time, Ling Tian clenched his fists, and the dense water vapor around the Titan giant ape's foot instantly froze. Boom! The Titan giant ape, still unaware of this, continued to step forward, but its controlled right foot hindered its overall movement, and its massive body fell directly towards the ground. Dragon Beard Needle. At the same time, Tang San finally seized the opportunity, and the Dragon Beard Needle that had been poised to strike aimed at its eye socket, shooting out without any reservations. The three of them then unleashed their previously released soul skills, bombarding the position where the Titan giant ape was about to fall. A series of explosions erupted one after another. Even with Oscar's sausages for recovery, the soul power of Ling Tian and the others was rapidly depleting. But the Titan giant ape was now shrouded in smoke. It should be able to hold. Ma Hongjun gasped. Even his martial soul seemed somewhat dim. It should be okay. We can't retreat too quickly. Tang San was startled. His purple extreme magic eyes pierced through the smoke and saw the Titan giant ape, completely unharmed, with its blood-red eyes filled with anger locking onto them. Roar! Roar! Although the Titan giant ape had only suffered minor injuries, the group's attacks had thoroughly enraged it. Immediately, a piercing roar echoed in their ears, and the next moment, a terrifying wave of black energy suddenly erupted from the Titan giant ape. The first to bear the brunt were Ling Tian, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, who were responsible for the main attack. Extreme Cold Ice Armor. Ling Tian, who was commanding the actions, was sent flying, crashing against a tree with a dull thud. If he hadn't timely released the Extreme Cold Ice Armor to mitigate some of the impact, this terrifying collision would have left him unable to continue fighting. Tang San fared no better, falling heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who was in midair, was in an even worse situation. The Phoenix Fire was swept back by the energy wave, causing him to be directly backfired by his own flame power. Fortunately, since the flames were his own, he didn't suffer too much damage, but he was still knocked away and lost his fighting ability. Junior brother, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong's hearts tightened. and they hurriedly ran towards the positions where the two fell. Zhu Zhuqing, although not calling out names, kept her eyes fixed on Ling Tian, finally relaxing when she saw him slowly getting up with Ning Rongrong's support. As for Ma Hongjun, he received no concern for beauty. Only Oscar came forward to help him. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened as she stared intently at Ling Tian, her voice filled with worry. "Junior brother, how are you?" "Cough, cough." "I'm fine, sister. Just stand behind me." Ling Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood and immediately pulled Ning Rongrong behind him, staring solemnly at the approaching Titan Great Ape. The strength of the Titan Great Ape was terrifying. It hadn't even used its full power, and Shrek Academy was nearly wiped out. At this moment, the Titan Great Ape, completely enraged, leaped high into the air, pouncing toward Ling Tian and the others like a mountain, blocking out the sun. Zhao Wujia had not yet recovered and was unable to come to their aid. At this time, individual reaction speed became crucial. Ling Tian grabbed Ning Rongrong's arm and used the remaining soul power to conjure an ice armor, then swung his sword fiercely at the ground. The explosion generated a recoil that successfully took him out of the Titan Great Ape's attack range. Tang San, similarly to Ling Tian, used vines to shoot out Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Ma Hongjun and Oscar did not have such luck. They were kicked away. And then Ling Tian used the vines to propel himself out as well. Boom! The Titan Great Ape landed where the group had just been. Roar! It pounded its chest and let out a series of roars. Although Ling Tian and the others had avoided the Titan Great Ape's first wave of attacks, the distance between them had now decreased, and the danger had multiplied geometrically. This was troublesome. Just as everyone felt helpless, a familiar and heavy roar echoed behind the Titan Great Ape. "Don't touch my students, martial soul, true body." Teacher Zhao, the disheveled Zhao Wujia, finally reappeared. He had just gotten up from the ground when he saw the Titan Great Ape about to attack his students, and he couldn't contain his anger. Ignoring the depletion of his soul power, he activated his martial soul, true body. With the flicker of the seventh soul ring, a massive bear figure appeared behind Zhao Wujia. Although it was still shorter than the Titan Great Ape, the difference was no longer as pronounced. The Titan Great Ape noticed Zhao Wujia behind it, but ignored him and continued to move forward. In response to the Titan Great Ape's disregard, Zhao Wujia swung his broad bare paw and delivered a powerful slap. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Titan Great Ape, underestimating Zhao Wujia's strength, had its head thrown back from the impact, letting out an angry roar. The Titan Great Ape was furious again. It suddenly raised a massive arm and collided with Zhao Wujia. After a tremendous sound, Zhao Wujia was not knocked back this time. Thanks to the 200 defensive characteristic of the Great Bear's body, he withstood the Titan Great Ape's blow, but the immense power difference still caused him to stagger back 5 or 6 steps before steadying himself. Cough, cough. Even he was shaken by that blow from the Titan Great Ape. However, for the sake of those exceptionally talented children, Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth and stood in front of the Titan Great Ape again, his hands gathering golden light, unleashing the Great Bear paw without reservation against the Titan Great Ape. Ling Tian, Xiao San, you all hurry and leave. Although Zhao Wujia wanted them to retreat first, he knew he couldn't hold on for long. If the kids stayed here, they would all die at the hands of the Titan Great Ape, making his sacrifice meaningless. Teacher Zhao, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were emotional. Having spent years with him, they didn't want to see their teacher die in front of them. Dai Ming, no. Xiao Wu clenched her fists, nervously watching the battle between the man and the beast. Tang Xin spoke heavily. Xiao Wu, we must go. We can't let teacher Zhao's sacrifice be in vain. But, before Xiao Wu could explain further, Tang Xin took her small hand, signaling Ling Tian and the others to flee in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Bang! Watch out, something is coming. That's Teacher Zhao. Before the group could move a few steps, Zhao Wujia was suddenly knocked down in front of them. Chapter 58. Help him, please. Even though Zhao Wujia had used all his strength to resist the Titan Great Ape, he still underestimated the creature's true power. The Titan Great Ape had come out specifically for Xiao Wu, and seeing her about to leave instantly made it displeased. It had no interest in playing with Zhao Wujia anymore and erupted with a sudden attack, catching Zhao Wujia off guard. Thus, even though Zhao Wujia fought desperately, the fully unleashed 10,000-year-old beast could rival a tidal Douluo, and he was ultimately sent flying by 2 heavy punches. Xiao Wu. Without Zhao Wujia's obstruction, the Titan Great Ape reached Xiao Wu in the blink of an eye, grabbing her in its large hand. Seeing this, Tang San let out a hoarse roar. At the same time, He quickly drew all the hidden weapons from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night at his waist and shot them toward the Titan great ape. Swish, swish, swish. Various hidden weapons like sleeve arrows, juga crossbows, and dragon whisker needles were all fired. However, these weapons, capable of killing soul masters and soul kings, had no effect on the Titan great ape. It merely waved its hand lightly, sending all the hidden weapons flying, and then with a roar, it knocked Tang San away. Daiming, no. Seeing that the Titan great ape intended to continue its assault, Xiao Wu couldn't care about exposing her identity anymore and shouted to interrupt its attack. Roar? The Titan great ape looked down at Xiao Wu in its grasp, let out a low growl, and ignoring the charging Zhao Wujia, it suddenly turned and leaped away, disappearing into the forest in an instant. Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujia called out, wanting to chase after her. But he found his speed was far too slow compared to the Titan great ape. Oscar and Ma Hongjun rubbed their backsides after being kicked by Tang San and stood up. Tang San was now slumped on the ground, his blood-red eyes fixed on the direction Xiao Wu had left, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, her face pale. Ling Tian was walking slowly with Ning Rongrong, supporting each other. Although they were protected by the extremely cold ice armor, Ning Rongrong accidentally twisted her ankle when they landed. Ling Tian was injured in his internal organs before, and, combined with the exhaustion of his soul power and physical strength, he was in a dire state. Zhao Wujia could not accept that his student had been taken away by the Titan giant ape with no knowledge of his fate, and Tang San found it even harder to bear. Enduring the intense pain in his body, Tang San crawled up from the ground, trying to steady himself, but he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The shockwave released by the Titan giant ape gave a sense of an unresistible power, although Tang San's body was strong. This heavy impact made his internal organs churn, as if they had shifted positions. Fortunately, the Xin Tiangong itself had the miraculous effect of nurturing life, and it was quickly calming the turbulent energy and blood within him without needing his control. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not protecting everyone well, Zhao Wujia said as he walked to Tang San's side, feeling guilty. The intense shock from the Titan giant ape had nearly shattered his martial soul's true form, and now, with his soul power significantly depleted, he knew that even if he chased after it, it would be of no use. No, it's not your fault. I didn't protect Xiao Wu well, Tang San said, keeping his head down after getting up from the ground. His voice was calm, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He slowly walked to Oscar's side, and although his expression was unreadable, everyone knew that his mood was definitely not good, considering his relationship with Xiao Wu was well known. Tang San silently approached Oscar. Oscar quickly handed him a recovery sausage, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. Without hesitation, Tang San swallowed the recovery sausage, and under its restorative effect, his internal injuries eased somewhat. He then lowered his head and quietly spoke to Oscar. On the other side, junior brother Yu. Ning Rongrong looked at Ling Tian with worry in her eyes, her small hands nervously clenched together. Ling Tian waved his hand to signal that he was fine. He then took a rejuvenation pill to stabilize his injuries, and after spitting out a few mouthfuls of congealed blood, his complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue, and his breath stabilized. This was a special healing pill that Chen Xin had prepared for him back in Soto City. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. Xiao Ao, what are you doing? Suddenly, Ma Hongjuan's exclamation attracted everyone's attention. They saw that Oscar had recited a spell at some point and seriously handed a small mushroom sausage to Tang San. Zhao Wujin was smart and immediately realized what Tang San was trying to do, wanting to stop him, but it was already too late. Tang San had already swallowed the mushroom sausage from Oscar's hand, and 6 illusory wings appeared on his back. At the moment Zhao Wujin approached, Tang San had already taken off into the air. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao, I have to find Xiao Wu. Even if it's just her body, I have to bring her back. At this moment, everyone could see Tang San's blood-red eyes and understood that he was filled with immense grief and anger. Junior brother? Help him. 7 Treasures Ning Rongrong, receiving Ling Tian's approval, softly recited a spell, and a beam of glass-like light fell down, increasing the speed of the transparent wings flapping behind Tang San. Xiao San, go quickly. I support you. My second soul skill can only last a minute outside my soul power range. Xiao Wu is my roommate. You must bring her back. Ning Rongrong seemed oblivious to Zhao Wujin's murderous gaze and shouted loudly. You. Zhao Wujin looked darkly at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, so angry that he was almost speechless. I'll settle the score with you later. Oscar, make a few more mushroom sausages. We'll go after them together. The Starry Forest is fraught with danger, relying solely on Tang's sand. Who knows what other dangers he might encounter? Zhao Wujin sighed helplessly. He didn't feel much anger toward their reckless actions, but rather more concern. But I can't produce any more mushroom sausages with my current soul power, Oscar said helplessly. His soul power had been nearly exhausted from helping Ling Tian and the others just now, and producing that one mushroom sausage had used up his last bit of energy, making it impossible to create another one in a short time. Then let's hurry while you recover your soul power. Let's go. Tang, Sin had already started moving, and Zhao Wujin could only hurry to catch up. Ling Tian had almost fully recovered after the recent rest. Although his soul power had not restored much, it did not affect their journey. Chapter 59, Golden Dragon King, Gu Xiaoran's polite request. Thus, Ling Tian supported Ning Rongrong, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun leaned on each other for support. Zhao Wujia was responsible for guarding the rear, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had the most remaining soul power, took on the burden of leading the way. Just as everyone was advancing in an orderly manner, a black figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away, causing fluctuations in energy, indicating that someone was nearby. Immediately, the shadow flickered again and rushed towards Ling Tian's direction. At the same time, here it comes again. Ling Tian suddenly stopped, his right hand tightly gripping the collar of his chest. Unlike before, the pulling force this time was clearer and stronger, stirring his mind and making him uneasy. Shitty, are you okay? Hearing Ning Rongrong's exclamation, everyone's gaze turned to Ling Tian. Ling Tian? I'm Yufine. Although Ling Tian said that it was nothing, his body was still trembling due to the sudden and drastic reaction, which was completely different from before. Ice God. At that moment, a voice filled with pressure echoed in Ling Tian's ears, and then everything went dark before his eyes, pulling his consciousness deep into his mind. Meanwhile, in the spiritual space, at this moment, a golden figure was positioned at the center, but its form was somewhat blurry. Is this a dragon? Before Ling Tian could ask, a flash of golden light appeared, and the golden dragon figure vanished, replaced by a young man with golden hair and golden armor. He walked up to Ling Tian, curling one side of his mouth. Ice God, long time no see. You, who are you? Ling Tian examined the man in front of him. He could be certain that there was no memory of this person in the first half of the Ice God's life. However, this person could easily mention his background, and since he appeared in his consciousness space, it was highly likely that he was a friend he had made in the divine realm. The youth's words that followed also confirmed Ling Tian's speculation. Your friend, Golden Dragon King, Gu Xiaoran. Golden Dragon King, Gu Xiaoran. Ling Tian's pupils shrank slightly, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He was sealed in the divine realm. How could he appear in my spiritual space? And why did he become friends with the Golden Dragon King? Also, why does the name Gu Xiaoran feel so familiar? The sudden appearance of the Golden Dragon King brought a series of questions to Ling Tian's mind, shrouding his past life in the divine realm in a layer of mist. You don't remember? At this moment, Gu Xiaoran noticed Ling Tian's confusion. It seems your memory is incomplete. Gu Xiaoran seemed to have discovered something, his brow furrowing slightly. He then spread his hands, closed his eyes, and golden energy swirled around him, gradually expanding into the surrounding spiritual space. Moments later, Gu Xiaoran opened his eyes again, and a look of understanding flashed in his golden eyes. So that's it. You sealed your memories yourself. I didn't expect that when you were on the verge of dissipating, you still left this behind. Memory seal? Ling Tian murmured softly, his eyes filled with confusion and doubt. That's right. Gu Xiaoran paused and continued. There is a seal in your mind that can only be gradually unlocked when you reach around the Soul Emperor level. However, this is also a good thing for you. Ling Tian's cold eyes revealed a hint of peculiar color. You're still too weak now? Gu Xiaoran looked deeply at Ling Tian and said seriously, or rather they are very strong. Knowing about those enemies in advance brings you no benefit. After all, the ones in the divine realm who are hostile towards you are not just the Azure God. Otherwise, how could he have acted in the divine realm alone back then? Ling Tian fell silent for a moment, watching Gu Xiaoran cautiously. So what is our relationship? And why are you here? It could be considered a cooperative relationship. As for why I'm here, Gu Xiaoran gave Ling Tian a deep glance, followed by a playful smile. If it weren't for me preserving your true spirit at the last moment, you would have truly been lost and have no chance of reincarnation and cultivation again. It was you who helped me reincarnate? Upon hearing this, Ling Tian was stunned. After receiving the Ice God's memories, he had been wondering why he could reincarnate again, not expecting that he had the help of the Golden Dragon King. Of course, besides me, who in the divine realm could help you? Gu Xiaoran flicked her tousled golden hair, crossed her arms, and said with a proud tone. Ling Tian pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, So when did you awaken? He only asked a question about the present and did not pursue matters regarding the divine realm. Since he had actively sealed his memories at that time, there must have been a reason for it, and he would naturally know the truth when the time was right. Let me think. Gu Xiaoran propped a shin on one hand, and after thinking seriously for a moment, said somewhat uncertainly, maybe 3 days ago. Ling Tian half closed his eyes and said calmly, "Was it when I first entered the Starry Forest? So, that feeling before was also because of you?" Gu Xiaoran nodded and said, "That's right." Ling Tian said faintly, "Why? Originally, I should have awakened in a few more years, but I sensed something here." Gu Xiaoran suddenly felt something halfway through her words and revealed a strange smile. "I've prepared a surprise for you, and you'll know it very soon." Huh? Ling Tian looked at Gu Xiaoran in confusion. "They're coming." Boom! Just as Ling Tian was about to say something, Gu Xiaoran suddenly waved her sleeve, and a dragon claw shimmering with golden light appeared out of thin air, directly pushing Ling Tian out of the spiritual space. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Zhao Wuji frowned. What exactly is going on? I don't know either. Junior brother Ling Tian suddenly changed like this. Ning Rongrong had red eyes, tears sparkling in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, she anxiously stared at Ling Tian, her small face filled with worry and unease. "Ling Tian? Junior brother, junior brother." Concerned calls rang in his ears. Just as Ling Tian regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to see Ning Rongrong with red-rimmed eyes. "Sister, don't worry, I'm fine." Ling Tian felt a warmth in his heart as he patted Ning Rongrong's back, soothing her in a gentle tone. "Junior sister." Tears shimmered in Ning Rongrong's eyes, and she immediately hugged Ling Tian, choking back sobs as she leaned close to his ear. The sudden, unanticipated fainting spell had truly frightened her. Not good, there's danger. Just as everyone was finally breathing a sigh of relief regarding Ling Tian's situation, Zhao Wuji at the back of the group suddenly changed his expression, raising his head sharply to stare intently at the distant horizon. Chapter 60, D. Tian. Polite 3 requests. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura. The level of danger was incomparable to that of the previous Titan giant ape. The vast difference was like comparing a candle flame to the blazing sun. There was no comparison whatsoever. Strong. If he had to describe it, Zhao Wuji could only think of this one word, as it was the most intuitive feeling that aura gave him. "Quick, leave this place!" Zhao Wuji shouted urgently, warning everyone from Shrek Academy. "I found you." Just as Ling Tian was preparing to leave with Ning Rongrong, a majestic voice suddenly exploded in their ears. In the next second, 2 dark dragon claws appeared before him, tearing apart the space in front of him and creating a massive rift. Then, the enormous dragon claws vanished, and a young man in black appeared from within. It was indeed Di Tian. He approached Ling Tian, frowning as he scrutinized him from head to toe, thinking to himself, how could an ordinary human soul master have the aura of the Golden Dragon King? But recalling the Silver Dragon King's instructions, Di Tian decided to take him back. With a wave of his hand, he knocked Ning Rongrong away and captured Ling Tian, then turned to return to the spatial rift, which slowly closed, restoring the forest to its previous tranquility as if nothing had happened. By the time Zhao Wuji arrived, Ling Tian's figure had already vanished. Ling Tian, junior brother, Ning Rongrong, who had been thrown back, felt a tightness in her heart. Before she could say anything, she crashed into a tree trunk and fainted. Ling Tian, Zhao Wuji was initially shocked, then an overwhelming rage surged within him. In just a single day, the 7-person team he led had already lost 2 members to soul beasts, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Zhao Wuji, who had always prided himself. He had confidently assured Flanders that with him around, these kids would definitely be safe. Now, he could only watch helplessly as they were taken by soul beasts, unable to stop it. Looking around at the 4 remaining members, Zhao Wuji's mood turned extremely heavy. On the other side, Ling Tian looked at the mysterious person who had captured him, and his heart had already regained its calm. At the same time, he vaguely guessed the identity of this person. There was only one existence in the entire Stardow forest that could directly reach out from the space and take him away, and that was the leader of the 10 great fierce beasts, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian. But why was Di Tian grabbing him? Ling Tian was filled with doubts. Being targeted by a powerful figure like Di Tian, it would be false to say he felt no fear at all. However, Ling Tian's mind was steady. Since he was already in Di Tian's grasp, feeling afraid would serve no purpose. With Di Tian's strength, even the Sword Law might not be able to rescue him from his hands, let alone the fact that his teacher was not here at all. The first thing to clarify now was why he had appeared here. Wait, Ling Tian's heart trembled, suddenly recalling the Golden Dragon King. At that time, he had left behind a puzzling remark. They have come. A flash of brilliance crossed Ling Tian's eyes as he suddenly understood the connection. Awakening in the Starry Forest, being drawn deeper into it, and being captured by Di Tian. Putting these clues together, the her mentioned by the Golden Dragon King should be Di Tian, or more accurately, the master behind Di Tian, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. So this is the surprise the Golden Dragon King prepared for me? That surprise is indeed thrilling. Hey! After a moment of silence, Ling Tian suddenly asked, "What do you want with me?" He wanted to confirm the thought in his heart. "You don't need to worry. I mean you no harm. There's just someone who wants to meet you," Di Tian said, while his speed showed no sign of slowing down. "You seem to be unafraid." As they continued moving forward, Di Tian looked at Ling Tian, whose expression remained calm and even had the courage to ask questions with a hint of curiosity. Was this child really not afraid at all? Is fear useful? Ling Tian replied lightly. Not really." Di Tian paused for a moment before continuing to ask, "Do you know who I am?" "I have a rough idea," Ling Tian responded calmly. Oh, now, it was Di Tian's turn to be surprised. Although he had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, he hadn't left the core area of the Starry Forest for a long time. Logically, soul masters from the outside world should not know of his existence, except for perhaps some inheritors of certain deities who might have some information about him. Other soul masters should be completely unaware of him. Yet this little guy in front of him actually claimed to know. Could it be because of the Golden Dragon King? Thinking of this, Di Tian couldn't help but curiously ask, "Then tell me, who am I?" "You're the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian." Before Di Tian could recover from his astonishment, Ling Tian continued, "And I suspect the person you want to meet is the Silver Dragon King. You're here to take me to see her, right?" "You. How do you know about the master?" Di Tian nodded, turning his head to look at Ling Tian in disbelief. "You really should know. You look like just a human. Stop guessing. When you see the Silver Dragon King, you'll know," Ling Tian said lightly. Di Tian gazed deeply at Ling Tian, then turned his gaze away, and his speed immediately increased again as he quickly approached the core area of the Starry Forest. He was becoming more and more curious about this human child. Di Tian's speed was very fast, especially when he was flying at full power. In just a short while, he had taken Ling Tian out of the mixed area and into the core area. Ling Tian knew he had entered the core area because of the boundless, enormous lake below, its surface shimmering with light, which was indeed the lake of life from the original story. Roar! At that moment, a massive bull's head emerged from the lake of life. It was the sky blue bull python, whose gaze was fixed on Di Tian, or rather, on the human boy in Di Tian's hands. "Lord Di Tian, didn't you prohibit humans from coming here? Why are you actively bringing a human boy into this place now?" Nevertheless, he still bowed respectfully and said, "I greet you, Lord Di Tian." Di Tian flashed to the lakeside, his aura surging forth. The overwhelming presence of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, who had existed for over 800,000 years, immediately pressed down upon the sky blue bull python. Whereas the Titan giant ape gone, Di Tian scanned his surroundings and suddenly frowned, his sharp gaze locking onto the sky blue bull python. "Weren't you two supposed to guard the gate? Why is he not here now?" The sky blue bull python's heart sank, but he still lowered his head to report the Titan giant ape's whereabouts honestly. "My lord, the Titan giant ape sensed a familiar aura, and since there usually aren't any humans or soul beasts here, he went to the outskirts of the Starry Forest. A familiar Di Tian snorted coldly, his icy gaze sweeping over the sky blue bull python. He must be looking for that transformed softbone rabbit, right? "Lord," the sky blue bull python said, cold sweat pouring down, not daring to meet Di Tian's eyes. "Forget it. I don't have the mood to meddle in your private matters." Di Tian waved his hand, solemnly warning, "When he returns, tell him that nothing must affect the gate's defense. There are not just you two among the newly 10,000-year soul beasts. If he had wanted to intervene back then, the softbone rabbit would never have transformed. Please rest assured, Lord Di Tian." The sky blue bull python bowed down, his attitude respectful. "When the Titan giant ape returns, I will definitely impose strict restrictions." "That's good enough," Di Tian said as he took Ling Tian and vanished from sight. Watching Di Tian's departing figure, a hint of relief flashed in the sky blue bull python's eyes. Luckily, the Lord did not pursue the matter of the Titan giant ape leaving his post. Otherwise, they would have been driven out of the lake of life, and he did not want to leave this place that could enhance their success rate during tribulations. Di Tian led Ling Tian forward for a while longer. Through a deep path, a broader lake appeared before Ling Tian. and the life force had become so rich that just a couple of breaths filled him with vitality. Di Tian's figure slowly descended, and Ling Tian finally set foot on solid ground. This feeling of having his feet on the ground was comfortable. So this is the real lake of life. Feeling the rich life force coming from all directions, Ling Tian couldn't help but take several deep breaths, feeling refreshed. He didn't expect that the lake of life he had seen before was merely a tributary of the real lake of life. After passing through this lake, there was actually a much larger lake of life filled with even denser life energy. No wonder, until now, besides the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, no other soul masters had discovered any other 10,000-year soul beasts in the Starry Forest. It turned out they were all inside the real lake of life. Even human soul masters, even those at the title Douluo level, would probably find it difficult to break through the blockade of the two 10,000-year soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Di Tian turned his head and asked softly, "How is it?" "It truly is a great place for cultivation." Ling Tian spoke truthfully. The life force around the lake of life was extremely rich, which would greatly benefit cultivation. If he cultivated here, his speed could at least double. Of course, this lake of life is a treasure of our soul beast clan, Di Tian said with some pride. Looking at the life lake, Di Tian showed a look of intoxication. This lake might be a kind of compensation from the heavens for the soul beasts. It was precisely because of the numerous life elements here that the severely injured Silver Dragon King could survive. Strictly speaking, the life lake is not a perfect circle, but rather a somewhat uneven semicircle, containing the most abundant vitality in the entire Starry Forest. In the center of the lake, there is also a condensation of the essence of life, and the rich life energy can accelerate the cultivation speed of soul beasts, while also greatly aiding in the recovery of injuries. Because of this, only those who have existed for over 100,000 years are qualified to live around the life lake. The soul beast realm is governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are prey to the strong. And this is the only rule in the soul beast world. As the beast god, Di Tian is undoubtedly the top ferocious beast, and his residence is naturally the best and the place with the most concentrated life energy. The other 9 ferocious beasts are also distributed around the life lake according to their strength. As for the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, although they are 100,000-year soul beasts, their strength is not high, so they can only stay in the edge areas where the life energy is the most diluted. However, even the edge areas are richer than other places, which is why they voluntarily guard here. Wait a moment. Di Tian waved his hands, and to everyone's astonishment, the life lake slowly parted, revealing a pitch-black circular portal. A spatial passage? It seems that the Silver Dragon King taught Di Tian quite a lot. His use of spatial power is so skilled. Ling Tian thought to himself. As the other half of the Dragon God, the Silver Dragon King inherited its elemental powers, which are water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space. 7 elements in total. It is worth mentioning that the 7 elemental gods correspond to these 7 elements. Follow me. Walk this way. Ling Tian followed the pace of God Tian and stepped into the pitch-black portal together. In an instant, a flash of silver light appeared, and a silver path emerged beneath their feet. Following this path, the two continued walking. As they walked, a plump, snow-white figure suddenly caught Ling Tian's eye on the right crystal wall. It was a large, snow-white flesh caterpillar, adorned with 9 eye-catching golden patterns. This large, snow-white flesh caterpillar seemed to be trapped within a golden light column, and visible strands of natural energy were emanating from its body, flowing into the many enormous nests in front of them. However, all these nests were empty at the moment. Why did the ice caterpillar feel somewhat familiar? Ling Tian was slightly taken aback, suddenly recalling something. With a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, he took 2 steps forward, approaching the giant worm trapped in the golden light column. Tianming, it really is him. Seeing the ice heart mark on his forehead, Ling Tian finally confirmed his identity. This snow-white giant silkworm was the little guy he had adopted years ago, named Tianming. Di Tian asked with some confusion, "Kid, do you know him? Did you do all this?" Looking at Tianming, who was unconscious from having his essence extracted, Ling Tian's tone was cold, revealing a trace of unusual emotion. That's right. Di Tian sensed Ling Tian's emotional shift, but didn't understand why he was angry. To him, it was just an ordinary ice silkworm, merely a higher-grade food that could enhance their soul power, nothing special about it. What was there to be angry about? Wake up. Ling Tian ignored Di Tian and summoned a trace of the ice god's divine power. He then concentrated the divine power at his fingertips, passed through the golden light pillar, and gently tapped the ice heart mark on Tianmeng's forehead. This was the divine power carried by the Frost Song sword. As his former pet and subordinate, Tianmeng already had a strong affinity for the ice god's divine power, making it the most suitable way to awaken him. Chapter 62, Tianmeng. Polite 3 requests with the restoration of the ice god's divine power. Tianmeng finally awakened from his coma. The first thing he saw upon waking was Tian, and he immediately began to angrily curse. "You bastards! Let me go! How dare you treat me like food? If Lord Ice God finds out, none of you will escape." Tianmeng was in the midst of his furious tirade when he suddenly stopped, a look of disbelief and extreme joy crossing his face. Because he sensed a familiar aura, he swore he would never mistake it. Even if this aura had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years, he would absolutely recognize its owner. Tianmeng almost stiffly turned his head. "Master?" "It's me, Master, Lord Ice God." His eyes trembled slightly, and for a moment he was at a loss for words, his excitement difficult to conceal. "You're not in the divine realm, how? Did you come back? Tianmeng misses you so much." Bang bang. Looking at the golden light that confined him, Tianmeng suddenly twisted his plump body and violently crashed against the golden barrier. But with no attacking capability and having absorbed some of the world's essence, he was too weak at this moment to break free from his restraints, no matter how hard he tried. "Master!" Tianmeng pressed his flushed forehead against the barrier. His eyes filled with urgency as he looked at Ling Tian. "Leave it to me." Ling Tian comforted the emotions of Tianmeng being suddenly. A flash of golden light passed through his ice-blue eyes, and a beautiful long robe made of ice crystals automatically floated onto Ling Tian's body. At the same time, a small blue sword emblem appeared on his forehead. If one observed closely, they would find that this was a scaled-down version of the Ice G Frost Sword. This was Ling Tian's strongest hidden card, the Ice God mode, which had never been used before. It could temporarily enhance soul power levels and partially restore the power of the Ice G Frost Sword. But the requirements for soul power to use this mode were very high. With Ling Tian's current soul power, he could only maintain it for a few seconds. Additionally, the Ice God mode had a time limit. Ling Tian could only use it once every month. "Kid, what are you going to do?" Noticing Ling Tian's actions, Tian's expression changed drastically as he repeatedly tried to stop him, saying, "Stop. He imprisoned this ice silkworm here, not only to enhance his strength, but also to use the natural energy within it to help Lord Silver Dragon recover his power. This concerns the revival of our Soul Beast clan." Even though Ling Tian has a close relationship with the Golden Dragon King, Tian could not allow him to destroy this seal. Having made a decision, Tian did not hesitate any longer. A thick dark power gathered in his palm. But just as he was about to intervene, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Tian, do not stop." Tian paused, urgently persuading, "My lord, this ice silkworm is of great significance. It can not only help us improve our cultivation and increase the success rate of overcoming the Thunder Tribulation, but it is also important for you. With its natural energy, you can recover your strength 1,000 years in advance. It's not as serious as you say." The Silver Dragon King's voice was calm. "I have endured for hundreds of thousands of years. This king does not mind waiting a few thousand years, and besides, this ice silkworm originally belongs to me." The Silver Dragon King had already learned from the information passed on by the Golden Dragon King that the ice god was Ling Tian. Therefore, this ice silkworm, belonging to the extreme north, naturally belonged to his people. Tian worriedly said, "My lord, but your body? The life force provided by the Lake of Life is enough for this king to recover." The Silver Dragon King replied calmly. "But, Tian, this is my command." The Silver Dragon King's voice became more serious, expressing dissatisfaction with Tian's disobedience. Understood. Though Tian had many concerns, he could only obey the Silver Dragon King's orders and withdrew all the thick dark power back into his body. At this moment, Ling Tian had already summoned his martial soul. The Ice G Frost Sword had awakened some of its powers, and silver-white patterns surrounded the sword body, intertwining with the ice blue soul power, showcasing complex patterns of nobility and elegance. The soul power continuously gathered along the patterns on the sword body until it was all concentrated at the sword tip, causing the tip of the Ice G Frost Sword to emit a bright blue light. "Break!" As soon as the words fell, Ling Tian thrust the sword forward. Cracks appeared on the golden light pillar, and as the Ice G Frost Sword continued to push forward, the cracks on the light pillar began to multiply. Boom! In the next second, the light pillar could no longer hold and shattered into streams of golden light. At the same time, the tubes connected to the various nests, which were embedded in the light pillar, also disappeared with its shattering, and those golden nests lost their glow. My lord! Tianming leaped and landed perfectly on Ling Tian's shoulder. He affectionately rubbed his face with his snow-white body, expressing his gratitude to Ling Tian. Humph! After slashing out that sword, Ling Tian also exited the ice god mode. As the ice crystal robe dissipated, Ling Tian's face paled slightly. In just that brief moment, his soul power had already been consumed by more than half. Meanwhile, Di Tian approached. The smile on his face had vanished, and his tone was now cold as he said, "My lord is waiting for you inside. Lead the way." Because of Tianming, Ling Tian did not give Di Tian a good expression. Di Tian cast a cold glance at Tianming, but said nothing more, continuing to lead Ling Tian to the place where the Silver Dragon King was recuperating. Ling Tian gently pressed Tianming's head and said softly, "Tianming, you go into the ring for now. Once I finish dealing with things here, I'll let you out. I still have a lot of questions to ask you then." The Phoenix ring given by Qianren Xue was different from most rings on the market. It could store living creatures, which was one of the reasons it was so expensive. "Yes, master." Tianming obediently nodded. He didn't want to stay here any longer. This place was simply a nightmare for him, especially seeing that despicable guy, Di Tian. Soon, without any resistance, Tianming transformed into a stream of light and entered the storage ring. Ling Tian was very curious about this guy's experiences. If it weren't for the current unsuitable location, Ling Tian would really want to ask him for clarification. He remembered that he had clearly asked the Snow Empress and her companions to take care of this guy, and logically speaking, with the Snow Empress's status, Tianming should be living quite well in the extreme north. But why did he suddenly appear in the Starry Forest out of nowhere? And why did he undergo so many changes, even being imprisoned by those guys from the Emperor Tian? Chapter 63. Creating a Divine Position, Ice God Unmatched. Polite 3 requests. Emperor Tian took the lead, with Ling Tian closely following behind him. Finally, the white light path came to an end, and with a flash of silver light, Ling Tian and Emperor Tian appeared in a strange space. This space was not dark at all. On the contrary, it was very bright, with eye-catching purple crystals emitting brilliant light, rendering the entire space quite magnificent. In another part of the space, there was a silver giant dragon that was at least 100 zhang in size. It had 2 silver horns on its head, its entire body covered in densely packed hexagonal silver scales, a long silver tail that was dozens of zhang long, and a pair of massive dragon wings stretched out behind it. At this moment, it was lying on the ground, with a gigantic dragon head gazing at Ling Tian and the others, its purple eyes filled with an indescribable nobility. "Greetings, master." Emperor Tian knelt on one knee and saluted the silver giant dragon with great respect. "Is this the Silver Dragon King?" Looking at the silver giant dragon in front of him, Ling Tian showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect the Silver Dragon King to be so large and imposing. Gu Yuna, the silver dragon's head, gently nodded, and a pleasant female voice sounded, saying, "Emperor Tian, you did well. That's what my subordinate should do." Emperor Tian respectfully bowed, then silently retreated to the left side of the Silver Dragon King. Gu Yuna then looked at Ling Tian standing before her and softly said, "I think you must have met the Golden Dragon King before, Ice God?" "Yes, I met him once before," Ling Tian replied. It was clear he was not surprised that Gu Yuna could call out his identity directly. After all, the Golden Dragon King had communicated with Gu Yuna, so she would naturally know his identity. "Golden Dragon King, Ice God?" Emperor Tian's heart trembled at the sight. He had thought Ling Tian only had a connection with the Golden Dragon King, but he didn't expect there was also the Ice God Divine Position. At the same time, Ling Tian silently communicated with Gu Shaoran in his heart. "Golden Dragon King, I have arrived in front of the Silver Dragon King. Are you going to come out and meet him?" "Already arrived?" A heavy voice echoed in Ling Tian's ears. Immediately, a golden light emerged from Ling Tian's body, followed by a faint golden figure appearing between the two. It was the Golden Dragon King Gu Shaoran. Gu Shaoran suddenly spoke, "Ling Tian." Ling Tian had just lifted his head when a flash of golden light suddenly appeared before him, and the next moment he was enveloped by darkness and lost consciousness. At the same time, Gu Shaoran retracted his palm. The matters he discussed with the Silver Dragon King involved the Divine Realm and the Dragon God, among other things. And for Ling Tian, knowing his strength in advance would bring no benefit. "Silver Dragon King, it's been a long time." Gu Shaoran did not refer to Gu Yuna as his sister. after the Dragon God was split in two by the Azure God. The Golden Dragon King was severely injured and the Silver Dragon King was sealed, leaving them no time to exchange any emotional ties. They only knew of each other's existence. Therefore, although they were both manifestations of the same Dragon God, there was no familial interaction, and they naturally did not refer to each other as siblings, but by their titles. Indeed, Guyuna smiled faintly and said, "Since that battle in the Divine Realm, you and I have been separated. You sealed in the Divine Realm, and I nursing my injuries in the Starry Forest. I never expected we would have a chance to meet again. That battle back then, with the 9 Dragon Kings perishing, if they hadn't taken advantage of the Dragon God's division to severely wound us, we wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat, and I wouldn't have turned into a dragon cocoon, barely surviving in the Divine Realm," Gu Shao Ran said, falling silent for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "If I hadn't attached part of my true spirit to the Ice God, I might still be imprisoned in the Divine Realm." Ling Tian, who had already lost consciousness, naturally could not hear the secrets of the Divine Realm. "Attaching a true spirit is about what I guessed." Guyuna turned her head, curiously observing the sleeping Ling Tian. "Can you tell me the reason for doing this?" She was very curious about what made this person so special that the Golden Dragon King would go so far as to cut part of his true spirit to preserve his consciousness. A hint of confusion evident in her eyes. To Guyuna, merely having the position of the Ice God in the Divine Realm was not enough. From the perspective of the Golden Dragon King, his high regard for Ling Tian surely stemmed from other reasons. After a moment of silence, Gu Shao Ran suddenly asked, "Silver Dragon King, do you still remember the Dragon God's prophecy? The one regarding the Divine Realm?" Guyuna frowned slightly and asked softly. Mentioning the Dragon God reminded her of that brutal divine battle. In that battle, their soul beast lineage suffered heavy losses. Not only did their pure blood dragon clan nearly perish, but even their soul beast lineage's divine positions were sealed, completely severing their path to divinity. Moreover, their soul beasts faced a life and death tribulation every 10,000 years. The prophecy left by the Dragon God was made during the final battle when he used his primordial power to divine the future for the Soul Beast clan. Although the omen indicated great misfortune, it also predicted that 1,000,000 years later, turmoil would erupt again in the Divine Realm, which would provide the Soul Beast lineage with a chance to rise from the ashes. Thinking of this, Guyuna looked at Ling Tian. "Do you believe he could be our opportunity?" "Exactly. I see hope for the future in him." The Golden Dragon King turned to look at Guyuna, speaking earnestly. "Silver Dragon King, you don't know, Ling Tian is unlike other first-level deities. He is one of the rare few who has created his own divine position to become a deity. Even though he faces suppression from the Divine Realm due to his identity as a reformed soul beast, he can still achieve the status of a first-level deity. Self-created divine position, reformed soul beast, first-level deity." The Silver Dragon King turned her dragon head, staring unblinkingly at Ling Tian, her purple eyes filled with shock. Now she finally understood why the Golden Dragon King would make such a choice. Ling Tian's talent is incredibly strong. Even if it were her, she would be like the Golden Dragon King. Not to mention the talent required to create a divine position on her own. Just by ascending to the Divine Realm as a soul beast, she has already amazed Guyuna. Not to mention that she has also achieved the rank of a first-level deity. Such talent is extremely rare even in the era of the Dragon God. As we all know, there are only 2 ways to ascend to the Divine Realm. The first is to inherit a divine position, to inherit the powers left behind by other deities and thus ascend to the Divine Realm. This method is the simplest. One can ascend step by step through tests. However, there is a drawback to inheriting a divine position. If one ascends to the Divine Realm using this method, the upper limit of their divine power is already set. If the heir does not have any special opportunities, their future is already locked in. A first-level deity can only control the powers of a first-level deity. A second-level deity can only grasp the powers of a second-level deity, and so on. Their soul power will absolutely not exceed this limit. Of course, those who inherit the position of the Divine King do not have this restriction. The second method is to create a divine position. As the name suggests, it involves using one's own strength, combined with a profound understanding of a certain power, to create an artifact that can bear a divine position, thereby ascending to the Divine Realm. Their divine position starts at a lower deity level, but they can continuously improve their strength and may even break through to become a divine king. This method is the most difficult. The gap in difficulty between creating a divine position and inheriting one is like a chasm, especially when the Divine Realm is already stable. At this time, creating a divine position is even harder than ascending to heaven. Since the fall of the dragon god, only a few have succeeded. Not to mention on the Douluo continent, where divine miracles have faded, it is even more difficult to create a divine position and ascend to the divine realm. Yet Ling Tian is able to do so and successfully ascends to the divine realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the constraints of being a soul beast, limiting his potential for divine power advancement, achieving the position of divine king in the future would not be impossible. Just this alone is enough to prove the strength of Ling Tian's talent. His talent is indeed very strong. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna couldn't help but glance sideways, realizing that such talent was also rare among their soul beast lineage back in the day. Gu Xiaoran turned his head and added, "Moreover, he is also my friend. The only friend I acknowledge." After being sealed in the divine realm for so many years, Ling Tian is the only one who dared to communicate with him, subtly alleviating much of his resentment and allowing him to feel other emotions for the first time, aside from anger and unwillingness. Thus, through their back-and-forth communication, the Golden Dragon King and Ling Tian became friends. The current name of the Golden Dragon King, Gu Xiaoran, was also given to him by Ling Tian. Ling Tian thought that continuously calling him the Golden Dragon King was a bit inconvenient, so after asking for his opinion, he named him Gu Xiaoran. The surname Gu was chosen by Gu Xiaoran himself, while the name Xiaoran was selected by Ling Tian. According to Ling Tian's explanation, Xiaoran means carefree and natural, advocating freedom, which truly reflects the Golden Dragon King's inner thoughts. Having been sealed in the divine realm for so long, he yearns for freedom immensely. It is also because of their relationship that the Golden Dragon King divided a part of his true spirit, allowing Ling Tian to have this opportunity for reconstruction after being slain by the Azure god. After listening to the Golden Dragon King's narration, Gu Yuna slowly said, "I understand what you mean. You want me to join you in helping him return to the divine realm, leading our soul beast clan to rise again, right?" Gu Xiaoran nodded, waiting for Gu Yuna to continue. After pondering for a while, Gu Yuna slowly replied, "Your plan sounds good, with great feasibility. It is worth a try, but we cannot place all our hopes on the prophecy of the dragon god." Gu Yuna paused and said seriously, "Having been imprisoned in the divine realm for so many years, have you seen any signs of turmoil in the divine realm?" Faced with this question, Gu Xiaoran was suddenly at a loss for words. After being imprisoned in the divine realm for so many years, the divine realm remains peaceful, with no signs of turmoil. Moreover, Gu Yuna's words paused, revealing a hint of difficulty in her eyes. Suddenly, a silver-white light burst forth, gradually enveloping her entire body. Moments later, the light dissipated. The massive silver dragon form had vanished, replaced by an enchanting figure appearing before Ling Tian. Unlike Gu Xiaoran's golden hair and golden eyes, Gu Yuna was slightly shorter, with long silver hair, a body sculpted as if by the heavens, flawless, with a skin like ice and bones like jade, and a face as beautiful as a celestial being. Her pair of purple eyes were filled with an indescribable mystery and nobility. "You're injured so severely." As Gu Yuna transformed from her dragon form to human form, without the concealment of her dragon body, Gu Xiaoran immediately noticed her true condition. She was gravely injured. Otherwise, her aura wouldn't be so weak. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna waved her hand, and several crystals, formed from the essence of life gathered from the bottom of the lake, flew into her hand, seemingly to absorb the life force within them. As the last trace of life force was absorbed, the life crystal, which flickered with energy loss, ultimately turned into a gray crystal and fell to the ground. At the same time, Gu Yuna's complexion regained a touch of color. Her purple eyes opened again, and her red lips gently spoke, "That's right. My old injuries haven't healed." Back in the day during the battle in the divine realm, although the Silver Dragon King narrowly escaped, the full force attack of the god of destruction still struck her. For these years, she has been enduring the torment of the power of destruction. If it weren't for the Lake of Life, she would have likely fallen like the 9 great dragon kings long ago. Her current strength would barely suffice even against a few first-level deities, let alone a divine king. Damn the destruction. Gu Xiaoran had thought about the Silver Dragon King's injuries, but he never imagined they could be so severe that even after countless years, she still hadn't recovered. "I truly admire your plan." Gu Yuna shifted the topic and continued, "But I bet everything on him is too risky. If we fail, our Soul Beast clan will have no chance to rise again. As the leader of the Soul Beasts, I must be responsible for the future of our clan. Although my plan may take tens of thousands of years to implement, I believe that in the future, the Soul Beast clan will rise again on this continent. Therefore, I will not participate in your plan. Master, you rejected it. At this moment, Tion's emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling. He couldn't understand why the Silver Dragon King would refuse. Yet, facing Gu Yuna's rejection, Gu Xiaoran felt no displeasure. Although he inherited the body and power of the Dragon God, he was not without intelligence. He understood Gu Yuna's thoughts. Now, Ling Tian is no longer the extraordinarily gifted ice god. He is merely a soul master, and the future is still uncertain. He does not have the qualifications to make Gu Yuna place her bets on him. But understanding is one thing. Gu Xiaoran still wished to gain Gu Yuna's support. Silver Dragon King, I understand your thoughts, but I still hope you can wait a little longer. Gu Xiaoran walked in front of Gu Yuna, continuing to persuade her. Moreover, your plan is set for 10,000 years later. Why not wait and see? You might change your mind. Chapter 65. The Golden Dragon King's explanation of polite requests. Gu Yuna was silent for a moment before her pleasant voice rang out again. How long do you need? 5 years. Okay. For Gu Yuna, 5 years was just the blink of an eye, so she agreed without any hesitation. Gu Xiaoran said seriously, I won't let you down. I will definitely change your mind in 5 years. At that moment, Gu Yuna wanted to say something, but suddenly coughed a few times. Her brows tightly knit, looking like her injuries had relapsed. Continue to recuperate. We should leave now. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and since Gu Yuna was injured, Gu Xiaoran did not say more. He transformed into a beam of golden light and returned to the spirit heaven. After a moment of silence, Gu Yuna, enduring her physical discomfort, said, Dishiang, send him back. Yes, my lord. Immediately, Dishiang took Ling Tian away, and the space returned to silence. I hope your choice is the right one. In fact, deep down, Gu Yuna also hoped that Ling Tian would bring her a surprise. But she preferred to rely on her own recovery after her injuries. She did not want to gamble the future of the entire Soul Beast clan. Watching the two leave, Gu Yuna sighed softly, then transformed back into her original form, lying on the high platform with her eyes closed, continuing to absorb life energy. Her true form could accelerate the transformation of life energy, so she generally maintained her original state. A moment later, on the outskirts of the Starry Forest, not long after Dishiang placed him in a safe area on the outskirts, Gu Xiaoran woke him up. At that moment, although Ling Tian had awakened, he looked at the golden figure in front of him with an unfriendly expression. So, why did you knock me out before? I didn't mean to hide it from you. Gu Xiaoran did not evade the question, but explained seriously, those matters are related to your sealed memories. Although he did not know why Ling Tian had sealed his memories. For safety's sake, Gu Xiaoran did not plan to let him be affected by any matters of the divine realm until Ling Tian's memories were restored. Ling Tian fell silent for a moment. After understanding the reason, he could only accept Gu Xiaoran's approach. However, in the end, Ling Tian still stubbornly emphasized in the future. Let me know in advance if something like this happens again. All right. Gu Xiaoran nodded with a sly smile. It was the first time he had seen this guy at a loss, and although it was not very kind, it was indeed quite amusing. Ling Tian glanced at Gu Xiaoran and asked softly, Are you that happy? Yes, Gu Xiaoran replied affirmatively. A few minutes later, Ling Tian asked, How long did we stay with the Silver Dragon King? Not even a day. Where am I now? On the outskirts of the Starry Forest. Through their exchange, Ling Tian quickly understood his location. Now a new question arose. Should he leave the Starry Forest or look for Ning Rongrong and the others? It had been less than a day since he was taken away by Tian. Zhao Wuji and the others were likely still searching for the three of them in the Starry Forest. If he were to search, he should be able to find them, but he didn't know their exact location. So, should he continue searching or leave the Starry Forest? The two choices lay before Ling Tian. Gu Xiaoran, seeing Ling Tian lost in thought, suddenly thought of something and asked, Are you looking for those humans who were traveling with you before? Huh, can you find them? Ling Tian asked, taken aback. It's not difficult, Gu Xiaoran said, tilting his head proudly. He then closed his eyes, and a subtle energy fluctuation slowly emerged. As time passed, Ling Tian noticed the light around him gradually dimming. After a moment, Gu Xiaoran exclaimed, Found them. Where? I can't specify, but I'll return to your consciousness space first. As he spoke, he transformed into a beam of golden light and returned to Ling Tian's body. He then transmitted the location he had just found into Ling Tian's mind. If there is nothing else, please don't disturb me for the next few days. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoran's slightly weak voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. It seemed that finding people was not as simple as he had said. Ling Tian stopped overthinking and set off towards the location provided by Gu Xiaoran. On the other side, since Ling Tian was taken away a day ago, Zhao Wuji wanted to search for him but found no traces. Even if he found him, he was no match for Di Tian. After much thought, he could only take the unconscious Ning Rongrong and the others to continue looking for Tang San's whereabouts. Finally, after half a day's time, they found Tang San. Seeing Tang San absorbing a soul ring from a man-faced demon spider, Zhao Wuji, whose heart had been hanging in suspense, finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least one student was back. Good news came in pairs. During the process of absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Wu also returned to the team. Now they just needed that kid. When he thought of Ling Tian's identity, Zhao Wuji's brow furrowed. When they came, Flinder had warned him several times, and he never thought it would turn out to be true. The sword Douluo and the 7 treasures glazed sect. Now, he had not only offended the Spirit Hall, but also the 7 treasures glazed sect. Throughout this time, Ning Rongrong had repeatedly suggested looking for Ling Tian, but Zhao Wuji managed to persuade her to wait until they left the Starry Forest and notify the sect to send someone to search. The Starry Forest was too vast. With just Zhao Wuji alone, there was no way to search effectively. Sigh, I hope he is okay. At this point, Zhao Wuji could only pray that Ling Tian was safe and sound. Since Ling Tian was captured, Ning Rongrong kept zoning out, staring blankly into the forest. Her originally bright eyes now lacked any sparkle. It's all my fault. She continually blamed herself, believing that Ling Tian's disappearance was entirely her fault. If she hadn't sneaked out of the sect, if she hadn't insisted on staying at Shrek Academy, if she hadn't come to the Starry Forest, Ling Tian wouldn't have been captured by the Soul Beast. Ning Rongrong truly hated herself. She blamed all the mistakes on herself. Rongrong, don't blame yourself. No one wanted this to happen. Seeing Tang San wrapped in a cocoon, Xiao Wu, feeling the same, walked to Ning Rongrong's side and gently comforted her. Xiao Wu, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let my junior brother come with me. I shouldn't have. Emotionally overwhelmed, Ning Rongrong hugged Xiao Wu tightly, tears streaming down her face, representing her inner pain. Thinking of the uncertain fate of Tang San, Xiao Wu's eyes also grew moist. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, but she bit her lip, her stubborn gaze fixed on the depths of the forest, a hint of tears flashing in her eyes. Chapter 66. Identical explanations and courteous requests, even the usually playful Oscar and Ma Hongjun wore serious expressions, remaining silent. Damn soul beasts. Seeing the varied expressions of the students, Zhao Wuji's frustration deepened. Bang! He walked to a sturdy tree and, in anger, slammed his large fist against the trunk, leaving a deep fist imprint that represented his current agitation. It's all because of him. If he had been more careful back then, all of this could have been avoided. Bang, bang, bang. As he thought about this, Zhao Wuji's mood worsened. Without using his soul power, relying solely on his soul sage physical strength, he pounded the trunk with his fists, venting his pent-up emotions. Boom! Finally, the tree could no longer withstand the blows, and, with a creak, fell down, unable to endure the punishment. Zhao Wuji's emotions finally calmed down. He didn't want to avoid looking for Ling Tian. If he were alone, he would have already ventured deep into the forest to search for Ling Tian's trace. However, he was a teacher now. He had to be responsible not only for Ling Tian, but also for the other 6 kids. Therefore, he couldn't go until he ensured their safety. Meanwhile, just as everyone was feeling low, Tang San, wrapped in the cocoon, finally began to move. Rip! The purple cocoon was torn from the inside, and, suddenly, 8 spider-like legs emerged from Tang San's back, lifting him up entirely. Brother! Xiao Wu cried out, tears streaming down her face, her tightly clenched fists digging into her palms without her noticing. Tang San. The others looked worried as well, and Zhao Wuji was alarmed. Had something gone wrong again? Just one issue was already enough of a headache. Now if something happened to Tang San, the 2 title Douluo would make Zhao Wuji's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Next time I lead the team, I'm never coming again. Whoever wants to go can go. But fortunately, the situation everyone was worried about didn't happen. Tang San regained consciousness and retracted the 8 spider legs into his back. Ma Hongjun, out of curiosity, got scratched by the barbs on the spider legs. But thanks to Tang San discovering another use for the 8 spider lances in time, he successfully absorbed the poison from Ma Hongjun's body, avoiding an accident. Once everything was resolved, Xiao Wu excitedly hugged Tang San. The heavy mood of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhao Wuji was also lightened by this joy. However, seeing the bouncing Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't feel happy. because the boy they were concerned about had not returned. This happiness belonged to others and had nothing to do with them. Thinking of this, a stream of tears slid down Ning Rongrong's cheek as she turned her back to the celebrating Tang San and others, gazing lonely into the distance. How wonderful it would be if you came back now, Shitty. Ning Rongrong silently wished, but she knew it was just an unrealistic dream. Just as Ning Rongrong was feeling lonely, a familiar male voice rang out beside her. Senior sister. I'm back. Master Shitty? Ning Rongrong suddenly turned her head, looking at the familiar figure, and tears of joy streamed down her face. At the same time, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's exclamation, Tang San and the others turned their heads. Ling Tian, he is still alive, Oscar exclaimed, but quickly realized he had misspoken and covered his mouth. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, don't disturb them for now. Saying this, Tang San pulled Xiao Wu, who wanted to greet them, back and made a shushing gesture with his finger in front of his lips. Xiao Wu cutely shrank her head and nodded at Tang San. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhao Wujia also quietly stepped back, just like before with Tang San and Xiao Wu, not disturbing the reunion of the two. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing wiped the corner of her eyes. A fleeting look of envy flashed in her originally cold eyes before she turned and walked aside. At the same time, on Ning Rongrong's side, Ling Tian felt a fragrant breeze brush past his nose as soft strands of hair glided across his cheek. Ning Rongrong, in tears, had tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. After a brief moment of distraction, Ling Tian's heart warmed, and he gently patted her back, soothing her agitated emotions. Junior brother, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have made you stay. I shouldn't have let Ning Rongrong rest her head on Ling Tian's chest. She choked out. Senior sister, be good, don't cry. I'm back now. Aren't I? If you keep crying, you won't look pretty anymore. Ling Tian gently comforted Ning Rongrong, but no matter what he said, it seemed that the girl didn't hear a single word and continued to cry incessantly. After a while, Ling Tian looked at the large water stain on his chest, then glanced at the small face of Ning Rongrong, who was shyly hiding aside, shaking his head with a helpless smile. Ling Tian, how did you escape from that fierce beast? At this moment, Zhao Wuji slowly walked over. Ling Tian glanced at Xiao Wu and then calmly explained. I don't know what happened either. That ferocious beast grabbed me and ran into the forest. Not long after, there seemed to be a roaring sound like that of a bull coming from one direction. The ferocious beast appeared very nervous. It looked at me, tossed me aside, and then ran away. Xiao Wu, upon hearing Ling Tian's account, had a very strange expression. She was quite clear about her own situation. The earlier conversation with Zhao Wujia was something she had made up on the way back. It seemed too miraculous that they could have such a coincidence. At that moment, Zhao Wujia felt a sense of déjà vu, until he turned his gaze to Xiao Wu. His mouth involuntarily twitched a few times as he suddenly realized that what these two were saying seemed to be exactly the same. It was just that the Titan giant ape was replaced by the ferocious beast. Then that ferocious beast threw you down, let out a roar before leaving, and you just felt a dizzying spin before passing out. When you woke up, it was already gone. That's right, Ling Tian thought for a moment and added. The scene back then was really terrifying. Good heavens, it's exactly the same. If you had just changed the wording a bit, I could have convinced myself to accept it, but you only changed the name. Are you insulting my intelligence? Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched. He glanced at Xiao Wu, then at Ling Tian, his eyes wide open like copper bells. If he didn't know that these two hadn't colluded, he would suspect that they were in cahoots, deliberately playing tricks on this old man. Ling Tian asked nonchalantly, Is there a problem, Teacher Zhao? Zhao Wujia pointed at Xiao Wu and said with a strange expression, How should I put it? Your explanation is exactly the same as Xiao Wu's. Chapter 67. Are you fishing here? Polite 3 requests. Maybe we just have good luck. Ling Tian said without changing his expression. Good luck, are you sure? If you were really lucky, would you have been captured by a soul beast? Zhao Wujia was truly at a loss for words at this moment. He sighed and said, It's good that you're back. Ever since you were captured, Ning Rongrong has been like a different person. If you didn't come back, I would worry about her having some problems. Ling Tian lowered her head, looking at her damp clothes. She didn't know if Ning Rongrong would have any problems, but she knew that the girl could really cry. How much water did it take to soak her entire front? All right, now Ling Tian was back too, and the Starry Forest was no longer safe. Everyone pack up. We will return to Shrek Academy immediately. To avoid encountering danger, Zhao Wujia decided to leave the forest right away. No matter what, Ling Tian was safe. And the last big stone in Zhao Wujia's heart finally fell. Soon, after tidying up a bit, everyone packed their luggage and following the formation they used when entering the forest, with Ling Tian and Tang San leading the way and Zhao Wujia providing support. They orderly evacuated the Starry Forest. They finally exited the Starry Forest. Although the fresh air was no longer present outside the forest, everyone felt a sense of relief, as if a layer of pressure had been lifted. Let us hurry a bit more. We can rest in the town, Zhao Wujia said with a smile. Great, we can finally rest. Yeah, after rushing for half a day, my legs feel like they're going to break. The group chatted as they quickly reached the town, Zhao Wujia mentioned. All right, everyone disperse here. We'll meet in front of the town the day after tomorrow. Yes. With Zhao Wujia's command to disperse, the group completely scattered, forming groups of 3 or 2, heading towards the town, each in their own way, relaxing and relieving the stress from this trip. Perhaps having stayed in the Starry Forest for too long, once they entered the town, Ning Rongrong seemed to completely unleash her nature, dragging Ling Tian around the town joyfully. Finally, we've left that ghostly place. It's just trees everywhere, so dull. Hey, junior brother, look over there, it's so lively. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up as she pulled Ling Tian over. Steam buns, hot steam buns. Don't miss them as you pass by. This is made with the finest Star Moon fox fur, warm in winter and cool in summer. The perfect choice for visiting friends and relatives. Medicinal wine made from a 1,000-year-old sharp-toothed tiger whip. A huge clearance sale. Now only 30 copper soul coins. Candied hawthorn, sweet and sour candied hawthorn. On both sides of the street were soul masters and vendors, promoting their products without interfering with each other, creating a particularly harmonious scene. Holding Ling Tian's hand, Ning Rongrong dashed through the commercial street like an unleashed husky, buying anything that caught her eye without hesitation. Thus, the two walked and stopped, shopping for almost half an hour. Little rich girl Ning Rongrong had already spent a 4-digit amount of gold soul coins on purchases. Even Ling Tian, with his financial resources, couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the eldest lady of the richest sect in the world, buying things based solely on her preferences without asking about the price. It's undeniable that women have an innate talent for shopping. They seem to have endless energy, as if they are completely tireless. Even Ling Tian felt a bit fatigued, while Ning Rongrong, as a support soul master, still appeared full of energy and vitality. Sister, should we take a break for a while? Ling Tian weakly suggested. No way. It's only been a few minutes. How can you already be tired? Are you sure it's only been a few minutes? Right? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong pointed ahead, her eyes flashing with a cunning glint. Junior brother, I just saw a stall selling candied hawthorn up ahead. How about we go buy some? Let us go. Ling Tian quickly changed his tune, all fatigue vanishing. He thought, if you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have felt tired at all. 10 minutes later. Sister, where's my candied hawthorn? We're almost there. Oh, another 10 minutes passed. Sister, where's the candied hawthorn? Almost there, just ahead. Oh, another 20 minutes later. Sister, coming right up. Another 40 minutes passed. Ling Tian silently looked at Ning Rongrong, not saying a word. Coming, we're almost there. Ning Rongrong still repeated her previous assurances. Finally, after half an hour, Ning Rongrong finally stopped with satisfaction, pulling out a bunch of candied hawthorn from her storage ring, a sly smile on her face. Here, the candied hawthorn is here. Wow, so you're just fishing for a while? Ling Tian stared at Ning Rongrong for a while and eventually took his reward silently. Or rather, a more appropriate term will be compensation. At the same time, he comforted himself deep down. At least there are still a few skewers of candied hawthorn, which is better than having nothing at all. Hey, junior brother, don't go, don't be angry. Ling Tian stopped, extended 2 fingers, and said, 2 more candied hawthorns, please. Okay. A glint of mischievousness flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she quickly caught up and took out 2 more candied hawthorns from her storage ring. Moments later, inside the inn, after making sure Ning Rongrong was settled, Ling Tian returned to his own room. Ling Tian was lying on the bed, about to rest, when he suddenly realized that he had forgotten something. Oh no, he had forgotten this guy. He slapped his forehead in frustration and finally remembered Tianming, who was in the storage ring. With a thought, a blue light flashed on the phoenix ring. Soon, a plump and chubby white ice silkworm appeared in the center of the bed, still fast asleep, completely unaware of the change in its surroundings. Ling Tian poked Tianming's head, feeling a bit envious of it. It spent all day sleeping without any worries. Tianming, wake up. He gathered a trace of icy blue soul power in his fingers and gently tapped it on Tianming's forehead. Who is disturbing my sleep? Tianming shivered awake, rubbed its sleepy eyes, and mumbled. Master. After an awkward 2-second eye contact, Tianming's eyes rolled, and its plump body bounced up, then leaped onto Ling Tian's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its face against him. It was like a pet seeing its owner, eagerly circling around Ling Tian and showing its affection. Chapter 68. The Adventures of Tianming Master. I thought I was dreaming. I didn't expect you to really come back. Woo, Master. I missed you so much. As it spoke, Tianming jumped onto Ling Tian's shoulder, rubbed its cheek against his, and squeezed out a few tears. Although its acting was a bit clumsy, it performed with great effort. All right, stop making a fuss. Ling Tian grabbed Tianming's tail with 2 fingers and pulled it down from his shoulder, placing it on the bed. Now, tell me what happened. Ling Tian's eyes flashed with curiosity as he asked, "How did you come from the extreme north to the Starry Forest?" My lord, I can say. But please remain calm no matter what you hear." Tianming cautiously glanced at Ling Tian and tentatively spoke, twisting his plump body anxiously. Oh, hearing Tianming say this, Ling Tian instinctively felt that things were not simple. Go on. What trouble did you get into? Ling Tian said, half closing his eyes, his tone flat but tinged with a sense of helplessness. Tianming hesitated for a moment, and under Ling Tian's pressure, he began to stammer his story. After the ice god ascended to the divine realm, Tianming's life in the extreme north was indeed as Ling Tian imagined, under the care of the ice and snow emperors. He ate and slept every day, living a lazy life like a salted fish. However, such a mundane life day after day became too bland. This lazy salted fish suddenly wanted to pursue some excitement, and as soon as he stepped outside, he was chased by several thousand-year soul beasts. If they were 10,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beasts, they would know Tianming's identity and wouldn't act so foolishly. But the problem was that thousand-year soul beasts didn't care about that, because Tianming was a pet raised by the ice god. The precious food and drink he consumed made him highly appealing to those thousand-year soul beasts, who thought that eating him would greatly enhance their cultivation. Moreover, Tianming's true form was just an ordinary ice silkworm, and despite his luxurious diet, it couldn't compensate for the racial gap. This led to Tianming being seen by soul beasts as a piece of Tang Seng's meat, emanating an enticing aura that made every soul beast want to take a bite. Thus, when these creatures saw Tianming, they crazily pursued him. While Tianming desperately fled, the scent he emitted attracted more soul beasts, causing the hunting party to grow like a snowball, from just a few to dozens, then hundreds, ultimately escalating to a small-scale beast tide. At that time, the Ice Emperor and other 10,000-year soul beasts of the extreme north were too preoccupied with the provocation from sea soul beasts to assist Tianming. In this way, Tianming was frantically pursued by a group of soul beasts until he inadvertently fell into an ice crevice. Due to the narrow entrance, those thousand-year soul beasts couldn't enter and could only surround the outside, waiting for Tianming to come out. However, Tianming's crisis was far from over. Although the ice crevice allowed him to escape from the thousand-year soul beasts, he also faced a food shortage. It was at this moment that Tianming discovered a large amount of 10,000-year ice marrow beneath the ice crevice. Having been so hungry that his stomach was pressing against his back, Tianming didn't think much about the origin of the ice marrow and began to feast heartily. Trapped in the ice crevice, he returned to his previous life, eating and sleeping. Only now the location had changed to the ice crevice, and the food was 10,000-year ice marrow. Unbeknownst to him, after consuming for an unknown length of time, although his strength did not increase, his age continually climbed due to the nourishment from the 10,000-year ice marrow, until he grew the 9th golden pattern on his body. His perception and mental power broke through again, and he sensed the ice god's aura from the ice marrow. These 10,000-year ice marrows had been hoarded by the ice god. Realizing this, Tianming immediately understood he might have done something wrong again, to avoid punishment from the Snow Empress and the others. He didn't know what he was thinking at the time, but he foolishly dug a tunnel and escaped from the extreme north into the sea, planning to hide for a while. But he once again underestimated his allure. After absorbing a large amount of 10,000-year ice marrow, he had truly become the coveted Tang Seng's meat, not just attractive to ice attribute soul beasts, but to any soul beast. Thus, as soon as he entered the sea, he was chased by a group of sea soul beasts. In this way, while being chased and fleeing, Tianming inexplicably escaped from the extreme north to the Starry Forest, where he was captured by Tian and became the power bank for all the fierce beasts. He was then sealed in that space until Ling Tian appeared and rescued him. You really have a lucky life, Ling Tian remarked after hearing Tianming's adventure, marveling at how this guy managed to survive and escape from the extreme north to the Starry Forest. Tianming lowered his head, not daring to meet Ling Tian's gaze. Looking at the timid Tianming, Ling Tian sighed and asked, How much of the 10,000-year ice marrow is left? Probably about 70% left. Tianming shook his head, seriously recalling for a moment before uncertainly replying. 70%? You, an ice silkworm, ate 30%. Goodness, can you really eat that much? Back then, he had stored nearly 10,000 pieces of ice marrow, all of the highest quality. If Tianming ate 30%, that would be at least over 3,000 pieces. One piece of 10,000-year ice marrow contains enough energy to explode a soul sage. Is this guy not afraid of indigestion after eating so much? No wonder this guy's aura was close to 100,000 years. With so much high-quality 10,000-year ice marrow consumed, it would be strange if his cultivation didn't improve. I really didn't eat that much, Tianming weakly added, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Over 3,000 pieces, and you didn't eat that much? Enough. Ling Tian sighed helplessly and shot a glare at Tianming, thinking that it was done. So what if he ate it? Could I still make you produce more? The 10,000-year ice marrow is a temporary solution rather than a fundamental one. Although nearly 10,000 pieces of ice marrow have been stored, there will always be a day when it runs out. At that time, in the face of the heavenly tribulation, whether it is 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years, they cannot escape death. But at that time, he had hurriedly ascended after condensing his divine position to exploit a loophole in the rules of the divine realm, without time to prepare a more comprehensive plan. Chapter 69. Ling Sha Hall. Polite 3 requests. Now that Ling Tian has returned to the Douluo continent, there are naturally better ways. So while the 10,000-year ice marrow is indeed precious, its value is far less important now than it was before. Moreover, Tianming hasn't finished eating it. There are still more than 7,000 pieces of 10,000-year ice marrow left. Enough for the Snow Empress and the others to hold on until the day he regains his divine position. Ling Tian looked at Tianming and pondered for a moment, saying, "You can stay by my side for now, and I'll send you back when we return to the extreme north next time. However, if we're outside, you must pretend to be an ordinary soul beast and not speak." Tianming nodded obediently, very satisfied with Ling Tian's arrangement. In his view, as long as he could escape from D. Tian's clutches, it wouldn't be a problem to stay there. All right, go to the side quickly, I want to rest. Ling Tian pushed away the pouncing Tianming with a disgusted expression and then lay down on the bed. Tianming was stunned for a moment, and then lay down beside Ling Tian and fell asleep. 2 days later, according to the previous agreement with Zhao Wuji, everyone arrived at the entrance of the small town early in the morning. "Junior brother, is that a soul beast on your shoulder? It looks so cute." Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and she was immediately attracted by the adorable Tianming. Ling Tian turned his head to glance at Tianming, who seemed a bit anxious this morning and had forgotten to put this guy into the storage ring. However, he quickly thought of an explanation and calmly said, "Ice silkworm. I encountered it by the roadside yesterday, and it looked quite interesting, so I bought it. Ice silkworm. What's different about it compared to other ice silkworms?" Ning Rongrong said curiously as she reached out to poke Tianming. The icy, soft touch felt indescribably comfortable. Before Tianming could speak, Ling Tian lightly tapped with his fingers. The cold soul power immediately awakened him, reminding him of the request he had previously agreed to, and he quickly shut his mouth, pretending to be an ordinary 10-year soul beast. "Junior brother, can I have a hug?" Ning Rongrong looked at Ling Tian with hopeful eyes. "Ugh." Tianming shook his head frantically from his side. Ling Tian glanced at Tianming and then at Ning Rongrong. He was troubled about how to keep his distance from Ning Rongrong, so he couldn't let this hard-won opportunity slip away. In the end, amidst Tianming's extremely resistant gaze, Ling Tian pinched him up from his shoulder with one hand and handed him over to the eagerly waiting Ning Rongrong without a hint of hesitation. "Here, thank you, junior brother." Ning Rongrong happily picked up Tianming and began to interact with him affectionately in her hands, poking at Tianming's soft body and rubbing his head from time to time. Meanwhile, Tianming was filled with despair, having no chance to sleep at all. "Hey, Rongrong, what do you have in your hand?" Xiao Wu, who was nearby, noticed the chubby Tianming and was drawn in by his appearance, curiously approaching them. Although Xiao Wu was a 10,000-year soul beast, she was still not as powerful as the nearly million-year-old Tianming. Additionally, since Tianming was focused on hiding his cultivation, Xiao Wu naturally didn't suspect anything and only treated him as an ordinary soul beast. "Wow, Xiao Wu, look how cute!" Rongrong exclaimed. "Let me touch him just once. Wow, he's so soft." The two girls were completely captivated, exchanging excited words about Tianming. Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing turned her head curiously to look at them. After a moment, when Tianmeng was back in Ling Tian's hands, he maintained an expression of having survived a disaster, looking utterly disillusioned, making one wonder if he had suffered inhumane torture. Master, Tianmeng looked longingly at Ling Tian's ring, eager to return to the storage space. The outside world was too terrifying. Although the ring was empty, it was free from crazy women, and he could comfortably sleep in peace. Come back. Ling Tian looked at Tianmeng with sympathy and then, with a thought, brought him back into the ring. You've worked hard. Just as the boys were standing at the town's entrance, chatting about their experiences over the past few days, a loud voice came from behind them. Very good. It seems that your mental state has adjusted quite well. Everyone turned around in unison and exclaimed, Teacher Zhao. After surveying the energetic boys, Zhao Wujia nodded, satisfied with their current state. Although soul masters must remain cautious, they also need to learn to relax. Like a piano string, it needs to be kept taut, but also must be appropriately relaxed to sustain use and produce beautiful music. This was an experience Zhao Wujia had summarized over the years, which is why he allowed the boys to enjoy a good rest in the town for 2 days. Let us set off, destination Shrek Academy. Yes, with Zhao Wujia's command. Everyone returned along the same path to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in Soto City, Dai Mubai was venturing deeper into a dark alley. Suddenly, he felt a chill, and the next second, a silver flash appeared, followed by a silver dagger pressed against his neck. A little brat dares to come to the Ling Sha Hall? Are you tired of living? A contemptuous voice came from behind Dai Mubai, and the dagger pressed closer. Dai Mubai seemed to have anticipated this scene, showing no signs of panic. I understand the rules here. This is a token of commission. Ling Sha Hall, the strongest assassin organization in the Douluo continent, without equal. Its reputation has spread for thousands of years. As long as one holds the corresponding token, they can request their services, whether a titled Douluo or a commoner, as long as they possess the appropriate token. The tokens of Ling Sha Hall are divided into 5 levels. 5th level Mo Sha Order, 4th level Z Sha Order, 3rd level Qi Sha Order, 2nd level Cheng Sha Order, and 1st level Yin Sha Order. Before each mission, Ling Sha Hall assesses the level. The client must provide the corresponding token according to their assessment. If the first assassination fails, the client has 2 options. Either continue the assassination or give up. If they wish to continue, the assassination level will be reassessed, and the client must present another corresponding token. However, obtaining a Ling Sha Hall token is not easy. Even the most common Mo Sha Order, once it appears at an auction, will incite frenzied competition among everyone. In the most recent auction, it fetched a sky-high price of 1 million gold soul coins. The Z Sha Order and Qi Sha Order are even more valuable and rarely seen on the market. Unless due to some accident, no one would auction them off. As for the Cheng Sha Order and Yin Sha Order, to date, the Cheng Sha Order has only appeared 15 times. These 3 successful missions are precisely why Ling Sha Hall is famous in the Douluo continent. They have succeeded 9 times in total, killing 5 ordinary titled Douluo, 2 at level 95, 1 at level 96, and 1 at level 97, completely establishing their status. The highest level Yin Sha Order has never been seen. There are even rumors that the target of this Yin Sha Order is a god-level figure who fell from grace. However, most people treat this as mere talk, as miracles are rare in the Douluo continent. At this moment, Dai Mubai took out a token. The token was pure white and exuded a chilly aura, with the character Ling engraved on the back and the black character Sha on the front, with no other unnecessary patterns. But just this one Sha character emanated a fierce, murderous intent. This is the token. Since you understand the rules, wear it yourself. After confirming the authenticity of the token, the man in black sheathed his dagger and tossed a light-blocking mask over. Once Dai Mubai donned the mask, the man in black stepped out from the shadows and led him deeper into the alley. A few minutes later, after walking through the dark alley for an unknown time, Dai Mubai was brought into a dimly lit room. Sitting across from him was another figure in a black robe. State your commission. I want you to kill someone. Ling Tian. Saying this, Dai Mubai placed the token on the table. The black-robed man glanced at the token and calmly replied, Ling Tian, a disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and an inheritor of the Sword Douluo. To touch him is to offend a titled Douluo. 1 Mo Sha Order is not enough. At least 1 Z Sha Order is required. I will give you a Z Sha Order. Dai Mubai hesitated for a moment, a struggling look flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, painfully pulling out another Z Sha Order from his storage ring and placing it in front of the black-robed man. This Z Sha Order was obtained by chance. If it weren't for Ling Tian's repeated humiliations, causing him to lose face, Dai Mubai wouldn't want to waste this token on Ling Tian. Dai Mubai's crimson eyes were filled with resentment. Now he only had one thought in his mind: to kill Ling Tian, no matter the cost. Kill him. The deal was made, and you may leave. The black-robed man took the 2 tokens, signifying that he agreed to Dai Mubai's request. Moments later, Dai Mubai removed the mask and returned to the previous alley. Reflecting on the transaction with Ling Sha Hall, his blood-red eyes curled into a sinister smile. Hee hee, Ling Tian. This is the price you pay for offending this prince. This time, he would definitely take his revenge. With Ling Sha Hall's help. What does it matter if you are a disciple of a titled Douluo? It's just regrettable that the hard-won Zisha order, which was originally intended to deal with Davis and compete for the throne of the Star Luo Empire, is now wasted on him. However, now his hatred for Ling Tian far exceeds that for Davis. If he doesn't eliminate Ling Tian soon, he will eventually become a heart demon. So even if it costs him a Zisha order, Dai Mubai must get rid of him. Outside Soto City, at Shrek Academy. Today, Flander unusually rose early and even specially changed to a new pair of glasses, standing in front of the gate of Shrek Academy, seemingly waiting for someone. After an unknown amount of time, a middle-aged man slowly appeared in his line of sight. He wore a simple black robe, had a buzz cut, a stiff face, a straight back, and a pair of deep black eyes. Ha ha ha, Xiao Gang, you finally came. Flander laughed heartily, his joy hard to express, stepping forward excitedly to greet him. Yu Xiaojiang's stiff face managed a forced smile. Boss Flander, long time no see. You, back then, just left without saying a word. If it weren't for Tang San, would you have ever thought of stepping in my door again? Boss Flander, you know. Flander sighed and pulled Yu Xiaojiang into Shrek Academy. Soon, in the dean's office. Boss Flander, when will Xiao San be back? When Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's rigid faces revealed a hint of concern. It was clear that Yu Xiaojiang had come to Shrek Academy primarily for Tang San. Ever since he received a message from Flanders, he hurriedly made his way to the academy. Previously, Zhao Wujia had sent word that he was resting in Star Soul Town and would be back in 2 or 3 days. As Flanders spoke, he handed the brewed tea to the master. 3 days. Flanders looked at Yu Xiaojiang with anticipation and said, Xiaojiang, what do you think of my suggestion in the letter? Yu Xiaojiang hesitated for a moment, put down the teacup, and said, we'll have to wait for San to return to discuss the specifics. If things are indeed as I expect, I can stay here to help you. Flanders laughed heartily. Good. Then I look forward to your staying. Our brothers can finally be together again. It's a pity Shi's not here. Upon hearing Flanders mention Shi, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed slightly, and he frowned. Flanders, don't bring her up. I don't want to argue with you. Sigh Xiaojiang. From Flanders' eyes, Yu Xiaojiang saw a hint of fatigue, and his rigid face softened a little. He nodded. Let us wait until I see San. All right. I'll take you down to rest first. MHM. As they spoke, the two walked out of Flanders' office. A day later, in Soto City, Shrek Academy, Oscar stretched comfortably and said, Ah, I'm finally back. The academy is the most comfortable. Ma Hongju nodded in agreement. Yes, the feeling of coming home is wonderful. Zhao Wujia glared at the two. Keep it down. Can't you see it's already dark? All right, you all go back to your dorms to rest. I'll go meet the dean and report on this trip. Yes, Teacher Zhao. After a long day of travel, everyone was tired and headed towards their respective dorms. In the dean's office, Flanders listened with surprise as Zhao Wujia recounted the events of their trip to the Starry Forest. His expression changed several times, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that everyone returned safely. It seems I was still too careless, Flanders said with a hint of lingering fear. In the future, when hunting soul beasts, I will accompany you and bring a few teachers along. These kids are all exceptional talents. We can't let anything happen to them because of us. Thankfully, Ling Tian and Tang San came back without incident. Otherwise, with the protective nature of Hao Hianlaw and Jiandaluo, both he and Zhao Wujia would probably have to take responsibility for it. Chapter 71. Ling Tian is the most talented. Indeed, Zhao Wujia, sitting in a chair, sighed with a bitter smile. Fortunately, the kids returned safely. I've got to prepare for my future now. Next time something like this happens, don't let me go again. The whole journey was like suffering. I want to live a few more years. All right, next time I'll go with you, Flanders said helplessly. That is more like it, Zhao Wujia replied. Ha ha, you. Flanders shook his head and laughed. I still don't understand what is going on in the Starry Forest. I clearly took them to hunt soul beasts on the outskirts, yet we encountered the legendary dragon snake couple twice. What perplexes me most is that we ran into 200,000-year-old fierce beasts on the outskirts. Logically, soul beasts of their level shouldn't appear in the outer areas of the Starry Forest. Zhao Wujia pondered for a moment and then bitterly said, "Fortunately, Ling Tian and Xiao Wu had good luck this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy losses. To be honest, even if we had 4 of us together, we would still be doomed if we encountered them. And, you don't know," Zhao Wujia suddenly paused, his expression strange as he said, "After Ling Tian and Xiao Wu returned, they both told me they escaped from the soul beasts after hearing a cow roar. These 2 identical reasons were still fresh in his memory." Sigh. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened this time. Flanders nodded, then changed the subject and asked, "But what was that cow roar they heard? Is there another more terrifying beast in the Starry Forest?" "That cow roar should be from the sky blue bull python." A somewhat stiff and odd voice came from outside the door. Zhao Wujia was startled. He had heard footsteps approaching earlier, but hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was one of the academy's teachers. Now, hearing the voice, he realized something was off. There was no one in the academy who sounded like that. "Haha, Xiaojiang. Come in." The door opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. With a rigid face and a straight back, he appeared somewhat dazed at first glance, but his deep black eyes revealed a hint of urgency. The newcomer was none other than Tang San's teacher, the master from the former Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. With a name like Xiaojiang, he must be strong, right? He had heard many rumors about the master before. Although the master appeared somewhat frail and his strength was not overwhelming, his temper was notoriously tough. He had distanced himself from his family over certain matters, which led him to meet Flanders and another person to form the later renowned Golden Iron Triangle. Seeing Flanders and the master, Zhao Wujia was somewhat curious about who the 3rd member of the Golden Iron Triangle was. "Come, Wujia, you haven't met him before, have you? Let me introduce you. This is my old partner from back in the day, and also Tang San's teacher." Zhao Wujia was surprised and looked at Yu Xiaojiang. "So you are the master." "Hello, Zhao Wujia." He then realized that the master's real name was actually Yu Xiaojiang, a name that sounded somewhat strange, but also filled with masculinity. Yu Xiaojiang's tone was always so calm, and his rigid face barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "No need to be polite, king of the unmoving. You're back. Tang San should have returned with you, right? Is he safe?" When he reached the door, he only heard Zhao Wujia's last few sentences about Xiao Wu being spared by the Titan Great Ape. He hadn't caught the earlier part of the conversation. Zhao Wujia chuckled and said, "Fortunately, we were lucky. Everyone returned safely. You worry too much." Flanders laughed. "Tang San's talent is at the top of this continent. He is truly a chosen one. So, of course, I must be concerned about my disciple," Yu Xiaojiang said calmly. Flanders replied, "But there is no need to ask about Tang San's situation as soon as you walk in, right? I see you're just jealous that I have such a good disciple. If he became your student, you'd certainly cherish him even more than I do," Yu Xiaojiang said to Flanders. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's evaluation of Tang San, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but curl his lips. But it was undeniable that Tang San was indeed very talented. But the very top? Zhao Wujia thought to himself, and Ling Tian's figure appeared in his mind. He unconsciously argued, "Master, although Tang San's talent is strong, I still think Ling Tian is the true top talent on the entire continent." Ling Tian? Yu Xiaojiang frowned and looked at Flanders. He usually corresponded with Flanders about Tang San and was unaware of who this Ling Tian was. "Xiaojiang, Wujia isn't wrong this time." Flanders looked at Yu Xiaojiang seriously and said, "If we're talking purely about talent, Ling Tian is definitely the most top-notch genius I've ever seen." "Huh? More talented than San?" Yu Xiaojiang still found it hard to believe. "Have you ever seen a soul master at level 36 before the age of 11? 11 years old, a soul master?" Yu Xiaojiang's heart trembled, and his stiff face was filled with shock. "Are you sure? A soul master 11? Is there any doubt?" Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's surprise, Flanders couldn't help but laugh proudly. However, after the playful banter, he patiently explained Ling Tian's identity, saying that the child is a direct disciple of the sword law of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and is currently staying at Shrek Academy. "If you're interested, I can introduce you to tomorrow." "So it's that disciple of the sword Douluo?" Yu Xiaojiang murmured. "All right, Xiaojiang, let us get down to business." Flanders said seriously, "You've been here for several days now. How have you considered my previous proposal?" "I agree." Yu Xiaojiang paused for a moment before nodding in agreement to Flanders' request. "Ha! Great!" Flanders laughed excitedly, patting Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder and declaring, "Wuji, from now on, Xiaojiang will also be a teacher at Shrek Academy. If it weren't for Xiao San, I wouldn't have come back to your broken school." Yu Xiaojiang shrugged off Flanders and said irritably. Chapter 72. Dispute on Courtesy and Requests. At this moment, Flanders smiled. "Wasn't it you who encouraged them to apply to Shrek Academy back then?" "So what?" Yu Xiaojiang replied. Now that I'm here, the teaching arrangements will be up to me. I don't want these good seedlings to be ruined in your hands. Flander chuckled. All right, I will listen to you. After all, you're an authority on martial souls, right? Oh, by the way, Wuji, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School sent a letter to Ling Tian yesterday, and he just returned today. Can you help me pass it to that child? After speaking, Flander pulled out a white envelope from a drawer. Zhao Wuji nodded. Got it. Dean. All right. Flander blew on the tea in his hand, drank it all in one go, and said, Wuji, you've been traveling all day and must be tired. Go rest quickly. You've worked hard this time. Zhao Wuji shook his head and said seriously, the academy isn't just yours. If we weren't full of hope for this place and didn't enjoy this peaceful life, who would stay here for so many years? This is the hard work of all of us. No need for polite words. Master, Flander, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Zhao Wuji turned and left the office. Flander watched Zhao Wuji leave, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Without the help of these old brothers over the years, perhaps the academy would have collapsed long ago. After this batch of students graduates, I also want to relax and travel across the continent to unwind. Xiaojiang, would you like to go together then? Xiaojiang paused for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. Flander sighed. Although I know you don't want to think about the past, I still can't help but say that the life we had together back then is something I will never forget. That memory was the happiest time of my life. How wonderful it would be if we could live carefree like that forever. Listening to Flander's words, something seemed to flicker in Xiaojiang's eyes. He lowered his head and said softly, people will grow old and mature. Since the past is already past, what is the point of bringing it up? If life were only as it was when we first met, it sounds easy, but can it really be achieved? Flander shook his head with a sigh. Xiaojiang, your personality is too rigid. If you could soften a bit, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Can you really not accept her anymore? After all, it wasn't your fault. Moreover, do you really care so much about the opinions of the world? Flander, stop talking. Xiaojiang's emotions suddenly became agitated. He shouted, glaring at Flander. We all know what happened back then. I never blamed her. I only hate my own identity. Besides, I have already withdrawn and entrusted her to you. Xiaojiang, you are still so stubborn. You haven't changed in all these years. Yes, I admit I like her, but the one she truly likes is you. Flander's gaze gradually turned cold, and he said sternly, I understand the reason you left back then, but a gentleman does not take away what others cherish. The one she truly likes is you, and you're my best brother. How could I? Don't speak to me in that tone. Xiaojiang suddenly stood up from his seat. Liking? Nonsense. What use is liking? What I want is for you to bring her happiness. I never expected that after so many years, seeing you again, you would only tell me that what you want is just a memory. If I had the ability, I would kill you right now. Sigh. Flander sighed. Xiaojiang, I understand your feelings, but so many years have passed, can't you? Xiaojiang smiled. The smile on his stiff face felt cold to others. Me and her, is it possible? If it were possible, would I still be waiting until now? If it weren't for the special relationship between us, do you think I would let her go to you? I wouldn't. I can ignore the world's gaze, but I cannot let her bear it with me. Flander, if you still consider me a brother, do not tell her about my whereabouts. Otherwise, I will leave here immediately and never see you again. You. Flander stared at Xiaojiang, unable to say a word for a long time. Fine, this is your own business. I won't tell her about your appearance. But if one day she finds you, Xiaojiang, listen to me, don't avoid it anymore. If you still consider me a brother. Xiaojiang did not respond. But Flander saw that his eyes were already red. He understood the pain in Xiaojiang's heart and did not continue the conversation. Forget it. Let us change to a lighter topic. Flander sighed and said, have you gone home? Xiaojiang shook his head. I no longer have a home. Flander sighed. That is still your home, although they do not welcome you. But didn't we agree to change to a lighter topic? Xiaojiang waved his hand, signaling Flander not to continue. And even if I were to go back, I wouldn't return like this. Until I prove myself, I want to let those people see me as a joke. Sigh, you are too stubborn. Flander shrugged helplessly. Fine. I don't want to argue. However, I really hope you stay. After so many years, I have put a lot of effort into Shrek Academy, and now that I have finally decided to end the academy, I hope this last batch of students can give me a perfect ending. With you here, everything will become easier. Flander's face suddenly showed a smile. It seems you really have put all your thoughts on Xiao-san. Do you know, for Xiao-san, Wuji even got beaten up. Xiaojiang also smiled. This time his smile was no longer cold. I may not know, but I can guess. That person is not someone you can offend. Chapter 73. Ning Lixixiang requests recommendations and collections. Do you know? Flander was taken aback, and his gaze towards Xiaojiang suddenly became a bit strange. Yu Xiaojiang took out a token from his bosom and threw it to Flander, revealing 6 clear marks before his eyes. This is the Tiando, 6 Emperor token. Flander widened his eyes, looking at Yu Xiaojiang in disbelief. The night was spreading, and the night sky was adorned with a few faint martial spirits, as if draping a veil over the darkness, giving a hazy beauty. At this moment, Zhao Wujie approached Ling Tian's door with an envelope in hand. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. Ling Tian opened the door and said lightly, Teacher Zhao, is there something you need? Zhao Wujie replied, a few days ago, the dean received a letter from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and asked me to pass it on to you. Saying this, Zhao Wujie took out the envelope that Flander had given him from behind. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Ling Tian nodded and took the envelope. No need to be polite. I've handed the letter to you, so I'll take my leave now. You should also get some rest, Zhao Wujie said as he turned to leave. Ling Tian, holding the envelope, returned to his room, sat at his desk, opened the letter, and read it carefully. The letter was written by Ning Fengji. There was little content on the letterhead, and Ling Tian took a glance to understand the general message. The 2 most important pieces of information were, first, he needed to return to Heaven-Do City as soon as possible after receiving the letter. His Highness the Prince had urgent matters that required his assistance. Second, regarding Ning Rongrong's safety after his departure, other sect disciples would be arranged to protect her and other related matters. Aside from that, there were only trivial matters. Ling Tian put down the letter, furrowing his brow as he pondered. Does the Crown Prince need my assistance? He was somewhat confused about what Qian Rinxue was referring to. With dozens of loyal Soul Kings, Soul Emperors, and 2 powerful Soul Sage Guards by Qian Rinxue's side, why would she need the help of a mere Soul Zune? However, even though Ling Tian couldn't understand the reason, he was still very willing to return to the Crown Prince's residence in Tiando City, as he had previously been thinking about how to avoid Ning Rongrong, and now this letter provided him with a perfect excuse. After pondering for a while, Ling Tian decided to first arrange matters concerning Ning Rongrong, ensuring that there would be no issues before returning to Tiando City. As the night wore on, when the first light of dawn appeared in the distant sky, Ling Tian had already gotten up early and left his room. He arrived at a makeshift camp about 500 meters away from Shrek Academy. Just as he stepped into the camp, a deep voice came from behind him. Junior brother Ling Tian. Ning Li, I thought you were traveling around the continent. Why are you back here? Ling Tian turned around to see a young man striding towards him, a look of surprise on his face. Ning Li was a level 68 Battle Soul Emperor, with a martial soul of Fire Cloud, Rhinoceros Bull. Before Ling Tian joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was the most outstanding genius of the sect, having reached the Soul Emperor level at the young age of 36. He also had another identity, a direct disciple of Douluo. It's not that I can go against the teacher's orders. Ning Li shrugged helplessly, smiling wryly as he said, the teacher is worried about Rongrong's safety. And since I just returned to the sect, I was sent here to protect her. He had just returned from a dangerous adventure, and before he could rest for a few days, he was drafted by Douluo. I remember the last time I met you was when you had just joined the sect. Ning Li reminisced about the young boy from his memories, unable to help but exclaim, it's been 3 years, and I didn't expect you to have grown so tall. Ling Tian chuckled lightly and said, it's been so many years since we last met, but senior brother, you are still as tall and strong as before. I haven't changed much, but junior brother, your transformation is so great that I almost didn't recognize you just now. Ning Tian remarked as he looked up and down at Ling Tian with a sense of nostalgia. 3 years ago, Ling Tian hadn't fully matured, and the first impression he gave people was mostly one of cuteness. Now, however, his handsome face had completely developed, coupled with a tall and upright figure and a cool, aloof demeanor that made him look like a cold male god. This huge disconnect made it difficult for Ning Li to associate the current Ling Tian with the cute junior brother from before. The 2 long-separated brothers quickly became familiar again after exchanging a few words. After a while, Ning Li curiously asked, were you planning to return? I originally planned to go back to Tiano tomorrow, but since I'm here today to arrange for the replacement disciples, and now that senior brother Ning Li is here, I could set off early, Ling Tian replied. Ning Li patted his chest, grinned confidently, and said, junior brother, don't worry. With me around, no one dares to touch Sister Rongrong. With senior brother Ning Li here, I feel much more at ease. Ling Tian nodded, feeling confident in Ning Li's combat strength. With Ning Li, the Battle Soul Emperor, around, there was no need to worry about Ning Rongrong's safety. By the way, senior brother, there's a guy in Shrek Academy named Dai Mubai. He is the 2nd prince of the Star Luo Empire and has previously shown hostility towards Sister Rongrong. You must be careful of him. Dai Mubai. A fierce glint flashed in Ning Li's eyes as he said fiercely, "Junior brother, don't worry. As long as he dares to offend Sister Rongrong, no matter what prince he is, I'll be the first to take him down. No matter how strong the Douluo Empire is, they can't control the 7 treasure glazed tile school. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Moreover, Daimu Bai is just a stray dog now. I know the ins and outs of the Douluo Empire very well. And with the strength of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I'm really not afraid of killing a fallen prince." Ling Tian nodded and said softly, "Senior brother, let's go to Shrek Academy first to meet their dean. I will arrange a place for you to stay, so it will be easier for you to protect Sister Rongrong. Okay, you all wait here for a moment." After arranging for his fellow disciples to accompany him, Ningli followed Ling Tian towards Shrek Academy. Chapter 74, A Basin of Cold Water. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy. After breakfast, the bell rang on time, calling the students to the Academy Square. Ning Rongrong, Su Suking, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Oscar, Daimu Bai, and Ma Hongjun were already standing in a row in the square. Today felt particularly lively. Not only had the 2 deans, Flander and Zhao Wujia, arrived, but several other teachers from the academy were also present on playground. The master was standing next to Flander. In addition to the 2 deans, there were originally 3 other teachers at the academy, the ones responsible for the first 3 rounds of the entrance exam. "All right, everyone is here. I have a few announcements to make." Flander walked in front of the students, his gaze seriously sweeping over them. "First, let me introduce the teachers of the academy to the 4 new students." Saying this, Flander pointed to an elderly man with a stick. "This is Teacher Li Yusong. Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, level 63 Soul Emperor." He then pointed to a second older man, seemingly in his 70s, and said, "This is Teacher Lu Qibin, Martial Soul, Star Chess, level 66 Soul Emperor. This is Teacher Xiao Xin, Martial Soul, Jelly Bean, level 71 Soul Saint. He is a food system soul master." Teacher Xiao is one of the top 5 strongest food system soul masters I know. The fact that he is a soul saint and belongs to the food system alone is enough to show Xiao Xion's strength. Finally, Flander walked over to the master, put his arm around the master's shoulder, and said, "This last one I want to introduce you all in detail. He is Mr. Yu Xiaojiang, known for his research on the competitiveness of the 10 great martial souls, hailed as the strongest in martial soul theory and the wisest soul master. And he is also Tang San's teacher. Of course, he is my old brother. We have known each other for decades. You may not be familiar with his name, but I believe you have heard of his title. From now on, you can just call him Master." Upon hearing the word Master, everyone couldn't help but perk up, their gazes turning towards him. They knew that it was the Master's wisdom that cultivated such an outstanding student as Tang San. Flander continued, "From today onwards, the teaching of you all will be fully entrusted to the Master, and we will cooperate with him. Additionally, due to the travel yesterday, I am giving you all a day off. Classes will officially start tomorrow. Now, let's invite the Master to speak." He then quietly said, "I'll leave it to you, Xiaojiang." The Master nodded, looked at the 7 students in front of him, and began the speech he had prepared earlier, while the other teachers left the playground, leaving the space to Yu Xiaojiang. Moments later, in the dean's office of Shrek Academy, Flander asked in confusion, "Ling Tian, who is this?" "I am Ning Li from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Li responded solemnly, his aura surging, revealing some of his strength to Flander. Flander felt that the name Ning Li was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Meanwhile, Ling Tian turned his head and said lightly, "Senior brother, I will go say goodbye to Sister Rongrong first." Ning Li noted. There was no need for Ling Tian to intervene. Flander could handle this matter alone. The scene shifted. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang had already lined up the 7 students of Shrek Academy in order of age, and then dismissed everyone to prepare for tomorrow's training. Ling Tian walked to Ning Rongrong's dormitory. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" A clear voice came from inside the door. It sounded like Xiao Wu. Ling Tian said lightly, "Is Senior Sister Rongrong there?" "Yes, I'm here." "Junior brother, please wait a moment." Soon, a pleasant voice from Ning Rongrong came from inside the room. At the same time, inside the room, Xiao Wu looked at Ning Rongrong, who was seriously picking out clothes, and her eyes turned as if she understood something. She teased, "Rongrong, your junior brother is outside looking for you. It seems like something's going on. Go away, stop talking nonsense." Ning Rongrong's little face turned red, and she threw the clothes she had just taken off. Hee, Xiao Wu caught the thrown clothes and looked at Ning Rongrong with a teasing smile. "Rongrong, go for it. I support you." After saying that, she made a funny face at Ning Rongrong. "Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong scolded lickily. All right, I'm not teasing anymore. Hey, Rongrong, it seems like your dress is on backwards. Xiao Wu pointed at Ning Rongrong's dress, her dark eyes filled with mischief. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. And without paying attention to Xiao Wu's teasing, she hurriedly redressed herself. About a quarter of an hour later, Ning Rongrong finally walked out of the dormitory with a flushed face. She turned back to sneak a glance at the dormitory, and before Ling Tian could speak, she grabbed his hand and rushed away. At that moment, Oscar was not far away, secretly watching Ning Rongrong, his eyes showing a reluctant glimmer. Although Ling Tian had warned him before, and Ning Rongrong had been unyielding towards him, he still couldn't bear to give up just like that. After a while, the two finally stopped. This was when Ling Tian had the chance to ask, "Senior sister, what's wrong with you?" Nothing. Junior brother, what do you think of this dress I'm wearing?" Ning Rongrong fiddled with the hem of her dress. Her little face flushed, looking at Ling Tian expectantly. "It's beautiful." Ling Tian looked at Ning Rongrong in confusion. "Really?" Ning Rongrong excitedly lifted her head, her lips curling up, her mood instantly brightening. But this happiness came quickly and went just as fast. "Senior sister, I'm here to say goodbye today." "Junior brother, The two spoke almost simultaneously, with Ling Tian's tone calm, yet tinged with a hint of regret, while Ning Rongrong's was filled with happiness. Ling Tian's words were like a bucket of cold water, splashed directly onto Ning Rongrong's head. After a brief silence, the happiness on Ning Rongrong's face vanished in an instant. Her eyes filled with confusion as she urgently asked, "Junior brother, where are you going?" Chapter 75. Engagement. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking monthly votes. The sect sent a letter, asking me to return. Ling Tian said softly. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face as she spoke with a choked voice. "But you said you would stay with me." "Senior sister Rongrong, You lied to me." After saying that, Ning Rongrong turned and ran away, leaving a trail of tears and a lonely figure behind. Sighing, Ling Tian watched Ning Rongrong's departing silhouette, lowered his outstretched arm, and shook his head helplessly. He was not oblivious to everything. After spending so much time together, he had long realized Ning Rongrong's feelings for him. But feelings cannot be forced. In his heart, there was already a figure that could not be displaced for anyone else. There was no possibility between him and Ning Rongrong. Instead of letting things develop further and allowing her to sink deeper, it was better to make a decisive choice early on. This was better for everyone. He hoped she could let go. Ling Tian sighed and was about to turn to leave. At that moment, Ning Li approached from behind Ling Tian. He had come over to greet the two, but saw Ning Rongrong running away. So he curiously asked, "Did you have a fight with junior sister Rongrong?" "No." Ling Tian shook his head and didn't say much. He simply took out a letter from the Phoenix Ring and said, "Senior brother, after I leave, please find a suitable time to give this to senior sister Rongrong." "Junior brother, are you ready to set off now?" Ning Li asked in surprise as he took the envelope from Ling Tian. "Yes." Ling Tian's expression returned to normal, and he said seriously, "I've taken care of everything that needs to be handled. Tiando City is anxious, so I need to hurry back. I'll leave things here to you, senior brother." "Don't worry, junior brother." Ning Li patted his chest, signaling Ling Tian to feel at ease. Ling Tian nodded, and without saying anything more, turned around and went back to his room to pack his luggage. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was hiding under a tree at the academy, recalling Ling Tian's earlier words. And she suddenly felt sad again, tears uncontrollably pouring from her eyes. "Ling Tian, you bastard. You untrustworthy bastard, big bastard." Unable to suppress her emotions, Ning Rongrong cursed loudly, but for some reason, even though she had thousands of harsh words in her heart, all that came out were bastard and big bastard type of phrases. But no matter what, she just couldn't bring herself to say more. Realizing this, Ning Rongrong cursed herself for being useless. "Big bastard. I will never, ever forgive you, never." Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with tears, biting her lip, her voice choked with emotion. On the other side, in Tiando City, Qian Renxue brought Ning Fengji and Chen Xin to the front hall of the prince's mansion. "Teacher, what brings you to our prince's mansion today?" Qian Renxue curiously observed. As Ning Fengji rarely visited the prince's mansion, she usually went to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to seek his advice. "Is Qinghe not welcoming my visit?" Ning Fengji joked. "Of course, if the teacher comes to the prince's mansion, Qinghe will naturally welcome you," Qian Renxue replied seriously. Ning Fengji paused for a moment and slowly said, "I've sent a message to Xiao Tian, and he should be back in a few days." "Thank you, teacher." Qian Renxue felt a surge of joy. Xiao Tian's return was indeed good news. "Qinghe, Xiao Tian should be almost 11 years old this year, right? A strange look flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes as he casually remarked. Yeah, he'll be 11 in a month, Qian Renxue nodded. She remembered Ling Tian's birthday very clearly. 11 years old. Rong is 12 this year. The age difference isn't too much. What do you think of Rong, this girl? As he spoke, Ning Fengji took a sip of tea, as if the previous question was just a casual remark. Junior sister Rong is very good. She has inherited your master's talent. Given time, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will surely thrive under her leadership. Ha! That girl isn't as good as you say, Ning Fengji smiled faintly, but a satisfied look still showed on his face. What parent wouldn't want to hear praises about their own child? However, I do have something I want to discuss with you. Saying this, Ning Fengji looked at Qian Renxue with deep meaning, as if this matter was significantly related to her. Please feel free to speak, teacher. The more mysterious Ning Fengji became, the more curious Qian Renxue felt. After pondering for a while, Ning Fengji put down his teacup and said, Rong and Ling Tian have gotten along quite well over the years, and what's rare is that Rong like Xiao Tian. Plus, given our relationship, I think it would be good to arrange a marriage between these two children. What do you think, Qinghe? An engagement? Let Ning Rong and Ling Tian get engaged. With a whoosh, Qian Renxue suddenly stood up, a surge of indescribable feelings crashing within her heart. At that moment, she didn't know how to describe her emotions. Anger? Annoyance? Rage? Resentment? Outrage? Various emotions intertwined in Qian Renxue's heart. Her face darkened as she clenched her fists tightly, her fingers digging into her palms, veins bulging. Ning Fengji, you really are something. And Ning Rong too. Her cabbage isn't even fully grown yet. And before I even said anything, someone is already eyeing her. Qinghe, what do you think of my proposal? Ling Tian is someone I've watched grow up. He is steady and reliable. I am very at ease handing Rong over to him. Although Ning Fengji was somewhat surprised by Qian Renxue's reaction, he only felt that their brotherhood was deep and did not detect anything amiss. Calm down. Qian Renxue adjusted her breathing, forcing herself to calm down. The plan was about to succeed. She couldn't let it fail now. Teacher, marriage is a significant matter in life. I think it's best to let Xiao Tian decide for himself. Saying this, Qian Renxue slowly sat down, barely managing to squeeze out a smile from the corners of her mouth. But her slightly pale fingertips revealed that her heart was far from as calm as she appeared. Chapter 76. I disagree. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking monthly votes. Ning Fengji seriously considered for a moment, nodded, and said, Qinghe is right. I should have considered this more carefully. Marriage is indeed a matter that requires Xiao Tian's opinion. What the teacher said is correct. Ning Fengji then shifted the topic and asked for her opinion. So, Qinghe, what do you think of this marriage? Naturally, Qian Renxue agreed with the engagement. She forced a smile, biting her red lips lightly, her voice sounding somewhat restrained. Ha! With your words, Qinghe, I can rest assured. Ning Fengji's face was filled with smiles, and his tone became much more cheerful. His main purpose for coming this time was to ask for Qian Renxue's opinion. As long as she agreed to the engagement, there would be no issues with Rong and Ling Tian. Ning Fengji pulled Qian Renxue and chatted a bit more about the throne. After a moment, Ning Fengji looked up at the sky, stood up, and said seriously, It's getting late. I should head to Tianyu City. Tianyu City? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes as she put aside her earlier displeasure and said seriously, Teacher, do you also want the Lingsha Palace's token? Yes, the Orange Kill Order is of great significance. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot miss this opportunity. Ning Fengji noted seriously. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is ultimately an auxiliary sect. Although we currently have two titled Douluos, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, who have brought great prestige to the sect, if 100 years from now, there are no new titled Douluos to protect the sect, all the glory will become yesterday's news. Leaving behind an Orange Kill Order can provide a chance for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to revive. Then, Qinghe, I wish you, teacher, a fruitful trip to Tianyu City in advance. Qian Renxue bowed and clasped her hands, speaking with conviction. Ning Feng tismilet likti, haha. I will borrow your good wishes, Qinghe. With the financial resources of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, if he really wanted to bid for the token, no sect would be qualified to compete. While speaking, Qian Renxue walked with Ning Fengji out of the front hall. Just as they were about to reach the main gate of the prince's mansion, a sharp voice suddenly came. Your Highness the Prince, His Majesty has summoned you. After receiving the order, you must go to the palace immediately. Father? Qian Renxue glanced at Ning Fengji, her expression troubled. A glint of light flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Qinghe, His Majesty's urgent summons must be for an important matter. We cannot delay. We must hurry to the palace. Teacher, then Qinghe will go first." Qian Rinxue took a deep breath, nodding heavily. "Xueling, please escort the teacher," she said. "Yes." Xueling stepped forward and responded with a bow. Watching Ning Fengji's receding figure, a warm glint flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes. But it was quickly hidden behind her perfect facade. "Engagement? I will not agree. Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong. No one can take Xiao Tian away from me. After coming back this time, she must keep a close eye on Xiao Tian and absolutely cannot let anyone from the Qibao, Liuli's sect, come into contact with him. Ling Tian belongs to her, and only her." Although Qian Rinxue cannot distinguish whether her feelings for Ling Tian are more familial or romantic, she will not allow anyone to intervene until she has made her decision. Seeing that Qian Rinxue had not responded for a long time, the eunuch in the palace softly said, "Your Highness, the Emperor is still waiting for you in the palace." "I know, lead the way." Qian Rinxue sighed and retracted her wandering thoughts. "Yes." The man finally let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly led Qian Rinxue to the prepared carriage, racing toward the direction of the Imperial Palace. Moments later, at the Tiando Imperial Palace, Qian Rinxue was waiting at the entrance of the Snow Knight Emperor's chamber, following the palace eunuch. At this moment, she felt a bit uneasy. Today's events had exceeded Qian Rinxue's control. She did not know why Snow Knight had urgently summoned her from the Crown Prince's residence tonight. No matter how she subtly inquired along the way, the guiding eunuch remained tight-lipped and revealed no useful information. If it weren't for her confidence, she would have doubted whether her identity had been exposed. Cough, cough. From the bed, covered by golden curtains, came a series of urgent coughs. The Snow Knight Emperor was leaning against the head of the bed, looking haggard with pale lips after just recovering from severe illness. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids lowered their heads, cautiously attending to him on both sides. Since the imperial doctor had treated him today, his temper had become irritable, even scolding the visiting Right Chancellor until he left the chamber with a face full of dirt. Therefore, at this time, the palace maids and eunuchs naturally acted with caution, fearing that Snow Knight would vent his anger on them. The attendant walked in with his head lowered and respectfully knelt beside the bed, saying, "Your Majesty, the first prince has arrived." "Qinghe has arrived?" "Cough, cough, let him in." Hearing the name Xue Qinghe, Snow Knight's tone softened considerably. With the assistance of the palace maids, Snow Knight sat up from the bed, awaiting Qian Rinxue's arrival. The first prince of the Tiando Empire, the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, was also the heir he valued the most. In recent years, the Tiando royal family had gone through many ups and downs, leaving Snow Knight exhausted. The unexpected deaths of the second and third princes made the pain of losing sons even harder to bear. However, as the emperor of the Tiando Empire, he could not afford to falter. To avoid leaving the royal family without an heir, Snow Knight established the ordinary Xue Qinghe as the crown prince to stabilize the turbulent situation. But unexpectedly, the crown prince Xue Qinghe managed to withstand the pressure, far beyond Snow Knight's expectations. This also made Snow Knight begin to pay attention to Xue Qinghe for the first time, constantly testing his abilities with more important political and military matters, and his perfect performance brought great relief to Snow Knight. His recognition of Xue Qinghe deepened, and he even contemplated abdicating numerous times. Unfortunately, Snow Knight did not know that the Xue Qinghe before him was no longer his son, but was instead impersonated by Qian Rinxue, the holy maiden of the Spear Hall. Chapter 77. Father and Son, Father Emperor. Qian Rinxue stepped forward in response, cupping her hands in a salute, her face filled with respect. After lurking in the Tiando Empire for over 10 years, her control over her expressions had reached an extraordinary level. "Yes." Snow Knight waved his hand, speaking gently. "Qinghe, come to your father's side." Qian Rinxue breathed a slight sigh of relief, although she still did not know the reason. Snow Knight's gentle attitude indicated that things were not developing in a bad direction. She walked slowly to Snow Knight's bedside, intending to see what he would say next. "Qinghe, if I remember correctly, you should be 29 today, right?" Snow Knight invited Qian Rinxue to sit by the bed, and the father and son began to chat casually. "Yes." "Father Emperor," Qian Rinxue replied softly. "I'm getting old indeed." Looking at Qian Rinxue, who resembled him in his youth, Snow Knight sighed. "Back in the day, I was about your age when I ascended the throne. I never expected that in the blink of an eye, you have grown so much. I am foolish. How can I compare to Father Emperor?" Qian Rinxue shook her head and humbly said, "My son is indeed humble." Cough, cough. The urgent coughing interrupted Snow Knight's laughter, and his face turned red. "Father Emperor," Qian Rinxue said anxiously. "Cough, cough, it's nothing, just an old ailment." Although he said this, a complex look flashed in Snow Knight's eyes. He had recently felt his health deteriorating, possibly due to old injuries or the impact of the sudden deaths of the princes. His physical condition was worsening. For the future of the empire, he decided to determine the heir to the Tiando Empire. Although the identity of the crown prince Xue Qinghe was already set in stone with little chance of change, without the authority given by Snow Knight, the real power in his hands was still pitifully little, even far less than that of Prince Xue Xing. However, this phenomenon was common in the royal family. After all, no emperor would distribute their power to the crown prince while still alive. In fact, if it weren't for Snow Knight's deteriorating health, he wouldn't have considered delegating his power. However, even with this calculation, he did not plan to directly hand over power to the crown prince, but intended to use the complex situation in the court to test the crown prince's true abilities. In his view, Qian Rinxue was still somewhat immature. Although she had been exposed to many military and political affairs, these were all policies on paper, and she had never practically engaged in court practices. Having mere theoretical knowledge without practical experience was just empty talk. Entrusting the empire to someone like that made Snow Knight extremely uneasy. Therefore, independently handling state affairs, judging the state of the empire, and presiding over court discussions and ministerial games were the final tests Snow Knight left for Qian Rinxue. "Qinghe, I am unwell and cannot focus on handling state affairs for a short time, so I plan to let you govern the country in my stead." As he spoke, Snow Knight took out a prepared imperial edict and signaled to the eunuch who had been by his side for many years. The eunuch understood and stepped forward to take the edict, opening it to read aloud. "I, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Snow Knight, decree that my son Xue Qinghe shall govern the country as crown prince from today onwards. All matters within the country, including military and political affairs, shall now be handled by the crown prince. The will of the crown prince is my will. No one shall delay it, and those who disobey shall be executed. The opportunity has come." Upon hearing this, a flash of excitement crossed Qian Rinxue's eyes. After lurking in the Tiando Empire for so long, the opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. The moment she saw the edict, Qian Rinxue knew that the opportunity she had waited for years had finally come. This was Snow Knight's final assessment of her. As long as she succeeded, the throne of the Tiando Empire would be within reach. "Your Highness," after the reading was complete, the eunuch put away the edict and stepped aside. At the same time, Snow Knight looked deeply at Qian Rinxue. "Qinghe, do not let your father down. Father Emperor, rest assured, Qinghe will not disappoint you." She looked at Snow Knight with clear and determined eyes, speaking each word slowly. She understood that Snow Knight had made up his mind. At this moment, if she did not show her confidence, when would she? Good. Hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Snow Knight indeed laughed heartily. "So confident. No wonder you are my son." With repeated praises, Xue turned his head and said, "Take out my scepter and give it to Qing He along with the edict." "Yes." The eunuch walked towards the rear hall and soon brought out a scepter. It was a short rod entirely silver white, with a swan carved at the top symbolizing royalty. The swan's eyes were made of two small sapphires, and it had a pair of pure white wings spread out to the sides, with lifelike feathers intricately carved on the wings. The entire scepter was adorned with exquisite patterns. "Qing, this scepter was given to me by the late emperor when I first took power." Xue paused, looking at the familiar scepter, reminiscing about the past, and then said with hope, "Today, I hand it over to you. You should understand its significance. I hope you won't disappoint me. Qing He will not fail the expectations of Father Emperor." "Good, I believe in you." Xue pointed at the eunuch beside him and said solemnly, "Qi Lin, as Qing He takes power for the first time, from today on, you will follow Qing He and his sister." "Yes." As soon as the words fell, Qi Lin walked to Qian Rinxue's side. Qi Lin had been following Xue Yi for many years, from the time he ascended the throne until now, and he was undoubtedly Xue Yi's trusted aide. He placed Qi Lin beside Qian Rinxue to assess her abilities. Qi Lin would now serve as Xue Yi's eyes and ears, responsible for conveying all messages during Qian Rinxue's reign and preventing her from going astray. After all, national affairs are no trivial matter. He certainly would not ignore them. "All right, Qing He, you may go," Xue said gently. "Yes." Watching Qian Rinxue's departing figure, Xue hoped in his heart that his crown prince would not disappoint his old father's expectations. With that thought, Xue wearily lay down on the bed. His health was indeed poor. After just a short conversation, beads of sweat covered his forehead. Outside the palace, Qian Renshua stopped and smiled lightly, saying from now on, "Please guide me more, eunuch Qi. Your Highness flatters me. I am merely following orders." Qi Lin bowed, maintaining a respectful yet composed attitude, though his head was lowered. "Orders? It must be from Shui Yi. I will not disappoint Father Emperor." While speaking, Qian Renshua glanced deeply at Qi Lin, then turned and left without saying more, while Qi Lin silently followed behind, carrying out the tasks assigned by Shui Yi. P.S. I'm too tired. I have full classes and experiments today, so I'll just update once for now. I'll make it up to everyone when it's on the shelves. Chapter 78. Little brother, can you give your sister one? Seeking recommendations, collections, and monthly votes. Meanwhile, inside Shrek Academy, although Ling Tian had lived in Shrek for more than a month, he actually didn't have much luggage. Plus, the space in the storage ring was large enough, so it took less than 10 minutes to pack everything up. Soon, in front of Shrek Academy, Ningli stopped and said, "Junior brother, be careful on the road." "Okay." Ling Tian nodded, reminding Dao, "Don't forget to give that letter I gave you to senior sister Rong Rong." "Don't worry, junior brother." When he turned around and didn't see that familiar figure, Ling Tian sighed helplessly, thinking, "It seems I've truly offended senior sister Rong Rong this time." Soon, Ling Tian no longer lingered. Blue light flickered as the ice crystal sword appeared before him. Then, with a leap, Ling Tian stepped onto the ice crystal sword, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing from Ning Li's sight in no time. Sigh. Until Ling Tian left, Ning Li sighed, turned to a lush tree, and said softly, "He's already gone, and no amount of regret can change that." "Junior sister, you and Ling Tian." Ning Li opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed it back. "This is the letter junior brother Ling Tian asked me to pass on to you. I'll leave it here for you to read." Ning Li bent down and placed the envelope in front of the tree, then turned and slowly walked away. Moments later, Ning Rongrong stepped out from behind the tree. After pausing for a moment, she picked up the envelope. After hesitating for a moment, she opened the envelope, trembling as she took out the letter inside and read it carefully without missing a single word. But, crystal tears slid down her face, dropping onto the letter. However, it seemed Ning Rongrong was unaware of this, still holding onto the letter, letting the tears fall one by one. "Oof, I will never forgive you, you stinky junior brother." After a while, Ning Rongrong wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, speaking each word deliberately. But a hint of an almost imperceptible smile flashed at the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, in the Lingsha Hall, since accepting Dai Mu Bai's commission, the task of assassinating Ling Tian has been posted on the assassination list of various branches. As soon as one opens it, they can see the information about this task. But until now, no one has taken it. Although the purple kill order is rare, it is not worth offending a titled Douluo for it. However, under heavy rewards, there are bound to be brave souls. As long as it is on the Ling Sha Hall's bounty list, sooner or later, there will be reckless individuals willing to take on the challenge. Time flies as the sun and moon rotate. Ling Tian stopped in Tianyu City, the closest city to Tiando City, planning to rest for the night and recover his soul power before heading back to Tiando City early the next morning. Upon entering the city gate and observing his surroundings for a while, Ling Tian quickly found the candied hawthorn he had been longing for. "Boss, I'll take all the candied hawthorn you have here," Ling Tian said as he walked up to the stall, skillfully pulling out a gold soul coin and placing on the counter. Okay. The stall owner was initially taken aback, but then joyfully accepted the gold soul coin and enthusiastically began to package the treats. Meanwhile, nearby on the streets of Tianyu City, groups of pedestrians were discussing news about the upcoming auction. The Tianyu auction house is going to hold a large auction this time, and many forces have sent people over. Is that true? Of course. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the White Tiger Sect, the Wind Sword Sect, the Elephant Armor Sect, the Fire Leopard Sect, and the Holy Dragon Sect have all sent representatives to participate in this auction. With so many sects involved, isn't this auction going to be sky high? Today's auction can be said to be the largest ever held in Tianyu City, right? It seems that tonight, we shouldn't expect to find any bargains. Don't even mention bargains. I've heard that this time there are identity requirements for entry, and we might not even be able to get in. What could attract so many sects? I heard it's a token. A token? The crowd was animatedly discussing the auction, clearly filled with anticipation for tonight's event. Auction? Ling Tian became somewhat interested. Boss, what is this auction they're talking about? After the crowd passed, Ling Tian picked up a candied hawthorn and curiously inquired about the news from the vendor. The vendor glanced at him and said, You look like an outsider. They're talking about a large-scale auction happening tonight at Tianyu Auction House. Almost all the prominent figures from our Tiando Empire will be attending this auction. While packing up his stall, the vendor enthusiastically explained to Ling Tian. The seven-treasure glazed tile sect is coming too. The vendor leaned closer to Ling Tian, glanced around, and then lowered his voice, saying, "Yes, and I heard that the people attending hold quite a significant status." Significant status? Ling Tian's thoughts became active, wondering which elder would come this time. "Guest, here is your candy hawthorn. If you have no other questions, I will be packing up to go home." Meanwhile, the vendor had already tidied up his stall, preparing to leave. Just then, a graceful figure walked up behind Ling Tian, carrying an inexplicable fragrance and a hint of charm. Stopping in front of the candied hawthorn vendor. "Boss, I'll have a candied hawthorn." The girl smiled brightly, casually tucking her hair behind her ear. "I'm really sorry, but all the candied hawthorns today have been bought by this guest next to you." The vendor looked up apologetically, revealing a simple smile. "Sold out?" The girl's rosy lips pouted slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She had suddenly wanted to eat candied hawthorn today, and not being able to get one made her feel a bit disappointed. The girl's glimmering eyes scanned around, eventually locking onto Ling Tian. "Little brother, can you give your sister one?" she said, half bending down, her hands resting on her slightly bent knees, looking at Ling Tian with a bright smile. A trace of subtle charm in her expression. Chapter 79. No requests for recommendations, collections, or monthly votes. While Ling Tian was lost in thought, he raised his head and met the girl's gaze. "Got it." A hint of joy flickered in the girl's eyes, just as she reached out to take the candied hawthorn. The boy's reaction surprised her. Ling Tian looked at the girl expressionlessly and said no. "Huh?" The girl stared blankly at Ling Tian, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Trying to act cute was of no use. Ling Tian shot a disdainful glance at the girl. After speaking, he took half a step back, turned his head, and ignored her. At the same time, he thought of something, and a silver coin appeared between his fingers. With a flick, it landed perfectly on the vendor's table. Bang! The silver coin spun on the table. "Sir, you've already paid." The vendor was taken aback, and quickly said as he raised his head. Ling Tian said lightly, "This is your message fee." Thank you, thank you." The vendor's heart filled with joy as he picked up the silver coin, just as he wanted to raise his head to express his gratitude. He found that Ling Tian's figure had already vanished. "Never mind, I made a big profit today. My wife will definitely let me sleep on the bed tonight." However, the vendor quickly tossed Ling Tian's matter out of his mind, happily fantasizing about the blissful life to come that night. Meanwhile, the girl stared unblinkingly at the boy's receding back, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She murmured softly, "My charm actually had no effect on him." Her charm, which usually worked without fail, was ineffective against a little kid. This made the normally proud girl feel a sense of defeat, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with interest in Ling Tian. What kind of background does this boy have? Why is he able to ignore her charm? Just as the girl was lost in thought, a gentle voice came from behind her. "Nana, didn't you say you were going to buy some delicious food? Why are you standing here in a daze?" At the same time, a pair of warm, jade-like hands rested on her shoulder. "Teacher." Hulaina turned her head in response, a genuine smile appearing on her lips. This person was Hulaina's master, Bibi Dong. Although not tall, she had a curvy figure and a graceful demeanor. Her luxurious black robe adorned with golden patterns accentuating her perfect curves. With fair skin and an almost flawless face, she looked so unique. "Teacher, I just met an interesting person. He should be younger than me. When I encountered him, I found that my charm ability had no effect on him at all." Hulaina spoke to Bibi Dong about what had just happened, hoping her usually powerful master could provide her with some insight. Oh, after listening, Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback, a trace of surprise flickering in her eyes. "There's someone who can ignore your charm?" Hulaina crossed her arms and pouted, nodding unhappily. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ling Tian indeed blocked her charm. Bibi Dong smiled and asked, "Where is he now?" "He's already gone far away." "Master, can you help me find him?" Hulaina looked at Bibi Dong with eager eyes, calculating how to regain her pride. "How can I help you find someone I've never seen?" Bibi Dong chuckled, gently stroking Hulaina's forehead. Hulaina's little face fell. "Ah, Nana, let's go to the auction house first." Bibi Dong held Hulaina's small hand and comforted her softly. "Perhaps you might encounter that boy again. If what you said is true, given that child's talents, he should be a disciple of some sect, and most likely came to Tianyu City with an elder. So you might run into him." Hulaina nodded absently. Although she followed behind Bibi Dong, her mind was still preoccupied with what had just happened. On the other side, following the directions of a few passers-by, Ling Tian saw a dome-shaped building. The building looked peculiar, entirely round, as if half a sphere were sitting on the ground. There were no nameplates, only a hammer symbol. This must be the auction house, right? Ling Tian had seen similar buildings in Tiando City before, so he recognized it as the auction venue at a glance. Quickening his pace, he soon arrived at the front of the auction house. Getting closer allowed him to truly appreciate the scale of the round building. Compared to the nearly 500-meter diameter of the Tiando Great Auction House, the Tianyu Auction House was slightly smaller, but still about 400 meters in diameter, with the highest point exceeding 80 meters. The auction house's entrance was also semicircular and, like the overall building, presented a milky white color. Two tall young women stood at the door. These young women were clearly carefully selected, all around 175 meters tall, with very proportionate figures. While not exceptionally beautiful, their attractive features were still appealing, and they looked to be no more than 20 years old. Seeing Ling Tian walking straight towards them, one of the young women stepped forward, slightly bowed, and said, "Hello, how can I assist you?" Ling Tian Dao, "I want to go in and take a look." The young girl smiled and said, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask if you have the bidding qualification certification?" Ling Tian was taken aback and asked, "What is the bidding qualification certification?" The young girl displayed a professional smile and explained, "Only guests with the bidding qualification certification can enter the auction venue to participate in the bidding. The qualification certification is divided into several different levels, with the entry threshold being 10,000 gold soul coins. This means that one needs to provide proof of assets worth 10,000 gold soul coins to participate in the bidding, which is a measure put in place to prevent malicious bidding. Tonight, due to a large auction, in addition to the bidding qualification certificate, one must either hold the invitation we issued or be a soul master of soul emperor rank or above to enter." Ling Tian frowned and said, "Is it that troublesome? When I was in Tiando City before, I always went in with Qianren Shua, so no one stopped us or asked for any bidding qualification certificates." Chapter 80, Orange Kill Order. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking monthly votes. The girl half bowed and said softly, "Please forgive me. Wait a moment." Ling Tian thought of something and called out to the girl, asking, "Excuse me, how the people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School entered the auction venue?" The girl smiled slightly and replied, "The guests from all the major sects have already entered the venue." Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief, flipped his hand to take out a token, and handed it to the welcoming girl, saying, "This is the identity token of a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Please help me deliver it to the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect." "The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? Please wait a moment. I will go and convey this right away." The girl was taken aback for a moment and respectfully accepted the token. She didn't dare neglect the disciples of the major sects, and as soon as she received the token, she hurried into the auction house. After a while, the girl rushed back, respectfully returned the token to Ling Tian, and gestured for him to follow her, saying, "Esteemed guest, please come with me." While speaking, the girl took small steps into the auction hall. Upon entering the auction hall, there was no feeling of opulence. The floor was made of milky white marble, and the surrounding walls were decorated with various relief sculptures. The colors on the reliefs were minimal, appearing simple and bright and extremely elegant. Besides the reliefs, there were also some wall-mounted display cases showcasing porcelain, armor, and other exhibits. If one didn't know what this place was for, they might think it was a museum. The guiding girl was very professional. Every 10 steps or so, she would stop, gesture politely, and accurately indicate the direction. The auction center was located on the second floor of the auction hall, and there were a total of 8 stairways leading up from the lobby. The girl escorted Ling Tian to the entrance of the auction center before turning to leave, as there were other attendants in the auction center. The auction center felt more like a grand auditorium, with decorations similar to the main spirit fighting center of the Grand Spirit Fighting Arena. In the center was a circular podium, surrounded by a series of seats arranged in a radiating pattern. It was divided into 5 main sections. The 3 rows of seats closest to the podium were red, radiating outward in succession to black, purple, yellow, and white. Clearly, these were set according to the different levels of bidders. The girl who received them earlier had informed them that the innermost red seats were accessed through a special passage, protected by dedicated security personnel. This was the so-called million-level VIP area, and only individuals of status could qualify for the red VIP status. The outer circle of black seats was the ordinary million-level VIP area. As long as one had money, they could enter, belonging to the next tier of black VIPs. Further out, The purple seats were for the 500,000 level purple VIPs, the yellow for the 100,000 level ordinary VIPs, and the outermost white seats, which were also the largest in area. Under the guidance of an attendant, Ling Tian entered the special red passage. The attendant was very enthusiastic, with a genuine smile on her face, and her attitude was very respectful throughout the journey. This just right service did not make Ling Tian feel annoyed. After walking along the red passage for a while, beautifully decorated private rooms appeared before him, and the attendant brought Ling Tian to a room marked with the pattern of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda. The attendant smiled slightly and bowed, saying, "Sir, this is the location of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect." Ling Tian nodded and thanked him, pushing open the door to the private room. He looked at the elegant man in white sitting in the middle, as well as the handsome Chen Xan beside him. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. Uncle Ning, teacher? He originally thought that the Seven Treasure glazed tile school would send some elder, but unexpectedly, it was Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo who came in person. This made Ling Tian even more curious about what was being auctioned today. For a moment, he forgot to close the door and stood there in a daze. "Xiao Tian, don't just stand at the door, close it and come sit over here." Ning Fengji beckoned Ling Tian to come over, gently chuckling. "What's the matter? Surprised to see me and your teacher?" It was indeed a bit surprising. Ling Tian nodded. After chatting for a while, a smile appeared on Ning Fengji's lips, and he casually said, "Xiao Tian, how is that girl Rongrong doing now?" Regarding Ning Rongrong, Sword Douluo also cast a concerned glance. With senior brother Ning Li around, Rongrong should be safe. Ling Tian didn't keep them in suspense and slowly said, "Moreover, senior sister Rongrong has changed a lot recently. When she returns to the sect next time, Uncle Ning and the teacher will definitely be surprised." After hearing this, Xiao Tian became quite looking forward to Rongrong's transformation. Ning Fengji smiled heartily, and his tone became much more relaxed. What he cared about most was his daughter. Chen Xian casually asked, "Are you planning to return to Heavendo City?" "Yes, I was planning to rest in Heavendo City for a night. I happened to hear the bustling discussions about the auction in the city and learned that someone from the sect was also coming here. So I thought I'd come and take a look." At this point, Ling Tian raised his head and looked at the two with a hesitant gaze. Ning, how come you and the teacher suddenly came here?" Chen Xian saw through Ling Tian's little thoughts and smiled indifferently. "You want to ask what items are being auctioned today that would make me and your master come all the way from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, right?" The term master implies both teacher and father. The son is no better than the father. This saying also applies to the master-disciple relationship. So Chen Xian could naturally guess Ling Tian's thoughts. Nothing can be hidden from the teacher. Ling Tian touched his nose and couldn't help but smile wryly. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian asked, "Xiao Tian, do you know about the Lingsha Hall?" Lingsha Hall. Ling Tian was taken aback by the words and shook his head truthfully. Apart from the Spirit Hall, the two empires, the top 3 sects, and the bottom 4 sects, he really didn't know about the Lingsha Hall's influence on the Douluo continent. The Lingsha Hall is the largest assassin organization on the Douluo continent, with 5 levels of assassination orders: Mo Shaling, Zi Shaling, Qi Shaling, Cheng Shaling, and Yin Shaling, targeting different soul master levels according to the order's rank. At this point, Chen Xian's tone suddenly changed. Any task taken over by the Lingsha Hall could even dare to assassinate title Douluos. As far as I know, 3 title Douluos have been assassinated by them. Note, this is what the Sword Douluo knows. The previous text mentioned the total number of kills by the Lingsha Hall, and this is what the Sword Douluo is aware of. Chapter 81. One must be obtained. Seeking recommendations, collections, and monthly tickets. Has no one thought about exterminating the Lingsha Hall? Ling Tian frowned and couldn't help but ask. Of course there have been thoughts, but they hide too deeply. Ning Fengji took a sip of tea, his voice as gentle as ever, patiently explaining, "If we can't find the Lingsha Hall's headquarters, it doesn't matter how many branches we eliminate. They can quickly establish new branches." After pondering for a moment, a realization flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. "So, Uncle Ning, your visit to the auction house this time is also related to the Lingsha Hall?" Ning Fengji nodded, then shifted to the main topic. "The key item for this auction is the Lingsha Hall's Chengsha Ling Chengsha is the second-tier order of the Lingsha Hall. It has successfully assassinated title Douluos multiple times, and its status is akin to that of a nuclear weapon deterrent, which is very attractive to most sects, especially for those without title Douluos. However, since the establishment of the Lingsha Hall until now, the Chengsha Ling has appeared very few times, let alone 3 tokens appearing at once like today. All the sects gathered at the auction are here for this token. Some forces are even selling ancestral properties just to gather enough funds to secure this Changsha Ling to enhance their sect's power. Although the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has 2 titled Douluos, having deterrent weapons is never too much. Moreover, Ning Fengji also has to consider the next generation of the sect. If there are no titled Douluos to support them in the future, having a Changsha Ling to deter the sect can help them through dangerous times. Therefore, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must obtain one of the 3 Changsha Lings at this auction. Ning Fengji is confident about this. I see. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Ling Tian nodded in understanding. Given the significant importance of the Changsha Ling, it would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of money, and ordinary elders do not have the authority to mobilize it. Coupled with the importance of the item, it can only be Ning Fengji himself who takes action, while the sword Douluo is responsible for protecting his safety. Ning Fengji turned his head and said lightly, "Xiao Tian, if you see anything you like later, just bid directly. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has more than enough money." Fengji is right. Just buy what you like, the sword Douluo said casually. Ling Tian smiled lightly and nodded. If he encounters something he likes, he certainly won't hold back. As the financial power of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is also top-notch on the Douluo continent, money is just a pile of numbers for Ning Fengji. If it weren't for the fear of causing unnecessary trouble, even if all 3 tokens appeared today, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would have the financial power to secure them. Meanwhile, just as the few of them were talking, the auction finally began. At this moment, the hundreds of seats below were completely filled, and every box on their level was lit up. It's finally starting. The last time so many people gathered was during the auction of that 10,000-year soul bone. Look, the boxes above are all full. Of course, they're full. Almost all the major sects of the entire Tiando Empire have gathered for this auction. As everyone discussed, the host of the auction, dressed in a suit, walked up to the stage, yelled a microphone, and smiled at the bidders. "Good evening, everyone. I am the auctioneer, Shen Yuan, and I will host the auction affairs of the Tianyu Auction House tonight. During the auction, I hope everyone will abide by the rules. Now I declare that the Tianyu Auction House's auction will begin." As he spoke, Shen Yuan gestured to the girl behind him. "Now, let's welcome our first auction item." At the same time, a tall girl, holding a tray covered with a red cloth, placed it in the center of the viewing platform. She pulled off the red cloth to reveal a ring-shaped soul guide. This is a storage-type soul guide with a space of 30 cubic meters. It is a rare storage-type soul guide, starting at a price of 100,000 gold soul coins, with each bid not less than 1,000 gold soul coins, and no upper limit. "Now let's begin the bidding." Shen Yuan spoke passionately, successfully stirring the enthusiasm of the audience. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately placed a bid. 120,000 gold soul coins, 150,000 gold soul coins, 190,000 gold soul coins, 190,000 gold soul coins, 200,000 gold soul coins, 250,000 gold soul coins, 300,000 gold soul coins, 400,000 gold soul coins. The price soared almost immediately, reaching 400,000 in just a few breaths. However, the bidders were all small sects or soul masters without influence. The top 3 sects, the bottom 4 sects, and the Spirit Hall did not place bids. For ordinary soul masters, the ring as a storage-type soul guide is incredibly tempting. Even a soul emperor may not possess a storage soul guide, let alone one with 30 cubic meters of storage space. Although many participants in this auction are here for the soul bones and the treasures that follow, they are also very aware that the Tianyu Auction House has gathered almost all the sect forces on the continent, and the real treasures are not something they can bid for. Even if they manage to win the bid, without absolute strength, they couldn't keep it. Therefore, many people's real purpose is merely to come and see the world or buy some ordinary auction items. A storage space soul guide is still quite enticing. 410,000 gold soul coins. With this price, the venue suddenly fell silent. 410,000 gold soul coins. First time. 410,000 gold soul coins. Second time. 410,000 gold soul coins. Third time sold. Shen Yuan looked around, counting down. The high price of 410,000 gold soul coins was unlikely to be exceeded, and he was quite satisfied with this transaction price. It could be considered a good omen for a successful start. Chapter 82. 3,000-year external soul bones. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking monthly tickets. In the end, this storage bracelet was auctioned off for 410,000 by a well-known soul saint. However, it was not suitable for his large frame. It was likely intended as a gift for a junior or a partner. But these matters had nothing to do with Shun Yuan. He was only responsible for selling the auction items at the highest possible price. Thus, the first auction came to an end. The maid who had been waiting stepped forward again, took away the wooden box containing the storage bracelet. And then another tall maid brought up a new wooden box. Upon opening the wooden box, inside was a peculiar light purple soul bone, which did not belong to any part of the body. The second item in this auction was this 30,000-year-old external soul bone from the Star Moon Fox. What did he just say? Soul bone, 30,000 years, and it's an external soul bone. What a big move, truly a big move. The Tianyu auction house must be bringing out their hidden treasures. The audience at the scene exchanged excited words, their enthusiasm completely stirred by this 30,000-year-old soul bone. Shun Yuan smiled with satisfaction at the audience's reaction. Everyone understood the value of an external soul bone, and this one was worth 30,000. I want to say more. The starting price for this soul bone is 500,000 gold soul coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. As soon as he finished speaking, someone started to bid. 530,000, 550,000, 600,000. The scene instantly became chaotic. Those present were either high-ranking soul masters or leaders of sects, and they were very clear about the function of soul bones, especially the extremely rare external soul bones. To put it bluntly, obtaining this external soul bone could increase their strength by at least 10 to 20% for soul masters of their level. Such an increase was tremendous. Therefore, the value of the 30,000-year-old external soul bone was evident. 700,000, 701,000, 702,000. The bidding continued to soar to 700,000 gold soul coins, and the price kept climbing. The external soul bone of the 30,000-year-old Star Moon Fox. In the VIP box of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong turned to Hulaina when she heard the auction, a smile on her lips. Does Nar like this soul bone? Yes. Hulaina nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then I will give it to you as a birthday gift. Bibi Dong chuckled, rubbing Hulaina's little head. Meanwhile, the price continued to rise below, and in no time it reached 800,000 gold soul coins. However, at this point, most of the loose soul masters had already withdrawn from the bidding, leaving only the various sect forces to continue competing. Watching Bibi Dong, who had not yet placed a bid, Hulaina became anxious. Master, aren't we participating in the bidding now? Bibi Dong smiled lightly, pinching Hulaina's nose. Nar, don't worry, let those small fish and shrimp stir up enough first, and then we'll make our move to save time. As the current pope of the Spirit Hall, the largest power in Douluo continent, many of the forces present were not worthy of her attention. The only ones she truly cared about were a few top-tier sections, 790,000 gold soul coins, 900,000 gold soul coins. When the time was right, Bibi Dong called out a price that silenced all other voices. Although the 30,000-year-old external soul bone was a good item at 900,000, one had to seriously consider whether to continue competing. 901,000. Not long after, someone broke the silence. Seeing this, Bibi Dong calmly said, 905,000. Directly increasing the bid by 42,000 silenced the previous bidder again, because from Bibi Dong's tone, it was clear that 905,000 was not her limit. Moreover, the key point was that the person bidding was from one of the top 3 VIP boxes. Whether it was the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, or the Spirit Hall, any one of these forces could not be offended. 906,000. At that moment, in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's box, Yu Engine, who had never bid before, suddenly spoke up, raising the price by another 10,000. Yu Yuanlin looked puzzled. Sectmaster, didn't you show no interest in this soul bone? Why are you suddenly raising the price now? The Spirit Hall, wanting this soul bone 1TB that simple. Saying this, Yu Engine glanced at the Spirit Hall box and sneered coldly. He was just deliberately driving up the price. This soul bone's normal price was at most around 905,000. He was just trying to make the Spirit Hall spend more soul coins. The character of Sectmaster Yu really hasn't changed at all. Inside the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School box, Ning Fengji smiled at this scene. Although Sword Douluo did not say anything, he shook his head. He did not approve of Yu Engine's actions. One either did not offend the Spirit Hall, or struck with a thunderous blow. Such petty actions were of no use. In the Spirit Hall box, Bibi Dong had no reaction to Yu Engine's provocation. She simply stated the new price, 1,100,000. Does sect master you want to continue raising the bid? A gentleman does not take away what others love, since your holiness likes it. I will do a favor and let it go to the spirit hall. After a moment of silence, a hearty voice came from the opposite box. Then thank you. Sect master you. With that, a hint of purple light flashed in BB Dong's eyes. 1,100,000 for the first time. 1,100,000 for the second time. 1,100,000 for the third time sold. Shen Yuan began to count down again. With the high price of 1,100,000 gold soul coins and the spirit hall personally making a move, no one at the scene would dare to bid again. As the auction of the soul bone concluded, Shen Yuan began a new round of bidding. One precious item after another was brought to the auction stage. Chapter 83, Mysterious Sword Sheath. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking monthly tickets. At this time, the gap between loose soul masters and soul master sects became even more apparent. Except for the initial storage soul guide, no other items were won by loose soul masters. All were acquired by the various sect forces present. Now introducing the 21st auction item, the Mysterious Sword Sheath. While speaking, Shen Yuan unveiled the red cloth covering the tray, revealing a lineup of the 21st auction item. This was a sword sheath presenting a dreamlike ice blue color. It was unknown what material the sheath was made of, but it constantly emitted a chilling aura. Although Shen Yuan did not know the exact origin of the sword sheath, in accordance with the professional ethics of an auctioneer, he still did his best to introduce its advantages. Everyone should not underestimate this sword sheath. Its sheath body is particularly hard and can withstand a full force strike from a tidal Douluo without a scratch. If it could be reforged, it would surely become an extraordinary divine weapon. The mysterious sword sheath has a starting price of 10,000 gold soul coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 100 gold soul coins. What use does this thing have? I feel it's useless. Although the introduction of the sword sheath sounded good, everyone present, the soul masters, could detect the underlying message. Aside from being hard, this sword sheath had no other advantages. While the soul masters allowed into the auction house were not short on money, they would not spend 10,000 gold soul coins on a piece of hard scrap metal. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths passed, and no one called out bid. The auction house fell into silence for the first time, with no one intending to place a bid. Would it really not sell? At this thought, Shen Yuan's expression became somewhat unnatural, regretting why he had included the sword sheath in the auction list and set such a high price of 10,000 gold soul coins. For an auctioneer, having a product go unsold is a major taboo. It is a significant blow to the auctioneer's reputation. And any excellent auctioneer would not want the auction they preside over to have items go unsold due to a lack of bids. Please don't let it go unsold. Just as Shen Yuan was silently praying in his heart, in the VIP room of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ling Tian felt an inexplicable sensation towards that sword sheath. In the spirit world, Bingji Yin Shuang was vibrating violently. It was as if the sword sheath in itself were originally a whole. The Bingji Yin Shuang sword continuously conveyed to it an urgent desire to merge with the sword sheath. If Ling Tian obtained that sword sheath, it would greatly enhance your martial soul. Gu Xiaoran's voice quietly echoed in Ling Tian's heart, and his tone was unusually serious. What does it have to do with me? Ling Tian frowned slightly and responded with a ripple of thought. I will explain it to you later, but you need to get it quickly. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it, Gu Xiaoran said earnestly. Ling Tian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow Gu Xiaoran's suggestion. At this moment, Ning Fengji, who was beside him, noticed Ling Tian's hesitation and subtly adjusted the price to 10,000 gold soul coins. 10,000. 10,000 once. 10,000 twice. 10,000 3 times. Hearing that someone finally made a bid, a hint of surprise flashed in Shen Yuan's eyes, and without thinking, as if afraid the bidder would back out, he ended the auction with the fastest speed he had ever used in his life. The item was sold. From then on, it was no longer his concern. The payment and all related matters would be handled by the Tianyu auction house. As long as it was sold and didn't remain unsold, it was fine. Phew! It finally sold. Looking at the sword sheath being taken down, Shen Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He silently vowed, next time there is something like this, it absolutely cannot be put on stage. Meanwhile, in the VIP box of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Ling Tian cupped his hands in gratitude. According to the Golden Dragon King, this sword sheath was indeed very important to him. Ning Fengji just smiled lightly. It's only 10,000 gold soul coins. Since you like it, just buy it. To Ning Fengji, 10,000 gold soul coins was a small sum, and he had already agreed to help Ling Tian bid on items he liked. As time passed, the auction was nearing its end. After the second to last item was sold, Shen Yuan went down with the maid and was replaced by an older man. Old man Li Yuan, I will host the final item of today's auction. The old man's calm voice was like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the audience. The host of the auction was actually Li Yuan. Li Yuan, a title Douluo at level 92, with the ultimate weapon martial soul, the Thunderblade. Known as the Thunderblade Douluo, both the auction house and the soul fighting arena were lucrative businesses. To hold onto such a large piece of meat, they naturally needed strong individuals behind them, and this old man was one of the current strongmen of the auction house. It's actually His Excellency Thunderblade. This lord is personally hosting the auction. With this lord presiding, the last item was definitely not simple. After a brief shock, everyone began to speculate about what the last item could be that would warrant a title Douluo to preside over it. Meanwhile, in the VIP box of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ling Tian also became curious about Li Yuan's strength. Master, how strong is this Thunderblade Douluo? His strength is passable. Generally, title Douluos are not his opponents, and he should be able to compete with the old bones. Chen Xian commented lightly on Li Yuan's strength, introducing a unit of measurement for Ling Tian's better understanding, though it was unclear whether he was intentionally bringing Gu Rong into the mix. And compared to Master, Ling Tian asked with more curiosity. Naturally, he's not my opponent. Seemingly due to Gu Rong's inclusion, Chen Xian's tone carried a hint of pride. Ning Fengji turned his head, smiled lightly, and said, Xiao Tian, your master is known as the strongest attacking title Douluo. There are very few in the continent who can surpass your master's combat power. Just as everyone was discussing, Li Yuan had already opened the last wooden box, revealing 3 luminous white tokens engraved with the word kill in orange. The orange kill order of the Lingsha Hall. Its value goes without saying. Li Yuan turned the wooden box to reveal the 3 tokens and calmly said, this auction will be divided into 3 rounds, with 1 token auctioned in each round. The first orange kill order starts bidding now, with a starting price of 1 million gold soul coins, and each bid must increase by no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. As soon as he finished speaking, the few sects that had previously maintained a watching attitude could no longer sit still and rush to participate in the bidding. Although they knew they would have difficulty winning against the major sects, they still wanted to give it a try. 1,100,000 gold soul coins. 1,900,000 gold soul coins. 2 million gold soul coins. 2,500,000 gold soul coins. 4,500,000 gold soul coins. The price soared, quickly reaching 8 million. At this point, over 90% of the sects had dropped out, and only the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and the Spirit Hall, the 3 largest forces in the Douluo continent, remained capable of increasing their bids. 9 million. Ning Fengji made another move, directly raising the price by 1 million, bringing it to a new height. Master you, Your Holiness the Pope, there are 3 tokens in this auction. As long as you do not compete with me for this token, I will not participate in the bidding for the remaining 2 tokens. Ning Fengji expressed his intentions immediately to avoid being targeted by both parties. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School only wanted 1 token, as long as Bai Dong and Yu Yunjin did not raise their bids. Ning Fengji would automatically give up the competition for the remaining 2 tokens, but it also expressed another meaning. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Spirit Hall kept pressing, then what Ning Fengji wanted would not just be 1 token. With the financial power of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was possible to buy all 3 tokens. Moreover, even if they did not win the bidding, they would have to pay more to obtain the token. Therefore, Ning Fengji proactively withdrew from the upcoming competition, which was good news for Bai Dong and Yu Yunjin. Yu Yunjin's eyes flickered, and he said loudly, since Sect Master Ning has spoken, I will give up on this token. However, Bai Dong slightly parted her lips and also agreed to Ning Fengji's request. Normally, auctions do not allow guests to negotiate privately, but given the extraordinary identities of Ning Fengji and the others, even title Douluos would not dare to easily offend them. So even though Li Yuan was hosting, he could only ignore the conversation among the 3. 9 million gold soul coins once. 9 million gold soul coins twice. 9 million gold soul coins 3 times sold. With the fall of the auction hammer, the first orange kill order was successfully acquired by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for 9 million gold soul coins. Got it. A smile appeared in Ning Fengji's eyes. Although 9 million gold soul coins was quite a bit, they achieved their goal of obtaining the token. Li Yuan glanced around at everyone and took out the second token, calmly stating, the second orange kill order starts bidding, with a starting price of 1 million gold soul coins. He was not worried that this time would only sell for 9 million gold soul coins like the first, because the second and third tokens were the main attractions of this auction. Sure enough, as soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, Bai Dong directly raised the price to 9 million, raising the price ninefold and shutting down any sects that wanted to bid. 9 million once, 9 million twice, 10 million. Just as Li Yuan was about to swing the auction hammer, Yu Engine spoke up again, adding another 10 million, and said cheerfully, I happen to want this token as well. I wonder if Your Holiness the Pope could yield? Yu Engine hesitated for a long time, but still did not want to give in to BB Dong. Although 9 million was their unspoken agreement, he was worried that if BB Dong obtained the token and then broke the contract to continue competing, he would have no way to deal with it. Therefore, Yu Engine wanted to secure the second token first and take the initiative. 11 million. BB Dong opened her red lips slightly, and her faint voice spread out. The highest bidder wins. Since the sect master you wants it, let's see the true value in the price. At the same time, a hint of deep purple flashed in her eyes. The Pope is right. In the private room, Yu Engine took a sip of tea, revealing a somewhat inexplicable smile on his face. 12 million, 13 million, 14 million, 15 million. BB Dong and Yu Engine were truly competing against each other. As their bids continued to rise, the price climbed all the way up, and it looked like it was about to reach 20 million, 18 million. Listening to the continuously rising price, Ling Tian couldn't help but click his tongue, sighing, in just a short while, it has increased by 9 million. This price shouldn't go up any further, right? I think it needs to go up at least another million. Ning Fengji shook his head, speaking with certainty. Just wait and see. After a brief silence, another bid was announced. 20 million. Just as Ning Fengji had predicted, BB Dong announced the high price of 20 million. This was also her final bottom line. Although the Spirit Hall was spread across the entire continent, its annual financial expenditure was considerable, and added to that, her empire's plans also required funds, so 20 million was already her limit. With the announcement of 20 million, the entire room erupted in an uproar. No one expected that the second orange killing order would be auctioned off at such a high price. At this moment, Yu Engine found himself in a difficult position, no longer able to maintain his previous calm demeanor. His expression dark and conflicted as he contemplated whether to continue raising the bid, to give up or to continue. If he gave up on this token now, BB Dong would definitely retaliate in the auction of the last token, and the price he would have to pay then might be even more than the current 20 million. But if he continued, the high price of 20 million would also be a significant burden for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. At this moment, Yu Engine was caught in a dilemma. 20 million once, 20 million twice. Li Yuan paused for a moment, looking expectantly in the direction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. 20 million 3 times. Sold. Clap. The auction hammer struck again. The second token was ultimately auctioned off at the high price of 20 million, successfully obtained by the Spirit Hall. In the second round of recommendations, I ask everyone to continue supporting. I'm here asking for recommendations. If this round of recommendations can advance, I will definitely give everyone a big update once it's on the shelves, as a promise. Chapter 85. The Sword Sheath's Anomaly. Congratulations, Your Holiness, for successfully auctioning the second token. Li Yuan bowed and said, a smile appearing in his eyes, clearly very satisfied with the price just now. Immediately after, Li Yuan took a deep look at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and said meaningfully, next is the last orange killing order. Everyone should seize the opportunity. The starting price is still 1 million gold soul coins. The auction begins now. Yu Engine called out the first bid, 10 million, 15 million. But after just spending 11 million more, BB Dong naturally wouldn't let Yu Engine off easily, directly raising the price by 5 million. Yu Engine gritted his teeth, 16 million. As soon as he finished speaking, another calm voice rang out, 20 million, 21 million, 23 million. Finally, with BB Dong's help, Yu Engine gritted his teeth and secured the last orange killing order at the high price of 26 million. Throughout the auction, Li Yuan maintained a cheerful demeanor, clearly satisfied with the progress of the auction. After a while, a servant from the Tianyu auction house came to the private room of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Sect Master Ning, this is what you just auctioned. Saying this, the servant placed a spatial ring in front of Ning Fengji. After Ning Fengji checked the items and confirmed they were correct, the servant slowly exited the room. Xiao Tian, this is yours. Ning Fengji thought of something and took out the sword sheath inside the ring and handed it to Ling Tian. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Ling Tian said, extending his hand to take the sword sheath. Clang! Just as he barely touched the sword sheath, a strong response came from his martial soul, and the sheath began to tremble violently, as if responding to the ice crystal sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The shaking of the sheath grew more intense, suddenly breaking free from Ling Tian's grasp. The originally hard sheath, capable of withstanding tidal Douluo, completely disintegrated, turning into countless blue specks, which ultimately converged into a blue light that surged into Ling Tian's brow. Once the sword sheath entered his body, the martial soul regained its calm. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and to Ning Fengji and Chen Exine, it only appeared as if the sword sheath had suddenly disappeared. So they merely thought that Ling Tian had put away the sword sheath. Before Ling Tian could examine it in detail, Ning Fengji's gentle voice reached his ears. Xiao Tian, since the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the Heaven-Do City is along the way, why don't you return with us? Okay, Ling Tian nodded, just coming back to his senses. He originally chose to stay in Tianyu City for safety, and now returning to Heaven-Do City with Ning Fengji, under the protection of Chen Xin and the sex experts, was naturally much safer than being alone. Then let's not delay, we should set off now. Ning Fengji smiled and nodded. A moment later, outside the forest on the outskirts of Tianyu City, the convoy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Tian, you will ride in the same carriage as me. Saying this, Ning Fengji led Ling Tian to a beautifully decorated carriage. Ling Tian looked at Chen Xin, who was standing beside him, and asked in confusion, Uncle Ning, isn't the teacher coming with us? Ning Fengji smiled faintly and explained the reason to Ling Tian. Jian Shu needs to stay up there to keep watch over the surroundings and ensure our safety. Ling Tian nodded and got on the carriage with Ning Fengji. Let's go. With a command from Chen Xin, the convoy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School set off. The space inside the carriage was quite large. In addition to the normal seating, there was also a table. Although two people were sharing one carriage, the interior still felt spacious, even with 4 or 5 more people. It wouldn't feel crowded. At this moment, Ling Tian and Ning Fengji were sitting on either side of the table. After chatting for a while, Ning Fengji put down his teacup and looked at Ling Tian with a smile, saying, Little Tian, Uncle Ning wants to ask for your opinion on something. Please speak. Uncle Ning, Ling Tian replied, sitting up straight and serious. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction and said, Little Tian, what do you think of Rong Rong? Senior sister Rong Rong is quite good. Ling Tian pondered for a moment and said softly, although her personality is somewhat spoiled, she has undergone quite a transformation during this time. With her talent and Uncle Ning's guidance, she will surely become a qualified heir to the sect in the future. That's great. I can rest assured to hand Rong Rong over to you, Ning Fengji said happily, patting Ling Tian's shoulder like a father-in-law increasingly fond of his son-in-law. Ling Tian was taken aback for a moment, just about to say something when Ning Fengji's elegant voice rang out again. Xiao Tian, find a time in the next few days to discuss your engagement with Rong Rong. Wait a minute. Before he could finish, Ling Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ning Fengji. Uncle Ning, are you suggesting that I get engaged to senior sister Rong Rong? Ning Fengji smiled gently and nodded. You and Rong Rong are of similar age, having grown up together, so there's a foundation of affection. Qing He and I both feel that this engagement is very suitable. Engagement? Ling Tian looked at Ning Fengji in disbelief. They hadn't seemed to mention anything about an engagement before, so how did Ning Fengji suddenly shift the topic to that? Moreover, he clearly remembered that he had never agreed to it. How could Ning Fengji take it upon himself to decide the engagement between him and Ning Rong Rong? Just when Ling Tian was at a loss, Ning Fengji's gentle voice came again. Xiao Tian, I've already discussed it with Qing He. If you have no objections, when Rong Rong returns in a few days, we can go ahead and settle the engagement. As for when to get married, that will depend on both of your opinions. After saying this, Ning Fengji eagerly awaited Ling Tian's response. The Supreme Sword Martial Soul and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda were essentially a replica of Sword Douluo and himself. If these two kids could truly be together, then after 100 years, Ning Fengji wouldn't have to worry about how to preserve the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School anymore. During the second round of recommendations, I ask everyone to continue supporting. I'm here asking for recommendations, monthly tickets, and tips. As long as this round of recommendations can advance, I promise to provide explosive updates once it's published, as a commitment. Chapter 86, Seeking Recommendations, Seeking Collections, Seeking Monthly Tickets in the Court. Moreover, as a father, Ning Fengji knows his daughter very well. Rongrong has always been proud and spoiled in the sect. Yet, this little princess, who fears nothing, is willing to patiently listen to Ling Tian's suggestions and even make changes for him. Ning Fengji had seen through her little thoughts long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the liberty to bring up the engagement with Xue Qinghe without consulting Ning Rongrong first. Although Ning Fengji wanted the sect to last, he was fundamentally still a father. While ensuring the sect's stability, he still wanted Ning Rongrong to find true happiness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Oscar a chance in the original story. Ling Tian raised his head and said seriously, "Uncle Ning, I think this marriage proposal is inappropriate." Ning Fengji's expression changed, and his gaze became sharp. "What's wrong? Don't you like Rongrong? Senior sister Rongrong is very good." Ling Tian paused for a moment, staring intently into Ning Fengji's eyes, and spoke earnestly, word by word, "But I have always regarded senior sister Rongrong as family, just like you and the teacher. Therefore, Uncle Ning, I cannot agree to this matter." Although saying this would provoke Ning Fengji's displeasure, liking someone is liking someone, and not liking someone is not liking them. Not accepting yet not rejecting is just deceiving others' feelings. He did not want to find a backup for himself, nor did he want to toy with others' emotions. If he gave Ning Fengji an ambiguous answer, the one who would ultimately be hurt would only be Ning Rongrong, and Ling Tian did not want to do that. Ning Fengji remained silent for a long time, and finally said, "Xiao Tian, Uncle Ning, please forgive me." But before he could finish, Ling Tian deeply bowed, then raised his head and said with a serious expression, "Ling Tian knows that doing this may offend Uncle Ning, but I do not want to deceive you. In matters of feelings, liking is liking, and not liking is not liking. Forcing two people who do not love each other together will only result in countless injuries in the end. So, you do not like Rongrong?" "Yes." Ling Tian nodded firmly and said seriously, "I have never liked senior sister Rongrong from the beginning to the end. I was the one who was abrupt." Ning Fengji fell silent for a while and sighed, saying no more. In the city of Heaven Do, as the sun rose, the sky gradually brightened. The morning light broke through the clouds, illuminating the first golden rays of sunlight. The beams of light danced with the clouds, casting their glow on every corner of the imperial city. The morning light shone on the coiling dragon columns on both sides of the Huangji Hall, making the engraved golden dragons appear even more radiant, adding a touch of majesty to the scene. On the large square steps, armored soldiers stood in formation, holding swords and halberds, guarding the entire Huangji Hall. Meanwhile, the civil and military officials of the Heaven Do Empire were gathered in groups on the square, quietly waiting for the upcoming court meeting to begin. To court. Finally, a familiar sharp voice broke the silence. The civil and military officials stepped up the steps one by one, entering through the main door of the Huangji Hall, and stood silently in their respective positions according to the order of the court. They held their memorials in hand, waiting for Emperor Xuye to emerge from behind the curtain. The sound of footsteps grew closer. The officials looked up expectantly, awaiting the arrival of His Majesty. "The Crown Prince has arrived." The sharp voice rang out timely, changing from the familiar His Majesty to the Crown Prince. At the same time, dressed in a bright yellow robe, Qian Rinxue slowly emerged from behind the curtain. Her expression solemn, with her hands clasped behind her back. Although young, she already exuded a hint of imperial authority in her every gesture. Qi Lin, remembering Xuye's instructions, stood beside Qian Rinxue, just as he had during Xuye's court session, standing on her right side. "Why, Your Highness?" The civil and military officials looked up in unison, puzzled, at Qian Rinxue standing in the hall. The incident last night had happened suddenly, and the officials had not received any notice about Xuye's decision to appoint the Crown Prince to oversee the state. However, despite this, the court remained silent. There was no need for them to speak, as someone would inevitably question why today's court attendees had changed from His Majesty to the Crown Prince. Sure enough, someone quickly stepped forward. Standing in the front row, Xuexing took a step forward, disregarding the Crown Prince's dignity, speaking passionately. "Qinghe, that is Your Majesty's position. Even if you are the Crown Prince, you cannot stand there. Hurry and get down." It sounded like he was looking out for Qian Rinxue, but upon closer inspection, his words were quite cutting, almost accusing her of plotting a coup. The courtiers' hearts trembled slightly as they contemplated this. "Your Highness, please remain calm." Hearing Xuexing's questioning, Qian Rinxue smiled lightly, glanced at him, and then said leisurely, "Qi Lin, read out Father Emperor's decree again in front of everyone." "Yes." Qi Lin bowed, and then unfolded Xuye's imperial edict. "I, Xue, Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Decree that my son Xue Qinghe shall oversee the state as crown prince from today. All matters within the country, whether military or political, are now to be handled by the crown prince. The crown prince's will is my will, and no one shall delay it. Those who disobey shall be executed. After finishing, Qi Lin folded the edict again and stepped back beside Qian Renxue. Standing to the right of the throne, Qian Renxue surveyed the officials below and calmly asked, "Do any of you still have objections? Long live the crown prince. Long live, long live." Since it was Emperor Xuye's decree, the officials no longer thought further and, following the courtiers aligned with the crown prince's faction, knelt on the ground to pay their respects. "All rise." Qian Renxue smiled lightly. Meanwhile, among the officials, Xuexing stood there in a daze. "Your Majesty?" Xuexing was shocked and instinctively exclaimed, "How could His Majesty let you oversee the state?" It seemed that the royal uncle did not believe in the authenticity of the edict. Qian Renxue's lips curled into a playful smile as she raised her hand, saying, "Qi Lin, since the royal uncle does not believe, let him see for himself." Chapter 87. The Edge revealed yes. Qi Lin cupped his hands and walked to Xuexing, handing over the edict. Xuye's handwriting was very familiar to Xuexing. At a glance, he could confirm that this was indeed the imperial edict personally written by Xuye. But this was unreasonable. Why would his older brother suddenly appoint Xue Qinghe to oversee the state without any prior warning and without consulting anyone, not even his only brother? What on earth was His Majesty trying to do? "Royal uncle, do you still have questions now?" Qian Renxue turned slightly, looking at Xuexing with a calm expression. "You are overthinking it. As the crown prince of Heaven Do, it is only natural for you to oversee the state." Xuexing forced a smile, laughing it off as he retreated back among the officials. Qian Renxue smiled lightly, glancing at everyone. "Then now, is there anyone still in doubt?" "We have no objections." The officials responded in unison, bowing. Qian Renxue waved her hand, casting a deep glance at Xuexing, and calmly said, "Then let us begin the court session. I remember that Minister Li submitted a memorial a few days ago, which was delayed due to the emperor's illness. Today, I will handle state affairs on behalf of the emperor, starting with your memorial, Minister Li." "Yes." Minister Li squinted his eyes and cast a sympathetic glance at Xuexing. He was a confidant of the crown prince's faction, and now that the crown prince mentioned that memorial, he immediately understood Xuexing's intention. This was to target Xuexing, because that memorial was solely focused on one theme: to impeach Xuexing. It detailed all the crimes Xuexing had committed over the years, meticulously recorded. It was precisely because of this that it had been seized by His Majesty, and today, the crown prince had just taken power and wanted to bring up the past to deal with Xuexing again. One had to say, the crown prince was indeed the favored son of His Majesty. With such decisiveness and skill, he truly had a bit of the charm His Majesty had in his youth. Minister Li felt a surge of emotions as he thought that if the empire truly passed to the crown prince's hands, the Heaven Do Empire would likely usher in another century of prosperity. This was also the reason he steadfastly stood by Qian Renxue's side. After a moment of pause, Minister Li stepped out of the line, holding the memorial with both hands, and said loudly, "Your Highness, I wish to impeach Prince Xuexing." "Minister Li, you must think carefully." Qian Renxue's voice was calm, but there was a hint of warning. "Prince Xuexing is my royal uncle. If your impeachment lacks basis, then the crime of slandering a royal family member is not a light one." Although her words sounded like a warning to Minister Li, the smile in Qian Renxue's eyes showed no sign of concealment. "If I speak excessively, I am willing to accept your Highness's punishment." Minister Li bowed and said solemnly. Upon hearing that this concerned himself, Xuexing quickly stepped out of the line, glaring at Li Lin and retorting loudly, "Li Lin, do not speak nonsense in front of the court. I have always been clean and honest. I know my own affairs best." Although Xuexing did not know how Li Lin would impeach him, he instinctively felt he could not let Li Lin speak. Otherwise, today's court would definitely not end well. Li Lin was equally unyielding, glaring back at Xuexing. "Does the prince seem so anxious because he fears me?" "Fear? Why would I fear you? Since you're not afraid, why not let this official finish speaking? Or is it that His Highness the Prince has some secrets that cannot be revealed? This king has done nothing wrong. Why should I listen to your slander? Whether it is slander or not, we will have to wait for His Highness to clarify the truth." Enough. After Qian Renxue finished speaking, her tone suddenly changed, and she looked at the two with an imposing presence. "Your Highness, this king's royal uncle is so resistant to Li Chancellor presenting the memorial. Could it be that he is afraid?" Seeing Xuexing hesitating to speak, Qian Rinshue's lips curled into a cold smile. I of course am not afraid. Shuexing held his head high, insisting. Then let Li Chancellor read it out loud. Saying this, Qian Rinshue turned her head, her deep eyes fixed on Shuexing, stating that this would serve to prove the royal uncle's innocence and prevent anyone from slandering him about this matter in the future. Royal uncle, what do you think? It all depends on your highness's decision. Shuexing's retreat had been completely blocked by Qian Rinshue, and he could only return to the ranks with a bitter face. Qian Rinshue spoke flatly. Li Chancellor, begin. Yes. Li Lin straightened his clothes and walked to the center of the officials, bowing to Qian Rinshue before speaking loudly. Today, I wish to impeach Prince Shuexing on 5 major charges. As a member of the royal family, he has failed to fulfill his duties. Since Prince Shuexing has been in charge of the management of the Tiando Royal Academy, he has failed to recognize talent and employed poorly, leading to a toxic atmosphere in the academy for years, where powerful students run rampant and true scholars are marginalized. Following this, Li Lin criticized Shuexing's crimes from 5 aspects: greed for wealth, lust, desire for power, and abuse of power, using sharp language that shocked the heart. Each word striking deep and every sentence fatal. Each of Li Lin's words pierced Shuexing's greatest pain in life. It's over, all over. One charge after another made Shuexing's face turn pale, and his lips trembled continuously. I should have thought of this. Shuexing would definitely not let him go after gaining power. Yet he had just jumped out impatiently, fearing that Shuexing would overlook him. At this moment, he finally understood Shuexing's intention. The Crown Prince's foundation is still shallow, and in order to quickly intimidate the court officials, he wants to use himself, the prince with the worst relationship with him, as an example to establish authority. At this moment, he understood everything. These were all instigated by Shuexing. If it were not so, how would a chancellor like Li Lin dare to impeach a current prince? Clap, clap. As Li Lin counted off the charges, Shuexing, despite trying to maintain his remaining dignity, was betrayed by the beads of sweat continuously falling from his forehead, revealing his inner panic. Shuexing is not Shueyi. The conflict between Shuexing and Shueyi would not allow Shuexing to consider brotherly feelings. Seizing this opportunity, he would certainly not let Shuexing have it easy. I can guarantee with my life that the charges listed above are all true. Finally, Li Lin handed over the thick memorial to the palace attendant responsible for delivering it, bowed deeply to Qian Rinshue, and then returned to the ranks of officials. Clap. Qian Rinshue flipped through the memorial for a moment, then closed it. She slowly raised her head, half closing her eyes, her cold voice devoid of any warmth. Li Chancellor, does the royal uncle not wish to explain? Chapter 88. Depose Shuexing. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking monthly tickets. Your Highness. Shuexing opened his mouth, but was unable to argue. He could only lower his head in silence, standing still. Qian Rinshue looked down at Shuexing and said flatly, does the royal uncle have nothing to say? Shuexing remained silent. You really are a good royal uncle to me. Originally calm, Qian Rinshue seemed angered by Shuexing's attitude. She suddenly stood up, angrily slammed the memorial down, and glared at Shuexing, saying, your father trusts you so much that he entrusted you with the management of the Tiando Royal Academy and the military and political power of the empire. Is this how you repay your father's trust? Why have you not managed the rampant behavior of the powerful in the Tiando Royal Academy? Why has the disaster relief funding for the Balak Duchy been delayed? Why have you not reported the equipment shortages of the Imperial border troops to His Majesty? Do you really want the disaster victims or the Xing Luo army to reach the Imperial city? Qian Rinshue threw out one sharp question after another, although some were exaggerated. They were all reasonable, causing the officials present to feel their hearts tremble. After a brief pause, Qian Rinshue coldly stared at Shuexing, saying, Shuexing, I need your explanation. I am guilty. Shuexing immediately admitted to his crimes as soon as he opened his mouth. He understood that this was all orchestrated by Qian Rinshue, and no matter how he argued, it would be useless, so Shuexing directly admitted to all the charges. After all, he had his royal status, and Qian Rinshue could not possibly kill him. Uncle, what punishment should a prince receive for committing a crime? Qian Rinshue shifted her gaze to the elderly man sitting in the corner of the court, who was the only one in the hall with a special status and could have a place in the court. The old man's name was Shuechun, the prince of the Tiando Empire. He was Shueye's uncle and had steadfastly supported Shueyi when he had not yet risen to power, contributing greatly to his ascension. Therefore, he was the only surviving royal member of the Tiando Empire who had been granted a title. Due to his advancing age, He had withdrawn from the court and began to handle internal royal matters behind the scenes, rarely attending court. Leaning on his cane, Xueqin stood up leisurely, looked at the crown prince, who already had considerable imperial authority, and sighed, saying, "I am old and have no interest in power struggles. After so many years of storms, it has not been easy for the Tiando Empire to reach this point. The royal family has already shed enough blood over the years, and I do not wish to see any more fratricide." Although Xueqin was old, he was not confused. He clearly understood the two factions of the court, the crown prince's party and the prince's party. Although Li Lin was a chancellor, he would never have dared to stand up and accuse Xueqin without Qian Renxue's instructions. To be fair, Xueqin greatly admired Qian Renxue, decisive and ruthless. These are the qualities a qualified emperor should possess, and he was very reassured to hand the Tiando Empire over to Qian Renxue. But admiration aside, he did not want to see the royal family harm each other. When Shui ascended to the throne, many royal members died or were injured, apart from Xueqin, who supported him. The other princes were either executed or exiled to the wilderness to fend for themselves. Now that he was older, he did not want to see such tragedies happen again. "Uncle, I do not wish to see this either." Qian Renxue understood Xueqin's thoughts and shook her head, sighing. "It's just that the royal uncle has gone too far. If we do not punish him severely, our royal family will likely lose its dignity." Xueqin sighed heavily, his cane striking the ground, and said slowly, "No matter how you deal with Xueqin, I have only one request. Do not let the royal family shed blood again." Qing, he is just governing on behalf of his father. How to deal with the royal uncle still needs his majesty to decide personally. With Xueqin's tacit approval, Qian Renxue smiled lightly, but then her tone shifted, revealing a look of difficulty. "But the royal uncle has committed such a grave mistake. If he is not punished, it will be hard to appease the public. This king proposes to remove Xueqin from all positions and temporarily hand over management to the crown prince." Xueqin sighed, directly sweeping Xueqin away from all positions, leaving nothing behind. The only identity left was that of the royal uncle. "Do you have any objections to the judgment of the uncle?" Qian Renxue stood with her hands behind her back, surveying the crowd before the throne, exuding an imperial majesty. She embodied the aura of a queen who could command the world and sweep away the clouds. Ministers, no objections. Even Prince Chun stood on the side of the crown prince, and no one in the court dared to oppose her. The ministers of the crown prince's faction were excited. They had always been suppressed by the royal prince faction, but with Qian Renxue in power, they could finally sweep away the gloom. Meanwhile, the ministers of the royal prince faction were all on edge, fearing that Qian Renxue's next target would be themselves. The royal uncle was getting old and should rest for a while. As she spoke, Qian Renxue smiled and turned her head, then her tone suddenly changed. "Starting tomorrow, if there are no special circumstances, there will be no need to come to the palace for morning court." Expelling Xueqin from the court was Qian Renxue's ultimate goal. This was a test of her capabilities by Shui. Although her actions against Xueqin were somewhat rash, the dignity of an emperor could not be provoked. And this was a true reflection of what an emperor should be. Otherwise, if she were questioned by her subordinates without any imperial authority, how could Shui trust her with the country? Qian Renxue continued, "Meng Shunji by Baoshan, Jilin." The three of them felt a stir in their hearts, took a step forward and bowed. Qian Renxue said sternly, "From today onwards, all matters of the Tiando Royal Academy will be entrusted to the three of you. No matter what means you use, within 3 months, I want you to rectify the atmosphere within the academy." "Yes." The three exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Previously, they had been deeply frustrated by the state of the academy due to Xueqin's interference. But they could only watch helplessly as the academy fell into corruption day by day. Now that Xueqin had been dismissed, Qian Renxue had given them enough power. Although they only had 3 months, they were confident they could change the various bad habits within the academy. "Is there anyone else who has something to report?" Qian Renxue looked around the crowd and asked nonchalantly. After establishing her authority just now, no one in the court dared to underestimate the usually gentle crown prince. In the following 2 days, Qian Renxue continued to handle court affairs. However, to the surprise of the ministers, apart from Xueqin, she did not deal with any other ministers from the royal prince faction. The entire court, aside from losing Xueqin, saw no other changes. Because of Xueqin's dismissal, the ministers of the royal prince faction, who were anxious, began to waver during these 2 days, with many expressing their desire to abandon the dark and join the crown prince's faction. After absorbing some ministers from the royal prince faction, the crown prince's faction grew stronger, gradually transforming from a stalemate to one of dominance. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Royal Extreme Hall, Your Majesty, This is what the crown prince has been doing in the court these days. Qi Lin knelt on one knee before Shui Yi, respectfully reporting on Qian Rinchue's situation. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Shui Yi laughed heartily from his bed. As expected of my son, although his methods are still somewhat immature, achieving this step is already commendable. Overall, Shui Yi was quite satisfied with Qian Rinchue's handling of matters, especially in establishing authority in the court. First, she leveraged Shui Yi's influence to suppress Shui Xing's arrogance. Then, she used Prince Qin's words to strip Shui Xing of his power. Finally, Qian Rinchue personally took action to completely expel Shui Xing from the court, thereby recruiting the ministers of the royal prince faction. The entire plan was intricately linked, completely removing obstacles from the court without bloodshed. Although taking action against Shui Xing immediately seemed impatient, it revealed the majesty of an emperor. As the years passed, Shui Yi slowly sat up from his bed, looking at his aging reflection in the mirror, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Once a young man full of vigor, he now lay bedridden, plagued by illness. He hadn't been defeated by anyone, but had lost the time. Sighing, Shui Yi asked, Qi Lin, how long have we known each other? Replying to your majesty, it's been 24 years. Qi Lin gently responded, bowing beside the bed. 24 years, and you still remember clearly. I have become an old man, almost forgetting what I looked like when I was young, Shui Yi said with a bitter smile. Qi Lin stood up and bowed respectfully, saying, your majesty's kindness back then, I will never forget. Shui Yi patted Qi Lin's shoulder and said, Qi Lin, I want to entrust you with something. Your majesty, my life is given by you. Please command me as you wish. Qi Lin raised his head and spoke earnestly. Protect Qing He well, Shui Yi said solemnly. Qing, he is the heir I have chosen. He absolutely cannot come harm. You are the last insurance I leave for the crown prince. You must ensure his safety. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Shui Yi's murky eyes as he stood up and slowly said, the future of the Tiando Empire belongs to Qing He. I can die, and other princes can die, but he cannot have any accidents. As long as I am here, I will ensure the crown prince's safety. Qi Lin clasped his fists, his tone calm, yet resolute, exuding a sense of trust. With you here, I am at ease. Shui Yi walked beside Qi Lin, gently patting his shoulder again, saying, I entrust Qing He to you. You're the only one I trust now. Please take care of yourself. Qi Lin said solemnly, cupping his hands, and then vanished from before Shui Yi, leaving only a sole power not weaker than a title Douluo in the palace. Qi Lin, a title Douluo of level 93, with a martial soul ghost dragon flame vine. Meanwhile, in the study of the crown prince's mansion, I didn't expect that there is still a title Douluo hidden within the Tiando royal family. Looking at the information obtained by Shilong, Qian Rinchue's eyes flashed with surprise. However, upon further thought, it wasn't surprising. After all, the Tiando Empire was one of the two great empires. How could it not cultivate a title Douluo? Your Highness, do we need to eliminate him? Shilong placed his hand on his neck, making a gesture of taking him out, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and gloom. Although Qi Lin was also a title Douluo, with him and Cuttlefish working together, they still had a chance to take down Qi Lin 2 against 1. Do not act rashly for now. Qian Rinchue shook her head. He is currently by my side. If we act now, it will surely alert the snake. If it affects the plan, it will be counterproductive. Also, in the future, unless there is an emergency, try not to appear in the crown prince's mansion. All of you are titled Douluos. It will be difficult to hide it from each other. However, a hint of difficulty appeared in Shilong's eyes. Your Highness's safety. Qian Rinchue, with her hands behind her back, smiled calmly. No need to worry. Qi Lin wouldn't dare neglect my safety. With him protecting me, it will be easier for you to act against Shui Yi. She had already guessed Shui Yi's thoughts. Qi Lin's identity was special within the Tiando royal family. Since Shui Yi had sent him to protect her, he had most likely made up his mind to pass the throne to her. Now that she had taken the initiative to bring Qi Lin out, the task of monitoring Shui Yi would become much easier. Let's leave it at that for now. Qi Lin should be back soon. As she spoke, Qian Rinchue blew out the candlelight, slowly leaving the secret chamber and closing the hidden door behind her. Her subordinate understood. Shilong bowed one last time and gradually disappeared from the secret chamber, while the doors and windows inside showed no signs of disturbance. Because experts usually do not exit through doors. Time passed quickly. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Qian Rinchue walked to the window. Her delicate hand rested on the window frame, and she raised her chin, her deep, beautiful eyes gazing into the distance as she softly murmured, Xiao Tian should be arriving in Heavendo City by now, right? Mentioning Ling Tian filled Qian Rinchue with anticipation, and a joyful emotion echoed in her heart. Her brother was indeed the most outstanding. Even the discerning sword Douluo praised her little Tian. Thinking of this, a pleasant smile appeared at the corner of Qian Rinchua's mouth. But soon a hint of resentment flickered in her eyes. After all, having such an outstanding brother also brought troubles. Just as he was beginning to shine, he was targeted by the old fox Ning Fengji. If it weren't for her clever response, they might even have had to hold a wedding upon his return. How old is Xiao Tian? Why should he be betrothed? Chapter 90. Brother? Sister? I want them all. Polite 3 requests. Bah, shameless old man. Qian Rinchua silently criticized Ning Fengji in her heart, while secretly resolving to never let the old fox get close to Xiao Tian again. If there's to be an engagement, it should be with her. What engagement? It's all Ning Fengji's fault. From now on, contact must be minimized. Otherwise, Xiao Tian will eventually be stolen by the old fox. Even the 7-treasure glazed tile school, if possible, should be avoided. Jian Xin, Ning Feng Ti, Ning Grongrong. No matter who it is, no one should think of taking the little guy away from her. The little guy is hers, and will always be hers. Perhaps it was from the moment she brought him out of the spirit hall, or perhaps it was that night in the frozen forest, or the countless days and nights spent together, or the 4 years of separation. In any case, Ling Tian's figure had already been etched in Qian Rinchua's heart. Suddenly, Qian Rinchua pouted, showing a little girl-esque demeanor, and softly murmured, Xiao Tian, you really make me worry. Sigh. Ultimately, it was because her little brother was too outstanding. If he could be a bit more ordinary, he wouldn't attract those guys' attention, and then her brother would always belong to her alone. Qian Rinchua felt a bit resentful, but it quickly vanished. Because Xiao Tian is coming back, she would finally see the little guy again. Just thinking about Xiao Tian's handsome face made Qian Rinchua's ears slightly flush. A few waves of joy rippled in her heart, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. If she long saw Qian Rinchua like this now, he would probably be shocked. A sincere smile and friendship belong only to Ling Tian. Soon, Qian Rinchua collected her expression, for she was now the prince of the Heaven Do imperial family, at the center of the vortex of power, and had to remain cautious at all times to maintain the persona of Xue Qinghe. However, it wouldn't be long now. Once Xue Yi successfully passed the throne to her, she would no longer need to wear the mask of Xue Qinghe, walking on eggshells day after day, and could truly return to being Qian Rinchua. Once, she thought it didn't matter whether she was Qian Rinchua or Xue Qinghe. Everything was for the mission of the Spirit Hall. But after adopting Xiao Tian, it was the first time she desperately wanted to be herself. By then, Xiao Tian would probably be very surprised, right? The prince brother he had called for so many years would actually be a big sister with an angelic appearance. Qian Rinchua had always been very confident about her appearance. She looked forward to Xiao Tian's reaction. But then, Qian Rinchua's voice suddenly stopped, as if she had thought of something, and her smile suddenly faded, replaced by a worried and panicked expression. Because little brother Xiao Tian still didn't know her true identity. If he knew she was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, would he still cling to her as he did before, calling her prince brother? When that time comes, would Xiao Tian be able to accept the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall? Qian Rinchua was both longing and hesitant about the future. She wanted to let Ling Tian see her true identity as soon as possible, but she was also afraid that once her identity was revealed, Xiao Tian would gradually distance himself from her, or even become her enemy. After all, Xiao Tian was still a member of the Heaven Do imperial family. At this moment, Qian Rinchua was completely devoid of the confidence she once had, believing that everything was under control. How would Xiao Tian choose? And how would she choose? Little brother Xiao Tian, I won't let you leave me. After a long silence, Qian Rinchua suddenly shook her head fiercely, a decisive look flashing in her eyes. Brother, sister, I want them all. When the time comes, even if she has to tie him to her side, she will not let Xiao Tian leave her. But this was just the worst-case scenario. Only when there was no other way would Qian Rinchua consider using this method to keep Ling Tian by her side. Little brother Xiao Tian, don't let your sister down. Meanwhile, outside Heaven Do City, Ling Tian said softly, Uncle Ning, just send me here. Xiao Tian, in the future, come to the sect often when you have time. No matter when, the doors of the 7 treasures glazed sect will always be open for you. Ning Fengji gently patted Ling Tian's shoulder and smiled warmly. Although Ling Tian rejected the marriage proposal yesterday, Ning Fengji admired him even more. Clear-minded and unafraid of power, such a Ling Tian made Ning Fengji feel he couldn't miss out. Ling Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Little Tian, Tiando City is not like the sect. Chun Xin fell beside Ling Tian and gently advised, sometimes Qing he may not be able to act, but as your teacher, I still have some faith in the royal family. Teacher, there aren't many who can bully me. Although Ling Tian's tone was calm, it revealed a sense of pride. Good kid, worthy of being my disciple. Chun Xin suddenly laughed heartily. This is the confidence and pride we need. This is the spirited genius youth. A genius must be vigorous. He originally thought Ling Tian was a bit too reserved, which was not conducive to cultivating the sharp characteristics of a swordsman. But today he was greatly surprised. This kid usually keeps a low profile, yet he hides such pride inside. In Tiando City, the tall city gate was 10 meters wide, and the same width made it wide enough for 6 riders to pass side by side. There are also 2 side gates, each 5 meters high and wide, where pedestrians could only enter through the side gates, while the main gate was generally for carriages. The streets on both sides were as lively as before, with street vendors constantly shouting their wares. Candied hawthorn, sweet and sour candied hawthorn. Fried cakes, Wu Dalong brand fried cakes, fragrant and crispy. Don't miss out as you pass by. Century-old Formula Soul Master Pills. Eat one and instantly increase your soul power by 1 level. Tiger Whip Wine, a 1,000-year-old fierce wind tiger. Everyone who has tried it says it's good. The noisy shouts rose and fell. With a light blue outer robe, ice blue hair color, and handsome features, along with a cute, chubby ice silkworm on his shoulder. Ling Tian attracted quite a few gazes as soon as he entered the city due to the strong contrast of cuteness. However, the ice silkworm on his shoulder was not the previous Tian Meng, or rather, the consciousness within the ice silkworm was not Tian Meng. It was now controlled by Gu Xiaoran. It was unclear how they reached an agreement, but this guy actually managed to get Tian Meng to agree to Gu Xiaoran's request. However, Gu Xiaoran's original essence was still within Ling Tian's body. He was just borrowing Tian Meng's body to get some fresh air, needing to return to his original essence every day for about an hour. This was also why Ling Tian did not stop the two of them. Candied hawthorn, candied hawthorn. Ling Tian stopped in front of the candied hawthorn stall, reminiscing about the familiar taste. He had eaten quite a few candied hawthorns along the way, but the ones he liked the most were still the candied hawthorns from Tiando City. P.S. Please, dear readers, cast more votes and support this humble author with rewards. The recommendation failed to promote, but the editor said there's still a chance if we keep up the reading. So I ask everyone for help. Chapter 91. In my eyes, little Tian will always be a child. Walking into the stall, it was just like before. The same boss, the same taste as before. Boss, I'll take 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Please wait a moment, customer. The vendor boss beamed with a warm smile, quickly preparing the candied hawthorns while chatting. You look unfamiliar. Are you a newcomer from out of town visiting Tiando City for the first time? Let me tell you, my candied hawthorns are truly exceptional. Ling Tian said faintly, I grew up in Heavendo City. Esteemed guest, please take your candied hawthorn. The shopkeeper remained silent for a while, but as if nothing had happened, he still handed over the candied hawthorn with a beaming smile. Thank you. Ling Tian left the stall after leaving 2 copper soul coins. Crunch. The entrance was sweet and sour, still the same taste. On his shoulder, Gu Xiaoran curiously asked, Ling Tian, is this red fruit really that delicious? Ever since he woke up, he often watched Ling Tian eat candied hawthorn, and over time, he became curious about what it actually tasted like. Of course, but unfortunately, you can't eat it. Ling Tian nodded, and didn't forget to tease Gu Xiaoran a bit. You really hold a grudge. Just one more night, and you'll be able to summon again. By then, you'll surely thank me for the reminder. After giving Ling Tian a disdainful look, Gu Xiaoran's consciousness left Tian Meng's body, angrily returning to the source space. Ever since the sword sheath entered the martial soul space that day, the entire martial soul space had been completely sealed, and even the Bing Jiying Shuang sword had cut off its connection. No matter what he did, he couldn't summon it. If it weren't for Gu Xiaoran's explanation, Ling Tian would have thought his martial soul had disappeared. But the sudden inability to summon the martial soul made him very uncomfortable, which is why he intentionally teased Gu Xiaoran just now. One more night. However, hearing the time Gu Xiaoran gave, Ling Tian's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. After 2 days of waiting, he hoped that the Bingji Ying Shuang sword would bring him a different surprise. The Bingji sword was originally an exceptional sword martial soul. He wondered how this transformation would enhance it. With a hint of expectation, Ling Tian quickened his pace and soon arrived at the entrance of the prince's residence. Young Master Ling Tian. The guard at the door was also an old man, who naturally knew Ling Tian's identity. After respectfully bowing, he opened the gate to let him in. Quickly go tell His Highness the Prince that young Master Ling Tian has returned. Moments later, in the study. Although Qian Rinxue was intelligent, handling state affairs for the first time still left her somewhat flustered, and the countless memorials made her even more overwhelmed. A guard slowly walked into the room, kneeling on one knee on the ground, and respectfully said, "Your Highness, young Master Ling Tian has returned. Xiao Tian is back." Qian Rinxue put down the memorial in her hand and hurriedly walked outside, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips, her eyes filled with indescribable joy. "Brother Prince." Just a few steps out of the study, she heard a familiar voice. "Xiao Tian?" Qian Rinxue turned her head in response and happened to see Ling Tian, bathed in golden sunlight, like a warm ray of light, which made her momentarily lost in thought. His skin was fair, his features handsome with a touch of charm, and his attractiveness was accompanied by a hint of gentleness, which in turn held a touch of youthfulness. The aura he exuded was quite complex, like a mixture of various qualities, but amidst the gentleness and charm, there was his unique etherealness and elegance. It had only been a little over a month, and Ling Tian had become even more handsome. "Brother Prince, can you not recognize me?" Seeing that Qian Rinxue had been slow to react, Ling Tian smiled lightly and teased. "Of course I can recognize you. No matter how Xiao Tian changes, I can always recognize you." Qian Rinxue smiled gently, a hint of tenderness appearing between her brows, as she walked over and naturally took Ling Tian's hand. "Really? Of course it's true." The two sat in the familiar pavilion. Qian Rinxue dismissed all the servants and quietly listened to Ling Tian recount his experiences, always wearing a serene smile on her lips. "The outside world is so wonderful. Have you almost forgotten about me?" After Ling Tian finished speaking, Qian Rinxue casually handed over a cup of warm tea while playfully teasing, "Of course not." Ling Tian finished the tea in his cup in one gulp and said seriously, "No matter where I go, only here with my brother the Crown Prince is my home. No matter what, I will never forget my brother the Crown Prince." Home! Qian Rinxue was momentarily stunned, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Family. However, although Xiao Tian's words were correct, they were not entirely so. Having just one person does not make a complete home. What is wrong with brother the Crown Prince? Nothing. Looking at the water stains at the corner of Ling Tian's mouth, Qian Rinxue's thoughts stirred, and she took out a handkerchief. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out and gently wiped the corner of Ling Tian's mouth. Then, as if nothing had happened, she handed the handkerchief to Ling Tian. With a tone that carried a hint of reproach, she said, "You, always so clumsy when doing things. What is the rush in drinking tea? You made a mess everywhere. Here, take it and wipe the water stains off your clothes. Are you thirsty?" Ling Tian chuckled and naturally took the handkerchief, looking as if she didn't find anything wrong with Qian Rinxue's behavior. It was just wiping her mouth, something that had happened often before. Qian Rinxue smiled and said, "You, still the same as when you were little. Does the Crown Prince brother like the little Ling Tian or the current Ling Tian?" Ling Tian propped her chin up with one hand, narrowing her eyes with interest as she looked at Qian Rinxue. "I like both." Qian Rinxue smiled lightly and pinched Ling Tian's soft and fair cheek. The touch felt even more comfortable than before. "Crown Prince brother, I've grown up." Ling Tian brushed away Qian Rinxue's delicate hand and revealed a hint of helplessness in her cold eyes. "In my eyes, little Tian will always be little." Qian Rinxue teased Ling Tian with a light laugh, pinching her for a while before finally letting go with satisfaction. "So cute. It's great to have little Tian by my side." Qian Rinxue made up her mind to never let little Tian leave her again. "Crown Prince brother." Suddenly, Ling Tian thought of something and said softly, "On my way back, I met Uncle Ning and the teacher." "You met the teacher?" Qian Rinxue paused for a moment, and her expression suddenly became serious. "Did he, the teacher, say anything else to you?" "Uncle Ning wants me to be engaged to senior sister Rong Rong," Ling Tian said, lightly tapping her forehead and speaking slowly. "P.S. Please, dear readers, vote and support the lazy fish." The recommendation for advancement failed, but the editor said there's still a chance if the follow-up reading goes up. The lazy fish wants to get more recommendations. So I ask everyone for help. Chapter 92. Personally for me, removing the FAOD. Did you agree? Qian Rinxue manipulated the tea set on the table, appearing to ask casually, but her left fist was tightly clenched under the table, with a cold anger hidden in her eyes like a winter chill. Ning Fengji really something? Just a moment of not paying attention, and you let her slip through the cracks. Of course not. Seeing Qian Rinxue's calm reaction, Ling Tian pouted and casually asked, "What? Does the Crown Prince brother really hope I agree?" "Of course not," Qian Rinxue instinctively replied. She wished for Ling Tian to cut ties with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. How could she possibly hope for her to agree? If you don't hope for it, then why are you so agitated, Crown Prince brother? Ling Tian propped her chin up with both hands, curiously observing Qian Renxue. I still have things to handle. Little Tian, you should go back to your room to rest for a while, and we will talk later. Qian Renxue realized her emotions were a bit off just now and hurriedly explained a couple of things before quickly leaving the courtyard. Bang! The heavy door closed with a thud. So embarrassing. Almost exposed myself in front of little Tian, walking to the bronze mirror in the room, gently touching her slightly hot ear tips. A trace of shame and anger flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes, and her cheeks gradually turned a shade of crimson. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, Crown Prince brother, you're shy? Ling Tian supported her chin with her hands, watching the distant figure of Qian Renxue leaving, softly murmuring to herself, while a barely noticeable smile flashed across her face. It's quite interesting to see the Crown Prince like this. It seems that this test was somewhat successful. She seems to like him too. However, for now, she could only probe to this extent. Otherwise, she might be discovered by the Crown Prince. At that moment, Gu Xiaoran's voice rang in her ears as he struggled to control the chubby body of Tian Ming, climbing from his chest to Ling Tian's shoulder. Ling Tian put away his smile and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Xiaoran pondered for a moment and said with certainty, "Your prince brother might have some issues." "What kind of issues?" Ling Tian asked nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. "Just now, I was a bit curious about that person's identity, so I instinctively looked at him a bit more, and I happened to notice that he was shrouded in a layer of illusory soul power. His current appearance might not be his true self." Ling Tian nodded calmly and said, "So, what else did you discover?" "The soul power on her is very peculiar." Gu Xiaoran recalled for a moment and said uncertainly, "It seems to have the aura of a deity, but I'm too weak right now to see through that layer of soul power." And then? Ling Tian said nonchalantly. After a moment of silence, Gu Xiaoran finally noticed Ling Tian's indifference. He blinked suspiciously and observed Ling Tian's reaction. "You don't seem surprised. Did you know this all along?" "Pretty much." Ling Tian smiled faintly, picked up the teacup beside him, and took a small sip. At this point, if he still couldn't guess Qian Renxue's true identity, it would be better for Ling Tian to find a tofu to crash into and end it all. "Ling Tian, I have a method that might be able to break through that layer." "No need." Ling Tian shook his head, completely indifferent to Gu Xiaoran's suggestion. "Aren't you curious?" "Curious." Ling Tian was silent for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He said seriously, "But I would prefer if she could personally take off the disguise for me." "Disguise? I don't understand what you're talking about. Humans are really complicated. Whatever you want to do is fine. I'm going back to rest now." Gu Xiaoran looked at Ling Tian in confusion, preparing to return to the original space. Ling Tian said sincerely, "Thank you, old Gu." Gu Xiaoran was taken aback for a moment. "What did you call me?" "Old Gu, don't you like it?" After pondering for a moment, Ling Tian tentatively asked, "Then how about Old Jean, Old Long, or Old Wang? You pick one." "This king." "Never mind. Call me whatever you want." Gu Xiaoran felt that he couldn't argue with Ling Tian, so he voluntarily gave up the debate and retreated back to the source space in defeat. "I should have come back earlier." Ling Tian half closed his eyes and murmured to himself in a low voice. He should have returned to the prince's mansion earlier, because by doing so, he could have figured out this matter sooner. The vague figure in his heart was Qian Renxue. The vagueness was due to the fact that he had never seen Qian Renxue's true face. That figure was merely an image he had imagined, not the appearance of the snow-clear river she had always disguised herself as. It was precisely for this reason that Ling Tian had always been unable to confirm his feelings. Until today, when he returned to the prince's mansion and saw Qian Renxue again, the confused feelings in his heart made Ling Tian certain that the person he liked was indeed her. That was why there had been previous tests. Whether she was the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall or the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Ling Tian did not care about Qian Renxue's identity. The only thing he cared about was her feelings for him. Fortunately, both of them held each other in their hearts. Mutual pursuit was the most important thing. The prince was wrong. She should now be called Sister Schwer. While murmuring to himself, Ling Tian put away the handkerchief he had left behind, glanced over the tightly closed door, and a trace of a smile flashed fleetingly in his eyes before he drank up the water in his cup. "I will help you, Sister Schwer," Ling Tian murmured softly, his expression gradually becoming determined. He understood Qian Renxue's current situation. Therefore, he wanted to help her, but his strength was still far from enough. Neither the Tiando imperial family nor the Wuhuan Hall could be shaken by a mere soul master like him. However, Ling Tian was not in a hurry. With the Ice God inheritance, the Golden Dragon King, and the extreme north, these resources were sufficient for him to grow rapidly. He was confident that by then he would possess enough strength. As the sun set and dusk fell, a bright moon rose slowly, bringing with it a starry night sky. The twinkling starlight scattered around the bright moon, and the gauzy clouds floated uncertainly in the night sky, resembling a dreamy fairyland hiding palaces and pavilions. The distant night sky connected seamlessly with the earth, appearing as one whole without division. Since Qian Rinxue hurried back to her study in the morning, Ling Tian had not seen her leave the room until now. He had only caught a glimpse of her candle-lit silhouette reading at night through the window screen. He did not know if it was because of too much paperwork or other reasons. Watching Qian Rinxue's hard-working figure, Ling Tian ultimately chose not to disturb her and quietly returned to his own room. On the bed, Ling Tian sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating. The air was filled with ice attribute soul power, causing the temperature around Ling Tian to suddenly drop, even covering his clothes with a layer of frost. However, the cold temperature was most suitable for Ling Tian. Chapter 93. Ice Clear Sword, Frost Chanting Sheath. The activated ice attribute soul power condensed into fine blue threads, flowing into Ling Tian's body under his guidance, slowly enhancing his soul power strength. Boom! The soul power suddenly became uncontrollable, breaking the balance that had been maintained, forcing Ling Tian to retreat from his cultivation state. Ling Tian frowned slightly, and his consciousness probed into his body. The martial soul space can sense it. The source of the turbulent soul power is the originally sealed martial soul space, from which new soul power continuously surged forth, replacing the original soul power within. Although the entire process appeared rough, the replacement was actually very smooth. The original soul power showed no resistance, allowing the new soul power to transform and replace it. It was like a stream eagerly returning to the sea, continuously flowing in and transforming. Ultimately, the small stream once again became a vast ocean. As the process of transformation continued, the soul rings automatically appeared in front of him, and as the level of soul power increased, the icy blue soul rings became increasingly pure. The crystalline call surrounded Ling Tian, like a ruler in the ice and snow. Condense. To prevent the fluctuating soul power from causing unnecessary trouble, Ling Tian used his soul power to condense a layer of light blue membrane on the surface of his body, isolating the continuously changing soul power. Ling Tian's aura became increasingly stable, and the soul power energy radiating from his body caused the temperature in the room to drop continuously, covering him with a thick layer of frost. Time passed by second. Sitting cross-legged, Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and a deep blue light burst forth from the depths of his gaze. Crack! He stood up. The ice layer on Ling Tian shattered, scattering around the bed. At the same time, with a slight movement of his mind, he clenched his fists, sensing the new soul power surging within him. Majestic, pure. This was Ling Tian's first experience of the new soul power. Although the previous soul power was also blue, it was not as pure as it is now. Apart from its purity, Ling Tian did not know how to describe it. In addition, the strength of the current soul power had increased several times compared to before. If a thread of soul power could freeze the surface of a bucket of water before, now the same soul power could freeze an entire bucket of water. The efficiency of using soul power had improved, although the total amount of soul power consumed when releasing soul skills remained unchanged. The power of each strike had increased several times. At the same time, the most essential change in soul power, Ling Tian directly leveled up 3 ranks, rising to the 39th level Soul Master, just 1 level away from becoming a soul sect. Bing Qi. The change in soul power alone had brought such an improvement, making Ling Tian even more eager for the source of all these changes, the transformation of his martial soul. With a thought, the Bingjian Shuang sword appeared in front of Ling Tian. However, at this moment, the Bingjian Shuang was different from before. It now had an ice blue sheath, which was the sheath that had been at the auction house. Is it really the sheath of Bingji? Although Ling Tian had speculated about this before, it was still somewhat unbelievable that it had become a reality. It should be noted that the sword sheath actually exists, while the ice clear and frosty sword is merely Ling Tian's martial soul. How could a martial soul possibly merge with a physical object? Yet this event is undeniably happening right now. The ice clear and frosty sword has truly merged with that sword sheath, becoming a complete divine sword. It sounds very magical, but it is indeed happening. Clang! Ling Tian opened his palm to grasp the ice crystal sword. It seemed quite fitting. The patterns on the sword sheath and the carvings on the hilt blended seamlessly, creating an illusion at first glance that they were originally one entity. Having an extra sheath for the sword isn't a bad idea, Ling Tian thought to himself. After all, a sword without a sheath is incomplete. He gently traced the patterns on the sheath, and strands of blue soul power swirled around his fingers, as if conveying its joy to Ling Tian. The sword hilt was transmitting the same feeling. Soon, two icy blue strands climbed up Ling Tian's arms and ultimately flowed into the center of his forehead. The previously hidden ice god mark activated at that moment, shimmering with blue light. A matching sheath appeared on the originally small ice crystal frost sword. At the same time, scenes from deep within his memories surged forth, drawing Ling Tian's consciousness into them, transforming like a changing album. In the icy world, snowflakes danced in the air. In this desolate ice field, an ice-blue divine sword was forged from rare materials by a soul beast. This soul beast was Ling Tian from his first life. Before he transformed and recultivated, he was already contemplating the future. He did not want to become an ordinary title Douluo. He sought immortality, to become an undying god. After spending tens of thousands of years collecting materials, Ling Tian finally forged the sword body of this divine sword. Following the completion of the sword body, it was tempered with earth fire, assisted by heavenly thunder, hidden beneath ice marrow, nurtured by the extreme forces of the far north for tens of thousands of years. Ultimately, after recultivation, this divine sword was completed. This sword is the ice crystal frost, and the sheath it is encased in is the mysterious sheath from the auction. These two are the fusion of Ling Tian's past and the power of the far north, the foundation of the ice god position he created. It was also thanks to the concealment of the far north's aura that Ling Tian could successfully create his own divine position. Ice Crystal Frost became a divine artifact. Sword name, Ice Crystal. Sheath name, Frost Song. In terms of the sword body, it should be called Ice Crystal. In terms of the sheath, it should be called Frost Song. This is the true meaning of Ice Crystal Frost. Both are half artifacts, and the true Ice God sword is achieved when the sword and sheath unite. In fact, when forging the sword back then, Ling Tian originally intended only to cast the sword body, Ice Crystal, not expecting that after being buried in ice marrow for 10,000 years, the frost gathered in the ice crystal sword body formed a natural sheath. Ling Tian then infused the sheath with divine power. Ultimately, both became his divine artifacts, and he named them Ice Crystal and Frost Song. When he awakened his martial soul that day, although Frost Song was not on the sword body, the sword body and sheath were originally one entity, leading Ling Tian to mistakenly believe that the martial soul was called Ice Crystal Frost. It was precisely because they were one that when the Ice Crystal sword transformed into a martial soul, the Frost Song sheath could also transform into a martial soul, reuniting in the martial soul space, making Ice Crystal Frost once again whole. So that's how it is. This is the true Ice Crystal Frost. Ling Tian placed the Yingshuang sheath in front of him, rubbing the patterns on the sheath with his fingers. The middle of the sheath seemed particularly excited, as if it were expressing the joy of reuniting with the ice god after a long separation. Buzz, 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 it will not let you part again. Ling Tian understood Yingshuang's meaning and smiled calmly, softly assuring the sheath. I want to ask everyone's opinion. If the male protagonist goes to the city of slaughter for training later, what does everyone think? The author is a bit unsure about everyone's feelings and is afraid you might think it's a downgrade in intelligence, so they want to inquire. Chapter 94. The sword sheath becomes one. Divine martial arts reappear. Next, let's see the changes in the Ice Jiqi sword. Swish. Holding the Yingshuang sheath in his left hand and the hilt in his right, Ling Tian drew the Ice Jiqi sword. Clang. The crisp sound of the sword rang out along with the sword light, the icy sharp sword body shimmering with cold brilliance. Suddenly, the Yingshuang sheath transformed into a burst of light, merging into the Ice Jiqi sword, the two becoming one. The ice blue soul power, chilling to the bone, spread from the hilt to the blade as the sheath fused, beginning to emit a faint glow. Ultimately, a long sword entirely ice blue was held in Ling Tian's hand. The Ice Jiqi sword. This is the true Ice Jiqi sword, or rather, the true Ice Jiqi Yingshuang. Ling Tian suddenly slowly released the ice crystal sword. In the next moment, the floating ice crystal sword continued to shimmer with an icy blue light, not transforming into the dark, cracked firewood stick from before. Ice crystal? Suppressing his excitement, Ling Tian observed carefully. It really has changed. Apart from some faint red threads on the sore body, the entire ice crystal sword had regained some of its former glory. Although it was not as dazzling as he remembered, it was no longer something he couldn't let go of. The divine power stored in the frost sheath had repaired part of the ice crystal sword. At the same time, it had also diluted the Shura divine power within. Although it had not been completely removed, it had now regained more than half of its former strength, and the ice crystal sword had regained some of its might. If the previous ice crystal sword was a top-tier sword martial soul, then now, after merging with the frost sheath, the current ice crystal frost had transformed into a divine-level martial soul. It had restored part of its divine capabilities. Once Ling Tian regained the ice god position, the ice crystal frost would re-emerge as a divine artifact, and his nearly complete soul power and soul rings would undergo a transformation, completely becoming divine power and divine rings. Ice crystal frost. This is the true ice crystal frost. Looking at the divine sword in his palm, Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Now you understand why I wanted you to buy the frost, right? Gu Xiaoran, not knowing when, had again focused his consciousness on Tianming, who was now lazily lying on a piece of broken ice, proudly crossing its legs and looking at Ling Tian. Why did ice crystal and frost separate back then? Ling Tian shot Gu Xiaoran a glance, but still asked in confusion. Because of you. Me? When you fell, that person destroyed the ice crystal sword, which bore the divine position, to eliminate all threats. Gu Xiaoran pondered for a moment, then spoke to Ling Tian in a low voice. But he did not know that you had two divine artifacts, and the frost sheath still retained half of the divine power. It was precisely because of the remaining half of the ice god power in the frost sheath that your true spirit could barely remain intact, allowing me time to take you out of the divine realm to reincarnate and cultivate again. However, during the descent, the frost sheath consumed most of its divine power to repair the shattered ice crystal sword, and ultimately, after arriving at the Douluo continent, it could no longer support itself and fell apart. At that time, I was maintaining your true spirit, and I was powerless to help the frost sheath, so I could only watch it fall. I originally planned to tell you about the frost sheath when you were around the Soul Emperor stage. At that time, relying on the connection between the ice crystal sword and the frost sheath, it would have been easy to find a location of the frost sheath. I didn't expect you to be lucky enough to encounter the frost sheath at a random auction, which saves you the trouble of searching for it later. He decided to tell Ling Tian part of the truth, to give him some pressure and a sense of urgency. A relaxed approach would allow for quicker strength enhancement. The fall of the divine realm, eliminating all threats, and the shattering of divine positions. From the information provided by Gu Xiaoran, Ling Tian had a preliminary understanding of the reason for his previous fall. First, the attack happened in the divine realm. Second, that person's identity was definitely not simple. Finally, that person's strength was formidable, capable of not only killing him, but also shattering the divine position. Only the 5 divine kings could meet these 3 conditions: daring to act in the divine realm, having a powerful background, and possessing the ability to easily defeat a first-tier deity. This means that his fall was due to the actions of a divine king. Ling Tian, you must quickly enhance your strength. The situation in the divine realm is very complex. After Gu Xiaoran left his final reminder, an hour's time was completely consumed, transforming into a golden light and returning to the source space. Now, things have become troublesome. Ling Tian sighed, his expression becoming a bit more serious. However, there was still a chance. At the very least, he was now reincarnated, with himself in the dark and them in the light. Plus, with Gu Xiaoran's help, if they planned carefully, there might still be a chance of success. I will definitely return to the divine realm. Ling Tian clenched his fists, a fierce fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Defeating the God King may not be impossible. At 11 years old, he is a level 39 Soul Master. His current rate of strength enhancement is fast enough, and returning to the Ice God position to regain his former power is just a matter of time. However, relying solely on Ling Tian, even if he returns to the divine realm, he would still be no match for the God King as just the Ice God deity. He needs stronger power, but in this regard, Ling Tian is not worried. Since Gu Xiaoran brought him back to rebuild his life, he will undoubtedly ensure that he does not repeat the old path. At the very least, he must have the strength to rival the God King. What he needs to do now is simply to enhance his strength. In the current Heaven Do Empire, the only way to enhance soul power without side effects is through the many celestial herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Now that he possesses the Ice God's memories from a million years, identifying the effects of herbs is not a problem. It's time to plan for the celestial herbs. if he doesn't go to the Eye of Ice and Fire soon. Once San arrives in Heavendo City, those herbs will all belong to Tang and be taken away in one fell swoop. Ling Tian's current goal, to absorb the immortal herbs and break through to Soul Sect, then return to to obtain new soul rings and soul bones, which will lead to a leap in his strength. And he can also go to that place early to hone his skills. The sky is gradually brightening. The starlight has not yet faded, and a hint of fish belly white has just appeared on the horizon. Ling Tian's martial soul evolved last night, and his soul power increased by 4 levels. The fatigue he felt had long been swept away, and now, as a soul master, meditating for a night had no effect on him. Therefore, after a night of cultivation, Ling Tian still appeared vibrant and full of energy. He pushed open the door, leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the sunrise on the horizon, and stretched comfortably, creaking. At the same time, Qianrenxue also walked out of her room. Ling Tian turned his head in response, lightly smiling as he greeted Big Brother Prince. Still the same as before, he just didn't know to tidy himself up in front of the mirror. Qianrenxue shot a glance at Ling Tian, and although she complained verbally, she walked behind him as usual and lowered her head to help him fix his messy hair. Chapter 95. Interlocked fingers and polite request tying the hair up was too troublesome, and besides, wasn't there a Big Brother Prince? Qianrenxue's heart trembled slightly, inadvertently strumming a chord in her heart. After a moment of silence, she lowered her voice and asked, "What if I'm not around? Then just cut it off. Or tie it up?" Ling Tian replied, casually with a faint smile. "Don't cut it. I'll comb it for you in the future." "Okay." Without saying more, Qianrenxue took off the hair tie. She lowered her head to let her ice blue hair down and took out a wooden comb to tidy her hair. Qianrenxue was very patient, combing it over and over again. Only when it was smooth again did she put down the comb, take out a new hair tie, wrap it around the roots to form a bun, and then put on a deep blue hair crown. Meanwhile, Ling Tian obediently stood in place, allowing Qianrenxue to fix his hair, half closing his eyes as if he was thoroughly enjoying it. "All done." A gentle voice rang in his ears. By the time Ling Tian came back to his senses, Qianrenxue had already walked around to face him, looking at him with a smile. "I wonder which young girl will benefit from such a handsome little brother in the future." Qianrenxue smiled lightly, a hint of jealousy flickering in her pale golden eyes, and she couldn't help but gently pinch Ling Tian's soft cheeks. The stray hairs on his forehead were pushed back by Qianrenxue, revealing his exquisite ice blue eyes, a finely shaped nose, petal-like lips, and perfectly white features. With his high ponytail tied by the blue hair crown, he was truly a graceful and handsome young man. Thinking of this, Qianrenxue couldn't help but ruffle Ling Tian's hair again. But at that moment, she suddenly realized that Ling Tian was now not much shorter than herself. In a few years, she would probably have to raise her hand just to touch his head. After a brief moment of surprise, Qianrenxue still reached out to touch Ling Tian's head and then vigorously rubbed his cheeks, seemingly wanting to imprint this feeling in her memory. At that moment, Qianrenxue thought to herself, "In a few years, I won't be able to touch it anymore." At the same time, Ling Tian sighed, not pushing her hand away, but merely looking at Qianrenxue with a helpless gaze. Though due to height differences, he could only see her snow-white neck. "Since I can't escape it, I might as well learn to endure it. Go ahead and rub. Once you've had enough, you'll stop." After a while, Qianrenxue finally stopped. "Little Tian, you haven't had breakfast yet, right?" Ling Tian rubbed his cheeks and nodded. "Then let's go eat." Saying this, Qianrenxue lifted her chin, ignoring Ling Tian's resentful little eyes, and took his hand, leisurely walking towards the dining hall. Feeling the warmth of her palm, a smile flashed across Ling Tian's face. Suddenly, he thought of something. Following that, his fingers interlaced with Qianrenxue's, and before she could say anything, their palms pressed together, their fingers tightly interlocked. "Little Tian, what are you doing?" Qianrenxue's heart trembled slightly. Although she had never been in a relationship, she had read many stories in the palace and had a little understanding of matters between men and women. Naturally, she knew that this interlocked finger position was something only couples in love would do. It's hand-holding. Ling Tian gently shook Qianrenxue's soft hand a few times. Then a pure smile appeared on his little face. "I saw in a book a few days ago that if you meet someone you have a special relationship with, you can hold their hand like this." Qianrenxue's expression darkened as she asked, "Is that what the book said?" Is what the book said wrong?" Ling Tian raised her head, her big watery eyes blinking innocently as she stared at Qianrenxue, filled with confusion and a thirst for knowledge. The penetrating gaze momentarily left Qianrenxue at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Qian Renshua suddenly thought of something and fixed her gaze tightly on Ling Tian's eyes, casually asking, "So, little Tian, how many people have you held hands with?" "Huh? How many times?" "Your Highness, no. Wait, Sister Schwerer, are you feeling jealous?" Ling Tian exclaimed. "I never noticed before, but Sister Schwerer is quite the jealous type. However, I have to say, this version of Sister Schwerer is completely different from her usual self, and it's actually a bit cute. Let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, no. There's also 5. Ling Tian suddenly wanted to tease Qian Renshua, deliberately fiddling with his fingers and frowning as if he were seriously recalling something. 1, 2, 3, 4? From Xiao Tian's tone, it seemed to her even more. Qian Renshua's gaze gradually became sharp, thinking, which unscrupulous merchant sold that sketchbook? If this palace finds out, I will definitely overturn it. No, I will burn your stall to the ground. Just thinking about Xiao Tian being tricked by unscrupulous merchants made Qian Renshua feel uncomfortable instantly. Hee. At that moment, Ling Tian's crisp laughter brought Qian Renshua back to her senses. She turned her head and looked at Ling Tian with a hint of confusion. "Xiao Tian, what are you laughing at?" "Brother Crown Prince, I was just joking with you." Ling Tian's mouth curved into a slight smile, and then he said, "Actually, I saw this in a sketchbook last night. Brother Prince, you are very lucky to be the first." If the jokes continued, Sister Schwerer would probably explode. The first? Upon hearing these 3 words, the original frustration vanished. As long as he hadn't held anyone else's hand, feeling the warmth of Qian Renshua, a smile reappeared on his lips. "Brother Prince." At this moment, Ling Tian tugged at Qian Renshua again, blinked, and said, "Brother Prince, you haven't answered my question from earlier." "Oh, Xiao Tian, don't look at that book anymore. It says wrong things. Holding hands like this can only be with the person you truly cherish." As he spoke, Qian Renshua's face turned slightly red, but he still held Ling Tian's small hand tightly, even subtly increasing his grip. Their fingers were closely intertwined, showing no intention of separating. "Is that so?" Ling Tian murmured softly, his deep eyes fixed on Qian Renshua, a hint of a smile hidden in their depths. Qian Renshua nodded casually. "Huh." Ling Tian suddenly let out a long sigh, then patted his chest, feeling relieved. "Fortunately, I didn't choose wrong. Prince Brother is the person I cherish. So from now on, I can only hold Prince Brother's hand, right?" Chapter 96. Xiao Tian will be very surprised, right? Polite 3 requests. A sense of pride surged in Qian Renshua's heart. Xiao Tian can only hold my hand from now on. At the same time, a glint of cunning flashed in Ling Tian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Sister Schwerer like this looks really cute. The little fox and the little white rabbit laughed proudly, both feeling they had the upper hand over each other. Qian Renshua suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile, "By the way, Xiao Tian, where's that book of yours?" "Right here." Ling Tian casually took out a book from his ring. "I confiscated this book." Saying this, Qian Renshua didn't even flip through it and directly tossed the book into her ring. Qian Renshua had a blank expression. Any objections? None. Ling Tian shook his head. At the same time, he couldn't help but silently mourn for the author of this book. Poor author. After working hard to write the book, not only did few people support it, but now it had been directly 404 by someone. "All right, Xiao Tian, let's go have breakfast," Qian Renshua said with a smile. Taking Ling Tian's hand as they slowly walked towards the dining hall, their fingers tightly interlocked the entire way, never separating. In the dining hall, although it was just breakfast, a full table was laid out. There were a total of 6 dishes, 5 types of pastries, 2 soups, and 1 broth. The dishes included fermented black bean and sour celery, salted okra, sesame and fried vegetable, acacia flour sauce with donkey meat, salted chicken feet, and spicy lotus root slices. The pastries included stuffed steamed buns, sesame pancakes, egg cake, osmanthus cake, and steamed meat buns. The soups were mutton soup and beef soup. The broth was winter melon and old duck soup. "Your Highness, please enjoy," the maid said as she took the porcelain bowls for both of them, serving the meat soup and duck soup before bowing and stepping back to the side of the screen, allowing the 2 to dine without interruption. Looking at the abundant dishes, Ling Tian's appetite was whetted. As he gazed at the delicacies in front of him, Ling Tian's ice blue eyes blinked involuntarily. After a slight nod, he picked up the bowl and chopsticks in front of him and began to eat, showing no intention of being polite. He savored the buns and meat with great delight. Meanwhile, Qian Renshua rested her chin on her hands, staring unblinkingly at Ling Tian, a gentle smile on her lips. After a while, she finally picked up a bowl of duck soup, took a small sip, placed it back to her right, and then picked up her chopsticks, delicately selecting each dish with movements that adhered to court etiquette, exuding elegance and grace. However, her gaze never shifted from Ling Tian for even a moment. After finishing breakfast, Ling Tian suddenly remembered something, wiped the corner of his mouth, and asked, "Prince brother, why did you call me back this time? What else could it be?" "Of course. It's because I'm afraid someone will abduct you." "Of course." Qian Rinxue couldn't say that. "There have been some changes in Tiando recently, and I'm worried that you might encounter danger outside." After pondering for a moment, Qian Rinxue quickly thought of a reason that was somewhat appropriate. Ling Tian curiously asked, "What happened?" "Father is unwell, so I have to take over the court affairs," Qian Rinxue replied, looking at Ling Tian and speaking in a serious tone. "The faction that opposes me can no longer compete with me in the court, so I'm worried they might take action against those around me." Qian Rinxue trusted Ling Tian very much. Apart from her identity as the saintess of the Spirit Hall, she would not hide anything else. "Don't worry, brother Crown Prince. With the teacher here, they dare not act recklessly." Ling Tian is not worried about safety issues. At the Master Apprenticeship Banquet of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they invited prominent sects from the Heaven-Do Empire, as well as civil and military officials of the third rank and above. These people all know that Sword Douluo has taken on a disciple named Ling Tian, who is the prince's person. If they want to harm him, they must first consider whether they can withstand Sword Douluo's wrath. Ling Tian thought for a moment and reminded seriously, "But brother Crown Prince, you need to be careful. I'm worried that if they feel cornered, they might choose to fight to the death." He was more concerned about Qian Rinxue than himself. Although she was protected by two titled Douluo, their identities were sensitive. If the origin of the Spirit Hall was exposed, the crisis Qian Rinxue faced would be 100 times more dangerous than an assassination. Qian Rinxue smiled calmly. "They wouldn't dare to make a move against me. I am the chosen heir of the Snow Knight." Snow Knight had already planned to hand over the throne to Qian Rinxue. The obstacles in the court could be seen as a test for Snow Knight, but if someone tried to stir trouble outside the court, the Emperor of Heaven-Do, Snow Knight would not be easy to deal with. "All right, Xiao Tian." Qian Rinxue switched the topic, speaking cheerfully. "To celebrate your return, I have cleared all my duties for today. After we finish eating, let's go out for a stroll. Just listen to your brother Crown Prince." Ling Tian also nodded in anticipation. Since going to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, it had been a long time since he had been alone with Qian Rinxue. A flash of memory passed through Qian Rinxue's eyes as she too reminisced about the past. Just then, lost in thought, Qian Rinxue accidentally dropped her spoon into the bowl. The soup splashed everywhere, staining her clothes. Looking at the stubborn oil spots that wouldn't come off, a hint of helplessness appeared in Qian Rinxue's eyes. She couldn't possibly go shopping with Ling Tian in this outfit, could she? Qian Rinxue could only apologize to Ling Tian and gently said, "Xiao Tian, please wait a moment. I'll go back to my room and change." "All right, brother Prince, go ahead." Ling Tian nodded, watching Qian Rinxue return to her room. Due to disguising herself as Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue's boudoir appeared quite simple, with no unnecessary items aside from the essentials. Qian Rinxue walked to the wardrobe, where her everyday clothes were kept. After a brief selection, she found a set of attire she liked. Qian Rinxue changed clothes quickly. Before long, she was dressed in a light blue inner garment and a deep blue outer robe, matching the color scheme of Ling Tian's robe today. Unfortunately, as she looked at herself in the fitting mirror, Qian Rinxue remained silent for a long time, gently stroking her own face, a bitter smile slowly appearing. After disguising for so many years, Qian Rinxue had almost forgotten her true appearance. If she returned to her stunning angel-like visage, along with the fairy-like Xiao Tian, standing together would truly be the perfect match. At that time, Xiao Tian would surely be surprised, right? Should be, right? Thinking of this, a flicker of anticipation crossed Qian Rinxue's eyes. Soon, just wait a little longer, just a little longer. She would soon be able to control the entire Tiando Empire. And then she could be her true self again. Xiao Tian. At this thought, Qian Rinxue suddenly smiled brightly, and in her watery eyes, the figure of Ling Tian flashed by, as if starlight danced at her gaze. Please, dear readers, cast more votes and support this humble author with rewards. Although the recommendation rank did not succeed, the editor said there's still a chance if the reading continues. So I ask everyone for help. Chapter 97. Polite request for a tombstone inscription creek. Just as she stepped out of the room, Qian Rinxue suddenly stopped, her mind moving as she took out a sketchbook. Xue Ling. It was the one previously confiscated from Ling Tian. Qian Rinxue glanced at it and casually tossed it aside. Your Highness. The sketchbook drew a graceful arc in the air, and just as it was about to fall, Xue Ling appeared, bowing as he caught the sketchbook. Throw this book away. Qian Rinxue paused, pondering for a moment before continuing, then find someone to tell all the bookstores in the city not to sell this book anymore. She was thinking of the next generation of Tiando. Children must not be misled by incorrect knowledge. It was definitely not out of personal revenge against Xiao Tian. Understood. Xueling nodded and immediately took action. Although he didn't understand why such an order was to be conveyed, as Qian Rinxue's subordinate, obeying orders was his duty. Xiao Tian must have waited long enough, right? A refined voice came, and Qian Rinxue walked over with her hands behind her back, a gentle smile on her face as she looked at Ling Tian, tenderness hidden between his brows. Not long, Prince Brother, let's go. Ling Tian smiled slightly, taking her delicate hand in his, their palms once again clasping together. Qian Rinxue smiled broadly, also holding on to Ling Tian's palm. Their warm hands enveloped each other, and aside from softness and warmth, a hint of sweetness lingered between them. Although her heart felt sweet, neither of them showed it outwardly. Hand in hand, they walked straight out of the residence, chatting and laughing along the way. Ling Tian seemed to have suddenly become enlightened, always able to make Qian Rinxue laugh continuously. Her joyful smile bright and filled with happiness. In the past, in the Spear Hall, she had the affection of Qian Douluo. But ever since she arrived in the Heaven Do Empire, she had been suppressing her true emotions, only slightly revealing her true self in front of Ling Tian. This smile was very beautiful. Ling Tian didn't want Qian Rinxue to lose her smile. Amidst the laughter and joy, the two arrived at the mansion, where a carriage was already waiting. In front of the carriage was the prince's personal coachman, Xueling. Your Highness, young Master Ling Tian. Xueling bowed and then opened the carriage curtain for the two. Qian Rinxue nodded and took Ling Tian's hand as they boarded the carriage. Once inside, the carriage was adorned with an antique charm and exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. Additionally, there were soft and comfortable cushions inside, making it very pleasant to sit on. After Qian Rinxue and Ling Tian entered the carriage, Xueling drove towards the commercial street of the Tiando Empire. The street was bustling with people, so the carriage moved at a leisurely pace. Inside the carriage, although there were cushions on both sides, the two unconsciously sat together. Xiao Tian, where do you want to go first today? Qian Rinxue asked gently, extending her frosty fingers to tidy Ling Tian's messy hair. Brother Prince, I want to see Grandpa. Ling Tian's expression dimmed, and his tone became heavy as he recalled the first person who truly cared for him. It had been almost half a year since he last visited the cemetery after returning from the Qibao Glaze sect. All right, let's go now. Qian Rinxue softly brushed Ling Tian's forehead with her delicate hand, her tone gentle, and her eyes filled with deep sympathy and concern. She then turned to Xueling and said in a low voice, Xueling, to the cemetery. Yes. Xueling nodded and drove the carriage towards the cemetery. Throughout the journey, the two maintained a silence, with only the sound of the rumbling wheels in their ears. The prince's mansion was not too far from the cemetery, and soon the carriage stopped in front of it. Your Highness, we've arrived at the cemetery. Qian Rinxue opened the carriage curtain and slowly helped Ling Tian down. Xiao Tian, let's go. Qian Rinxue said softly, holding Ling Tian's small hand. Ling Tian nodded, his expression becoming solemn. Since being adopted by Qian Rinxue, his grandfather's grave was also moved to the cemetery. While at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, every year on his grandfather's death anniversary, Ling Tian would come to pay respects, regardless of what else was happening. Each time he left this place, he felt a sense of peace. He would come here to confide in his grandfather about the troubles in his heart. Following the small path through the graveyard, Ling Tian and Qian Rinxue quickly arrived at the old man's grave. The grave was very clean. Qian Rinxue often sent people to come and tidy it up, so it was always kept in good condition. There stood a stone tablet inscribed with Grandfather Wu Chu's grave, with a small note in the lower right corner, erected by his grandson, Ling Tian. Wu Chu was his grandfather's name. Surname Wu, given name, Chu, a name that sounded scholarly. It seemed that he should have been a scholar, but fate played a trick on him, and he ended up as a beggar. Below the inscription was an epitaph, Tiando Wu Chu, a young dandy. Extremely fond of luxury, fine lodgings, beautiful maids, fine clothes, delicious food, splendid horses, bright lanterns, fireworks, profitable gardens, antiques, flowers, and birds. Also fond of tea and citrus, foolish poetry, living aimlessly, achieving nothing, all for naught. By the age of 30, his family was ruined, living in a shabby room with only a broken bed, a tattered garment, a few damaged books, and a cracked inkstone left to his name. Day and night passed in a daze, living a monotonous life. tattered clothes, and a long absence of smoke from cooking. He had nothing to cover his hunger. Looking back on the past, it truly felt like a different world. Unable to succeed in literature, unable to succeed in martial arts, everything was left unfinished. Lingering between brothels and theaters. A waste, a stubborn fool, a mediocre scholar, a heartless person, a sleepyhead, a dead old charm. All of it. Starting as a dandy, ending as a beggar, betraying spouses, lovers, brothers, and sisters. Now, the years have passed, the full moon has waned, my thoughts linger, and regret is beyond reach. Time and fate, I can only blame myself. Living half a life, it has all become a dream. This was written by the old gentleman himself, encompassing his life. Although he had no money to buy a gravestone, the old man still left behind a scholarly epitaph, saying that if he had the chance in the future, he would have his half-life biography engraved on a stone tablet. So when Ling Tian rebuilt the grave for the old gentleman, he put this epitaph up. Grandfather, I'm here to see you again. Ling Tian slowly walked to the stone tablet, crouched down gently, rubbed his palm over the patterns on it, and murmured softly, "Old man, why couldn't you wait just one more year? Didn't we agree that I would take you to enjoy life together?" Compared to Grandpa, Ling Tian was more accustomed to calling him old man. After several unsuccessful corrections, Wu Chu could only accept this title. After all, this kid Ling Tian never changed his ways, and he had no other options. EDG is awesome. I kindly ask all the viewers to vote and support this lazy fish with some rewards. Although the recommendation position failed to advance. The editor said there's still a chance if I keep pushing for more recommendations. So I'm asking everyone for help. Chapter 98, Little Tian. You can't go back on your word. A polite request in triplicate. According to the old man's own words, back in the day, he was well-educated and knowledgeable, considered a top talent at the academy. If it weren't for the family's decline and being harmed by treacherous people, he would have long been a top scholar, enjoying great glory. He was a true scholar. Therefore, whenever Wu Chu had free time, he liked to sit in the courtyard and recount his past adventures to Ling Tian, such as spending a spring night with that courtesan and a deep bond with that official's daughter, among other tales. However, these were just for entertainment. Wu Chu never told a consistent story. Yesterday's protagonist was still Miss Wu, but tomorrow it might change to someone else. Whenever Ling Tian tried to verify the stories, Wu Chu would cross his legs and act shamelessly. No matter how Ling Tian inquired, he would always end with, I'm old now. Can't remember, can't remember. Finally, he would wrap it up hastily, only to continue boasting a few days later. Over time, Ling Tian got used to it. However, despite Wu Chu's love for bragging, he treated Ling Tian exceptionally well. He truly regarded him as his own, although he lived a life of hardship. He ensured that Ling Tian would never go hungry. It could be said that without Wu Chu, there would be no Ling Tian today. He was just a child then, without the ability to take care of himself. Without Wu Chu's careful nurturing, he might have frozen to death in the wild long ago. He had said more than once that once he became a soul master, he would take Wu Chu to enjoy life. But now he had become a soul master, and the old man was already buried in the earth. Ultimately, he couldn't wait for the day he became a soul master to enjoy life together. After all the effort put into raising him, he still couldn't wait for the day to enjoy life. Old man, your luck really is something else. As he spoke, he was smiling, yet a tear silently slipped from the corner of his eye, dropping onto the stone tablet. But Ling Tian was completely unaware. He remembered the day the old man passed away. That day was exceptionally cold, and the old man seemed to sense something, pulling Ling Tian's hand to give his last instructions. Little Tian, I probably can't hold on much longer. In my life, the only thing I did right was adopting you in my old age. I've saved a little money under the bed for you. After I'm gone, this money can last you a while. As for the future, it depends on you. You're clever, and I can only help you this far. You've always been smart since you were little. Don't let me down. Make sure to live well. Didn't you say you wanted to become a soul master? You have to follow through. Don't embarrass me. And when you meet the woman you love, don't hesitate. Chase after her boldly. And remember to show me a glimpse when the time comes. If you're still single after 20, don't come back to bother me. I can't handle that kind of shame. I've done many wrong things in my life, let down my family's expectations, and also disappointed the woman I love the most. Now I end up like this. It's all my fault. If you have the fortune to meet the owner of this earring, remember to say sorry for me. If only I had been a bit braver back then. But it's all in the past now. Wu Chu trembled as he took out an earring, carefully holding it in his palm and gazing at it silently. His originally murky eyes brightened a little at that moment. That night, the old man talked a lot with Ling Tian. Until he finished giving his last instructions, he looked deeply at Ling Tian, then closed his weary eyes for the last time, filled with regret and unwillingness. But this closing was for a lifetime. It also marked the end of Wu Chu's unfortunate life. Old man, I am now a soul master, and I haven't embarrassed you. It's a pity you couldn't see it with your own eyes. Ling Tian looked at Qian Rinxue beside him, wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes, and murmured softly, as for the one I love, I've already met her, and I won't miss her in this lifetime, even without the old man's instructions. I won't miss Qian Rinxue. However, he still hadn't found the owner of the earrings. If there is a chance to meet her in the future, he would convey the old man's words to her, if she remembers what the old man said. Xiao Tian, Grandpa Wu has passed away, but I will always be by your side. At this moment, Qian Rinxue slowly walked to Ling Tian's side, opened her arms, embraced him, gently patting him and softly soothing him. Ling Tian leaned against Qian Rinxue's shoulder, a hint of warmth flashing his eyes as he softly said, I will always be by Prince Brother's side. Then it's settled. Little Tian must not go back on his word, Qian Rinxue said, testing the waters. Ling Tian nodded and said seriously, I won't regret it. After a moment, Ling Tian's emotions stabilized. He took Qian Rinxue's small hand and softly said, Brother Prince, let's go. Aren't we going to take another look? Qian Rinxue said softly. Ling Tian shook his head and explained that the old man didn't like others crying in front of his grave. Where does that little guy want to go next? Qian Rinxue continued to ask. Ling Tian thought for a moment and said, I'll listen to my brother the prince. For him, it didn't matter where they went, as long as he was with Qian Rinxue. You. With her fair fingertips, she lightly tapped Ling Tian's forehead, a hint of helplessness and a smile appearing in her eyes. Then she took Ling Tian's small hand and walked slowly toward the carriage. Before leaving, Ling Tian took one last look at the old man's tombstone and silently thought, Old man, I'm leaving. I hope that next time I come to pay my respects, Sister Shui will truly become your granddaughter-in-law. The carriage left the cemetery and headed towards the Tiando commercial street. Along the way, Ling Tian and Qian Rinxue looked at the prosperous streets of Tiando City through the carriage window. With Qian Rinxue's adjustments, Ling Tian gradually regained his usual liveliness. They chatted and laughed along the way, filling the carriage with a joyful atmosphere. Brother the Prince stopped for a moment. Halfway through, Ling Tian suddenly called for the carriage to stop. Seeing a stall that was once very familiar to him, a glimmer of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. What's wrong, Xiao Tian? Qian Rinxue curiously turned her head, following Ling Tian's gaze, her eyes revealing confusion and puzzlement. Why is Xiao Tian looking over there? There's nothing special there except for a steamed bun stall. P.S. There was a foreshadowing in a certain part of yesterday's epitaph, combined with today's plot. I wonder if any big shots can discover it. Lastly, as usual, I ask for recommendations, monthly tickets, and any rewards are welcome. The main thing is to see the continued reading. As long as everyone keeps reading every day, it's the biggest help for a lazy fish. Chapter 99. Where's mine? A polite triple request. Brother the Prince. Ling Tian pointed at a stall not far away, a complex expression briefly showing on his face, and softly said, Ever since the old man passed away, I lived alone until I met my brother, the Crown Prince. During that year, I was grateful for Uncle Wu's care. He always gave me the cheapest steamed buns, and every time he would find various excuses to give me something to eat. Uncle Wu would always say the buns were leftovers or that they had fallen on the ground and no one wanted them, using all sorts of flimsy excuses to sell them to me at an extremely low price. I remember all of this very clearly. As he spoke, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. For others, 1 copper soul coin could buy 1 steamed bun, but for him, he could get 2 or 3 buns for the same coin. Although it was said there was something wrong with the buns, sold to him at a low price. In business, who would drop buns every day, who would happen to have a few leftovers every day, he kept all of this in his heart. Uncle Wu is still the same as before, Ling Tian remarked with a sense of nostalgia. There, the steam was rising, and the uncle still looked familiar, always smiling, with a hearty laugh that could even be heard from the carriage. This vendor is quite kind-hearted, Qian Rinxue squinted and said softly. Ling Tian nodded, smiled faintly, and said, Brother Crown Prince, don't be fooled by Uncle Wu's fierce appearance. He's actually a good person, just a bit loud. Brother Crown Prince, please help me give this to Uncle Wu. With a thought, Ling Tian suddenly remembered something and took out a bag from his storage ring. It was filled with soul coins that clinked loudly, indicating that the quantity was definitely not small. For Uncle Wu, soul coins are the most direct form of help. The money inside was enough for him to open a restaurant in Heavendo City and live a prosperous life for the rest of his days. This was also Ling Tian's best way of repaying him. Aren't you going to deliver it yourself? Qian Rinxue asked, taking the money bag with curiosity. Ling Tian shook his head and explained, no need. Knowing my identity is not a good thing for Uncle Wu. This money is enough for him to live comfortably for a lifetime. Qian Renxue smiled faintly, quickly understanding Ling Tian's meaning. Shuling, give him this bag of money, but be careful not to let anyone see. Understood. Shuling took the money bag, concentrated her soul power in her palm, gently pushed, and the bag disappeared, reappearing suddenly on the steamed bun stall. After seeing the money bag settle safely on the stall, Ling Tian also lowered the curtain on the car window. Let's go, Qian Renxue said at the right moment. After Shuling responded, she gently guided the horse-drawn carriage away. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. After getting off the carriage, Qian Renxue and Ling Tian came to a candied hawthorn stall. Qian Renxue extended her delicate hand, gently adjusting Ling Tian's collar, while softly asking, Xiao Tian, do you still remember this place? It sounded casual, but it carried a hint of expectation. Of course I remember. Ling Tian did not let Qian Renxue down. A trace of memory flashed in her eyes as she softly said, the first candied hawthorn that my prince brother gave me was bought from here. As she spoke, Ling Tian walked to the candied hawthorn stall and said, Boss, I'll have one skewer of candied hawthorn. Please wait a moment, dear customer. Soon the vendor, with a beaming smile, handed over a candied hawthorn wrapped in sugar paper. Crunch. It was still the same taste. Biting into a plump hawthorn, Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, watching someone happily eating candied hawthorn while completely ignoring her, Qian Renxue's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Wow, am I not more important than the candied hawthorn in your hand? Little Tian, have you forgotten something? Even so, Qian Renxue still asked with a smile. However, Ling Tian remained oblivious and curiously asked, What's wrong, Prince Brother? Little Tian, what about mine? Seeing Ling Tian suddenly become so dull, Qian Renxue felt a bit disheartened, a trace of grievance flashing in her eyes, and she couldn't help but sigh, asking helplessly, Oh dear. Ling Tian suddenly realized and slapped his forehead in annoyance, saying, I forgot to buy it for Prince Brother. What should I do now?